A female mantis can have hundreds of males. In order to break the monogamous system of the mantis clan, I have regenerated a flying mantis, which can evolve into a powerful giant crab mantis with infinite strength, and can also evolve into an extremely sharp axe mantis. At this moment, I was staring at my sickle to catch my breath. Don't just stand there, hurry up and eat. I finally picked up a big meatworm, and suddenly a voice popped into my mind, interrupting my thoughts. Turning my head, I saw a sturdy mantis eating a dead milky white meatworm. I instantly understood that this was a unique form of consciousness communication. So this is not the previous world. I have crossed over to a wonderful unknown alien world, and the hunger in my belly made the big meatworm look very tempting. I imitated the other party's appearance, used the sickle to pull up a piece of meat, and then took a bite. Flesh and blood value +0.1. With the prompt system, I quickly found the panel hidden in my field of vision. Race, common mantis. Level, low grade first class. Skills, can evolve with a swing, can evolve with wings spread, can level up. The more flesh and blood eaten, the faster the level up. The big fleshy bug in front of me is not a bug, it's an experience pack. I completely lost my psychological burden and started to feast on the big fleshy bug. The mantis next to me was stunned for a few seconds. Chingy, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? My wings are a bit greener than the other side, so this is my name. The other one looks a bit bigger and stronger. His name is devouring. I don't have time to deal with it, so I continue to focus on gaining experience. A big fleshy bug is more than 3 times bigger than a mantis. Normally, eating 1/10 of it would be considered a good appetite, but if I keep eating, I might really burst my stomach. However, I have not stopped since the beginning, and now this big fleshy bug is less than half left, but I don't feel full at all. The flesh and blood that entered my mouth were directly converted into energy and stored. Devouring has already eaten his fill and is now staring blankly at me eating under a tree leaf. I plan to eat for 3 to 5 days, but you finished it in 1 meal. Chingy, why isn't your stomach getting bigger? Although we can communicate at a high level of consciousness, Devouring's intelligence is clearly insufficient. The biggest anomaly it noticed was Ching's stomach. I casually replied, maybe I'm in a good mood today, so I digest quickly. Surprisingly, Devouring found it very reasonable. It makes sense. I eat a lot when I'm in a good mood too. I didn't continue to pay attention to it, but continued to eat recklessly. Finally, when there was only a small piece of the big fleshy bug left, I received a system prompt. Energy accumulation complete. Do you want to evolve? I chose to evolve, and energy instantly spread throughout my body, followed by an extreme sense of comfort. Insect chirping and bird calls. This moment seemed to become much clearer. When I came to my senses, I found that my color had lightened slightly, and my body had grown about 1/3 larger, probably about 10 centimeters. Before, I looked at Devouring and found that he was a circle bigger than me. Now the situation has completely reversed. The originally ordinary-looking footpads are full of spikes and sawtooths, and even have some luster, looking very sharp. Opening the attribute panel, the race is the green praying mantis. Level, low-grade second product. Skills, fierce strike can evolve, spread wings can evolve. The grade has been upgraded. The skill strike has become fierce strike, while the other spread wings has not changed much. It seems that as long as the skill is upgraded by 1 grade, it will become stronger, and the strength will also increase. At this moment, Devouring is howling. Chingy, why are you so big now? You were clearly smaller than me just now. How did you suddenly grow bigger? I came to my senses and realized that eating more naturally makes you stronger, which is reasonable. Devouring waved his sickle and flapped his wings behind him a few times. You are so strong now, the Lord will definitely favor you. Once you gain the Lord's favor, you will have the opportunity to mate and reproduce. I envy you. It is truly envious. To be rewarded by the Lord once is Devouring's lifelong greatest dream. The female mantis is strong and the male is weak. After the reward, it will be eaten. Even so, that is still Devouring's dream engraved in his bones. I disdain this. If my hands had not become sharp knives, why would I need any Lord's reward? To be rewarded once is to die. I am not that foolish. The male mantis in this world only has 1 chance to reproduce in its lifetime, and will be eaten to nourish the females afterwards. Devouring was stunned for a moment. Even if he dies, we have our own offspring, who will continue to thrive. We eat so much, grow so big. Isn't it all for the Lord's reward once? How could that be foolish? There is only one powerful female mantis as the lord of a territory, and each year, she selects the strongest male mantis to copulate with, which means that every year there's a dumbass who gets eaten for a few seconds of pleasure. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to be so desperate to find some lord? Take my advice. Love life and stay away from the female mantis. Big Strong's wings word. For glory. For posterity. Come on, pointing doesn't help a bit. Or is your own big upgrade more important? It was imperative to find prey now, and to see how powerful his scythe was. Lu Qing started scanning with his own triangular eyes. Soon he locked on to his target. It was a piece of cycad that was munching on a leaf. The green insects in this world were not ordinary either. Each one was the size of a finger. Standard low rank 1 strength, and the most crucial thing was that this was swarming. There were more than 30 of them in that patch, and their combined combat power was not to be underestimated. However, the weaknesses are also obvious. They don't have wings and their crawling speed is rather average. He could use his ability to fly and catch one at a time, and in this way, all of these green insects would become his meal ticket. After making a plan, Lu Qing spread his wings. What are you doing to go? Eat. Dezhuan was completely dumbfounded, his brain more or less spinning. Ah, didn't you just finish eating? Lu Qing lifted his wings and flew, his body crooked, not full. Big Strong was alone and messing around in the branches of a tree. A big, fat meatworm is enough for me to eat for 10 days and half a month. But what happened? You've eaten it all in one meal, and you're still not full? After all, it was the first time I had ever flown, and although I didn't fall out of instinct, it was just not a pretty flight. One didn't look right and crashed directly into the ancient tree. Luckily, he reacted quickly, and his scythe wrapped around the trunk with precision. Turning my head, I see that in the distance, the cycads are still enjoying the tender leaves. The 2 huddled greenworms saw the scene and let out a wanton scoff. What the hell just flew past? What a piece of garbage it flew. It actually crashed into a tree. Hiss, it looks like a little mosquito. LOL. Lu Qing was furious. You were actually mocked by 2 greenworms? Waiting. Flying takes skill. After practicing a few times, you are able to master it. This time, he saw his target and headed straight for the 2 green insects. Chapter 2 Advancement. Advancement. And advancement again. The 2 cygnets are unaware of the great disaster that is upon them, and are still showing their love with impunity, degrading every single species. Lu Qing was enraged and saw the fattest one. His scythe struck quickly and accurately hit the head of the greenworm. Fierce Swing had a strength bonus, plus his scythe foot was also strengthened after the upgrade, and with this strike, he directly chopped off the head of the green insect. The other scythe clamped down on the body of the green insect and used the bounce of the branches and leaves to change direction and take off again. No, my dear Fatty. Fatty, who was left with only his head, didn't get the situation at all. Fat, what happened? That damn praying mantis stole your body. Oh, my dear Fat. Goo. You, why are you gagging on me? Lu Qing turned his head to look. The greenworm has already hugged the head of his companion to gnaw. Under the watchful eye of Dezhuang, Lu Qing placed the green insect on a tree branch. The other man came back to his senses and exclaimed, Ah, you actually caught a greenworm? Is it hard to catch? Of course it's hard to catch. The teeth of the green bugs are very powerful. As long as they are bitten, they can't break free. The little black clothes are hungry to catch the green bugs when they are bitten on the legs, and then they are swarmed back to kill. The little black coat is another companion. The greenworm was not small. Its skin was tough, and the ordinary mantis was of the first rank in first grade, and it could not reach the point of killing in seconds, no matter whether it was strength or scythe foot. Add to this the fact that there are so many cyprinids that they swarm when they get caught and it is very difficult to get out of the way. Lu Qing's strength had surged, but he had no concerns in this regard as he casually gave a then prepared to start his meal. Join us for some? Dezhuang dragged his stomach and crawled a few steps. Can't eat at all. Lu Qing didn't care about it anymore and continued to lick the experience pack. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. It's a great feeling to watch the experience value go up a little bit. Just as he was in the middle of eating, he suddenly heard a cue from the big strong man. Bird, run. At the same time, a black shadow swooped down. Hearing the word bird, Lu Qing was instantly jolted. There was no time to think before abandoning the still mostly green insects, wings flashing madly as they headed in the direction of the big strong man. There's a hole in the tree. Hide in there and you'll be safe. The bird's fluttering talons grazed the contours of its wings as it passed. It quickly changed direction and once again went straight after Lu Qing's. Lu Qing used his entire body's strength on his legs, and narrowly and dangerously the moment the bird swooped over he burrowed into the hole in the tree. The next instant, the bird's beak squeezed into the hole. Looking back, the bird's beak was less than a centimeter away from his body. It's too menacing. Lu Qing hurriedly squeezed into the tree hole again. Sharp claws reached in, grabbed a blank after a cold voice came out. Little fellow, you're pretty quick to hide. You're lucky this time. Bird also communicates? What a menacing and marvelous world. Through the opening of the tree you could see the brown bird grabbing the body of the greenworm and putting it in its mouth. Looking at his experience bag being eaten by the bird, Lu Qing was angry for a moment. There's no way around the strength. The system was able to view basic information, which he immediately pulled up. Race, Ironbeak. Strength, low order 5th grade. The racial advantage was obvious. The strength exceeded his own by more than a few times, and he was simply uncontestable. After the iron-beaked bird finished eating, it looked in the direction of the tree hole again, then lifted its wings and flew away. Big Strong winced. Gone? Tentative to move out. Lu Qing stopped the other party. Don't rush out. Wait a moment. Isn't it gone? What are you waiting for? Daijang is too simple and will suffer sooner or later. The world is a dangerous place. In case that iron-beaked bird doesn't go far, won't we go out and give it away for nothing? Makes sense. Xingyi, you're too smart. The two praying mantises huddled inside the tree hole, making small talk. The moon accompanies the stars. Big Strong had fallen asleep holding his paw. Lu Qing, however, hardened his shoulders against the biological clock's artifice. Iron-beaked birds don't come out at night, and the cygnets have gone to sleep. So isn't this a good time to get your hands on some meat? He steeled himself and quietly felt his way out of the cave. Cyprinids will perch on broad leaves. At night, its own color blends in with the color of the leaves, making it hard to spot by powerful predators. However, this was not difficult for Lu Qing, as he lightly landed on the leaves of the tree where he had captured the green insects yesterday. Sure enough, the remaining one was sleeping soundly, spitting little bubbles out of its mouth and looking extremely sweet. Unbeknownst to it, the butcher's knife was already reaching for its head in the night. Hands up and the bodies are separated. Then feast. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. The entire cycad was reduced to 2.5 points of flesh and blood value. At this rate, 8 of them will be upgraded. Lu Qing continued to look for his next victim. After eating 8 of them in a row, I heard a system alert. Is it upgraded? Yes. The energy washes the body and the sleepiness from the biological clock instantly dissipates. Race, Pink Dagger Mantis. Grade, low 3rd grade, 0. 2/50ths. Skill, Power Swing, Evolvable. Spread your wings and fly, Evolvable. 2 skills double evolved. The previous body was around 10 centimeters, but after this upgrade it directly skyrocketed to 20 centimeters. Double the size and more power. Lu Qing raised his scythe and found that it had indeed morphed into a light pink color, and the blade spikes were shiny and bright, making it look a few points sharper. With increased strength, naturally dry rice is faster. Keep burying your head in the sand. It was possible that after leveling up, the energy contained in the green worm had attenuated a bit for it, and it took 2 bites to increase its blood value by 0.1. He wouldn't mind it though, it would just add up. The green worm lord rolled over comfortably. What a wonderful night. Cozy. Being a green worm, bug life couldn't be more awesome. Eat with your eyes open. Eat and sleep. Is there a better bug life than this? Little ones, it's dawn. Get up and dry your food. It growled, then headed straight for the new growth of tender leaves. It took a few bites before I realized something was wrong. Usually when one yells, the little ones crowd towards the tender leaves. Yet why is there no movement today? The little ones? It looked around, but saw nothing. What the hell? When I fixed my eyes on it, there was a cycad's head on a leaf, rolling along with the branches and leaves. Ah, AI-chan. It crawled over and looked at the head on the leaf, then drooled. Who killed my beloved consort? Dodo. Dodo is dead too. The little ones are all dead. The green worm lord flipped madly, furiously rushing into the sky, and the branches of the tree cackled. Lu Qing burped, struggled through the night last night, terminated 2 green worm nests, and the experience brushed up. The grade was also raised by 1 grade again. Race, Red Blade Mantis. Grade, low order. 4th grade, 0. 9 out of 80. Skill, Violent Swing, Evolvable. Spread your wings and fly, Evolvable. Yes, the pink scythe has once again advanced to red. The figure had skyrocketed to 30 centimeters. At this size, it is absolutely gigantic among mantises. Chapter 3. He's so fierce. Lu Qing's size grew larger, and his flying ability increased by a few points in synchronization. Between wings it had returned to the trunk of the tree. The trunk, which had been spacious yesterday, was narrower for him today. That tree hole is even more impossible to get into. Big Strong, come out. Calling out, the big strong man grunted and turned around. There seems to be a wake-up call. While walking out of the tree hole, while complaining, yesterday ate a full meal, today sleep a little more. Screaming, what screaming? Beware of me to flatten you. After stepping out of the cave, the grumbling stopped abruptly. Big Strong's body shivered as he incredulously raised his triangular head to look at the huge scythe glowing red in front of him. Behind the scythe was a small mountain of stout body. Xingyi. You're Xingyi? After many days of spending time together, Daijang could still recognize it. Lu Qing waved his scythe. Wood chips flew, and the trunk of the tree was cut out with a large opening. Well, De Zhuang looked at the tree trunk that had been cut out of the opening and exclaimed, "Too fierce, super fierce, how did you manage to be so tall and powerful? His lordship will have to clench all four legs when he sees it." Lu Qing put away his scythe and shook his wings. "If you eat a lot, you naturally grow faster." "Good point, what are you eating?" Lu Qing threw a green worm to it. "This is it. Ate it all night. Ended up with 2 nests. And gave you the rest of this one for breakfast." "Such a big one." Dai Zhang froze. "Green worms? You terminated 2 nests. Yeah, it was easy. Easy indeed. Just like a buffet." However, Da Zhuang shouted in alarm. "This is troublesome. The green worm lords are very vindictive. And you will definitely not let us go after you in their nest. Let's move quickly. Hurry up." It was about to run away after it finished dragging the body of the green worm. Lu Qing, however, didn't panic and laughed. "What's the point of panicking? Green insects are a buffet for me. It's useless even if more come." De Zhuang felt as if the ground was abnormal and looked down. Then his body trembled, and he generally dropped the body of the green worm along the trunk of the tree to the ground in shock. The green worm lord looked at the dead bodies of the green worms that fell in front of him, and was instantly enraged. "It's really them. They're the ones who killed my clan. The little ones give it to me." On the ground, there were hundreds of green insects crawling densely, chrysalis moving their bodies towards the tree. Big Strong was instantly scared out of his wits, and his 4 secondary feet were in disarray without any order. "It's over. It's over. It's haunted. They'll hunt us down endlessly. Hurry up and find a place to hide. If it doesn't work, we'll change territories." It heard something strange in the movement and turned its head to look, finding that Qing Yi actually flew straight down. "Are you crazy? The ground is full of green worms. Isn't this pure death?" Dai Zhang almost cried out. "The 2 best friends in this life. The little black one has already been poisoned by the green worm. Now the green one is going to do the same?" Of course Lu Qing wasn't crazy. He was extremely excited right now. There are a lot of cyprinids in this forest, but they're too spread out and can be a bit of a pain to find. Now that they're gathered together, isn't this just purely adding to their own great cause of upgrading? For Lu Qing, who had the strength of a 4th grade, a 1st grade green worm was definitely a buffet delivered to his door. When it fell, the green bugs screamed and swarmed. However, Lu Qing's red-colored scythe was incredibly sharp, and a single chop could often kill 2 or 3 of them. It didn't take more than a few swings to clear a vacuum. "The little ones keep on giving it to me." Undaunted by death, the green worm charged forward with a brain. Lu Qing naturally wouldn't be polite, and his 2 scythes attacked with red shadows. The crushing strength of a 4th product against a 1st product was absolute, and they were directly harvested without even a single move. Big Strong had looked dumbfounded. "I knew that Qing Yi was fierce, but I didn't expect it to be this fierce." The green worm with thick skin and flesh that was extremely difficult to deal with. When faced with the green clothes, it was surprising that it did not have the ability to resist even a little bit. Green blood splattered all over the place as a green worm died under the scythe. The eyes of all 4 green worm lords flushed green. "Oh my son and daughter." 2 of the Signet lords were really in a hurry. Originally, they had come over with the same enemy to help take revenge, but they didn't expect the enemy to be so ferocious, decimating their sons and daughters in a short period of time. "If you don't make a move, you're afraid you'll be reaped." A green insect lord opened its mouth and spat out a ball of insect silk. This massive worm silk began to expand after it was spat out. It had become a small net by the time it reached Lu Qing. He didn't even know that the cyanide lord had this kind of skill, and for a moment he couldn't dodge, and was caught by this small net that came with a sticky lasso onto his pyrapod. Race, green worm lord. Grade, low grade 4 foot. The reason why the stealing family didn't provoke the green worm lord last night was because the other party had the strength of the 4th grade. Now that he himself had been promoted to the 4th rank, he was even better at attacking, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. The remaining few green insect lords followed suit, utilizing their own unique magic attacks and spraying furiously at Lu Qing. Stuck a few on my hands and knees and was a bit of a mess. He himself had no means of long-range attack, and if he continued to be sprayed like this, he could probably be tied up into a dumpling. It was worthy of being a 4th grade. Even the weaker attacking ability of the green insect lords could still pester themselves. After Lu Qing dodged a few small nets, he didn't hesitate to lift his wings and take off, but in the blink of an eye it had disappeared among the dense foliage. "Damn it! Escaped by this mantis. A mere praying mantis. How dare you mess with our green insect? Count on him to run fast, or else you will taste the flavor of a raw-torn praying mantis today." The 4 lords raged and declared their anger. Those green bugs that survived the fluke opened up in droves. The lord's big bugs are mighty, invincible. How dare you, little mantis? One more step and our lord will have you in his bed. With a praying mantis? That's so ferocious. I can't believe I'm excited. The 4 lords stood half straight, smugly enjoying the bragging rights. Just then, it just felt like something fell on his head. Fixing my eyes, I realized it was a small net they had spit out. How can a net fall from the sky? Intellectually substandard. They craned their heads to look upward. A large, dark green shadow was swooping down fast. The scythe shone with a crimson light, heading straight for the head of one of the greenworm lords. A sword move that falls from the sky. Have you ever seen it? The very sudden attack made it impossible for the 4 greenworms to spit out their insect webs in time. The one the scythe was slashing at was even more unable to dodge and was cut directly on the brain. There was a ding. Surprisingly, I can't hack it. Lu Qing lifted his wings and cushioned himself to land steadily on the ground. A 4th grade greenworm lord's defense is this strong? You know, right now, when one scythe goes down, the ancient tree can be dried out with an opening, but it can't break the defense of the greenworm lord? After reacting to the aftermath, the greenworm lord immediately opened up. Ha ha ha, trash. It's as comfortable as scratching an itch. Come on, scratch me again. The greenworm lords next to them immediately grew bold, and if they couldn't break the Che lord's defenses, they naturally couldn't break theirs. Lord Che is mighty, and little mantis is a clown. Ha ha ha, hopping around tiny praying mantis. I'll tear your legs off in a moment. After Lu Qing hesitated briefly, he did not hesitate to raise his hand and drop his sword. This time he turned on the skill violent swing. The red scythe instantly turned a few shades redder and thicker. This time the attack was still on the same brain that didn't break defense before. The green bug lord didn't even notice the abnormality, and even stretched his head out waiting to be tickled. In the next instant, the small fist-like head, along with the entire body, was sliced in half by a knife. Chapter 4, Black Sword Mantis. Lu Qing was delighted in his heart that the evolved skill was so powerful that it was able to split the defensively strong greenworm lord in two. The 3 greenworm lords next to him looked dumbfounded. Ha! Didn't it not break defense just now? How did Lord Che turn into Gigi in the blink of an eye? Without stopping, Lu Qing slashed at the 2nd greenworm lord. The crimson scythe swung out with a residual shadow, directly cutting the other cyanide lord who didn't react into two. The greenworm is resilient, and the head-bearing section is still in its mayfly nymph. Where's the ass? I can't feel my ass. Lu Qing didn't bother with it anymore, but instead locked his gaze onto another one. The other 2 instantly reacted and hurriedly sprayed insect silk at Lu Qing. Once he got close, it was his home turf. Lu Qing, who had been prepared for this, easily dodged it, and then the scythe swung through. The cut was so accurate that the head and body were separated after the slash. The last one didn't escape the slaughter. The rest of the little green bugs were still dumbfounded at the incredible scene. In their eyes, the Lord is the most powerful being under the sky. 4 lords, that's 4 of the most powerful. The King of Heaven is no good. And the result? It was a miserable death to be slashed by that praying mantis. With the lords dead, can they have any resistance in mind? Reacting sluggishly, they instinctively tried to escape, but the speed of their natural race made it impossible for them to escape at all. Lu Qing's scythe was easily wielded, and within a few moments the ground was already full of green worm corpses. Dejang looked dumbfounded. Originally, it had planned to run away. After all, the cycads were already difficult enough to deal with, not to mention the 4 cycad lords. At first, when it saw Qingyi fleeing, it was all ready to follow the other party to escape. I didn't realize that it was a comeback. Its limited intelligence didn't realize that Qingyi's pretense of fleeing just now was a way of raising its strengths and avoiding its weaknesses, waiting for an opportunity to get closer. An existence as hard as the Green Bug Lord was easily slaughtered by Qingyi. That's the Lord of the Green Worms. Although it was a weaker existence among the lords, it was still a lord. Qingyi actually exterminated 4 of them so easily. It's so shocking. It's so majestic. Big Strong spread his wings and slid down from the heights. Fierce, too fierce, brother, you're too powerful. The 4 greenworm lords aren't even your match. Lu Qing swung his scythe foot very bashfully, played okay. Hundreds of greenworms here. Eat them openly. De Zhuang rubbed his scythe. Should we offer some to our lord? Seeing the lord of the greenworm, it will surely please it. It made Lu Qing laugh with one sentence. It's true that it's still an insect, and the desire for the female praying mantis is etched into its bones. What's the point of pleasing? You have no ambition at all. All you think about is passing on the family name all day long. Eat it if you want. Send the mother mantis and forget it. Lu Qing didn't bother to persuade it, and directly started the experience-eating business. It could be that the value of the flesh and blood gained from eating those ordinary greenworms had decreased after his rank had been raised. Often 3 whole strips go into the belly before adding 0.1 to the flesh and blood value. Hundreds of cyborgs provide just a dozen points of flesh and blood value. Lu Cheng placed his gaze on the cyanide lord. Just 1 bite. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0.2 foot. Surprisingly, it's doubled. It seemed that it would still have to be devouring flesh and blood of the same rank for the value to be high, and if it was of a higher rank, then the value of flesh and blood acquired would be even higher. With 4 green worm lords, it was possible to advance yourself once anyways. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0.2 foot. Devouring had just eaten half a green worm when he looked up and realized that the bodies of the green worms were no longer visible in the entire area. If it weren't for the flecks of green on the floor, it would have even thought that everything was a blur to its eyes. Hundreds of ordinary green worms, and 4 40-centimeter long green worm lords, all gone? It's too fast to eat. Devouring's eyes shifted to Lu Qing. It swallowed the crushed meat in its mouthpiece hard, its eyes filled with admiration. The current Qing Yi stood in front of it, truly resembling a mountain. Qing Yi, you seem to have grown up again. Indeed, advanced and a few sizes larger. Race, Black Blade Mantis. Grade, low 5th grade, 7. 6 out of 150. Skill, Deadly Strike, evolvable. Lift wings and fly, evolvable. The size had now skyrocketed to about half a meter. The scythe foot shone with a black metallic luster, and the color of the originally green wings darkened and thickened a few points, giving them a good defensive power. Dai Zhang, who was still a few centimeters long, was envious of this. If only I could grow as fast as you, then I'd be in the Lord's favor, and it'd make me happy to think about it. Too much poisoning. Lu Qing snorted coldly, full of Lord favor. I'll see you get eaten sooner or later. Eat as you will. A quick night's rest and a prosperous posterity. That is the greatest destiny of all. Great! The iron-beaked bird was leading 2 of its slightly smaller kind in a sharp flight, destined for the very same dense forest it had visited once. That dense forest up ahead is an excellent foraging site, free of any danger, and all of it is full of low-fighting cycads and praying mantises, enough to keep us full for days. There's a nice place like this and we didn't forget about the 2 of us. Iron Feather really is the bird of prey. As Iron Feather swooped down, he responded, "That's natural. I've never shared my blessings." The 3 iron-beaked birds soon arrived over the dense forest. This is the place. The green bugs and praying mantis are right here, so feel free to hunt for food and drink. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed down. The remaining 2 birds also descended at the same time. They are separated for ease of eating and drinking. Tai Zi was even lighter and went straight to the ancient tree. He just loves eating praying mantis in one crunchy bite. The last praying mantis we saw got away with it. So let's see how you'll run if you come quietly this time. Lu Qing stood in the shade tastelessly. After reaching the 5th grade, ordinary green insects could no longer provide themselves with flesh and blood values. If you want to advance you must eat a higher level of cycloid lord, or go find something else to eat. There were only 4 cycad lords in the entire area, and they had already been eaten by themselves, which meant that it was time to change the recipes if you wanted to continue rising in experience. At this time, Big Strong had eaten and drunk enough, and was lying contentedly on the other side under the tree, not even noticing that 2 iron-beaked birds were approaching it. After these 2 iron-beaked birds landed on the ground, they couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts that they were lucky. True to his word, Iron Feather hadn't lied to them, and had just landed on a crisp, tasty mantis, and an unsuspecting mantis. This is a good time to finally get a good taste. They crept closer, and when they were at the right distance, one of them couldn't wait to reach out with its claws and pin the mantis to the ground. Ha ha, got it. Awesome. What a great hunting technique. Out of the blue, Big Strong was scared to death. Sleep and open your eyes and you're in the claws of an iron-beaked bird. Done. Done. This one is sure to get eaten. Dajian could face the mother mantis as if it were dead, but being grabbed by the bird caused it to burst with survival instincts, and it hurriedly begged for mercy. Lords of the 2 birds, I'm not good for eating. Let me go. Ha ha ha, letting you off the hook? Wouldn't that make us stupid birds? Big Strong moved the last of his weight. I have a brother who is very powerful. If you don't let me go, you'll be in big trouble. Ironbeak asked in a cold voice. And what species is your brother? Is also a praying mantis. The 2 birds burst into laughter. Mud. It's going to be a laugh. Mantis too. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and get that brother of yours over here. Just so we can have one bird at a time. Devouring did not understand why they laughed so happily, and foolishly expressed, I'm telling the truth. That brother of mine is really very powerful. The 2 birds laughed even more wildly. It was at this time that a voice entered their consciousness. Let go of it. Chapter 5, Is this a mantis? Big Strong felt saved at once. That brother of mine is here. You guys run. Run? If we run at the sight of a praying mantis, do we still deserve to be iron beaks? Not to mention one of your brothers. Even if 100 mantises came, that would be our appetizer. One of the iron-beaked birds turned around while sneering, ready to take down the praying mantis that came to its door in an instant. When it turned around, however, it saw a huge black scythe in front of it, shining with a sheen that chilled the bird's guts. The view moved upward. and behind the black scythe was a huge triangular head with a sharp mouthpiece resembling a set of guillotines. What the hell is this? So majestic and tall. It was more than twice the size of his own iron-beaked bird. Why does it look like a praying mantis? Chingy, you came just in time. Save me. The two iron-beaked birds' bodies shuddered, and they fought in unanimous stare. This is little mantis, brother? Is this giant really a praying mantis? Oh, my god. Lu Qing's black scythe crossed. Let go of it. Under the powerful sense of oppression, the claws of the iron-beaked bird could not help but shrink, and Big Strong instantly regained his freedom. Reacting, Ironbeak is still trying to tackle Dejang again. However, Lu Qing didn't give it this chance. The black scythe was like black lightning, directly slashing at the bird's claws. These two iron-beaked birds were only of the 4th rank, and in the face of Lu Qing's sudden attack, they didn't even have a time to react before one of them had already been clamped down on the bird's legs. The bones of the iron-beaked bird were hard enough that even the 5th grade Lu Qing couldn't hack through its leg bones, yet that didn't stop him from eating the other. How much flesh and blood value can a bird provide for itself? After clamping down on the other party, Lu Qing didn't hesitate to open his mouthpiece and bite at the struggling bird's neck. The other iron-beaked bird looked dumbfounded. I'll be damned. Eat it raw. Isn't it natural for a bird to eat a worm? How come things are completely turned around now? Whitetail, save me. Save a 6. I can't carry this thing with a mouth as long as a guillotine. Whitetail didn't hesitate to take off with his wings. It craned its head after it took off. His own companion had already had his neck snapped by that mantis. So cruel. Iron Feather still says you can eat and drink anything you want here? Being eaten and drunk is more like it. Whitetail was still very preachy, and at the first opportunity did not flee but looked for Iron Feather. Tetsuko, Tetsuko. Iron Feather heard his companion's call of consciousness and instantly let out a bird call. Whitetail immediately landed on a tree branch and communicated anxiously. Iron, come on, run. Iron Feather shook his beautiful feathers. What are you running for? Such a nice place. How can I eat a full meal before saying anything? Still full? Being fed by others is more like it. Whitetail was in a hurry. Don't eat your fill. There are very scary presences here. Hearing that there was a terrifying existence, Iron Feather couldn't help but be a bit more serious. What kind of horrible existence? Mantis. Iron Feather's originally suspended tension was instantly soothed, and he instantly smiled. Ha ha ha, praying mantis can be scary? I eat a few of those every day and I've never seen how scary that thing is. Are you not awake? Whitetail anxiously stated. It's really. Halfway through its exchange its eyes suddenly became overwhelmed with fear, shrinking back a few steps. Mantis, Mantis, is coming after us. Look at you not having seen the world. Iron Feather had great contempt for his companion. Scared by a praying mantis? How to be a bird? What a shame to be in the company of birds and the like. Iron Feather turned his head, ready to make a good sample in front of his kind. However, after it turned its head, a huge shadow had enveloped it. What the hell is this? Fixed eyes, is clearly a. Iron Feather's body shuddered. Is this a ING mantis? And the mantis looked familiar. There are powerful beings in every community. To be able to grow to such a huge size, bigger than even his own iron-beaked bird. I guess this was the Mantis Lord. What bad luck to run into a Mantis Lord. It also has 5 orders, but different strengths for the same order. The Ironbeak's best attack is a high dive utilizing its iron beak for a one-hit kill, the main one being a sneak attack, and Mantis is known for its melee attacks. In this situation, Iron Feather knew he was no match. I'm sorry, we didn't realize this was your territory. We'll back off now duh. Lu Qing looked down at the well-behaved iron-beaked bird in front of him. What? Don't recognize it? Do we know each other? You birds don't have very good memories. So here's a hint. 3 days ago, blocked 2 praying mantises into a tree hole. Iron Feather snapped to attention. It first discovered this great place for a buffet 3 days ago when it encountered 2 praying mantises. However, these 2 praying mantises slipped away. Why is this praying mantis asking this? Is there such a thing as one of your people? 10,000 apologies for disturbing the treasure. It thought that the 2 mantises were just the Lord's subjects, but it didn't realize that the one in front of it was one of the ones it had blocked. Ha ha ha, wrong. I'm not a lord, but one of the ones you blocked in the tree hole. What? Iron Feather's entire bird froze. It? How is that possible? Those 2 blocked in the tree holes are the size of a normal praying mantis. The one in front of him was yet a few sizes bigger than himself. It's simply not possible. You're kidding. Who has time to joke with you? Taking advantage of the gap between the opponent's still short-circuited brain, Lu Qing blatantly launched his sword. The black scythe went straight for the iron-beaked bird's neck. The skill Fatal Strong Strike was also used in order to achieve a one-hit kill. While being of the same 5th rank, Iron Feather's reaction was extremely fast. After sensing the danger, he lifted his wings and moved out horizontally. Then it was time to fly away from this place. Lu Qing will not give it a chance. You can fly, but I can't? If they were to compete in long-distance flight, they themselves were certainly no match for the birds. However, at a short distance or with the explosive boost of the vibrate wings and fly skill, catching up with the iron-beak bird was not much of a challenge. Iron Feather couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after flying sharply into mid-air. As long as they were separated, the initiative would be in their own hands, and the mantis would not be able to do anything about it. That breath was just loosened when he felt a tug on his paw. The bird's head was down and his soul was flying. The big mantis actually pulled itself together. Iron Feather was emboldened and tried to drag his opponent to continue flying high, expecting to lose him. However, being larger than it was futile for it to try and continue to fly high. Just as the body was descending, something even more deadly came. The other scythe foot wrapped directly around its tail feathers. Samson's guillotine mouthpiece was already running for a thigh bite. Iron Feather was completely flustered. No, brother, you're eating while you're in the air? How many days have you been starving? Misunderstandings. Birds of a feather in the mouth. The next instant, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Real bite. The bird's call was instantly distorted, no longer able to maintain its balance, and it fell headlong. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 3 foot. As expected of a bird of the same rank, this flesh and blood value gave genuinely quite a lot. He didn't just eat. The moment he landed, he once again used winged rush and quickly adjusted his position so that the iron-beak bird fell hard to the ground, while he himself pressed down on his opponent's body. Iron Feather, who was a meat cushion, was thrown around, and the pain that intensified in its legs brought it to its senses in an instant. No, not even loose lips when you land? Chapter 6, I called you brother, but you fished me. Iron Feather craned his neck to look at the drilling pain in his thigh. The thighs were found to be long bloody, and the mantis was still mouthing and chewing. Goosebumps. My iron-beak bird family is huge, and I am even the son of a lord. If you really dare to kill me, you will be madly retaliated by the iron-beak bird. You let me go, and from now on I promise to hold absolutely no grudges, or you make conditions, anything you can agree to. The incessant begging for mercy annoyed Lu Qing to no end. There's even a family in the other world? Also, any species can communicate consciously, and anything more outrageous is considered normal. He's not going to eat that, though. Sicklefoot pulled on the bird's beak and neck and took a bite. Don't. The consciousness of the exchange was instantly weak, but in a few seconds it was already unresponsive. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 3 foot. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 3 foot. The whole bird provides itself with 60 experience points. The other is only 4 pints and offers only 15 points. 4 birds away from upgrading and evolving. Lu Qing was content. The only pity was that when he was chasing after this iron-beak bird of the 5th grade, the other one of the 4th grade gave it away. Big Strong hid behind a big tree in fear. Stop hiding and come out. It was only after hearing Qing Yi's call that Da Jiang bravely walked out. Driven away? Drive away? You're looking down on your brother too much. Lu Qing threw a piece of minced meat to it. Come and taste this. Da Jiang had never seen red meat before, and immediately flipped around and stared at it. What is it? Bird meat. Ah, it has never been a bird that eats a praying mantis. And today, it is the reverse of the Big Dipper. Ah. Da Jiang dropped the bird meat on the ground. No more. I'm scared. Be afraid. Don't you want to be favored by the female mantis? Bird meat is a great tonic. Eating it will help you get taller and more powerful, making the female mantis unable to walk away. A word to the heart of the big strong man. In order to realize the dream of one night, it dares to break through the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire. Today it's the reverse of the Big Dipper. Da Jiang fished out the bird and took a hard bite. It smells good. Daytime. Thanks to the help of a kindly brother, Da Jiang took a nap after eating the bird. When he woke up, his body was bigger, probably reaching about 20 centimeters. It seems that the meat of this world contains energy, and after swallowing and absorbing it, it is able to grow and advance. It was just that their advancement was slower and not as outrageous as their own hangman. Big Strong was ecstatic. Ha ha, my body has gotten a whole lot bigger too. It feels like my body is filled with power. This feeling, cool. When Lord sees me now, wouldn't he drool? Is gotta drool. Da Jiang is full of ideas about passing on the family name. Brother Qing Yi, thank you. If it wasn't for your guidance and gifts, I wouldn't have been able to be as powerful as I am now. You're such a good mantis. I'm grateful to you for the rest of my life. Listening to De Zhuang's grateful words, Lu Qing nodded slightly. Not bad, and you know to thank me for being a good mantis. Da Jiang, today is sunny and warm. What a good time to bask in the sun. Ha, Da Jiang didn't know why he suddenly said that. Lu Qing pointed at the boulder not far away with his scythe foot. There's no trees around that rock to shade it, and it's flat on top, so it's a good place to sunbathe. Ha, Da Zhuang was very honest toward the boulder. but also asked suspiciously, "Sunbathing is sunbathing, how did it become work? This is fishing." Lu Qing stopped explaining and hunkered down in the shadows below the boulder. "Fishing I know, there is a kind of golden threadworm has a long beard on its head, and there is a piece of meat on the long beard. I heard that it is called bait. Brother Qing, shouldn't we go to the river to fish? There's no water on the rocks, and besides, where's the bait? Without bait to catch a ball?" Not sensing Lu Qing's response, Dejuan also honestly lay on the stone belly to the sky. "Qing is really stupid to act high and mighty. There's no water here, no bait. We don't even have a long beard. How can we fish? Forget it, we can't be as stupid as Brother Qing. Now that I've grown so strong, Lord will surely favor me when he sees me." "Not really, Brother Qing is taller and more powerful. He should be looking at him." Just as it was dazed and rambling, it suddenly caught a whiff of danger. Fixing his eyes, high in the sky, a bird with a yellowish body was swooping down. Needless to say, it's designated to run towards yourself. Scared, the big strong man's stomach flinched and he tried to roll over and run away. Yet it was too late. The powerful bird's claws came straight at Big Strong's stomach. It's over, dead." When he saw that the bird's claws were about to grab it, a scythe foot suddenly struck across the air and directly clamped down on the bird's neck. Big Strong messy looking at the swirling feathers. Sing-Yi saved himself. It rolled over and peeked out as Cyan had snapped the bird's neck. Race, golden thread bird. Strength, low-ranked 3rd grade. The strength is a little lower, but it's always an experience package. Lu Qing took 3 big bites before he got the hint. Gain flesh and blood value +0. 1 foot. That's a whole bird. And it's good for 5 experience points. Dejuan watched Qing skillfully open the meal and suddenly opened up a bit. "When you say fishing, you're not using me as bait, are you?" "Yes," Lu Qing directly admitted. Dejiang was instantly enraged. "Yeah, I treat you like a big brother and you use me as bait to catch birds. Do I really think I'm the size of a cutie?" It just got angry, bearing a bird's leg thrown in front of it. "Eat," the big strong man froze. "What do you take me for? This wing is for you too. There's nothing a bird's leg can't fix, and if it does then add another wing." Big Strong was instantly amused. "Preach. I have to say, bird meat just smells good, far better than greenworms." The fruits of this labor it had a hand in, and naturally ate extremely well. It's so big that 1 leg and 1 wing isn't really enough for it. After eating, Big Strong twisted his stomach and skillfully climbed up the rock, his body lying flat, his big belly facing the high sky. "Brother, see if my posture is standard? This is the sweet spot." Lu Qing laughed and scolded. "Standard, too standard. I have an urge to do it to your stomach." What bird flying by can stand the temptation of a big, fat mantis of more than 20 centimeters, with its belly open, posing as if it were just eating? When they can't stand it, they will swoop down and try to enjoy the food, but when they come down, they become a direct meal for the praying mantis. Over the course of a full day, 2 large walls caught 4 birds. It was a pity that the birds were of a lower grade and didn't allow Lu Qing to upgrade. Big Strong has completely tasted the sweetness. Every time is lying on the stone scratching his head to seduce the sky-passing birds. Just like this for a few consecutive days. Under the nourishment of the bird meat, Big Strong unexpectedly advanced once again, reaching the 3rd grade. The mantis lords are female mantises named Colorwing. Its territory covers roughly 4 parts. The dense forest area is just one of them. A territory may have multiple lords of different species, but only one of the same species. The mantis race, within this territory, could only be considered a 3rd-rate force, belonging to the middle and lower end of the food chain. It's the middle of summer and it's already time to lay eggs and reproduce, so Colored Wings sends out 4 females to find the strongest males to play the game. American Wings is one of them. Chapter 7. No. Are you blind? Being on a lord's mission and seeking a one-night stand for herself as well, my wing was extremely attentive. This year's male praying mantis is really weak. After searching for 3 days, I can't believe there's not even a decent one. I can't even look at these things. Not to mention that the Lord can't look at them. It belabored the male garbage when it suddenly felt a different kind of pheromone. This pheromone is unique to male mantises and can only be sensed by females. The strong pheromones made Maywing's heart happy. Like, there's a really strong male. It hastily reversed its direction and flew towards the depths of the dense forest. Landing on a branch, he caught a glimpse of a very plump praying mantis, basking in the sun with its belly open. This mantis reached a size of 30 centimeters. Obviously the strength had reached the 3rd rank. A male mantis of the 3rd rank. It is important to realize that the mantis is never a weak male or a strong female. Usually males of the 2nd grade were very rare, but now they had found a 3rd grade. American Finn drooled on the spot. If he hadn't been mindful of his lord's mission, he couldn't resist charging at the male's belly right now. Who can resist this stuff? Just as it was salivating, change came out of nowhere. An arrow sparrow of the 4th rank of the lower order spotted the potbelly on the stone and immediately attacked. Such a sexy potbelly is not only a fatal temptation for female praying mantises, but for predators as well. When Mei Wing realized this, she panicked in her mind. It's hard to find a strong male praying mantis, and before you even have a chance to communicate, you're going to be preyed upon by an arrowfinch? Beauty Wing wanted to rescue it, but the problem was that it was only a 3rd rank, and against the 4th rank arrow sparrow, which was known for its speed, it was not going to be able to help at all. Bad luck. Too bad luck. Such a strong male. But he's going to be eaten by a bird. AI. Just as it was crying out in vain, once again there was a change. Arrowfinches are known for their speed, swooping high into the air with great power and precision. Not to mention a 3rd grade mantis, even if it was a 4th grade, when faced with arrow sparrow's swift lightning strike, it would only end up being eaten, unless, has a 5th grade megabucks. Lu Qing, whose hunting skills were already incredibly skillful, easily cradled the arrowfinch in his arms as if he were picking a peach, then skillfully clamped off the neck. Big strong belly flopped and climbed down skillfully. Ha ha, actually caught a 4th grade arrowfinch. In the past few days, Da Jiang, whose head was short of goods, had also been able to recognize the strength of the grade. Mei Wing looked completely dumbfounded. No, shouldn't the mantis have been preyed upon in that situation earlier? How come the arrowfinch became the prey instead? Is this not the Big Dipper? And its gaze fell on Lu Qing. The 4 parapods tightened at once. What a big male praying mantis. This time, it's not just drooling. It's, looking at this lump, it should have already reached the 5th grade, right? 5 pints of males. American Finns quickly adjust themselves to the state. The 5 pints were naturally for the Lord. And as for the 3 pints, of course that was a treat for himself. Beauty Wing spread her wings and slid down from the treetops. There is such a powerful male within the territory, but I am unaware of it. It landed next to the rock. Dai Jiang turned his head with a mouthful of bird meat in his mouth, then instantly froze. It was the first time it had seen a female since it was a child. The instincts and genes in his body were instantly agitated. The female's beautiful wings seemed to hide magic that obsesses her. The bird in his mouth fell to the floor. Lord! Lord! It thought it was the Lord's. Mei Wing laughed delicately. I am not a lord, but one of the 4 great swordsmen under my seat. Mei Wing, I wonder what you two call yourself. My name is Big and Strong. Lu Qing lifted it aside with a wing. Never seen a female before? A female praying mantis that can't even express herself after seeing one? All this time teaching you for nothing. Just now. Lu Qing also had an instinctive restlessness, but he forced it down. Beautiful wings? What can I do for you? Here's the thing. Now that summer is coming to an end, it's time for the annual breeding season. It's just straightforward, but Lu Qing doesn't like it. We're both not interested. Find another mantis. Big Strong just stood up and tried to express his desire for a female, but he was knocked away by Lu Qing with a wing. Mei Wing froze in place. Not interested? What is the point of male existence? It's all about this annual happy convention. How could a praying mantis refuse? Beauty Wing's voice was a few shades of raw cold. You two are the strongest males in the territory now, and you should be honored that you would be favored by the Lord. While he, its scythe foot pointed to the big strong one that fell to the ground. I'll take a little loss and pick it. You may rejoice. After the expression, the Beauty Wing spread its sickle feet and spread its wings, showing off its wonderful body. Lu Qing knew it well. Happy assembly for a few seconds and then you guys eat it and I have to cheer? I cheered as 6. Haven't I made it clear enough? The two of us are not interested. Mei Wing was full of question marks. Or not interested? I'm a famously beautiful mantis. No, are you blind? It's in a hurry. Don't you see my body? Is there no temptation? I can tell you the Lord has a better body than I do. Lu Qing was too lazy to get involved with it anymore. It's so tempting. I might not be able to resist eating you up if you keep wheedling and don't get out of here. It's reversed. It's reversed. The male is going to eat the female. If a male mantis dared to speak to him like that, Mei Wing would definitely not hesitate to do so and come in with a wave of force. But this one, across the street, is twice her size. If you really want to do it, the one who gets eaten is definitely yourself. Unless secreted. Not in time. Not in time. American Finn wimped out. I will convey this matter to the lords, and when the time comes it will not be what you think. It's still being very slow. Does it take Lu Qing's words as a joke? You want to eat me? Definitely not spoiled. The black scythe swung round and went straight for the wings of the Beauty Wing. Aren't the wings beautiful? Isn't it a body show? Let you keep showing later. It struck so quickly and swiftly that the American wing barely even had a moment to react before the black scythe foot clamped down on its wings. Lu Qing exerted a little force, and the scythe foot, which was no different from a guillotine, snapped the wings off by the roots. This time it's the wings, Next time it's the head. Crawl for me. The morose voice and the broken wing made it realize what real danger was. Mei Wing didn't even have the guts to get angry and just literally crawled. You can't climb without it. The wings are broken. Big Strong watched dumbfounded as the goddess crawled away for a while before coming back to his senses. Oh brother, what a fine female mantis. How wonderful. Lu Qing didn't hesitate to throw another wing right at Big Strong. Wonderful my ass. Female praying mantis is poison. A few seconds of pleasure in your life is lost. If it weren't for the fact that I have no interest in eating my own kind, my head would be ripped off. Lu Qing meant what he said. The wonderful woman in the eyes of the mantis was still a mantis in his eyes, and if it weren't for the psychological barrier of like eating like, he would have sliced his head off and used it as a sugar bean. The big strong man grunted and rolled over. I don't want to, but it's really appealing to me. Brother, how do you manage to remain unmoved by a female praying mantis? Simple. Keeping in mind the credo life is precious. Life is precious. So am I not allowed to be bait? Don't even think about it. Get on the rock and lie down. Chapter 8, Lord Mantis. Beautiful wings became no wings. Without their wings, their strength is impaired and they have to be careful in the middle of the jungle to avoid being targeted by predators. It was lucky that it took 2 days to actually crawl back to the lair. Lords, lords, the cry of sad realization, coupled with the staggering crawl, made it look miserable. Lord-colored wings, with a pair of beautiful tricolored wings. Because of its inherently stronger female nature, although it only had a rank of 6th grade, its body size reached an extremely exaggerated 1 meter. The most iconic scythe feet glowed with a metallic sheen, and 2 beautiful tentacles sprouted from the triangular head. It looks majestic and dominant, more so than the males. Why are you in such a state? Have you met a strong enemy? Within the territory, there are countless predators, and many species are naturally more powerful than the mantis, even if they are great generals under its tent. It also thought that American Wing had met a strong enemy. I'm not sure. Beauty Wing went limp on all fours and slumped to the ground. Lord, I was attacked by a male homunculus, and please, Lord, do this for me. What? The colored wings were extremely surprised. The wings flapping had already come close. You also have the strength of the 3rd rank, and the males are weak, so how can they hurt you? Speak in detail. Beautiful wings with a crying voice. I met 2 males in the dense forest, a 3rd product, a 5th product. I wanted to summon them to the nest to complete the breeding plan, but unexpectedly that 5th product male brutality abnormal, without saying anything, will be my wings cut off. In the dense forest for several consecutive days of hiding and hiding, I was lucky to pick up a life. 5 pints. Colored Wings was surprised and delighted. Surprisingly, there were many male mantises in the territory, but most were weak. The strongest male in recent years was only a 3rd grade, and had a bit of an average flavor, and couldn't add too much strength to himself. But now there was a 5th grade male within his own territory. Joyfully, a 5th grade male is nothing short of a gift from the heavens. The unique mechanism of the praying mantis is such that even the strongest males will become disoriented and incapacitated when confronted by a female. After completing reproduction, the males are only destined to be eaten. And once the female eats the male, she will perfectly possess the superimposed strength of the male. It is also this unique mechanism that creates mantis males and females. Colored Wings had been at the 6th grade for many years, and had never been able to go further mainly because races that were too strong it didn't dare to mess with, and races that were too weak would be of little use to it if it ate them. And now there was a 5th grade male in the territory. As long as they finished reproducing and ate each other, perfectly strengthening their strength, then they could definitely advance to the 7th rank themselves. After the 7th grade, one's recipe will change, making another promotion impossible in this life possible. Colored Wings was a lord after all, and was not overly excited after the surprise. Now there is still some time before the secretion of estrogen. Once we wait until the date, after we are able to secrete estrogen, even the strongest males will have to obediently hibernate. Besides, it's only the 5th grade. It's simply not enough to look at in front of me, and can't make any waves. Indeed, their race is a female Tianquo male. Not to mention the strength is lower than this lord. Even if the strength is higher than it, as long as the secretion of estrogen, even the strongest males will have to obediently submit. You have found 2 strong males, and according to the rules, it is natural to share that 3rd ranked one with you. After eating the other one and completing reproduction, you will be able to advance to the 4th grade, and at that time, you will be able to metamorphose once, and you will be able to regrow your wings. Mei Wing was instantly delighted. Steady, the lord agreed, and naturally, no other female would dare to compete with herself. After secreting estrogen, one could easily eat a 3rd grade male, and when the time came to advance once, undergo a metamorphosis and regrow beautiful wings. Wise lord. In the last few days, Lu Qing was still busy with his path to advancement. With the perfect cooperation of Big Strong, dozens more birds of all kinds became their food. Only since there are no birds of high rank on the set you get less blood and flesh values. It is still 5 points short of advancing. Under Lu Qing's teaching, coupled with Da Zheng's own continuous advancement under the nourishment of the bird meat, he had opened up a bit in terms of wisdom. For example, this time when seducing birds, this one actually had a big belly disguised as a fat worm, constantly mayfly nymph. This belly of mine is getting sexier and sexier as the days go by. I can't stop looking at it myself. Bitchy Giggle's words caused Lu Qing's head to be topped with a capitalized helplessness. Enlightened is enlightened. Why are you so cheap? Be honest. Your transmission was heard by the birds. Which one would dare to come down? The big strong mayfly nymphs were more vigorous. Don't worry. I'm so full of seductive big belly. What birds will have to die of gluttony when they see it? Needless to say, Daijing's confidence was not entirely unwarranted. Just then, a large passing bird did see the tempting feast. This stuff is too much for a bird to handle. It swooped down without hesitation. Dezhuang sensed that a bird had taken the bait secretly. However, he couldn't laugh in the next second. It's a 5th grade arrow sparrow. Originally, the arrow finches belonged to the category of birds with a petite size, but the size of this 5th grade arrow finch reached 40 centimeters, and after spreading its wings, it was even more than 1 meter. The superb size, combined with the overwhelming speed, caused Big Strong to instantly panic. Asterisk 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 it's a 5th grade arrow sparrow. Play big. This asterisk 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 learned from Lu Qing was very spiritual, fully expressing its panic and despair. The arrow sparrow was indeed fast, but Lu Qing, who had prepared for this, was not flustered. It seized the moment and strikes swiftly with its sickle foot. However, this 5th grade arrow sparrow was ghostly. Conscious communication is just like talking. Any species within a certain range can hear it. It heard the shout of the big strong man and alertly sensed something unusual. When the huge scythe foot was revealed behind the stone, it quickly lifted its wings and changed direction, narrowly avoiding it and landing on a tree branch. Lu Qing was stunned and thought, this arrow sparrow is so quick to react. It was the first time since bird fishing that I had made a mistake. Arrowfinch stood on a branch, looking at the piles of bird bones not far away in a daze. Apparently, countless birds have been victimized by the 2 praying mantises. Then without hesitation it lifted its wings and flew away. Those 2 praying mantises, full of bad intentions, they almost got caught themselves. The clan must be informed that there is a deadly trap here. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. I don't know why, but no bird has taken the bait either day. Not to mention the baiting. It was as if all the birds had negotiated to press on and not pass over the dense forest. Daijang patted his obviously slightly parched stomach. What's going on these past few days? Not a bird in sight. And I'm starving here. Lu Qing spread his wings and flew down from the treetops. I've already seen it. The birds all deliberately avoid this dense forest. It's obvious that our bird fishing has been compromised. What then? Big Strong had sucked the marrow out of the bird and was a little dismayed to hear that the bird fishing had been defeated. Lu Qing glanced at the almost full experience bar and immediately said, simple, change the recipe. There's nothing we can eat on this side of the dense forest. Having reached the 4th rank of the lower order, Dezhuang had an excellent appetite and was even more hesitant. A normal greenworm or something like that wouldn't be enough to stuff your teeth. And with the lower order species, eating them is just fruitful. It's too normal to run out of things we can eat in the palm of a dense forest. Let's go outside. There's plenty to eat. How big this world was exactly. Currently Lu Qing didn't have a clear perception. Even when standing at the highest point of the dense forest, all that could be seen were the endless sky-high trees. There is certainly no shortage of food in such a vast forest. Chapter 9 Brushing Experience to the Flying Edge. Big Strong's confidence swells as his strength grows. It readily agreed. Listen to the boss. 2 large praying mantises came to the river. The river is turbulent. Boss, that's the golden threadworm, a long gray worm, lying on a rock by the river. There was a long golden line on his head, and at the end of the line was a lump of flesh with exposed bone spurs. The golden threaded worm released the lump of flesh into the river, and within moments the golden threads shook. After that this worm riveted back and pulled a small fish out of the river. Born fishing guy. The world is still a marvelous place. Lu Qing spread his wings and flew over. The scythe foot was placed directly onto the head of the golden nematode. The golden nematode that was about to enjoy its meal instantly pissed itself. Damn! What a big mantis! Is brother mantis going to rob little fish? Here you go. The golden nematode had a good and cooperative demeanor and didn't look like it had been robbed much. The small fish is nothing more than a pint, and there's no use in eating it. Instead, this golden nematode reached the 2nd grade, seemingly noticing Lu Qing's eyes. The golden nematode's body shrank. My meat is smelly and fishy, far less tasty than fish. Don't eat you. Let me ask you, are there any powerful existences around here? The golden nematode immediately cooperated. The most powerful one on this side of the river is you, and it's the first time I've seen such a majestic and tall mantis, the best across the river. Over there, see that big hill? That's not a hill, it's an ant nest. On the opposite side of the river there was a mountain. Before Lu Qing really thought that it was a mountain. After all, it was full of weeds. A closer look reveals the same thing. Under the cover of weeds, many holes could be seen in the mountain. What kind of ant actually builds a burrow outside and makes a whole mountain out of it? Off the charts. Here comes the more outrageous one. An ant drills the hole. Lu Qing's body couldn't help but tremble. This ant's armor was black and shiny. Its mouthparts were as sharp as knives. And even more exaggeratedly, its body size actually reached 50 centimeters. It seems to have reached the 5th grade, the golden nematode explained. That one was merely a very common worker ant. Very common. Ants are swarming. And looking at the size of that mountain, I'm guessing that the number of worker ants can't be less than a few hundred. One is so strong. Hundreds. No wonder you don't see other colonies inhabiting the opposite side of the street. Who would be neighbors with such powerful ants? Lu Qing let go of the golden threadworm. As soon as it regained its freedom, it turned around and ran away, not even wanting the fish. Rushing over, Dai Zhang fished out the small fish, clipped it off and brought it to his mouth. Boss, what are you looking at? Ants. What's there to see in ants? In the next instant it saw ants of exaggerated size. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is an ant? It's a word used to its essence. Lu Qing checked out this worker ant that had crawled to the side of the creek. Race, giant ants, worker ants. Strength, low order 5th grade. Sure enough, it's a low rank 5. Giant power ants. 5th grade strength. Big Strong instantly wimped out at that. It's even higher than my strength. Fortunately, we didn't go over. Before its words could fall, it saw that its boss had already lifted its wings and flown over. No, you're crazy. One ant was already so strong. If a swarm of ants came out in one surge, who could resist? I'll go over and check it out. After transmitting his voice to De Zhuang, Lu Qing had landed steadily on the opposite side of the river. A realization came into the mind. Food. Food. The source is none other than the ant that crawled out of its burrow. Obviously this ant is receiving instructions. Then it repeats them and completes the task. The worker ants climbed the thick old tree next to them. The tree is guarded by 2 soldier ants. The soldier ants' mouthparts were more exaggerated and terrifying. And the armor on their bodies was thicker. In a short while this worker ant came down holding a meatworm. This meatworm is plump, like a meatball, with very limited mobility and no offensive capabilities. Lu Qing checked the grade of the meatworm. Race, meatworm, pastoral. Strength, none, low-ranking 3rd grade. Surprisingly, it is hurting. And it is hurting 3rd-rate meatworms. There's something interesting about the race of ants. Lu Qing decided that he would go to the tree and see how many fleshworms there were. Fleshworms are guarded by soldier ants. And it is indeed more troublesome to bypass them silently. Not to mention 2 5th-grade soldier ants. Even if it was just one, there was a high probability that Lu Qing wouldn't be able to gain much advantage from a hard frontal confrontation. This thing is a thief with great strength and sharp mouthparts, so it can be said that there are attacks to be attacked, defenses to be defended, and radio shaking people. To talk about weaknesses. If the ants in this world were constructed the same way as the ants in his previous world, the tentacles were their weakness. Ants have no vision and rely on their antennae to recognize direction, find food, and even communicate. Of course, if the ants in this world were different, then one really couldn't afford to mess with them, and the big deal was just to take wing and flee. After making up his mind, Lu Qing hunkered down and waited for the right time to strike. Patrol, patrol. His mind was filled with the repetition of the 2 soldier ants' commands, causing Lu Qing to become a bit distracted. Luckily it didn't last long and he waited for his chance. One of the soldier ants cruised up to the root position. Lu Qing was hidden in the grass 5 meters away. And this distance was definitely a good distance for power. He didn't hesitate to use the skill winged rush. With the skill's boost, the speed was extremely fast as it went straight to the ants. When the distance was right, Sicklefoot struck swiftly. This time, the skill fatal strong strike was still used in pursuit of a sure hit. Ants are more or less slow to react. It emitted only one word. Enemy. The scythefoot slashed precisely through the heads, severing the 2 tentacles. The transmitted sense of alertness came to a screeching halt. The ant instantly became a headless fly, spinning frantically in place, dropping to the ground in the next instant, and then barging around. Useful. The tentacles are really the weak point. Lu Qing instantly gained confidence. He crawled down the trunk towards another soldier ant. As it did, the other soldier ant also lost its tentacles that sensed everything and dropped to the ground. Lu Qing glanced at the 2 ants milling about on the ground. These 2 ants had lost their tentacles that sensed everything, but their destructive power had not been weakened. A small, Bull thick tree was actually broken off by a bite from one of the ants. Lu Qing looked on with trepidation. He couldn't even cut the small tree at the mouth of the bowl in a single slash with his current skill boost. But such a common soldier ant could do it. If I hadn't found a weakness, I'm afraid a random bite to myself would have been enough. Lu Qing no longer cared about the two soldier ants. Instead, he climbed to the tree trunk and found the meatworm. Each ancient leaf had a fleshworm on it, slowly eating away at the leaf. This fleshworm is slow-moving, almost non-aggressive, and can't seem to do anything but eat leaves. For that matter, there's a third grade. Looks like the giant power ants have a knack for hurting. But now, it's Lu Qing's turn. He caught a meatworm straight away. After eating a whole one, the flesh and blood value increased by 0.1. The flesh and blood value is a little less, but it's a lot of volume. How could this one ancient tree hold hundreds of fleshworms? Eat them all and you'll have a few dozen points. Moreover, the several ancient trees next to it were also ant breeding grounds, definitely allowing one to brush up on their experience. Chapter 10, The Angry Ant Queen. This kind of good thing. Of course Lu Qing wouldn't forget his good brother. He flew across the river and kicked a snoozing big strong man. Don't sleep. There's something good across the street. Come on. Follow me. Upon hearing that there was something good, Dai Jiang was instantly energized. Seeing the whole tree covered in meatworms, Big Strong danced with excitement. I told you, there's meat to be had if you follow Big Brother. Silence. Ants have very sharp senses. From now on don't make any noise. Just muffle your food. Lu Qing grabbed one and started eating. Big Strong has also started his meal. Lu Qing wouldn't be full, eating naturally extremely fast. And Big Strong had a huge appetite after 2 days of starvation. By late afternoon, an ancient tree had been devoured by fleshworms. Big Strong lay contentedly in the treetops. Lu Qing also finally welcomed the advancement. Energy buildup is complete. Is it advanced? Advance. All the accumulated energy began to gently wash the body in a very comfortable way. A few seconds passed and the progression was complete. Race, Inkblade Mantis. Grade, low 6th grade, 0. 1 out of 300. Skills, enhanced slashing, evolvable. Skill, spread wings and fly, evolvable. The size soared again to 60 centimeters. The sickle foot was also reinforced again. The two scythe feet had become ink black, and the serrated teeth were even denser, resembling black blades at a cursory glance. The spikes at the tip of the blade are more raised and sharp. Sure enough, it can be slashed and stabbed. This tree has been eaten clean. Replace it with the next one. And eat. I really can't. Big Strong doesn't have the ability to store energy, and has been eating up his throat all afternoon. Lu Qing thought for a moment. Then you go back to the dense forest first. I'll eat another night. Big Strong had long since gotten used to his boss's appetite, and immediately spread his wings and flew away. Lu Qing was now advanced in strength, faster and more accurate with his sword, making it easier to deal with the soldier ants. After resolving the soldier ants, the experience brushing began once again. After the advancement, the flesh and blood value provided by the third grade fleshworm was once again weakened. Often it takes 3 of them to provide 0.1 flesh and blood value. The good thing is that the quantity is large, and this one tree can provide a dozen or so meatworms anyhow. The liver is finished. The worker ants were dumbfounded. It came to get food so the queen could eat it. As a result, the original meatworm heavy bread field was left to pounce on it. Food. Nada. Immediately after the message was sent, 3 worker ants arrived. The tree was full of fleshworms, but now there was not a single one. The disorganized worker ants quickly quieted down and left the ancient tree in an orderly fashion. Before long, dozens of soldier ants with shiny armor began to look for them. As Lu Qing ate with gusto, he noticed an abnormality. Looking down, dozens of soldier ants were climbing the tree and coming. Discovered. Although these soldier ants were a grade lower than himself, it was still extremely difficult to fight them off in a swarm. You certainly won't fight hard if you can run. Lu Qing didn't panic at all as he spread his wings and flew away. Just then, an extremely clear voice entered the mind. Hairy Mantis, how dare you steal my ant tribe's rations? Ant Queen. This place was hundreds of meters away from the anthill, yet the consciousness could be clearly transmitted. The Ant Queen must be an extremely strong existence. Knowing that his opponent was powerful, Lu Qing was not the least bit abashed. What hairy thief! I'm robbing this on merit. The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle of the weak and the strong, so of course you have to justify it. The Ant Queen was visibly angered. Good one. By merit, do you think my ant tribe is weak? Lu Qing originally wanted to escape directly, but now he was in no hurry. He reversed his direction and landed on another tree, stuffing a fleshworm in one bite after tackling the soldier ants with a handful of knives. Just bullying you. What can you do? Think I, Mantis Lord Colorwing, am afraid of you? After saying that, he threw another one into his mouth and ate it with great relish. The Ant Queen commanded nearly 1,000 fifth-grade engineer ants. What race could not go around when they saw it? Where did they receive this kind of anger? Immediately, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice in general. Is the Mantis clan about to go to war with my ant clan? The ant clan was fierce and very few species were willing to mess with it. Of course, this definitely did not include Lu Qing, who liked to make trouble. He brought one meatworm to his mouth with each slice, like a snack. But the mind communication didn't stop. What war? Small ants also worthy of this word? My lord colored wings. A mouthful of water can drown you all. Eat your meat insects is to give you ants face. Even still yell war. Really war. Lord a knife to send you to the west. The Ant Queen might not understand what the western sky meant, but the meaning revealed by this response was more than obvious. The Mantis clan didn't give a about the Ant clan. You ants are just not a good race. The Ant Queen was completely enraged. Good guts. Stay where you are if you have the guts. Not moving? It's a bastard if you don't move. Lu Qing had taken some work for the Lord, and the purpose had been achieved. Of course, he would not have too much entanglement with the amazing fighting ants, and immediately lifted his wings and flew away. Fly with a mouthful. I've had enough to eat and drink today. Then again, your ant tribe's breeding techniques are a bit average. This meatworm is a bit faggy and not fat enough. Improve the techniques in the next few days, and wait for me to come back to savor it. Taking advantage and then saying it doesn't taste good. Treating us ants as servants? It's like bullying ants. I vow to destroy your Mantis clan. Lu Qing flew across the river. Turning his head, dozens of soldier ants were swirling around the river. Ants can't swim, and the river is simply a natural barrier. Just as he was about to leave with ease, he heard the sound of lifting wings. Fixing their eyes, 5 flying ants came straight this way. Comparing to the soldier ants, the flying ants were a bit longer and the black armor on their bodies looked much thinner, but their mouthparts were not weak at all. It seems that the 5 flying ants should also be of the 5th rank, with a slightly weaker defense. Lu Qing was confident in breaking through the defense, but the problem was that there was no point in sparring. After all, he had the beloved Lord Colorwing on top of him, of high-quality work that was so hard to get for the Lord. Of course, should be 100% for the Lord to go and work on it. Without saying a word, Lu Qing directly lifted his wings and flew away. Big Strong had eaten a lot, plus the natural enemies in this area ran away, died, circled around and were safe. So it took 3 steps and returned to the dense forest without any haste. The few bugs we encountered on the way turned tail and ran when they saw its behemoth of a creature. This also made Big Strong more and more proud. Just then, a sound of a wing beat caught its attention. It could recognize that it was the sound of the boss lifting his wings. Sure enough, a figure swept past in the next second. Run! The boss's hasty prompting filled Big Strong with confusion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It turned its head to see 5 slower flying ants on their way. Flying ants with sharp mouthparts, fierce faces and murderous intent. Alarmed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Strong spread his wings and even flew, accelerating to catch up with the boss's figure. Chapter 11. Deeper into the anthill. There is a natural cave below the boulder. 2 massive praying mantises huddled inside. After the 5 flying ants swept by, the sound of their wings gradually became inaudible. Big Strong scrunched up holding his paw and let out a long breath. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can be scary. Boss, you've been discovered? Lu Qing climbed out of the cave and shook the dust from his wings. It was detected by their queen. Big Strong panicked. These ants were so strong. The queen was designated as an even more terrifying existence. The dense forest is just across the river from the ants' nest, and they have flying ants, so let's just find a place to hide. Lu Qing squinted at it. A goon. De Zhuang drooped his triangular head. That mouthpiece is horrible. One bite and your head will move. Ants do have intimidating mouthparts and strength, though. No need to wimp out. We've got our backs. Ha! Big Strong was confused. Where's the backing? Lu Qing gave it a little hint. Lord Colored Wings is our solid backing. Boss, you're brain dead. Right. Last time you ate up the beautiful wing with a wonderful body. It's a good thing that it doesn't come after us. How can it still be our backing? It's too hard to get a species with substandard IQ to understand what intelligence means. Lu Qing didn't bother to explain any further, and just casually said, the backing doesn't know that it's our backing, but the enemy does, and that's enough. Tonight, get an honest night's rest, and tomorrow start doing great things. Da Zhuang seemed to understand, and then a light came out of his eyes. Which American mantis is named Big Deal? This one is full of heirlooms. They have repaired a cave, then blocked some tree branches and rested quietly for the night. They were sleeping soundly, but the praying mantises in this large area were miserable. The army of ants had already crossed the river and started their retaliation against the Mantis clan. What? The Herculean ants targeted and slaughtered my clan? The Colored Wings were extremely shocked. They mantis do not live in groups. They all hunt individually. And there will always be stronger beings in the jungle, even if they have been preyed upon. Ants and praying mantises are two non-aggressive races. Instead, this time the ants were targeting a sneak attack on the mantis, especially now that the breeding season is approaching. The death of each female mantis is an irreversible loss to the entire colony. Underneath the irritation, there was more confusion. The Herculean ants' nests are across the river and have never crossed the border in all these years. So why would they suddenly launch an attack on our clan? Just then, a pink mantis rushed in. Lord, it's bad. A large group of soldier ants have surrounded us. Colored Wings was instantly enraged. How dare you surround my house? Simply bullying me too much. As a lord, that has a temper. Colored Wings came outside without saying a word. Sure enough, there was already a swarm of soldier ants climbing the tree to attack. Colored Wings was, after all, a 6th grade mantis lord, and was naturally very strong in terms of strength. With a swing of its sickle foot, it had knocked a soldier ant down to the tree. Why are you invading my mantis territory? Yet these soldier ants are mindless pawns that only repeat the phrase, mantis, kill, mantis, kill. Communication is obviously not working. Colored Wings and a group of female praying mantises took advantage of the favorable terrain and began to face the army of ants. These ant armor defenses are really strong. It is the color wing this 6th grade lord, scythe foot machete armor, are just cut out a harmless trace. Never having a hand-in-hand with ants caused them to have no idea what the ants' weaknesses were. And even though they were occupying the favorable terrain of being high above the ground, they were bitten by the ants a few times. Ants have very strong strength and mouthparts, and a single bite will cripple or kill you. The situation was suddenly tilted in favor of the ants. Colored Wings was anxious when he saw his mantis retreating. 2 large scythe feet swung round to greet the soldier ants directly. Its mighty power is revealed, and after a few rounds, the ants drop a large number of them, and the situation is once again stalemated. The Lord's Colored Wings fought valiantly and fought to the death, but not far away. 2 thieving praying mantises were hiding in the bushes and hemmed and hawed. Boss, that's a brilliant move. It's just a pity that so many flowery females. The back of Lu Qing's scythe foot slapped on its brain. Can't you think of anything else? If you put your mind on passing on the family name again, I'll karma you first, so as to save those female praying mantises from being cheaper. Dai Zhang covered his raw brain, but they're really sassy and rhythmic. Lu Qing didn't pay any attention to it, but instead focused on the battle at times. The ants and praying mantis are still fighting. It looked like it would be hard to separate the winners from the losers in a short period of time. After a dozen or so dead female mantises, Colorwing finally discovered the ant's weakness. Its attacks begin to be directed at the ant's antennae. The situation was once again tilted in favor of the mantis side. However, subsequent reinforcements from the ant army had arrived, especially flying ants for air support and surprise attacks. The situation that had just been reversed was once again in a scorcher. It's amazing that the queen of the ants is out in such numbers. Lu Qing instantly had another idea. He pickpocketed the big strong man. Go. Where to? A dog bites a dog. A mouthful of hair. They're fighting with vigor. Of course we're going to reap the benefits now. What dog? What hair? Where's the benefit? With so many ants out, the nest must be empty. Hey, boss, you're a badass. Cut the crap and follow. Boss, this way. This is the breeding ground. De Zhuang hurriedly communicated with his consciousness and reminded Lu Qing that he was going the wrong way. He certainly didn't go wrong. The little bit of fleshworms in the breeding grounds didn't help him much anymore. So he was just going to go in and see if there was anything good while the anthill was empty. I'll go into the ant nest, and you can just go to the breeding ground and eat meatworms. Ha! De Zhuang froze. No, there can be an ant queen in there. Boss, don't you want to die? In its limited wisdom, it felt that if the soldier ants were so strong, how strong must the queen who ruled them be? Lu Qing certainly valued his life. However, although the ants in this world were powerful, their basic habits were not far off from their previous world. The ant queen may not be strong. You don't understand. Just eat the meatworms well. Remember, don't transmit your voice anymore, lest the ant queen notices. Lu Qing turned around and dug into the ant nest. The inside of the ant nest was like an incredibly complex maze. There were passages everywhere, but there was no way to tell where they led. Although Lu Qing was able to see in the darkness, after turning around for a while, he had completely lost his way. Just when he didn't know what to do, he heard movement from behind him. He hid in a hurry. 2 worker ants, holding up 2 fleshworms, crawled methodically towards the depths. Lu Qing hurriedly followed. After a good walk east and west, the 2 worker ants walked into the cavern at the end of the passage. Looks like the destination has arrived. He hid again and waited until the 2 worker ants had left before stepping into the cave. It's a huge cave. Piles of eggs lay on the ground. Some meatworms were placed within an alcove and a few tender white ants were nibbling on them. Is this the Hatchery? Chapter 12, Ah, such a powerful one is a male praying mantis? Lu Qing came behind a few small ants and accidentally stepped on the gravel to make a little noise. However, these little ants, which had not been born for a long time, did not give a damn about him at all, profoundly implementing the conceptual thought that the heavens and the earth were the biggest dry rice. He dropped his heart completely and strutted over to the egg. The stuff is like an egg, only more transparent and with a softer shell texture. Race, unhatched ant eggs. Strength, none, low rank 4. The ant eggs actually have all 4 grades. How nourishing this must be. The ant nest still had this kind of goodies, so of course Lu Qing wouldn't be polite. With a light stroke of the sickle foot, a gash was made on top of the eggshell. Then he sucked in a big mouthful, and a few mouthfuls went into Lu Qing's stomach. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. A whole ant egg provided Lu Qing with 0. 3 experience value. Eyeballing the place, there were at least nearly 100 of them, which would probably provide more than 30 points, and that would be 1/10 of what was needed for advancement. With all the energy in his body, Lu Qing began to fight for advancement. It was true that there were much fewer patrolling soldier ants within the nest, but there were still some. After eating the ant eggs, as soon as he exited the cave, he met a patrolling troop of soldier ants head-on. Soldier ants were obviously much better at detecting than worker ants, and before Lu Qing could hide, he had already raised an alarm. Enemy, invasion, enemy, invasion. Lu Qing's hand rose and fell with his sword, precisely cutting down the tentacles of the leading soldier ant. The alarm had been raised, and it was expected that a large number of soldier ants would soon arrive. Without tangling with the remaining soldier ants, he turned around and crawled into the passageway on the other side, and then turned on his frantic running mode. After running dizzily for a while, he turned his head and saw that behind him were densely packed with pursuers. A voice also sounded at that moment. Mantis, it's you again. The voice stormed violently. You destroyed my egg. I vow to exterminate you, Mantis. Lu Qing ran and still didn't forget to dislike him back. It's only a matter of eating a few of your eggs. Why are you so angry? Beware of being so angry that you won't be able to lay any eggs. Then it's not worth the loss. The voice became even more enraged. Damn Mantis. Shameless thief. You should have a bad conscience. This morality thing. I'm a praying mantis and you want to kidnap me with morality? Yes, my conscience is too uneasy. I'll go back and eat a few more eggs to make up for it. The ant queen was probably too pissed off to respond. Immediately after that, the speed of the soldier ants increased violently, swarming towards Lu Qing in a desperate manner. More ants bit the elephant. He didn't think he could eliminate these dense army of ants. Seeing that a few of the ones that rushed fast had already arrived in front of him, Lu Qing chopped off the tentacles with his hand. The ants, with their tentacles broken off, opened their mouthpieces and bit, making a large gaping hole in the cave wall. Lu Qing saw the gap and slashed at it with a sickle. The falling debris plugged the hole, and he turned and kept running. The rubble was only held back for a few seconds, and was then broken through by the army of ants, and he was running around like a headless fly, unable to find his way out. If we keep this up, sooner or later we'll be surrounded by these ants. The colorful wing had already been colored on its body, but it was still very brave, and then fierce. The face of the great army of ants cannot help but gradually out of support. Just as it was about to retreat inside the nest, it felt the pressure diminish. Fixing his eyes on the party, he realized that the ants were beginning to retreat. It must have been his own fight to the death that heavily injured the ant army. The colored wings perked up. They're scared. Chimeras charge with me. Yet few responded. Turning to look around, the bodies of badly injured and already dead mantises were all over the place. These can be the backbone of the territory. Once these mantis die before the breeding season, a large portion of the territory's power will be weakened. After being surrounded by ants for no apparent reason, and now having suffered heavy casualties, you ants say you're pulling out? It's like bullying a praying mantis. Colored wings couldn't swallow this, and neither could the remnants of mantis. Give chase. Vow to make the ant clan pay. Colored wings gave chase with a brigade of 37 remaining mantises. They're going to kill the nest and demand an explanation. A dozen ants were chased and cut down along the way. Up ahead is the ant nest. Cross the river and show these damn little ants what we're made of. The crowd of mantises were also instantly energized, inexplicably rounded up. Now it's finally time to raise an eyebrow. One flew across the river wielding a large scythe. At this time, the ants that crossed the river were climbing an extremely tough tree vine. Without saying a word, the colored wings directly chopped off the vines. Those ants that were halfway across the river fell into the rushing water and tumbled and floated off into the distance. Slightly out of breath, Colorwing turned to look at the ant nest. Jerkily, it froze. There are circumstances. There was a circle of soldier ants surrounding the outside of the nest, and dozens of flying ants were hovering in the air to attack. Apparently these ants were mobbing something. Because of the angle, it couldn't see exactly what was under siege. But looking at the vigor of these ants, it was clear that the one they were besieging must be very tricky. No wonder those ants suddenly withdrew. It turns out that there was a situation in the nest. That's something that kind of helped itself. Because he was curious, Colorwing wanted to see what species these ants were surrounding. There's a situation in the ant nest. Wait for me to check it out. It spread its wings and flew towards an ancient tree. And after stabilizing its stance, it released its eyes to look at it. And after seeing it clearly, it froze. In the very center, there is a praying mantis. This praying mantis was huge, fast and vicious. The deep black scythe was wielded in a dense manner, and as long as the scythe slashed through, an ant's tentacle was bound to be chopped off. What really surprised him was that it was a male praying mantis. Male mantises are naturally weak, so why is this one so ridiculously strong? Lords, a few more praying mantises flew to the treetops. They all looked extremely shocked when they saw that the one that the many ants were surrounding was actually a male praying mantis. Ha! A male praying mantis? How is that possible? The strength of the soldier ants was something they had experienced firsthand. Aside from the lords, in a one-on-one situation, it was normal for even a 5th grade mantis of the same rank to be wildly abused by ants. If it wasn't for the weakness of the tentacles, the lord might not even be able to curry favor. Even if one was as powerful as a lord, dealing with 3 or 2 soldier ants at the same time was already extremely strenuous. But what? That male praying mantis, however, was able to charge left and right as if he were in an ant-free zone while under siege. You know, there can still be flying ants in the air looking for an opportunity. Is this male from our territory? No, our territory is full of weaklings, each one struggling to copulate, let alone charge so valiantly. I hear there are 2 rather powerful mantises in our territory. Not really, those 2 a 3rd grade and a 5th grade, but this male is a 6th grade, and so majestic. Look, I drooled. Me too. Who can stand such a majestic male? I'm tickled to death right now. Chapter 13. Accept the honored favor from the lords. Don't make waves. Colored Wings directly scolded the crowd of mantises. Look at how you all have never seen the world. Isn't it just a male? After the admonition, he turned his head and continued to observe the battle. At this moment, one of the flying ants in the air searched for an opportunity and directly opened its exaggeratedly huge mouthparts, heading straight for Lu Qing's back. If this bites, the neck can be separated directly from the body. However, this was a break that Lu Qing had deliberately revealed. The air power of the ants will always be a huge threat unless it is exterminated. After selling the break, the flying ants with low IQ really fell for the plan, and the 2 flying ants attacked without hesitation. However, before he could even get close, Lu Qing had already used the skill reinforced slash and stab. The 2 black scythes struck at the same time. The left blade slashed fast and accurately, precision slashes at the gaps in the armor. The powerful force coupled with the fact that the flying ant's defense was a bit lower, it was surprising that it was directly cut into 2 by Lu Qing's strike. The right blade is a stabbing attack and is just as powerful. The tip of the scythe plunged straight through the flying ant's mouthparts, penetrating through the chest cavity. With a fling, a soldier ant was smashed out. The colored wings that saw this scene couldn't help but tighten their quadrupeds, and the estrogen went straight to their brains. The defense of flying ants was a bit weaker than soldier ants in comparison, but they were still ants. A side split the flying ant in 2, even while running the other one right through. This kind of ability is something that even it, the Lord, does not have. The laws of the mantis, which are strong in females and weak in males, don't even seem to be of much use in this moment. It's not strong anymore, it's outrageously strong. Such a majestic and powerful male praying mantis it had never encountered in its life. This is its dream love roach, so to speak. It would be so normal to see a dream love roach with all 4 legs pinned together. What a great male wing. That look is just like being in heat at first glance. Next to him, Mantis was instantly speechless. Good guy, just lectured us about being a whore. And then he started ting himself. Lu Qing had no idea that a group of female praying mantises were salivating and staring at him. The army of ants surrounded themselves, and if they didn't break out in time, they couldn't afford to be consumed. He repeated the same trick, selling a slight break, and then lured the flying ants to fall for it again. The black sides hit the vitals with precision, killing with a single stroke every time. In less than a few minutes the air power had been cut out for the most part. After the threat of flying ants in the air was reduced, he directly lifted his wings and took off. After easily harvesting the few remaining flying ants, he flew towards the other side of the river without any hurry. Queen of Ants. Today's activity is very on point. Fight is also cool. Will not be accompanied. Next time you can let the most powerful ants to fight. Otherwise chopping and chopping battles are really not much fun. By the way, you need to grab more of the fresh ant eggs and give birth to more of them, or there won't be enough to go around. It seemed to burp uncontrollably when he finished. Ah, shrimp and pig's heart. It's suffocating. It's too suffocating. Destroying our breeding grounds, decapitating my children and grandchildren, and even eating the eggs of ants that have yet to hatch. And now the sarcasm. The ant queen instantly went crazy. Damn mantis. I vow to make you mantis extinct. Lu Qing was still flying slowly. What are you bragging about? How can a small ant make the mighty mantis clan extinguish its species? What's more, our lord colored wings. That's the bravest mantis in the sky and on the ground. Against you ants. Ha, one cut at a time. It's all going away and not forgetting to pull hate on the lords. Lu Qing's figure gradually faded away, but those female mantises in the treetops fell into a stupor. Of course they didn't understand such a high-end ploy as killing the mantis with a borrowed knife. They were just surprised that the mantis was actually from their territory. Lord Colored Wings felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Only after hearing Lu Qing's bragging about it. It was something that made it instantly excited. Look at that. It's a heart-to-heart. I love this male and this male looks up to me. Now that's a twofer. Eggs on the brain-colored wings directly put their hatred for the ant tribe behind them. The heavens and the earth are the largest, and the transmission of generations is the largest. Let the ant clan go for now today. Go, follow me to fulfill an even greater mission. These mantises certainly understand what the greatest mission is. Big Strong, who had already eaten and drunk a lot of food long ago, was curled up inside the cave and sleeping at the moment. Get up as soon as you hear the commotion. Boss, back? It didn't even know what had just happened to Lu Qing. When Lu Qing entered the cave, he immediately asked, well, are there any good things inside the ant nest? Yes, ant eggs. That stuff is soft and sweet, rich in nutrients. Each of them is of the 4th grade. When it is a great tonic. Big Strong sniffed and drooled, his sickle feet clasped together. Did you bring it back? Quick, let me taste it. I couldn't bring it out. And when the queen ants realized it, I was almost beaten to death. It was at this time that an exchange of awareness came from outside the cave. Come out faster. The Lord is here. Lords, females. Dazhuang's eyes were glowing, as if he was on the brain. Boss, Lord, it's the Lord. Get excited. The scythe foot slapped, nearly snapping Dazhuang's triangular head into 4 corners. This time, it also made the Big Strong awake a lot, remembering Lu Qing's teaching and brainwashing of it. Life or pussy, which do you choose? If it had been before, Big Strong would have gloriously chosen pussy, but now having fully understood the wonders of being alive, the taste of bird meat, the white-whoring fleshworms, the growing strength, these had looked forward to later in its roach life. Restrain your thoughts if you don't want to die. Big Strong nodded his head in a hurry. Restraint, restraint. Lu Qing shook the dust from his body. Go out and meet them. A dozen females surrounded the cave. They all stared at Lu Qing with burning eyes. Their gaze is very pure, all about the desire for a male. For the sake of pretense, the finale of the colorful wings waved their tricolored wings and slowly fell down. Noble and majestic. After landing, the tall, 4-legged gracefully took a few steps forward. The wings on his back spread out again. Male, I have my eye on you. Accept the honored favor from the Lord. After expressing this, he raised his noble triangular head. In his mind, what male could resist the Lord's favor? No male can resist. What's a male? Born to be nothing more than a tool. It's the cornerstone of a strong female. Since the birth of the race, there has never been an exception. Even though the male in front of him was very powerful, not even weaker than himself. So what? It's destiny. An irresistible destiny. Theoretically irresistible. I have to say, for a creature who had been single for decades, he was looking at the female mantis now with all the charm he could muster. If it was just a love cloud with a female praying mantis, one might also consider having a go at Sango. But this is killing me. I see that you're still attractive, and you want me dead? Besides, the ants have hobbled you to the point where you actually have the heart to engage in a male-female relationship. Mud. Still not pitting you guys hard enough. Not interested. The answer is simple and straightforward. Chapter 14. You're even less attractive to me than a lizard. Colored Wings froze momentarily. What? Not interested? You're not interested in me? Could it be that the nobility I had just displayed had deterred him and made him ashamed of himself? It instantly retracted its wings and twisted its fat body. Why wouldn't I be interested? We can cultivate it. Clipped. It actually clipped. Lu Qing was instantly speechless. It's pretty fancy to play. Pity. Don't be flirty. It's not that I'm not interested in you. It's that I'm not interested in the mantis as a species. You guys are even less attractive to me than a lizard. Big Strong gave a dark cry. No wonder the boss has never given the female mantis a good look. So he likes interracial. Mighty. It's awesome. Majestic. Too majestic. Colorwing was staggered. No, Old lady is not as attractive as other species? A pair of large eyes stared at Lu Qing, as if trying to figure out why this male's thoughts were so strange. The rest of those praying mantises were looking at me. And I was looking at you. What's going on? Mantis prefers lizards to mantises? That lord was just noble and scratching his head. For nothing? Lord Colored Wings fumed. Tell me your name. It's all right to check your ancestry. Lu Qing. The name was as weird as it could be for Mantis, but compared to his hobbies, that name was normal. Jerk Green. Now I order you as a lord to come with me right now and go with me to the annual pleasure convention. It's called. It's so mean. Soft doesn't work. This is going to be hard. Do you really think you're so serious? Ordering me around? I was born with a rebel bone today. I'll attend an eye. What a lord. Don't give me a wild scream here. My old scythe swings round and cuts you into a praying mantis stick. After saying that, the black scythe was already poised to strike. The colored wings were angry, but only for a moment. After all, the one in front of him was a ruthless mantis that could slash flying ants. The knife split the flying ants and killed 2 of them in one move, and it thought that it couldn't do that. It's powerful and conceited, and not yet highly intelligent, but it's definitely not stupid. Both belong to the same low rank 6, but the difference in strength was still there. If it really pissed off Lu Qing, it would not be able to do well as a lord. What's more, it has the trick of bloodlessness. 3 days, just 3 days for his own estrogen to peak. At that time, not to mention Lu Qing, who was of the same grade as himself. Even a male of the 9th grade would have to obediently lie down and wait for him to do this first and then that. In that case, why take the risk? Colored Wings immediately took a step backwards. I'm not afraid of you, but I'm afraid of hurting you. I won't use violence when facing a big baby like you. I'm going to conquer you with charm. That's what gives me pleasure. I'll be back in 3 days to invite you, so I hope you've had a few days to think about it. 3 more days, please? This kind of trick can't fool the human Lu Qing. Must not be holding back any good farts. What a way to eat yourself at all times. 3 more days. You'll live to see 3 more days. There are winners and losers when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, but Pit Mantis is a win-lose situation. 3 days, the pit can't kill you. Lu Qing's deep black side swung. Waiting for you. Hurry up and get out. Colored Wings also stopped talking nonsense and turned his head to leave with a group of mantises. Big Strong spat viciously at the distant backs of these praying mantises. By virtue of having a little bit of beauty, you don't put our brothers in your eyes. If you didn't run fast, I'll punch you all in the belly. You're far away, and you're leaking out again? Lu Qing glanced at it. You've branched out even after walking away. So majestic. Big Strong grunted. It's okay. You think I'm complimenting you? No, boss, you're exaggerating the obvious. Lu Qing turned around and walked back to the cave. The red stinger bee is definitely another tough one in the surrounding area. As bugs with a social structure, red stinging bees occupy a large area. It's only because the recipe is vegan that it's not very competitive with other insects. There is no competitiveness. Yet there are no races that easily mess with red stinging bees. Only today was an exception. The hive was stolen. What's missing is the royal jelly. Reacting. The queen bee spotted the 2 praying mantises running away with royal jelly in their clutches. Royal jelly is the larvae's ration, and if it is lost, some larvae may go hungry. This is absolutely not allowed. Mantis, Mighty Clan has no grudges against you. Why are you stealing my royal jelly? Lu Qing gave a response without looking back. Our Lord Colored Wings wants something sweet, so your order of royal jelly is to give you face. Don't give me that yakking, taking my stuff or giving me face. Bully bees aren't bullied like this. The queen bee was furious. Color Wing, I'll remember you. 2 arrow finches passed by the river while foraging for food. They were just about to drink some water when they suddenly heard the sound of breaking air. Looking down, a large praying mantis came straight at them. With the difference in strength, the 2 arrow finches were pulled to the ground without even having the ability to make an escape. Just when they thought they were dead, they were greeted with 2 slaps in the face from the scythe fisted together. The 2 arrow finches were confused. Marred. How dare a 3rd grade arrow sparrow fly around in the air? Ha! First you slap, then you insult us? This point of grade. Egg useless. Eat you all too much stuffed teeth. Roll it 2 little trash. The 2 little arrow finches were trembling with fear and shivering, not knowing what to do. Lu Qing waved his ink-black scythe foot. Still not leaving? Is it hard to believe that my sword is unfavorable? The 2 arrow finches dared to pop a little. After realizing that the other party really didn't make a move, the 2 arrow finches then dared to lift their wings and take off. Listen up, you trashy race. In the future you will go around our Lord's Colored Wings territory. If we, the Mantis clan, ever see a little punk race like you in the air of our territory again, you'll have your legs broken. Reverse the Big Dipper and bully the bird too much. The arrow sparrow is the one that eats the mantis, and now it's being insulted like this. Do you think we arrow finches don't have tempers? Do you think we have no strong men in the arrow sparrow? The two arrow finches flew to safety before they dared to respond. Lord Colored Wings, we remember. Prepare for the retaliation of our arrowfinch clan's great powers. Cowards, you have a load of might. Hurry up with some little yakuza. Our lord's colorful winged twin swords are hungry for more. The two hijacked arrow finches flew away quickly with a lot of anger. De Zhuang drooled. Boss, the arrow finch is small, but that meat is very strong. Letting it run might as well satisfy the craving. It's useless to eat a small bird of third-grade strength. What's more, I have to weave nets. Weave a net? What kind of net? Skyrocket. Dai Jiang looked like he couldn't understand. Lu Qing tossed around very hard. No matter whether it was a strong race or a weak one, all of them were tossed about. Even the big green bugs at the bottom of the food chain in the trees would be pulled down and kicked twice before he threw them back up. Chapter 15, who have I gotten myself into? After some maneuvering, every race hated the mantis Lord Colorwing with a passion. Colorwing inexplicably felt a little cold. Couldn't help but shiver his fat ass off. The leaves aren't even yellow yet, so how come it feels cold? But the thought of the majestic Lu Qing fills me with fire inside. Hold back a little longer. 2 days time. My estrogen will peak after 2 days time. At that time, as long as I exude a little bit of my charm, Lu Qing, who has an interracial quirk, will obediently be played by me. What a thrill to think about. Just as she was thinking about it, her feet suddenly shook violently. Its nest is built in a tree and only does so if a large tree is shaken. Colored Wings immediately flew out of the nest, instantly dumbfounded when he saw what was going on outside. Lord, what is this situation? The mantises that came out right behind them shuddered in their bodies. There's a saber-toothed pig that's frantically crashing into a tree. The vibratory sensation is where it comes from. The saber-toothed pig was roughly a meter long, with two thick tusks that resembled daggers being the main attack weapon. The black skin is caked with resin and stones, giving it extreme defense. Although the saber-toothed pig was petite among its kind, it was definitely an extremely powerful existence in the surrounding 10 miles, because of the divine power of the natural species advantage, coupled with superb endurance, using sharp fangs as weapons, and paired with stone armor. It makes it a strong presence that ranks in the top 10 in the surrounding 10 miles. There can only be one saber-toothed hog within 10 miles of the surrounding area, and being the only one, it is therefore well known by the name of brown tail. That brown tail is very pretty. Colored Wings looked to the saber-toothed pig's ass, only to find that the tail area was bare, with the stamens and residue clearly visible. The trembling of the tree became more and more intense, and under the impact of the saber-toothed pig, a large chunk of the bark had fallen off along with the trunk. Lord, we didn't provoke it. What's this pig mad about? Colored Wings was also full of questions. This saber-toothed pig was similar in size and strength to himself, but all three of his ground combat selves couldn't do anything to each other. It was also because of this that all previous encounters with it had gone around each other and never messed with it. Why did you come here today and crash into our lair like a madman? Colored Wings, as the Lord, of course couldn't continue to let the destruction go on and inquired. Big brother Brown Tail, why are you doing this? A rough, muffled, furious cold grunt came out. Humph, why? You know it in your heart. The Colored Wings are numb. I'm clear, Brown Tail Big Brother. You and my two clans have no enmity in the distant days and no grudges in the recent days. Really can't think of where you have offended you. The saber-toothed pig grunted. Humph, pretend. Keep pretending. Do you really think I don't know that you did it? Colored Wings felt aggravated as hell. What did I do? The saber-toothed pig's mouth was spewing thick air, obviously very angry. Humph, the brown tail that I am most proud of was cut off by you in a sneak attack. I won't rest until I destroy your lair and exterminate your mantis clan today. It continued to go crazy as it continued its attack on the thick trunk. Colored Wings, on the other hand, froze completely in place. I said, why doesn't this pig have a tail? Turns out it was cut off, but it's none of my business. That tail has been sweeping the asshole all day. The flavor must be overpowering. Do I still have such a heavy mouth? Misunderstanding I absolutely don't dare to mess with your head. Who doesn't know that you are the top existence in the surrounding 10 miles? With my strength I simply can't do this. Humph, can't do it? Nice sophistry. Do it while I'm eating poppy grass and getting high and flipping out and cutting. You damn well see for yourself what's hanging from your tree branches. Tree branches. As a lair, the entire ancient tree is utilized. Tree branches are usually used to hang uneatable trophies. A mantis tradition. Colorwing craned his head in dismay. Suspended from the branches of a tree full of bones by vines was a brown tail. It was so bright compared to the rest of the loot. With the breeze, that sexy tail is still fluttering. It seemed to be showing off the spoils of their mantis clan to the entire world. The Colored Wings stiffened instantly. Its first thought was certainly not that it had been set up by anyone, but that it felt like its own minions had done it. Pooh. Who was so brave as to cut the tail of Big Brother Pig? Humph. If it weren't for the fact that I can't climb trees, I'd kill you all right now. The saber-toothed pig continued to smother the tree, venting all its hatred. Colored Wings calmed down. The saber-toothed pig is powerful, but it can't climb trees or fly, and even if it does knock it down, it's nothing more than a new nest. However, a pig knocking down this ancient tree would not be able to do so without a month or two. I'm afraid. Hit it if you want to. Colored Wings was about to offer a few more words of persuasion when a praying mantis finally failed to resist the temptation to pull off the pigtail and stuff it into its mouth, and complaining while eating. Why does it smell bad? But I'll take my chances with that smell. The saber-toothed pig was outright furious. Eating my tail in front of me and making snide remarks is like bullying a pig. The saber-toothed pig ran back and forth, crashing in a frenzy. The trees trembled a little more strongly. Still, Colored Wings didn't panic. Just then, another trouble came to the door. A group of arrow finches suddenly appeared like arrows and attacked swiftly. Arrow finches against mantises belonged to species suppression, and even if they were of the same grade and rank, a sudden swift strike would be too much to bear. But in the blink of an eye, the three female praying mantises had been pecked through the head and fell to the ground. The Colored Wing was a lord after all, and its powerful strength allowed it to get rid of the suppression of its racial bloodline, and even the scythe swing knocked one down. Don't arrowfinches hunt alone? Why do you come in flocks? The two arrowfinches gnashed their teeth as a roar of rage followed. It's just that you humiliated us. You also humiliated our entire clan. And now you're asking us why? Ha! Colored Wings was confused. Giant power ants not to mention. Just today. First the saber-toothed pig, and then the arrowfinch. When did he set up so many enemies? This isn't right. It hadn't realized until now that something was wrong. But yet it was too late. The arrowfinches were just preparing for another wave of attacks when another flock of ironbeaks flew over. The one at the head had a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. The strength should be around the 7th rank. That's them. Iron Feather died at the hands of these mantises. The iron-beaked bird belonged to the natural enemies of the mantis. But this kind of rise to the door made the Colored Wings even more puzzled. What's the offense? A second-grade large green insect crawled out of the large tree across the street. The great green worm roared. 1,000 dagger-killing mantis. I swear to share a life and death with you. Even the big green bugs that serve as meal recipes jumped out at you? Am I that good at screwing up? Could it be that I'm an innate messed up holy body? Gentlemen, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstand and let's slaughter your mantis clan first. Yes, the hate will only dissipate as you split the body. No bull ********. Let's exterminate these damn mantises together. These communities, which originally did not communicate much, actually shared the same enemy in a rare way. Chapter 16, Courtesy. Jia. Dense ants on the ground came over to join in the fun. This time, Colored Wings was truly flustered. There are tough ants and saber-toothed pigs on the ground. In the air are the stern arrow finches and the iron-beaked birds. Even the trees have humongous big green bugs. This is simply certain death. No, let's talk. However, these races no longer gave it a chance to communicate and directly swarmed it. The enemy is like a tidal wave on all sides. The Colored Wing was fine. After all, its strength and rank were there. Even with the raging army it could still support itself for a while. However, the remaining female mantises weren't so lucky. They didn't even have a chance to fight back before they were torn to pieces by the swarm of birds that flew at them, and were then swallowed into their bellies. The Colored Wings were instantly anxious. Mantis reproduction is imminent, only for the corpse to go straight to the ground before the moment of pleasure. More than 10 years of operation. Once destroyed, this lord is also considered to exist in name only. Heartbreaking. Yet what could she do now that she was on her own? Immediately, he struggled to hold on and looked for an opportunity to escape. Big Strong felt like he'd learned another trick. It had learned so much from following Lu Qing. Hi, just hi. So this is what the boss said about killing with a borrowed knife. But then again, knives I can understand. What are people? What is a human being? A two-legged race, each as smart as I am. De Zhuang immediately expressed its surprise. Every one of them has a bad stomach? Then this race must be very strong. Lu Qing didn't reply, but instead looked towards the battlefield. Several races are besieging, and there is even a low-level 7-product iron-beaked bird ready to charge. Estimated Colored Wings have to suffer. Cut the crap. This is too close to the battlefield. We need to retreat before these crazy batches find us. The strength of these crazy batches individually was just that, but together, they were definitely not to be underestimated. If these races found out about Lu Qing, the originator, the consequences. Big Strong scowled. Lu Qing was idle, and while he was still on the road, he had already made plans for the next big upgrade. The Iron Beak and Arrow Sparrow armies surrounded the mantis, and their rear nests must be empty. As a sensual mantis, since there is a racial void, one must deliver warmth. Go over the cliff. The nest of the iron-beaked bird was not very far away, and was built in an ancient tree halfway up a cliff 10 miles away. Normally mantises didn't travel very fast, but Lu Qing wasn't normal. It was skill-boosted, capable of bursting into powerful flight in an instant before gliding for some distance. It didn't take more than a few moments to leave Big Strong behind. This is kind of an unfamiliar environment, so Big Strong has no idea in his mind. Boss, wait for me. Time waits for no one, and delivering warmth is even more of a surprise. But I'm not human. There was nothing wrong with that, but Lu Qing didn't slow down. I'll go ahead and poke around and see if there's any danger. The ironbeak's nest was easy to find. Dozens of large nests were built in the ancient trees, and a dozen or so females were responsible for incubating and guarding them. In some cases, chicks have already hatched in the nests. The females were not of a high grade. They were all of the 3rd and 4th grades. The strongest was only a male responsible for guarding, with a strength of low rank 4. With Lu Qing's current strength, it shouldn't be too much of a struggle to deal with these iron-beaked birds. With certainty, there is naturally no need to cover up. Who? The alert iron-beaked bird guards heard the commotion that Lu Qing made. The rest of the birds all tilted their heads to the top of the mountain. All the ironbeaks breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was a mantis at the top of the cliff. The guard was even more relaxed as he stated, "No need to panic. It's just a praying mantis." The other ironbeaks dropped their hearts. Mantises, well, one of their favorite snacks. Crunch. After seeing the strength of these iron-beaked birds, Lu Qing didn't hesitate to spread his wings and fly down. As he landed, the sound of surprise from the iron-beaked bird followed. What a big, fat mantis. Is this a gift from heaven? Now the kids can ease up on their rations without having to eat nutrient-less bugs. One was so exhilarated that he didn't even realize the danger was upon him. Lu Qing landed on a tree branch, and in front of him was the iron-beaked bird's guard. He had reached a height of almost 70 centimeters, and with the 2 large sides that were incredibly sharp, it made him look majestic. Then look at this iron-beaked bird guard of 4th grade strength. Only half the height. You need to hold your head up to look at each other. Waves of shock rolled through the guard's mind. A praying mantis is a praying mantis, but that's a bit much for the size. Its exaggerated size and 2 large black sides really emboldened it. This is not a snack. This is Hades. The guard took a few wary steps backwards. It was a bit intimidated by Lu Qing, and had long since lost the arrogance it had just displayed. What's this about? Lu Qing, revenge. Your iron-beaked bird army swept through my mantis clan's territory. As a courtesy, of course I have to take care of you. Jia jia jia. The guards immediately spread their wings and went on alert. Quickly, notify the matriarch. Lu Qing looked at the other party. Praying mantis to block. Bah! Bird wings to block the mantis. Do not know what to die for. 6th grade versus 4th grade. It's just not that easy. Straight out of the gate. Out of the gate is crushing. The guard's neck had been snapped without even a reaction. Lu Qing had long since adapted to the law of the jungle of the weak and the strong. He waved his dual swords and took care of these iron-beaked birds in a few strokes. A dozen or so, and still one that slipped through the cracks. A female iron-beaked bird of the 3rd rank struggled to fly towards the cliff, apparently to call back their clan leader to come to their rescue. It was only a few minutes from the cliffs to the depths of the dense forest. It doesn't even take 10 minutes to go back and forth. Just when Lu Qing felt that he couldn't eat and drink recklessly this time, a praying mantis jumped out violently from the cliff. It was the big strong man who rushed over. Now it's on the verge of 5th grade. This endeavor should not be underestimated. With a slash on the bird's wing, the iron-beaked bird, which was preparing to move for help, folded its wings and fell down with a miserable howl. De Zhuang landed steadily on a tree branch, more or less proud. This wave, I'm considered to be inverting the Big Dipper. As a natural enemy, the iron-beaked bird didn't know how many praying mantises it ate every year, but now Big Strong was beheading the 3rd grade iron-beaked bird all by himself, and that achievement and feeling was over the top. Lu Qing threw an iron-beaked bird to the other party. Cut the crap and grab some food before the night gets too long. Their patriarch could come back at any time. Big Strong started enjoying the loot right away. Lu Qing had already reached the 6th rank of the low rank, and the 4th rank iron-beaked bird guards and a few females had provided 13 points of flesh and blood value instead. Chapter 17, Stealing Home, and Queen. De Zhuang's appetite was also excellent, and he ate 2 iron-beaked birds in a row, and a whole bird's egg as a drink. Lu Qing didn't waste any of it and swept up all the remaining ones, adding another 4 points of flesh and blood value. Soon there were only a few bird eggs left on the entire ancient tree. The eggs of the iron-beaked bird were only equivalent to the 2nd grade, and eating them was of no use at all. There wouldn't be much point in wasting it. After all, it wasn't exactly a gape. Go away. Big Strong looked at the bird's eggs rather uncomfortably for a few moments. Should we rip these eggs back? Isn't that bull ********? Lu Qing lifted his wings and took off. Are you still afraid of not having anything to eat when you follow brother? Just a few eggs. Nothing to bother about. De Zhuang immediately agreed. This is true. Following the boss. A cargo like me can have the strength of the 4th grade. Wait for me. The tree branches are either bones or eggshells. Stolen from home. The iron-beaked bird patriarch instantly went mad. Organized the elite of the clan to take revenge. Only to have their home stolen. Who did this? A monstrous rage that made it want to find the murderer now and tear him to pieces. That's when an arrow finch landed in the treetops. I was just passing by and saw that it was 2 praying mantises. The patriarch instantly froze in place. Mantis? How is that possible? He had just decimated the mantis clan 10 miles away. How could there still be a powerful mantis coming over to retaliate? Are you looking at this the wrong way? Arrow Sparrow took off nimbly. I saw it with my own eyes. The 2 praying mantises are very powerful. You love to believe it or not. The iron-beaked bird patriarch looked at the flying away arrowfinch and once again fell into deep and agonizing thought. Could it be that the mantises from the other territories knew about our siege of the mantis clan and came over to retaliate? Or is it that I'd been targeted by the mantis queen? The matriarch shivered at the thought of the mantis queen's power. Go, move out of here. An iron-beaked bird cried out angrily. Patriarch, all of our females are dead, and many of our eggs have been destroyed. Won't such a great revenge be avenged? We also slaughtered the mantis clan's territory, and now that we might be targeted by the mantis queen, it's hard to say whether we can survive or not. So what's the point of taking revenge? Upon hearing that it might be the work of the mantis queen, these iron-beaked birds instantly became honest. I don't think so. The existence of the mantis queen is something we've only heard about. There were too many stories passed down in this ancient forest, and there were too many powerful existences. The mantis queen is also merely heard of, and it's hard to say if she exists. The patriarch weighed the situation. It's safest to leave this sad place for the time being, and then pursue this matter after finding a place to land. Lu Qing was addicted to stealing homes, and had originally planned to find Arrow Sparrow's lair again, but neither he nor Big Strong knew where the Arrow Sparrow's lair was. So much for having to change plans. Boss, where to dash off to next? Dai Zhang is also addicted to stealing from his family. After all, before that it was 3 days of starvation and 9 meals, and you were either bullied by this or that. Now but really know how comfortable it is to eat every day and bully other species. Lu Qing pondered for a while. Now there's just one better place to brush up nearby. Herculean ant nest. As soon as he heard about going here, Dai Zhang's head became a rattle. No, the ant queen is too scary. Last time you just got away with it. This time you still go. The queen's mental ability should be very strong. The normal communication range of the species was only a few dozen meters, but the queen was able to curse normally and clearly from hundreds of meters away. Being mentally competent doesn't necessarily mean being strong in combat. Big Strong had only scratched the surface. According to racial custom, the main responsibility of the queen is to lay eggs. Can an ant queen who gives birth all day be a strong fighter? The odds are no. Otherwise, Lu Qing wouldn't have cursed without showing his face the last time he feasted at its lair. Because of this, Lu Qing was even more interested in the ant queen. High class, low strength. Isn't this a great experience pack? Scared? Then you shouldn't go. I didn't realize that this time the big strong man was stumped. Of course I'm not afraid. Under the boss's tutelage, I am now frighteningly strong. Then his body went limp and slumped on the ground. Just a bit braced from the food and a bit sleepy too. Before the words were even exchanged, it was flat on its back. Its fat belly rising and falling in a regular pattern. Nima, are you asleep? Lu Qing didn't have the heart to give it a kick. I didn't realize that the bastard was sleeping soundly and froze without saying a word. It seemed that it had already reached the edge of its advancement once again after eating and drinking indiscriminately for the past few days. Lu Qing also stopped caring about it. After blocking the hole with a boulder, head straight to the anthill. The ant nest's guard has been significantly increased. On the ant hill, there were a dozen soldier ants patrolling back and forth. There are also flying ants coming and going from time to time in the air. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh darkly. It looks like patrols have been stepped up, but there are dead ends all over the place. The ant queen's IQ is really average. It didn't take much effort for him to bypass the patrolling soldier ants and burrow into the hole. Inside the cave, however, the situation was the same as last time. So it seems that what the queen ant's enhancements are just peripheral surface work. The goal this time is to find the queen. Lu Qing was quickly lost after burrowing into the intricate nest. If he didn't do something about it, he would probably be found by the soldier ants again like last time, and then he would be surrounded. By chance, he actually messed around and came to another new hole where the ant eggs were stored. Looks like it's time to change the hole for the eggs. At this time, there were a few white transparent ants eating meatworms. This kind of young ants only have feeding instincts. No threat. Behind it were 50 or so ant eggs laid out. It looks like the ant queen is a good producer, having given birth to so many in only 2 days. Lu Qing wasn't polite either. Cutting open the ant eggs was a meal of absorption. The number is really low. The experience bar didn't even go up by a fifth after eating them all. Just when he felt that he had gained very little from this trip, there was a commotion from within the cave. He hurriedly hid inside the eggshell and dug a small hole to look out. A worker ant walks in holding an ant egg. Worker ants have little intelligence and no vision, and it may not be their job to patrol, so they don't notice that the eggs are all empty shells. After it put the ant eggs away, it turned and left the cave. Lu Qing immediately came out and followed after a slight hesitation. Worker ants have a strict division of labor. This one carries ant eggs, so it's probably specialized in that. Does following it lead to the queen? It's possible. Lu Qing carefully followed behind, turning east and west in the intricate ant nest. A little bit of inattention and you lose the worker ants. Lu Qing hurried to the place where the worker ants had disappeared and soon discovered a hidden hole. It didn't take long to follow the hole inward and spot the worker ant again. Lu Qing chased after him. After walking for a while longer, the worker ant suddenly stopped. It seemed to be waiting for instructions as it lay quietly in place. There was another hole behind it. Just as Lu Qing was thinking, a voice entered the consciousness. Carrying. It's the queen's orders. Then an ant egg rolled out. The cowhorse worker ants picked up the ant eggs and continued to carry them. Lu Qing was instantly invigorated. Inside that hole is the queen ant. As for how strong the ant queen was, it was all a matter of speculation on his part. And the specifics were also something that needed to be observed. If the ant queen wasn't just a birthing machine like she had guessed, but was instead powerful, then wouldn't she be just giving away food if she rushed in? So it's better to be careful. Lu Qing quietly touched in. White. Too white. The first time he went in, Lu Qing saw a huge ass that was over 3 meters in diameter. The cave was semicircular in shape and very wide. Even though it was wide enough, it took up a third of the space with this big ass. After seeing this big ass, Lu Qing's heart hung in the air. If the butt is so big, how huge must the queen be? He took a few gentle steps forward, ready to look at the front half of his body. Chapter 18 is expected of a fertility machine. Upgrading. He carefully rounded a natural stone pillar and hid behind it to look toward the front half of the queen. A large ass connected to a thin, narrow body. Because of the size of its ass, its front half was hanging off. A few small thin legs had also reached the point where they were degraded as if they were wooden sticks, and could only do some simple movements. Most prominent are the 2 tentacles. The tentacles were very long, more than 3 times longer than those of an ordinary ant. There are 2 worker ants next to it that specialize in feeding food. The food it eats is all good meatworms, eating in the front, stomach squirming, birth in the back. The queen is really a very efficient line of ants. Lu Qing checked the information. Race, giant power ant, and queen. Strength, none, low 7th grade. Introduction of the commander, the controller of the giant power ant colony. Possessing strong mental power. Capable of controlling the colony's division of labor needs and forcibly converting the power ant soldier species. Lu Qing was happy. There is no strength in the lower 7 ranks. It's not just a birthing machine. It's an experience pack. The ant queen's mental power was powerful, but only for her own kind. And in terms of perception there was almost no big difference with ordinary ants, or else it hadn't even sensed when Lu Qing entered the cave. Plus, there was no vision, so Lu Qing didn't notice anything until he arrived at the stone pillar. Lu Qing quickly made his sword, and the 2 worker ants were directly chopped off their tentacles without even a tiny bit of resistance. Ant queen, don't you recognize me so soon? How could the ant queen not recognize it? Its little short legs flexed quickly, yet its massive ass made it hard to move an inch. Lu Qing hemmed and hawed. I didn't expect it, but I'm here again, and I've found your true body. The ant queen's mind blew up. Your clan is already under siege. Your lords are in danger. All the female mantises are in the middle of a robbery, and without the females, your mantis clan will become extinct. You should be saving them, not coming after me. Save them? Of course the ant queen didn't know that he, Lu Qing, was the one behind the scenes. Speaking in a relaxed manner, he came next to the ant queen. The sicklefoot patted the other party's fat abdomen. It doesn't matter. You destroy my clan, I destroy your clan. Exchange. I can afford to exchange. That group of female mantises, who had spent the whole day thinking about eating him after the pleasure, were now using them for a chance to deliver the warmth, which was a great deal of money. He can afford to change it, but the ant queen can't afford to play it. If it were worker ants, soldier ants or even flying ants, it wouldn't hurt it to die as many as it did. It would just give birth to more. But it's the one in danger now. The ant queen's abdomen plus buttocks squirmed madly. It's written off. Our grudge is written off. Lu Qing's bladefoot landed on the ant queen's tentacles. Kill you and check it off. One slash and two long tentacles fell to the ground. As long as the queen's tentacles were decapitated, it would not be able to order and command the soldier ants. And no more soldier ants could pose a ding-dong threat. The soldier ants that had originally arrived in an orderly manner were like they had instantly lost their brains, crashing into a chaotic mess and even tearing each other apart. After her tentacles were severed, the ant queen was instantly weak. The previously clear exchanges were now becoming almost faintly audible. Mantis, I, the ant clan, am not like you. You are vile, blind worms. Lu Qing, however, laughed. The law of the jungle, 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 the law of the jungle. What's more, he's a bug now, so that's even more of a no-brainer. Knifefoot patted the other man's potbelly and considered another question. The ant queen was a birthing machine, and the ant eggs that were born were of 4 grades, which was still somewhat useful for her current self. Shouldn't he or she then keep them in captivity so that there would be plenty of ant eggs to eat? Originally, they were trying to threaten to get the other side to compromise. I didn't realize that as soon as it was revealed, the ant queen gritted her teeth. You're dreaming. My ant clan is covered in iron armor and full of temperament. How can I be captive to you? Can't keep it? Lu Qing raised his sword foot indifferently. Then we'll just have to send you away. After saying that, he slashed down. The ant queen's defense was weak, and her head and body were directly separated with a single slash. Hercules ants are inedible. The main thing is the presence of anthranilic acid in the body, which is somewhat corrosive. That's why they didn't do it when they had the chance to prey on soldier ants and flying ants before. Likewise, the top half of the queen's body is not edible, but this fat belly is edible. The foot of the knife cut off a piece of fat meat. Before you can taste the flavor after eating it, it has already been converted into energy. Flesh and blood value plus 0.2 foot. Not bad. This bite provides 0.2. A piece this big would probably get itself up to the 7th rank. Lu Qing was energized. In order to avoid being disturbed by the soldier ants that were out of command, Lu Qing directly blocked the hole and then began to brush his experience wholeheartedly. It's a wonderful mood to listen to the beeps that keep coming up. Just as the brush was being swiped, he suddenly heard a commotion in the corner. Lu Qing climbed over in 3 steps and found a hole that was only the size of a faceplate. An ant stumbles out of it. The ant was a mere 20 centimeters in size, and when it walked, those legs were flailing. Pull up the information and understand instantly. Race, Hercules ant, male ant. Strength, 1st grade, in continuous fall. These are male ants used for reproduction. Lu Qing looked at the male ant that was only 20 centimeters, and then at the queen's largesse that was 2 to 3 meters, and fell into deep thought. No. How does it go about accomplishing the honorable mission of passing on the family name to develop and grow? I guess it's exhausting, and probably a drowning hazard. After all, the defense is 10 times bigger than the offense. The queen died, and the exhausted and deflated male collapsed to the ground without taking more than a few steps. Lu Qing sent it free with a slash. The experience slot was full after the 7th grade ant queen ate it. Energy accumulation complete. Is it upgraded? Yes. All the pent-up energy was instantly absorbed by the torso. The comfort made Lu Qing hum. At the same time, his body began to skyrocket. But in just a few minutes, the torso had already skyrocketed to the size of a meter. The knife foot has also changed. Before, it was a color as black as ink, but now it was even more black, and at a glance, it actually had a visual sense of deep darkness and eeriness. Race, Darkblade Mantis. Grade, low grade 7, 10. 7 out of 500. Skill, Deadly Slash, evolvable. Skill, Swift Rapid Flying, evolvable. Skills were also enhanced. The flight skill, in particular, turned out to be swift and rapid flight. This skill should be able to explode into a powerful flying ability in an instant. Not bad. This one gained a substantial enhancement in trapping ability. At a meter, it was easy to get in, but a little harder to get out. Still, the mighty power of the blade and foot easily repaired the passageway. Along the way, many soldier ants attacked each other like crazy, and without the queen's command, the soldier ants didn't distinguish between enemy and friend at all. The bodies of worker ants and soldier ants were everywhere. Lu Qing's current 7th grade strength was already able to slice and dice against 5th grade soldier ants wearing armor. It was easy to kill a bloody path, and because of the increased strength, a direct pathway to the outside world could be opened straight ahead. It's very quiet out there. Lu Qing twisted his head and glanced at Ant Hill. The outside remains the same, but the inside is ruined. Chapter 19, No. Interracial. Lu Qing returned to the cave. The boulders blocking the cave entrance have been moved out of the way. It looks like Dai Jiang has made it to the top. A couple of calls were quickly answered. Boss, back. This way. He looked in the direction of the response and realized that not far away, Big Strong was crouching low and seemed to be watching something. The body of the big strong man had now grown to 50 centimeters, and the two-blade feet had turned red. What are you looking at? So focused? Without looking back, Big Strong beckoned his swordfoot. Come here, there's something fun. Lu Qing walked over. The next thing you see is a large male aphid on the ground on top of a female cyprinid, releasing its primal urges. Surprised? Aphids and greenfly? The same bug race, but these are two completely different species. The interracial thing? He himself was merely talking about it, but these two guys were playing for real. Boss, it's like I can see you in the future. Ha? In the future? Your ass. These two bottom-end bugs are incapable of complex thought. What the hell is going on here? Big Strong hemmed and hawed and pointed to a red 9-petaled flower on the ground. After I woke up, I was bored, so I casually fed this big aphid some petals. I didn't realize that after I ate it, this big aphid started to get cranky, and it just so happened that a green bug was passing by. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. This thing is so strong. It's like a natural tune medicine. Where did you pick it? Big John pointed to the side of the compass. There's a lot more. Lu Qing found this flower after he went over there. Count carefully. 23 plants, and some in a seedling state were not counted. This flower is amazingly effective. So are the branches and leaves effective? Lu Qing caught aphids to experiment with. Found to be just as effective. The whole plant of this grass, rhizomes, flowers, branches and leaves all have the same effect. Even the rhizomes are the most effective. Good stuff. How can you not have a name for such a good thing? Lu Qing thought for a moment. Red spring grass. As he pulled down all of these red spring grasses, Big Strong hemmed and hawed from the sidelines. Lu Qing turned his head and was just about to say something when Da Jiang grabbed his words. Needless to say, I understand. For future fun. Know what? Come and help. Fresh flowers and plants that were put directly into the cave were prone to rotting, so Lu Qing dried them on the rocks outside the cave. When it dries, it will keep well and may not come in handy in the future. The anthill has been trashed. Those bread meatworms are also left unattended. Lu Qing led Big Strong on a trip. He tried to eat one, only to find that the fleshworms were no longer useful to him. Instead, it was Da Jiang who once again ate with gusto. The next thing Lu Qing should consider was the experience pack. This territory was originally even relatively barren, and the species that could be useful for rank advancement had basically been eaten up. Next it's time to think about expanding the recipe map a bit. Inside the cave, Big Strong suggested a place. I heard from Arrow Sparrow that 50 miles away from here, there is a peach orchard, where the bugs flourish, with almost every kind of race, and there is food everywhere, yet it is also very dangerous. Arrow Sparrow naturally describes it from his own point of view. The average Arrow Sparrow has 3rd and 4th grade, plus the innate suppression of the insects that can make them feel dangerous. Then there must be 5th grade all over the place there. For the 7th grade Lu Qing, the 4th grade food was no longer useful, but the 5th grade could grow some. Indeed it is a good place. We will set out for it tomorrow. Big Strong perked up. What do we do tomorrow? Now let us. Ha, boss, do you smell a very fragrant smell? As it expressed itself, its tentacles twitched up and down. Lu Qing similarly smelled a very fragrant odor. It's a very unique aroma, a little different from that intuitive fragrance. What exactly was different? Lu Qing couldn't say. Just by smelling it, it felt as if a flood of power that triggered an impulse was generated in the body. This flood of energy is progressively harder to bear without unloading it. Boss, how do I see you also look like you have a clear brow? Nima. Lu Qing kicked him out of the cave. Then he came outside. Outside, on the ground, lay a praying mantis. This mantis had a broken wing, and the crawling quadruped had become a biped and a half. There were 3 slits in the abdomen and green blood oozed out. Lord's colored wings. Lu Qing looked at the miserable appearance of the colorful wings and couldn't help but sigh. What a great life. Iron-beaked birds, arrow finches, saber-toothed pigs, vigorous ants, and many other races surrounded it at the same time, and it was actually able to escape. It was also instantly clear what the scent was all about. According to Time, the colored wings' estrogen should have peaked. This would be a sign of estrogen spillover. No wonder both himself and Da Jiang were born with primal urges. Yo, if it isn't the Lord, what's going on? What's gotten into this mess? Colored wings hadn't been idle for the past 2 days, and while fleeing for their lives, they had explored the reason for the siege. As it turned out, all the races that came to the siege did so because a mantis was messing with its flag. Colored wings finally cleared up the matter and knew that the one who messed up and framed himself was none other than Jerking Green. Plus its estrogen has peaked, so it's looking straight for revenge. When it saw Lu Qing appear, it was truly taken aback. Previously, he and Lu Qing were of the same 6th grade, and their body sizes were to be much smaller than his own because of the female's strength and the male's weakness. And now, the other guy was even bigger than he was. You You're actually 7th grade. To it? This is extremely unbelievable. The first time I heard that the other party was of the 5th rank. The first time I saw it was of the 6th rank. And it's only been a few days and it's already reached the 7th rank. Even the naturally more dominant female mantis would have a hard time advancing a level. He himself had been stuck at the 6th grade for 7 years. Male praying mantises are much wonkier in comparison. Not to mention. But why was this male, however, able to continuously rise in rank in such a short period of time? And the one next to him, last time I saw it was still a 4-piece. Nice guy, now it's even 5 pints. That doesn't make sense. Very unreasonable. Totally breaks the definition of a male praying mantis. Lu Qing shook his wings. With vision. I am indeed 7th grade. Impossible. How could you break through in such a short period of time with a weak male? I've been stuck at the 6th grade for 7 years. Ha ha. Eat well and sleep well. And naturally put together a rise. By the way, I've already avenged our mantis clan. Not only did I make the iron-beak bird greatly injured, but also eliminated the power ant nest. TSK, TSK, don't say. The ant queen's flavor is indeed very wonderful. Red lips and white juice. I don't know if it was envy or hatred, but the colored wing's eyes were red. I knew it was you who was up to no good. Its tone instantly softened, and it even laughed a little. But, it's also good. A great price has been paid, and a reward has come. Chapter 20. The scene. It was atrocious. As long as I have some fun with you and then eat you, then I can give birth to your and my offspring, and I can use the opportunity to break through to the 7th rank. After I ascend and molt, it will be a whole new me. Colored Wings was extremely confident and had even begun to get excited. You are strong, far-sighted, and full of bad intentions, but no stronger than a stepping stone to my females. That's how it was before, and that's how it will be again. It's meant to be. It's the reward for the work our females put in. No one can change that. When Lu Qing saw that the other party was confident, he knew what it was playing at. Is the chess player a pawn after all? It doesn't exist. Just then, the colored wings spread their stumpy wings as if performing some sort of ritual. Hey, jerking green, accept the judgment of fate. It releases all the estrogen. This deadly lure for the male mantis began to spread without a sound, without a form, without a color. Colored Wings is extremely confident. Estrogen is the most favorable weapon God has given them to control the males. Don't say you're 7th grade, even 8th grade and 9th grade. You can't fight against fate. Under estrogen, you'll lose yourself and just think about being happy with me for a while. The pleasure is followed by complete rigidity and randomness as to where I'm going to take my mouth off. Eat you. I'll be able to advance through the ranks and reorganize the new clan so that the glory of the mantis will once again shine in this territory. Big Strong was the first to get hit. The weak resistance immediately turned it into a piggish appearance, and it seemed that its body was beginning to be out of control. Boss, I feel all hot and colorful wings full of charm. After Lu Qing's conditioning, it was now full of desire for life. It certainly knew what the consequences would be once it fell. Inwardly, he was full of resistance, but his body was honest enough to take a step closer to Color Wing. However, Colored Wings couldn't look at this 5th grade fat mantis. The only one it wanted was the most powerful Lu Qing. Looking at the big strong man crawling over, Color Wing didn't hesitate to kick him away, roll away from the waves. Its gaze locked onto Lu Qing, waiting for the other party to pounce. Under the suffusion of estrogen, Lu Qing looked at the colorful wings and also became charming. This stuff really goes to the top. To be able to make himself interested in an uninterested female mantis, it seems that estrogen should be one of the things that can make male mantises lose themselves to nothing but primal desires. Although it has a mind of its own, it is still constructed as a male mantis. Fighting the estrogen invasion with your mind can be much stronger than a big strong one, but it won't last too long. The only way to break it is to kill it in one blow before estrogen production peaks. Although the colored wings were only 6th grade, 1 grade lower than his own, the females were naturally large and powerful enough that it would be harder to kill them in one blow. Unless, Lu Qing took an uncontrollable step towards the colored wings. He rather struggled to take 3 steps forward and 1 step backwards. Still, paralyzed by estrogen, there was a lack of self-control. Seeing that he was about to get it, Color Wing swelled and soothed inside. Ha ha ha, sure enough, so what if you're strong, and still be good enough to fall into my arms? No matter how smart you are, you have no power to fight back at this time. God has arranged it in the best possible way. Suddenly, the approaching Lu Qing fiercely flashed 2 dark swords. Color Wing's heart was filled with disbelief. No way, there's no reason. Estrogen is specifically for males. Once in range, any male mantis will be completely lost in a very short period of time. How can he still light up the scythe foot? Is it a coincidence? However, in the next instant, the dark blade came directly towards its head. Not coincidentally, but there was really no control over him. How is this possible? Of course it wouldn't have thought that Lu Qing's soul came from another world, had powerful thinking abilities, and was far more resistant to estrogen than an ordinary male mantis. Of course, it didn't have time to think about it now. Returning to his senses, Color Wing shrank back desperately. Lu Qing's sudden outburst would naturally not be easily dodged by his opponent, but the closer he got, the stronger the estrogen became, and he had a few moments of weakness. With this offset, this sudden attack didn't kill the colorful wing, but it also chopped off 2 of its tentacles. It was through the tentacles that the estrogen was emitted, and after it was chopped off, it also stopped secreting instantly, and instead a clear liquid flowed out of the break. The colored wing lost its last weight. Ah, my tentacles, my estrogen, why estrogen doesn't work for you? Lu Qing felt the dry heat that was gradually dissipating and began to be in no hurry. Of course it works, but just not as fast as you think. You're rotten to the core. I'll send you. Next. Right at this moment, Lu Qing suddenly heard the sound of heavy panting coming from behind him. Turning his head to look, the saber-toothed pig was staring at this side with scarlet eyes, gasping for air, and staring at this side in death. It still had remnants of red flowers in its mouth. The red residue. Looks familiar. Lu Qing's gaze moved to a stone not far away. There were originally more than 20 red spring grasses basking on the stone. And now, that red spring grass is missing most of it. Lu Qing was instantly speechless. No, it's true. It's a pig. It dares to eat anything. Looking at the saber-toothed pig, it was clear that this red spring grass was mostly useful to it. Those scarlet eyes were full of desire. The saber-toothed pig was also 6th grade in strength. But this thing had thick skin and sharp tusks, and its hardware was not something the insect race could match. The last time I crunched off my opponent's tail, it was also while he was high. Frontal hard confrontation. Even if one's rank was higher, it wasn't that easy to take advantage. Not to mention the saber-toothed pig is now in this state. Big Strong had come to his senses, and the exchange shuddered at the sight of the gasping saber-toothed pig. Boss, what to do? What to do? Fly. Lu Qing took the lead and spread his wings and flew up an ancient tree. Big Strong wasn't slow. The only thing left on the ground were the colored wings. Looking at the saber-toothed pig that was panting and gradually approaching, Color Wing panicked. The wings were broken, and 2.5 of the 4 legs were left. Now it was fly. Can't fly. Run. Can't run away. As much as she wanted to be happy right now, that happiness was based on a kindred spirit, not a pig. Pigs don't bring joy either. The colored wings looked pitifully at Lu Qing in the treetops. We are of the same race, and you can't bear to see me, a lord, being spoiled by a pig. Lu Qing hemmed and hawed. You just tried to eat me and now you're begging me. Do you think I'm that stupid? Now Lu Qing just wanted to eat and watch the show. Colored wings crumbled. You spawn. I'm a lord, and I command you now. The saber-toothed hogs have approached. It was dripping with harumph, its nose already sniffing over. Humph. Sis, come on. Brother realized that you are also in style. Before it was me who was too loud and spoiled your lair. Now make up for it by coming down and hurting you. Colored wings could no longer retreat. Go home and hurt your mother. Humph. It's better to hurt you. Don't come over here. We're not a species. I'll find you a saber-toothed pig. The saber-toothed pig had pounced. Humph. Don't. Want this. Excitement. Big Strong shook his triangular head back and forth. Gee, that's brutal. There's nothing piggish about it. Chapter 21, Cruelty. Lu Qing was lying on his back on the branch of a tree, his knife and feet swaying back and forth. Pig's hooves destroy flowers. It's cruel. Hot eyes. Can't stand it. Really hot eyes. He jumped off the branch and lifted his blade foot to stab the frantic pig in the back of the heart. Before Piggy was happy, he grunted and claimed his box. Pull the carcass of the saber-toothed pig apart. Early was seriously injured. Color Wing after this toss has been dying, completely unable to move. Naturally, Lu Qing cannot form a threat. Lu Qing turned around and left. Big Strong, over to you. Ha, don't dare. De Chuan waved his knife feet. No, I'm too dirty. Lu Qing gave it a look. You think I don't mind? Don't ink it. The colored wings are numb. No, I'm not even dead yet. And you guys openly dislike it? I'm devastated to the point where I'm a pussy and you guys have to come in and stick a soft verbal knife in me. Nima really wants to bite his own neck at this moment. It was hysterical. Can you let me die with some dignity as a titular lord? Dazhuang reluctantly walked over. It's all been tossed into this bearish state. What's the point of dignifying it? You, do it, you useless male trash. The big strong man still held out his blade foot and completely relieved it. Thanks to. No need to thank me. Brother Pig has already leaked. Grass mud. Had completely gagged before the words could be expressed. Dazhuang shook his head. A lord. But on his deathbed, he actually wanted to eat grass mud. AI. It looked up at Lu Qing. Boss, what's next? Should we invert the Big Dipper to eat the colored wings and saber-toothed pig? Lu Qing was not in the mood. If you can eat it, then feel free to toss it. Can't get down. De Zhang shook his wings. When are we going to the peach orchard? Tomorrow. Fall is dry. In just one day the red spring grass had dried out. Carrying it around is difficult. No clothes, no pockets. How do you carry this thing? Big Strong Knifefoot scratched his wings. Boss, what about this kind of grass? Lu Qing looked at Big Strong's fat body. Boss, why do I get the feeling you're about to take a bad turn again? You feel so right. Lu Qing took an ancient leaf and put the grass in it, then folded it. Afterwards, a tough vine was wrapped around the Big Strong abdomen. Tying knots was a technical task for the mantis, but after a few attempts Lu Qing managed to do it. Big Strong complained bitterly. No, this thing is strangling me hard. Lu Qing coldly snorted. Why don't you have a hard time when you're eating and drinking? Let you do some work and this comes up, doesn't it? De Zhuang immediately hemmed and hawed. Off the cuff. Actually, this vine is very lightweight, and it also enhances defense. I like it a lot. Cut the crap and hurry up. After saying that, Lu Qing spread his wings and flew straight into the air before gliding down. According to the information received, the peach orchard is 50 miles from the dense forest, but in reality, they left in the morning and only found the trail in the afternoon. The math is afraid it's more than 100 miles. Big Strong waved his wings a bit in exhilaration, then glided and communicated. Boss, see that? That's the peach garden up ahead. Lu Qing naturally saw it. He had thought that the peach orchard was just a small area, but unexpectedly, the front into the eye until the end of all a pink. It is clearly a sprawling land of blossoming peach blossoms. According to the temperament of the previous world, peach blossoms usually bloomed in the spring, and the world, fall is still blooming, too. The environment is naturally extremely beautiful with all the peach blossoms as far as the eye can see. Just as Lu Qing was admiring it, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of air coming. Fixing his eyes, it was a boulder coming from the bottom straight in his direction. Lu Qing was surprised in his heart and hurriedly used his skill to forcefully move across a dozen meters. The boulder flew past with a wave of air. Lu Qing looked towards the ground, but he heard a roar. The roar was like thunder on a clear day, and it had a deafening feeling without ears. What surprised Lu Qing the most was that the source of the roar was actually dozens of miles away. To be able to throw the boulder out of such a distance with undiminished power and roar across dozens of miles is still so strong. The strength is simply strong and terrifying. Big Strong was even more outright flustered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rock grazed me and almost ed me over. This roar, it feels like an extremely strong existence. Boss, if you ask me, this peach garden is in great danger. Fat doesn't fall from the sky. There's danger before there's opportunity. Go. Whereabouts? One after the other. They landed on the edge of the peach forest. The sounds of fighting and roaring remained clear. The few 20-centimeter pink fleshworms on the tree were so frightened by the thunderous sound just now that they shrank away and didn't dare to move. De Zhuang fished one down and pinned the head off. Peach bugs? This thing actually has the strength of a third grade, he said and put it in his mouth. As you eat, you don't forget to exchange reports. That's sweet. I didn't realize worms could be so sweet. It's like eating a peach. Lu Qing surveyed his surroundings. The flatland is full of peach trees, as if this place was planted on purpose. You've eaten peaches? No, I guessed. After all, this peach bug eats fresh peaches all day long. It must taste just like a peach. Lu Qing wasn't interested in the peachworm, and he pointed to a small mountain at the edge. There are small mountains there. Let's go over and make a cave to settle as a nest. De Zhuang caught another peach bug and skillfully removed the head. How nice to sleep directly on the tree. Sleeping in a tree? How you're going to die is beyond me. Look what's in the branches of the tree to your left. Big Strong twisted his head to look. Just in time to meet a pink viper at eye level. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 4th grade peach snake. The grade is a little low, but this thing is poisonous, and no one can stand a real bite. The hill was on the side of the peach forest, probably only a few dozen meters high and steep enough to be a good place to dig a cave. After arriving close, Lu Qing was happy. There's a cave. Save yourself the trouble. There were signs of animal activity around the cave, and it looked like some species lived in it. Lu Qing came to the cave entrance and quietly felt his way in, and a bug came rushing out. The bugs were about half a meter in length, covered in black armor, but had small mouthparts. The 2 large hind legs are strong and powerful, thick and pronounced, and should possess great bouncing ability, for eyes inside and outside the cave. In the next instant, the bug actually turned around and pointed its butt at Lu Qing. Just as he was pondering if this bug had a special fetish, the bastard's ass actually violently spewed out a ball of fire. This fire sprayed fast, and Lu Qing's reaction was also fast. He hastily used the skill Swift Rush Fly and forcefully displaced 5 meters. Heatwave flew past his body and landed in the peach tree. There also seemed to be an extremely corrosive liquid in this flame, burning many delicate peach blossoms into charcoal. Turning his head, Bug shook his ass. Race, Spitfire. Strength, 6th grade of the lower order. Firebugs are real fire breathers. Lu Qing flashed out 2 large knives, ready to chop off its ass to study its construction. The fire-breathing insect that missed with a single blow was a direct catapult after seeing the 2 large blade feet that were bigger than even it. Strong hind legs allow it to sprint out of the hole with great speed. Lu Qing slashed out a knife and ruthlessly slashed at the fire-breathing insect's back armor. This cut surprisingly made a metallic sound, and a visible crack appeared in its back armor. Spitfire Bug's defense is pretty good. The blow didn't kill it, but its forward trajectory was also altered by the powerful force, and its body rolled and crashed through the peach tree, falling to the side. Lu Qing carried his large sword straight towards his opponent. The fire-breathing insect had completely realized how powerful Lu Qing was, and it quickly straightened up. The legs fired again. It was like a cannonball rising straight up into the sky. Lu Qing used swift and rapid flight. His wings powered up and chased straight after his opponent. When he was about to catch up, the bastard actually spewed fireballs out of his ass once again. The power of the fireball was not bad, and Lu Qing could only dodge it. After dodging, the fire-breathing insect, fueled by the fire mass, gained a few points of speed, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in the peach forest 10 miles away. Lu Qing also stopped pursuing and landed steadily in front of the cave. Dai Zhang, who was looking around, immediately came over. First time I've seen a fire-breathing bug. Lu Qing walked into the cave. This is the first time I've seen it as well. If we can catch it, maybe we can even eat roasted meat. What's a roast? Meat tastes better after it's been roasted over a fire. Oh, Dai Zhang nodded repeatedly, feeling like he had learned something strange and new. The cave is very wide and shows signs of digging. That Spitfire doesn't have the ability to dig up rocks, which also means that the Spitfire isn't the real owner of this cave. The entire cave was presented as a semi-ellipse, with the most spacious area able to reach about 10 meters. There was even a stone bed piled with stones in the corner. This made Lu Qing quite surprised. Stone bed. The various animals of this world are very intelligent, but definitely not intelligent enough to create items, even a very simple bed. Was this place once opened by a race with true intelligence? It's possible. Big Strong used the foot of his knife to cut away the vines that were tied to his body, then turned toward the peach forest. Boss, the peach worms are very fresh and tasty. Would you like to come along for the ride? The peach worm of the 3rd grade was useless to Lu Qing, and he wouldn't eat that for the sake of his appetite. Don't eat it. It doesn't work for me. There are so many peach bugs here that there is a nest on almost every tree. This peach tree doesn't seem to ripen or not depending on the season. Each branch grows its own and is incredibly productive. Some are in bloom, while others have produced ripe peaches. Lu Qing picked a large peach with interest. The peach was about 10 centimeters in diameter and looked very nice. The flesh is crystal clear and full of juice after peeling. It seemed that the fruits of this world also had a gaining effect, or else the peach bugs that ate peaches daily wouldn't be able to have the strength of a 3rd grade. Chapter 22 Upgrading the Holy Land. Peach Forest. De Zhuang ate with joy, and Lu Qing also had the idea of eating and upgrading. He began to walk deeper into the peach forest, intending to see what all there was to eat within this peach forest. Peaches are rich in energy, so even the vegetarian species here are not weak. The 3rd grade peach bug was considered the weakest existence in here. Lu Qing didn't walk out a mile before he encountered a meter-long iron-headed cricket. Race, iron-head cricket. Strength, 6th grade of the lower order. Species is not the same as species. Lu Qing only had a 1-meter block at the 7th rank, but this iron-headed cricket was already 1 meter at the 6th rank. The iron-head cricket's head is square, 2 long tentacles on its head constantly twitching. Its mouthparts are wide and shiny, and its biting power is not to be underestimated. The 2 hind legs were about a meter long, incredibly thick, and definitely had terrifying explosive power. Most notable was the iron armor on his head. The iron armor was so strong that it covered the upper half of his body directly from his head. Ironhead Cricket seems to have a very short temper. As soon as he locked eyes with Lu Qing, he directly pulled his anger level up. Naya, die for me. Ironhead Cricket didn't even have an exchange, and after cursing, his legs erupted with powerful strength, directly a catapult charge. Lu Qing had already been sneak attacked by this move twice today. The difference was that the iron-headed cricket's speed and strength were stronger, giving him a stronger sense of oppression. With this collision, the iron-headed cricket used his iron head directly as a weapon of offense. That's coming up for grabs. You've got an iron head? Instead of dodging, Lu Qing wielded his dark sword and performed a slash. The opponent's impact was very strong, but Lu Qing's chop was also heavy in force. The foot of the blade collided with the iron head with a dull metallic sound. This powerful slash, coupled with the opponent's surging momentum, the two forces combined, actually did not break the defense. It seems that the head defense of the ironhead cricket is very strong. However, Lu Qing had a backhand. True backhand. The benefits of dual blades are also shown. As it collided with the opponent's, the other blade foot stabbed the opponent's abdomen diagonally from the bottom up. The head was defended by iron armor, which could not be broken by a sword or foot, but its abdomen had no protection whatsoever. The tip of the knife went straight in and came down with a penetrating wound. The impact rebound force erupted out, causing them to instantly separate. The iron-headed cricket landed on the ground, and without even looking at the huge wound on his abdomen, he charged again. It's really humongous. Just one look at you in the peach blossom. You actually played directly with your life. Lu Qing once again swung his sword against it, and as he did, he once again stabbed the dark sword into his opponent's abdomen. This time, the iron-headed cricket even completely disregarded any wounds and opened its mouthpiece, biting down on Lu Qing's blade foot. The muzzle bites cackled at the feet of the blade without doing a bit of actual damage. However, the iron-headed cricket didn't seem to care about any damage at all. It was just smothering and biting the sturdy blade foot, and its two hind legs stomped the ground with force, wanting to lift Lu Qing down. In the tussle, Lu Qing was in a clear advantage. Letting his opponent stomp his legs, he loomed large. The iron-headed cricket, who had been hit hard in the abdomen, was ultimately unable to resist the loss of his life force, but his emotions remained frantic. Die. I want you to die. Even though the force was getting less and less, the temper of this iron-head cricket was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Qing was speechless. Pure and simple madness. It's just a glance. How big is the grudge? Or is that the temperament of the species? There's not much need for this kind of communication either. Lu Qing's saber foot pulled horizontally, directly chopping his opponent into two. Even as it gradually ran out of breath, the iron-head cricket's mouthparts were still clenching Lu Qing's blade foot. After prying it open, Lu Qing began to lick the experience bag. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. Flesh and blood value plus 0. 1 foot. It's not bad. A little bit up in one bite. Medium. After completely devouring it, the entire ironhead cricket provided him with 13 experience points. This side had just finished eating, when a green locust descended from the sky, and without saying a word, it ate the iron armor that Lu Qing couldn't digest. The sharp mouth parts opened and closed like a relentless chewing machine, and after a few mouthfuls, the sturdy iron armor had become belly food. Lu Qing checked the green locust's information. Race, green locust. Strength, 6th grade of the lower order. 6 pints. The green locust has a powerful mouthpiece, but not much in the way of defense. Dealing with species with low defense was what Lu Qing was best at. He came here to brush up on his experience, and he certainly wasn't going to be a saintly mother. The blade and foot struck swiftly, instantly stabbing the back of the green locust. The first thing the pained green locust did not do was to fight back, but instead hopped around trying to escape. This thing is a meter in size, but the strength is greater than the iron-head cricket. Lu Qing used to stabilize the body shape of the vice foot does not have much effect. The hole is carried by the other side to pop out. Lu Qing hurriedly pulled the stone aside with his other blade foot. Green locust's body is blocked. Lu Qing took the opportunity to chop off one of its big thick legs with his knife foot. With their legs severed, the green locusts immediately began to beg for mercy. Ate some crumbs you can't eat. Not so much. Not so much. Communication comes out of feelings. And Lu Qing, who wanted to be a stone-hearted killing machine, instantly chopped off the other thick leg. I am the vanguard of the Locust clan's army, and the army of 300,000 is 100 miles away. Good lord, a locust is a threat? And an army of 300,000. Can you count? Not your mother, not your grandfather. The direct blade foot sends the opponent away, and then begins to extract the energy. The peach forest was really nice, and it was only a few steps before I came across 2 6s. The experience bars had all gone up to a 10th. According to Peachwood's resources, it was possible to rise to the 8th rank today. Lu Qing instantly perked up. Lu Qing had already walked out a dozen miles, because he knew that there were extremely powerful existences in this place before entering the peach forest. He walked very carefully. It was this same caution that allowed him to hear the commotion. After quietly feeling his way over, he saw a group of animals fighting. It was a monkey and a swarm of green locusts. The monkey was about 1.5 meters long, covered in golden fur, dexterous yet powerful at the same time, and will also use weapons. Rocks, sticks, and even the thighs of a green locust can be its weapons. Lu Qing didn't move and pulled out the golden hair monkey's information. Race, golden monkey. Strength, low order 8th grade. I can't believe it's 8 pints. If he were in a normal situation, he would definitely turn his head and run when he saw someone who was stronger than he was, or a primate. But things are different now. The 8th grade golden-haired monkey was being surrounded by a group of green locusts. The number of green locusts is definitely not less than 100, and all of them are desperate to pounce on each other. Although it was only a 6th grade, its powerful bite and bounce as well as its numerical advantage made it gradually difficult for the golden-furred monkeys to cope. Lu Qing climbed up the tree and continued to observe through the gaps in the branches and leaves. The two sides fought back and forth in a lively manner. The golden-furred monkey retreated as he fought. His body had many injuries, and bright red blood dyed his golden fur red. The green locusts are even more costly. There were bodies of green locusts all over the place, but they are still humongous. This made Lu Qing, who was watching the show, wonder, how is it that the one he encountered before was scared to death and begged for mercy, while this group was so brave? Could it be that green locusts as a species have a courage bonus when they get together? Chapter 23 Experience packs all over the place. As long as there are battles there are winners and losers. The golden hairy monkey's 8th grade strength was indeed strong. Even though there were nearly 100 green locusts, they only caused it to suffer several heavy wounds. The turning point came from the fact that it was a 7th grade green locust king that had bitten off its left arm with a sneak attack from its powerful mouthpiece. Although it had already killed the green locust king in reverse and killed all of the remaining green locusts, the severe injuries had caused it to become extremely weak. Although the golden-furred monkey was smart, it didn't know the way to stop the bleeding, so it could only lean helplessly against the back of a peach tree, gasping for air and waiting for death to come. Death has not yet come, but the god of swords has. The 8th product was very strong, but the 8th product with a broken arm and a breath that was like a swimmer, then it wasn't much of a threat. There were experience packs all over the place, which was just a great temptation for Lu Qing. What chakra mantis can resist experience packs all over the place? Lick and be done with it. Lu Qing didn't go near the 8th grade golden hair monkey after he came out. Even though he was seriously injured and still had a breath left, he gave himself a blow on his deathbed. And that was enough to make things difficult for him. It was more prudent to settle the green locust corpses in the periphery first. There were many strange creatures in the peach forest, and naturally Lu Qing wasn't the only one to discover such a big commotion. Soon after he came out, a blade swallow fell from the air. The blade swallow's tail was like a razor blade. Its body size was about half a meter, and its strength was 7th grade. Being of the same 7th grade, Lu Qing didn't try to repel the other party, but instead started licking his experience on his own. He would not feel full and naturally ate extremely fast. Blade Swallow pecked a green locust leg with a graceful stance, and when he raised his head, he realized that the green locust corpses all over the ground were directly missing a small half. Knife Yen is a bit upset. I have not even chewed a few bites of this leg. You have done a dozen? I haven't eaten anything. Do you understand elegance? No what? It's a competition. It's a robbery. And it's classy? You take your time gracefully. While exchanging responses, he stuffed a whole green locust leg into his mouth. Blade Yen, who saw the scene, was shocked. No, one leg at a time. A few barefoot lizards wanted to come over and get a piece of the action as well. However, because they were afraid of Lu Qing and Blade Swallow's strength, they didn't dare to approach and could only wait until they finished eating before going over. However, I didn't realize that the mantis had an insatiable appetite. In a moment's time, most of the green locusts had already been swept away. These red-footed lizards were shocked. Is it so hard to get a bite to eat in this day and age? So many green locust corpses. You a mantis so appetite. Don't rush. There's plenty more. A small lizard scurried up with a wagging tail. It's not urgent yet. Brother, that mantis has eaten another whole. Just by talking. Is that stomach infinite space? You can't even eat enough. The largest one was still calm. Steady, he's too strong. If we venture out, we'll likely be adding to his flavor-changing garnish. Lu Qing swiped with gusto and directly swept across the battlefield. And at this point, the knife swallow hadn't even finished one. It was also that knife swallow didn't have a big appetite, or else she would have jumped up and down and cursed. Lu Qing looked at his panel. Experience has reached 457 out of 500. 43 points to go. Lowering his sight to the corpse of the 7th grade green locust king, of the same order of strength to provide more experience. 43 points of experience. This green locust king should be able to provide. But, too close to the golden monkey leaning against the big tree. Lu Qing looked at the golden-haired monkey and realized that the other party had already closed his eyes. Dead? Or did you lose a lot of blood and pass out? Or maybe it's faked? Lu Qing took a few steps forward, his eyes staring intently at the golden-furred monkey. Vigilantly taking a few steps, he extended his blade foot and hooked it around the corpse of the 7th grade green locust king. After seeing that the golden-furred monkey was unresponsive, it pulled over. Because he was afraid that the golden hair monkey would riot, he dragged the green locust king's corpse for a few dozen meters before he was ready to eat it. 7th grade green locust king Everyone knew it was good stuff, and Blade Swallow was certainly no exception. It moved a little closer. I say bro, can we get a leg up? Lu Qing looked at the other party with contempt. You didn't dare to go near the golden monkey, and now that I've hooked the green locust king out, you want a piece of the pie? Where's the good in that? The legs are right here, full and succulent. Come and get them. Knife Swallow still has some intelligence. It had just jumped a step this way when it noticed the two large blade feet. We've never met. We're a different race, so if we go over there and give ourselves a stabbing, it's not worth it. You throw it over. Lu Qing laughed. Little man, you're quite vigilant. Don't dare come over here. So watch over there. Or, Lu Qing's saber foot pointed at the golden-haired monkey. There's an 8th grade golden-haired monkey over there. Go eat that one better. Everyone knew that the 8th product contained much stronger energy, and eating it would be of great benefit to advancement. But, it wouldn't dare. In case you don't die, you'll be the one who dies. Blade Swallow was annoyed. Why don't you go and eat an 8th grade golden-haired monkey? You've eaten so many green locusts. It's too petty for me to ask for a green locust king's leg now. Come on. Moralizing again. I'm a ing praying mantis. Does this work on me? If you want leg meat, come here, or get lost, or else wait a while. You won't be able to roll even if you want to. Blade Yen coldly grunted. If you don't give it, forget it, and brag about it. How can you stop me with a praying mantis? If I didn't have no advantage in a head-to-head confrontation, why would I want it? I would have just grabbed it. Okay? Do you really think the end of my blade is for show? Blade Swallow cursed a few times in his mind before walking towards the last green locust corpse. Hold back for a while and beat him up after you've had your fill. The Blade Swallow coldly grunted and slowly started pecking again. The 4 lizards were disappointed to the core. No! So many green locusts, and not a single one left? How did you manage to put down 100 green locusts in your 1-meter body? This is too unreasonable. Where did this praying mantis pop up from, with such a big appetite? Stop looking. It's getting dark if you keep looking. Catch a few peach worms to fill your stomach before you go. Peach bugs are going to puke. Then don't eat it. A few barefoot lizards, reluctantly, left. Most of the animals that were ready to get a piece of the action also dispersed in discouragement. Only a few were still watching, as if they wanted a bite of the golden-haired monkey. Lu Qing began to devour the 7th grade green locust king. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0, 2 foot. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0, 2 foot. It's true that the same product gives more experience. It seemed like there was no problem upgrading after devouring this green locust king. Lu Qing began to feast, and soon enough, he had devoured the entire green locust king. Energy buildup is full. Is it upgraded? Yes. The energy that had been built up by the system began to wash Lu Qing's body. The energy rolls on and is warm and cozy. Without realizing it for a few seconds, the promotion was complete. The first thing Lu Qing, who had returned to his senses, saw was that the black color of the blade's foot was getting deeper and deeper black, and a silver line texture appeared on both sides of the blade's foot. The figure skyrocketed to 1.5 meters. The most significant change is the 4 secondary feet. The previous parapods had barely changed, but after this ascension, the barbs on the parapods had become very sharp, like little curved knives. With this enhancement, the secondary foot can also be used as a hidden weapon. Pulled the panel. Chapter 24. Just now also 7 products. How now? Rise, race, sword mantis, grade, lower 8th grade, 9, 2 out of 700. Skill, strong strike sneaky stab, evolvable, swift rush, evolvable. Attack skills are once again enhanced. The flying skill remains the same though. Mantises are not a species that excels at flight, and it makes sense that flight skills would evolve slowly. Blade Swallow ate the leg meat while vigilantly observing the 4 directions. The 2 directions it is most concerned about are the mantis and the golden hair monkey. The golden-furred monkey did not move for a long time. I do not know whether it is dead or not. However, there was a change in the mantis that was most concerned at that moment. When it looked up again alertly, the whole bird was dumbfounded. The last time I gazed, the mantis was still 1 meter in size. Looking at it again after a dozen seconds or so, he realized that the other party had grown a great deal, reaching about 1.5 meters. Though it didn't understand metrics, such an obvious change still made the meat on its mouth fall to the floor. No, that's a promotion? What species doesn't ascend slowly, and the process of growing in stature isn't agonizing? How is it that this praying mantis finished ascending so quickly, and also looks like it's enjoying itself extremely? Blade Swallow's body trembled. It saw Mantis's unsuspecting gaze. There was no expression, but it really felt an unkind feeling from the mantis. Mom yay, he's not craving my body. With a jolt, it remembered the earlier warning from Mantis. Can't roll when it wants to. Before also thought that the other party is bragging. After all, with their own strength frontal hard to fight, but want to go or can leave gracefully. Now what? The other party had broken through to the 8th rank in a short period of time. The advancement was not only in strength, but also in that huge size and exaggerated wings. Once the other party got close, would he be able to run away? I can't run away. The difference between one product is extremely obvious. The previous words were not bragging, but people really do have this strength. The blade swallow was very decisive, and immediately lifted its wings and took off after looking at each other. As for the leg meat on the ground, it doesn't matter. There's always a chance you'll be able to eat something good when you're alive. Blade swallow's alertness and determination surprised Lu Qing quite a bit. Birds really are a bit smarter than insects. A different bug would probably not be able to detect the danger right now. He himself was already of the 8th rank, and now he was completely unafraid of the injured golden-furred monkey. Lu Qing waved his blade and foot and walked straight towards the golden-furred monkey. Originally there were some roundup animals. After they saw that the mantis had actually instantly broken through to the 8th grade, they knew that this cup of soup was not going to be shared. And even if they didn't go any further, they might become the soup. The remaining ones, too, left shaking their heads in dismay. That mantis 7th product had a ridiculously large appetite, and they all didn't dare to grab it. And now that they had inexplicably been promoted to 8th product, they had even less of a chance. Lu Qing came to the golden-furred monkey. At this time, the golden-furred monkey closed his eyes tightly, next to a puddle of dark red blood clots, and there was no longer any blood flowing out of the wound. Stretching out his blade foot, he touched the golden-haired monkey's shoulder. In the next instant, the golden-furred monkey's eyes snapped open. The scorched eyes were filled with viciousness as he pulled Lu Qing's blade foot with one arm. The golden-furred monkey was strangely powerful, at least more powerful than all the species he had encountered. Between this pull, Lu Qing's body couldn't help but move closer to the other party. Lu Qing's response was extremely quick. His newly evolved secondary foot instantly rooted into the ground, his powerful grip controlling his form. In a moment, he saw doubt and a hint of fear in the eyes of the golden monkey. The golden hair monkey's internal activity at this point was family members. Who understands? As an existence of the 8th rank, he was actually provoked and surrounded by green locusts. It's got a temper tantrum all of a sudden. A handful of tears finally took care of these little mongrels, but it was also seriously injured, and it even broke an arm. It's not an insect. It can't be reborn with a broken arm. It needs recuperation now. With an overactive ear, it discovered a large group of snoopers hiding in the shadows. In this case, it can't leave quickly. It can only play dead, wait for the baiter, then come to a chicken to make an example of, a worm to make an example of the strong, and then rest quietly for 3 or 5 days. The bugs and birds, however, were far more wary than it had realized. It was a long wait before any bugs took the bait. The one who fell for it was a 7th grade praying mantis. 7 pints. Even with one arm, it was perfectly capable of swallowing and tearing the other alive. So when the other tried, it struck decisively, pulling in a knife foot. However, when it looked closer, it realized that the mantis was actually an 8th grade. Who can understand this situation? When he closed his eyes to lure in, he was still a 7th grade, and the moment he opened his eyes he was a big guy with an 8th grade, and he himself had pulled the opponent's blade foot. This action was full of breakage. If the opponent was a 7th rank, he could forcefully pull it over and then fong tear to give it a fatal blow. But now the other party is the 8th grade. One cannot pull. Sensing the danger, the golden-furred monkey hastily let go of his hand. Sure enough, in the next instant another blade and foot stabbed directly and diagonally. The golden-furred monkey erupted with a powerful survival instinct and leapt up, ready to dodge the fatal blow. Injured as it was, it couldn't be too strong even with how it exploded. What's more, it wasn't facing an ordinary 8th product, but the enlightened Lu Qing. Instead of pulling back, the loosened blade foot probed straight out and hooked the opponent's ankle. The other blade foot followed and stabbed into the golden-furred monkey's thigh. The golden-furred monkey that had leapt into midair was pulled back alive and fell to the ground. Don't do it. I can tell you a secret. The foot of the blade raised into the air paused. Tell me about it. The golden-furred monkey thought that Lu Qing had been tricked, and was secretly happy in his heart, but continued. I know of a place that is filled with exotic treasures, and the things there benefit greatly from a casual bite. A short sentence, full of holes. This is really thinking of yourself as an insect with a low IQ. Lu Qing sneered, uninterested. Before the words were finished, the blade and foot crashed down. Don't. Monkey head chopped off. It didn't understand until its death how the worm, which had always been good at cheating, was so smart today. Lu Qing tasted the monkey brain, tender and smooth. This is secondary to the fact that the main thing is that one bite provides 0.2 experience points. Just one bite provides 0.2, and this whole one, it must provide 200 or 300 points? It's getting dark. A terrifying roar resounded through the peach forest like thunder. The next sound, the source was a little closer. I'm afraid it won't be long before this terrifying being passes by. Lu Qing hurriedly hooked the golden-furred monkey's corpse to return the same way. After the 8th product, his body was 1 meter 5, and even when he hooked the 1 meter 8 golden-furred monkey, he did not have any difficulty using his wings to add a bit of speed. It didn't take long to have arrived in front of the cave. Lu Qing walked in and found Big Strong leisurely getting up. "Boss, where have you been this afternoon?" Lu Qing put down the golden-furred monkey's corpse and said in a bad mood. "You go out and get enough to eat and drink, but I have to go around looking for prey. So what do you think I've been doing?" Chapter 25, Lord of the Peach Forest. De Zhuang hemmed and hawed, and then his sight fell to the corpse of the golden-furred monkey on the ground. "What the hell is this? 8th grade golden monkey." De Zhang couldn't help but stare. How many grades? 8th grade. 8 pints. It then realized that its boss seemed to have grown quite a bit in size again. "No, boss, you're 8th grade?" "Yes." After receiving an affirmative answer, Big Strong sat down on the ground in a deflated manner. "No, you're on medication. Advancing to the next level is as simple as eating. I thought I was fast enough to ascend. I didn't expect you to be even faster. It's only been a few days." "Ah, you've worked your way up from the 7th level to the 8th level." Lu Qing didn't pay any attention to it, but instead started eating on his own. On the sidelines, De Zhang was craving for it. "How does an 8th grade golden monkey taste?" "It's okay. And is the meat hard?" "You're just asking questions. Don't you want to taste it?" Lu Qing moved his sword and foot and plucked off the 2 peaches from the golden hairy monkey. "This stuff is a great tonic. Come and taste it for you." After saying that, he threw it to the other side. Where had De Zhuang ever eaten a primate? Naturally he didn't understand what these 2 peaches were. It took it excitedly and couldn't wait to enjoy the 8-piece meal. "Well, it tastes good, just a little tart." Lu Qing laughed in his heart. "The meat of the 8th grade is just like that. You'll get used to eating it." Actually, the texture and flavor are secondary. The real beauty is the energy contained within it. That's true. Although the placement of this piece of meat was pretty, that it definitely had a good effect. The benefits of Big Strong, a 5th-ranked mantis, eating the meat of an 8th-ranked mantis were innumerable. Lu Qing didn't need to chew and naturally ate extremely fast. De Zhuang finished the 2 peaches and looked up to find only white bones left on the ground. It lifted its blade foot and wiped its mouth with intent. "Boss, you're still so fast with this dry food. That's not fast enough?" Lu Qing picked up the white bones and tried chewing one. Before, when the grade was low, the bones couldn't be gnawed at all, but now it's not much of a challenge. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0.2 foot. Bones are useful. This one swept the bones right off the table. A whole 8 products of golden hair monkey, except for 2 peaches, all into the belly. The experience value has also skyrocketed to 258 to 700. Find a way to screw over 2 more 8s and you'll be able to advance again. In a good mood, Lu Qing came to the stone bed and climbed down. Early morning, Lu Qing was awakened by a thunderous roar. Then a clear, unmistakable soft voice appeared in his head. "Today is a day without war. Within the peach forest, all races above the 5th rank must provide a tree-tip fruit before noon." After the sound faded, there was a different kind of roar. The roar was dozens of miles away, but it shook the dust inside the cave, transmitting females and roars. On the other hand, should be emitted by the Fae and should not be an individual. Big Strong rolled over and assumed a fighting stance. "What the hell?" Lu Qing rolled over to the entrance of the cave. The roar of dozens of miles is still so powerful, and it can still transmit sound clearly. I wonder what kind of race it is that is so powerful. Big Strong hurried to follow. "If it doesn't work, we'll run." After coming outside, Lu Qing originally wanted to find a few peach bugs of high grade to inquire about the situation, but he didn't expect that an arrow sparrow happened to pass by in the air. Lu Qing, who had reached the 8th grade, was extremely fast, and the district arrow sparrow was naturally instantly clamped down and pulled down. Arrowfinch let out a scream, then begged frantically for mercy. "Don't do it, don't do it. Today is a day without war." Lu Qing let go of his hand and took a closer look, feeling that the arrow sparrow in front of him looked a bit familiar. "Tell me what is going on with the day of no war, and what exactly is that roar?" Arrowbird looked stunned, glancing at Lu Qing's terrifyingly silent blade. He tremblingly communicated, "The no war day is a day stipulated by the Lord of the Peach Forest, stipulating that the entire day of the full moon is the no war day, and that on this day, no matter what the species is, there can't be any fighting or killing, or else the Lord of the Peach Forest will show up to quell it in person." Lu Qing was slightly shocked in his heart. Being able to stipulate the date and set the rules showed that this Peach Forest Lord was notoriously wise. There is strength and wisdom. What race is the Lord of the Peach Forest and what strength does he have? Arrow Bird immediately responded. It's said to be a white ape. A white ape with a stout figure like a mountain. And it's said that its strength is already out of the low rank. The white ape is so intelligent that makes sense. the strength is out of the lower order. Then the lowest is the existence of the second order. Such a powerful strength was definitely not an existence that the current self could provoke. The peach forest is a good place. The lord of the peach forest is powerful. Temporarily obeying the rules of stoic development is the right way. So what's this tree tip fruit thing that was mentioned earlier? The arrowfinch's red beak nudged the peach tree next to it. Up there. That's the highest place. That crystal clear fruit. That's the tip of the tree fruit. The tip of the tree fruit is ripe every 3 years. 100 trees can only ripen a grain after the full moon. It's the favorite of the lord of the peach forest. It is rumored that this fruit benefits life and prolongs life, and has many wonderful benefits, but no race knows exactly how wonderful it is. Why? The arrowfinch seemed to shrink in extreme fear. Those who tasted it were all torn to pieces by the lord of the peach forest, along with the same races being implicated in torn to pieces. The white monkeys got a temper. Turning around, well, there you go. Arrow Sparrow scowled. I have already reached the 5th grade. And I also need to provide a tree-tip fruit to the lord of the peach forest. I wonder if this one can be taken away by me. It's so stupid and greedy. Lu Qing sent it flying with a direct kick. Turning to Dazhuang, he commanded. Dazhuang picked the fruit. Big Strong even flew and picked off the branches and tip fruits. Afterwards another grain was sought with it. 2 of Big Strong's knife feet clamped down on the branch and the fruit rested on his back. Boss, I feel like it's hard to walk like this. You don't bother when it comes to eating and drinking. Along the way Lu Qing encountered many races. Among them is the deadly stubborn iron-head cricket. The iron-headed cricket looked at any species with a look of bitter hatred, but restrained himself from making a move. And after encountering the iron-headed cricket, the other party didn't even dare to look at himself. Lu Qing secretly said, it seems that the iron-headed cricket is only iron to heads with low strength. Typical bullying. Hearing a buzzing in the air, he looked up to see a 2-meter-long dragonfly with a wingspan of over 4 meters flying through the air. The wings of this dragonfly were like metal blades, vibrating rapidly, and the sound was emitted from the vibration. The dragonfly seemed to notice that a race was watching it and stalled in the air. A cold voice then came out. Humph, if you dare to look up at me again, I'll cut you into pieces. All the species within this peach forest have quite a temper. This female dragonfly was actually going to freak out just for looking at it. Sure enough, there is no reasoning in this world, and all there is to talk about is strength. The other races all honestly bowed their heads. But it was Lu Qing who smiled. If you don't look up, do you look up your ass? The dragonfly's gaze instantly locked onto Lu Qing. After seeing that the other party was of the same 8th rank, he once again snorted coldly. I'd what's so arrogant? So it's a small mantis. Chapter 26, Arrogant? Arrogant is right. The same 8 products are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. Among the insect race, the attack power of the mantis was definitely second to none. However, the winged blade dragonfly was not afraid at all. Its confidence comes from razor-sharp wings. The rapidly vibrating wings were like a meat grinder. As long as they swept past, even the same product would be strangled into meat as usual. It was also because of this confidence that it didn't even put the praying mantis in front of it in its eyes. Lu Qing was also too lazy to fight with the other party. After all, it's a no-war day, so all the effort of talking is just pulling hate. It would be better to just make a date. After all, experience packs of the 8th grade were not easy to find. And if you came across one then you would have to date one. Lu Qing waved his saber foot at the dragonfly. Since you're so arrogant, then tomorrow morning dare you to go to Peachwood East, so I can let you try some bullying from a praying mantis. Afraid that the other party didn't understand the direction, he added, the east, that's the direction where the sun rises in the morning. The winged blade dragonfly immediately agreed without thinking. Just you? Just as well. It's been a long time since I've eaten a praying mantis. Tomorrow you will wash your long neck and wait for my winged blade to crush you. After saying that, his wings quickly vibrated and quickly flew away. Lu Qing's voice transmission caught up with it. Don't miss your appointment. My meat smells great. Only after the dragonfly flew away did Big Strong dare to show his head. Boss, dragonflies are all proud and cool. When they complete their reproduction business they are both male and female ass to ass. They don't even look at each other. It's better if you don't bother with each other. I take it you think I can't beat it? How can it be? I've watched you, boss, reach today's achievement step by step. When are we going to move? The dragonfly's wings are too scary. I'm afraid that we'll become praying mantis scum. With all this bull asterisk, don't you still not think highly of yourself? That said, dragonflies fly incredibly fast. The first important surprise attack, and the wing blade is sharp, as long as the touch basically into a pulp. Looking at it that way, one did have little chance of winning. Lu Qing snorted coldly. The dragonfly's winged blade is indeed powerful, so when you go back, you should hurry up and move out, so as to save me from being upset all day long. What about you? Stay in the cave and eat a big meal. Of course, Where's the big meal? Dragonflies are just great food. Boss, you can't handle the other side. Just at this moment, a rude voice transmission suddenly came from behind him. Get out of the way. All of you. Turn your head and look at the smoke. The trembling of the ground let Lu Qing know that there was a big guy coming from behind. Sure enough, a large insect over 3 meters in size appeared in the smoke. The insect was covered in thick black armor, and its 6 legs were very thick and covered in thick black armor as well. It had no tentacles, and in its place was what seemed to be a rhinoceros-like black horn, with the head of the horn shaped like a sledgehammer. On the upper body, there are also 2 spiny horns. This size, combined with the full coverage armor, makes it a mobile tank. Lu Qing pulled out the other party's information. Race, iron-armored giant bull, insect. Strength, low rank 8th grade. Talent, rampage. This was the first insect behemoth with its own skills that Lu Qing had encountered. Being of the same 8th grade, Lu Qing was only about 1.5 meters. The winged blade dragonfly was 2 meters, while this iron-armored giant bull in front of him was 3 meters. The size and exaggerated dimensions were more than just twice as big. Dai Jiang panicked and stepped aside. It saw Lu Qing, who hadn't moved a muscle, and reminded him in a loud voice, "Boss, get out of the way. Don't get trampled by this big guy." Lu Qing still didn't make any movements, just staring fixedly at the charging iron-armored giant bull. The iron-armored giant bull was even more unconcerned, not caring if it would hit the other party at all, as it lowered its head and brought the hammer horn on its head across. Just then, Lu Qing made a move. His blade foot flashed quickly and slashed directly at the tree-tip fruit on the back of the iron-armored giant bull. This slash might not be able to break through the iron-armored giant bull, but those 2 tree-tip fruits definitely became slag. The iron-armored giant bull ran rampant and surprisingly fast, one because of its nature, and the other more important thing was that it wanted to give the tree-tip fruit to the peach forest lord earlier. It doesn't matter if it gets a knife, but where will it find a fruit at the tip of the tree if it's hurt for a while? So the iron-armored giant bull came straight to an emergency brake. The 6 legs plunged straight into the soil as if they were iron plows, and 2 furrows appeared under the drive of inertia. It came to a scant stop with the foot of the blade only inches from the tip fruit. The iron-armored giant bull couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. The 2 tree-tip fruits that were so hard to come by were nearly spoiled by this little bug. That little tantrum came on in a flash. Damn, you don't want to live. Lu Qing put away his blade and foot and said in a very kind manner, "Actually, I want to split you." Chopped me? My iron armor is thicker than your sword and foot. And you? Standing on the sidelines. Dajiang couldn't help but fret as he watched his boss being so arrogant. What's wrong with the boss today? Why does he have to cause trouble everywhere? It hadn't followed Lu Qing for nothing during this period of time, and looking at the infinitely arrogant boss, it suddenly thought of something. Usually the boss wrote ruthless words not much. Can play in absolutely not play open? Really want to deal with each other. Should have been quietly out of the knife. Being so arrogant now, he must have something up his sleeve. Under Lu Qing's tutelage, Big Strong had already gained a certain level of thinking ability, and it snapped to a general idea. Ha, the boss really does have a bad taste in his mouth. The iron-armored giant bull communicated angrily. A mere praying mantis, how dare you speak out against your old man? It's just as well that today is a war-free day, or else I would have hammered you into a meat cake in an instant. After saying that, the big head shook. The hammer horn then danced back and forth, with the wind sound whistling. Looks amazing power. Just as Lu Qing was about to invite him, Dezhuang jumped out at once. It looked rather comical with its blade feet stuck tightly to 2 branches. Boss, look at me. Its triangular head lifted up to look at the iron-armored giant bull. Just you? Don't look like you've grown strong. If my boss were to make a move, he'd be able to chop you into 56 pieces in an instant. Lu Qing almost laughed out loud. This bastard can't count. And he said so solely because he had heard Lu Qing say similar things. The iron-armored giant bull instantly became furious. We're 2 8-point exchanges. How come a 5-point little nugget jumps out? How is a piece of like you qualify to talk to me? Off and let that big mantis come out. It said. It looked at Lu Qing. The big one doesn't dare to squeak, letting the little one come out and take the top, right? Lu Qing was just about to open his mouth when he was once again cut off by Dezhuang. Turf calf, to deal with goods like you, there's no need for my boss to do anything. I'll just give you a slight cut and I'll be able to chop your head off as a urinal. The more Dajiang said, the more energized, cocked his head, a high and mighty look, staring at the big eyes. You see a ball. I know you're not convinced, right? I know you are not convinced. Today is the day of no war. For the time being, I will spare your life as a turf calf. If you have a bit of guts, tomorrow morning, Taolin East, I, Dezhuang, will personally take action to settle you. The iron-armored giant bull's teeth were itching with anger. Jumping the gun. It's like you don't know what you're doing. The small praying mantis of the district's 5th grade actually, the iron-armored giant bull gruffly agreed. Okay, I won't see you tomorrow, whoever doesn't go will be born of meatworms. After saying that, he gave Lu Qing a hard look. Along with you, tomorrow I will hammer both of you mantises into pulp. After letting out his harsh words, he turned his head and started running wildly once again. Chapter 27 Tomorrow morning. Peachwood East. Out of sight, out of mind. Looking at the figure of the iron-armored giant bull running wildly, Dezhuang cheerfully invited Lu Qing for credit. Boss, how did I play? Not bad. Lu Qing nodded. Looks like you've learned a lot from following me during this time. Hey, good teaching boss. I'll give you authentic leg meat to eat tomorrow when it's done. Upon hearing this, Big Strong became even more energized. 8th grade leg meat. That was definitely a lot of benefits. Eating some more of it himself would allow him to advance to the 6th grade. Boss, it's already 3/8. Isn't that enough? Lu Qing shook his head. 3? Not enough. The more the better. I'll give you a chance to exercise. Pull as many 8th grade products as you can. Hey, promise to get the job done. Under Lu Qing's guidance, along the way, Dezhuang was completely letting himself go. Anyway, today is a war-free day, with the boss behind me, and even more so, with the perfect plan the boss has made. So what do I have to be afraid of? According to the boss, rampant is right. The more rampant the better. The more arrogant the better. A red-clawed hawk passed by. Big Strong opens up straight away. That pigeon in the sky. Yes, that's you. What 8th grade red-clawed hawk? In my eyes you're just a pigeon. Not convinced? It's only the 8th rank of the district. Dealing with you is as simple as killing a chicken. Tomorrow, Tao Lin Dong. Let's see how I screw you over. A flaming prairie chicken darted by. Big Strong opens wide against the face. What are you looking at? Talking about you? You little chicken asterisk. 8th grade fire prairie chicken? I'd like to see if you fire prairie chickens can come and roast yourselves. Not convinced? Watch me eat your big chicken leg tomorrow. Tao Lin Dong. A Pegasus appeared in the air. Phew, why are you running so fast? You wild ass? You've got wings. You think you're an insect. 9th grade Pegasus? Pegasus. Reacting. Big Strong's legs went limp and the whole thing slumped to the ground. 9 pins. Getting big. The Pegasus snorted. Eyes deadpan. Big Strong's guts were shattered. What a floater. Actually messing with the 9th pin. It was arrogant and infinite just a moment ago, and immediately became the good boy mantis. Misunderstanding. I said I was in an extremely good mood as soon as I woke up today. It turns out I was destined to see an auspicious person like you. Your fur is so white and shiny, and with a fit body. I'm envious. The horse farts that are put out are aged. That's called a fragrance. You walk slowly. Even the back is so handsome and forceful. Seeing the Pegasus disappear, Dezhuang breathed a solid sigh of relief. Almost played it off. If this really asked the 9 Pegasus over, not only would the plan go down the drain, both of them would have to flee. Lu Qing glared at it fiercely. Watch it. Don't go up. Dezhuang hurriedly promised. I promise not to go to the head, and I will definitely take a good look next time. If I come across any species I haven't seen before, I'll ask first. It must be said that there are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons within the peach forest, and there are abundant resources. Even encountered a stinging insect covered in spikes. The bug was about 2 meters long and covered in spikes. It's slower because of the short legs and the need to wriggle. As far as the bugs were concerned, it was destined to be a high-grade species just for that massive size. Dezhuang took the initiative to move closer at Lu Qing's gesture. What is your oldest name? A shrill voice appeared in Big Strong's head. What the hell is it that dares to stand in front of me? It's just that today is a day without war, or else a shot of poisonous sting will send you to your death. That's quite a little temper tantrum. Dezhuang didn't have Lu Qing's cheating tactics, so naturally he didn't know the strength of the stinging insect in front of him, only to bow and nod. Yes. Your lesson is yes. Your poisonous sting is indeed powerful, simply unparalleled in the world. I wonder if I can ask, your current rank? Who can stand horse asterisk? This 2-meter large stinging insect immediately tilted its body with complacency. Count on you to speak. Listen up. I am the 8th product. 2, little 5th product. Worship me. It thought that Big Strong would absolutely honor this rank after hearing it. I didn't realize that Big Strong had staged an otherworldly transformation. The 8th grade? Mud. It's you who's looking for the 8th grade. Big Strong immediately spat. Your milk. Your grandfather can't change the fact that you're a piece of trash. And you're still worshipping you? If it weren't for the fact that today is a war-free day, I would have stomped you to death right now. The stinging insects froze. The contrast was so great that its shriveled cerebellum couldn't turn for a moment. No. A moment ago you were being coy and in the blink of an eye you start spewing? How dare you? A mere 8th grade. Stinging Bug's little tantrum was about to explode in an instant. The poisonous spikes on his body began to tremble. Dai Zhang, however, was oblivious to the fact that the stinging insects might not be able to control themselves once they got on top and stormed out of the room. It also held its big belly quite confidently. What's the matter with making a move? Come on, stick it right here. I'd like to see how the Lord of the Peach Forest disciplines you rule-breaking bugs. The 4 words Lord of the Peach Forest instantly sobered the stinging insect up a lot. An existence as powerful as that had long since exceeded imagination in terms of perception and hearing. Rumor had it that there were 2 great beasts of the 9th grade and a great worm that fought each other. Yet before they could distinguish a winner, the Lord of the Peach Forest suddenly appeared and instantly turned both 9th grades into mincemeat at the same time. If he had just zapped this little praying mantis in front of him into a hedgehog for the sake of a moment's pleasure, he was afraid that he would have been instantly killed by the Lord of the Peach Forest as well. Having regained a bit of his senses, Stinging Bug held back his anger. Big Strong, on the other hand, got an inch. Look at that little expression. Like a meatworm that can't eat leaves. Ha! Meatworm is definitely the word of shame for bugs. So insulted. The stinging worm was once again on the verge of a violent outburst. Don't be unconvinced. And don't say that brother doesn't give you a chance. Your big strong brother. I live in Towlin East. Early tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you there, pulling out your thorns one by one and dropping them on you. Yes. The stinging worm was trembling with anger. Tomorrow. It's the meatworms that don't come. The big strong man's eyes lit up, and lo and behold, the dumbass got on his own. Yeah, don't come as meatworms. Wait for you, yo. After saying that, he lifted his sword and foot and left. The stinging insect shivered and moved on. Boss, it's been about 28 this way. Is that enough? Lu Qing looked at the sun. It was nearing the time agreed upon by the Lord of the Peach Forest. That's enough. 28 of them? That's enough for an upgrade anyhow. Dezhuan was quite sensitive to new words and immediately asked, upgrade? What is upgrade? Upgrade. Got it. Lu Qing looked ahead. There was a huge, low peach tree. The reason for this description was because the diameter of this ancient peach tree exceeded 30 meters, but the height was afraid to be even 20 meters. The overall look is like a green mushroom growing on a large tree stump. Oddly enough, though, the peach tree had no flowers or fruit on it. All there was green leaves and a huge hole in the tree. Up ahead is where the Lord of the Peach Forest is. Don't communicate. Just offer the fruit in a low profile and leave. Big Strong nodded repeatedly. Chapter 28. The ugly stinging insects with spikes have become showy? Lu Qing wanted to catch a glimpse of the Peach Forest Lord, so he carefully kept an eye on the neighborhood. Animals of all species were coming from all directions in an orderly fashion, and then departing peacefully after offering the tip fruit. Receiving the tree tip fruit are 3 large white monkeys. They were over 2 meters tall, with long arms and broad shoulders, stocky and agile. Lu Qing pulled up their information. Race, white wise spirit monkey. Strength, 9th grade of the lower order. Introduction, a unique and rare species with average strength but possessing a high IQ. To be able to have a separate introduction, it was evident that this white wisdom spirit monkey was indeed unique. The large peach forest was being managed in a well-organized manner, which certainly had the credit of these 3 white wise spirit monkeys. All the races paid tribute to the collected tree-tip fruits, which were then kept by these 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys. When the 2 of them came close, 3 piles of tree-tip fruits had already piled up behind the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys. New male mantis? One of the white wisdom spirit monkeys glanced at Lu Qing before signaling Dezhuan to place the tree-tip fruit on the fruit pile. Lu Qing immediately responded, we came to the peach forest yesterday. The white wisdom spirit monkey nodded slightly. To be able to bring the tree-tip fruit here means that you've already heard of the rules here. So it's fine. Retreat. There wasn't much communication or small talk. It was as if Lu Qing, this 8th grade mantis, did not catch the eye. Lu Qing was also self-aware. The 9th grade white wisdom spirit monkeys might not be ridiculously strong, but the Lord of the Peach Forest behind them was the rightful owner. It's just as well to dive into development when you don't see yourself. Lu Qing glanced at the tree hole as he left. The hole in the tree was covered by branches and leaves, so even with strong eyesight, you couldn't see anything. This Lord of the Peach Forest is more or less a mystery. Could it be that the 3 white wise spirit monkeys had played some kind of trick? For example, constructing a false peach grove lord as a way to deter these restless races, so that they would deliver the white wisdom spirit monkey's favorite tree-tip fruit on time every month? There was such a possibility. After all, with the intelligence of the white wisdom spirit monkey was capable of coming up with fictional stories, coupled with the strength of a not-so-uncommon rank. It wasn't that hard to suppress races below the 2nd rank. Boss, the tree-tip fruit was handed over. Are we okay? Dezhuan's voice transmission interrupted Lu Qing's thoughts. Let's go back to the cave first. They were just about to leave when suddenly there was a roar. The roar was like thunder, and it actually blew up the gravel on the ground. Some of the fifth-rate races were even blown askew. De Zhuang also nearly took off, or Lu Qing pulled him down. Turning his head, he looked all over the place, but those 3 piles of tree-tipped fruits were so well placed that even though the roar was thunderous, they were unaffected. The location of the source is exactly inside the tree hole. The roar was so amazing, so you could tell how strong it was. It seems the Lord of the Peach Forest is real. A white wise spirit monkey transmitted. Time is up. Those who deliver the tree-tip fruit leave quickly. Turning his head to look, several of the delayed species had settled into place looking overwhelmed. They are mostly 5 points, delayed by their own speed limitations. Among them was a snail dragging a house. A white wise spirit monkey leapt up and smashed the snail, along with its little house, into mud with a single punch. The other white wisdom spirit monkeys struck out, and in just a few seconds, the latecomers to the race were all put to death. Decisive, bully, Lu Qing secretly said, it is really thunderous. Not even giving a chance to explain. There are 7 who have not arrived. The liquidation begins. A white wise spirit monkey put his hand in his mouth and whistled. Then several teams of large queen bees flew over, each with about 30. The large queen bees that led the group, about a meter or so, made a buzzing sound as their wings vibrated. Lu Qing pulled out the message and glanced at it. Race, Great Queen Bee Commander. Strength, low rank 8th grade. Introduction, a unique bee. Unique? Soon Lu Qing knew how to be unique. Queen bee locate and hunt. The voice of the Great King Bee Commander was cold and emotionless. As soon as the voice was transmitted, those large queen bees pulled off the tail pins from their asses and held them in their parapods, looking like warriors ready to charge at a moment's notice. The large queen bees that received the instruction immediately went after them in separate directions. Apparently, these large queen bees had received orders from the queen bee. Then the queen bee must be an extremely terrifying existence, just like the ant queen. No, it should be more powerful than the ant queen, possessing terrifying spiritual power, capable of detecting the traces of species within a certain range. That's why the bee king knew which species above the 5th grade hadn't come to offer the tree-tip fruit, and pinpointed and hunted them down, firmly controlling the dynamics and situation of the entire peach forest. This kind of mental ability is simply horrible. Could the queen bee of the queen bee be the lord of the peach forest? It couldn't. It was impossible for the great king bee to emit that kind of terrifying roar. Either way, it meant that there were many powerful existences within this peach forest. At least the peachwood lord and the queen bee were both more than low-ranked existences. Boss, that peach forest lord is too terrifying. With a roar, he even lifted up sand and rocks. The big strong man heartily patted his big fat belly with his knife foot. Where had it ever seen such a big scene? And it was reasonable for it to be frightened by the terrifying roar. Lu Qing said unhurriedly, an existence of the next level is certainly terrifying. Let's go back to the cave first and recuperate. After all, there are still big things waiting for us to do. De Zhuang immediately understood, and immediately hemmed and hawed. That makes sense. It's still our big event that's most important. Boss, you really do have a belly full of bad blood. He. Early morning. The stinging insects were the first to come to Peachwood East. It hated the thought of yesterday's unbelievably arrogant mantis. Yesterday was a war-free day, and I hadn't eaten all day and night, so it was a good time to take those 2 mantises and pad them out. The stinging worm stopped squirming. The sun was already silhouetted in the east. This is Peachwood East. The large spiny worm straightened up, its head with its horrible mouthparts scanning back and forth. Where's Mantis? Weren't you cocky yesterday? Come on out. Today your prickly insect grandfather will zap you all with 10,000 holes. Yet there was no movement. Not yet? Coward. What a praying mantis. Just a no-good meatworm. Put. There was still no response after a few curses. Grandpa is waiting for you. Martyr. I will definitely zap you to death today. Just as he was cursing, there was a sudden movement behind him. The stinging bug was so happy that he thought it was the 2 praying mantises that had come. He turned his head, but froze. What came was not a praying mantis, but an equally large, iron-armored giant bull. At this moment, this iron-armored giant bull's compound eyes were scarlet and its body was trembling. The stinging insect once saw the iron-armored giant bull once. Only now the other party this state looks a little wrong. The great spiny bug was arrogant and accustomed to it, knowing that the iron-armored giant bull was difficult to deal with. Yet it remained nonchalant. Dodge away. I'm here on business. The iron-armored giant bull was unmoved, even as its eyes stared straight at the stinging worm. Who? What's the matter? Me? How come I see an ugly prickly worm with spikes getting all showy? Chapter 29, Mayhem. This bullish response from the iron-armored giant bull caused the stinging insect to shiver, while a wave of annoyance instantly rose. Is it possible that you meatworms are starving? I am at least a male big prickly bug, with more obvious features than even you, and much bigger than yours. What's wrong with you? Iron-armored giant bull shook the big hammer on his head. Big or not, but I just can't help but move on you. It didn't know why it was like that. Originally it is an absolutely the normal iron-armored giant bull. Absolutely will find female to reproduce offspring. But today I do not know how. Actually, could it have something to do with the peach bug he ate? Just now, it was holding its fire ready to settle the score with those two praying mantises. As I passed a peach tree, a peach bug barfed down in front of me. Peach bugs are an absolute heavenly treat for the hungry one who can't climb trees yet. The peach bug wriggled its pink body right up to its mouth. One frantic effort to burrow into it. It's all in your mouth, so it's hard not to eat it. So the ironclad giant bull ate it. Then, I'm so hot and dry that I want to drill holes when I see them. And soon encountered a stinging insect. The stinging insect's gaping mouthparts are extra sexy in its eyes. Ha! It's simply bizarre. An iron-armored giant bull turned on me. A stinging insect. I'm a code. The stinging insect instantly became furious. Old me hates interracials the most. I have to kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook and several poisonous spikes shot out violently. Iron-armored giant bull covered with iron armor comparable to steel plate. These several poisonous thorns directly broken to the ground. I didn't realize that the scratching had made it more interested. Ah, this is where the stripping starts. Stinging bug was speechless for a moment. I shoot stings, and you say I strip? Die for me. The poisonous thorns on his body teased nonstop, as if they were flying towards the iron-armored giant bull like a torrential downpour. Poor accuracy with more stings. The 8th grade Mater hedgehog who was just about to settle the score with Mantis was caught off guard when a poisonous spike was stuck in his head. Mater hedgehog was in a hurry. Stinger sneak attack. No wonder the two mantises were so arrogant yesterday. So they had found help. The hedgehog bared his large slate teeth. Marred. You're starting to play sneak attack before you even arrive. Aren't you? Die. The spikes on Mater hedgehog's body instantly skyrocketed, as if it was a mobile sea urchin that directly joined the battlefield. At first Mater hedgehog was going to get the stinging worm with the ironclad giant. However, this iron-armored giant bull was immodest, staring at its but one after another, and even planning to come over. Mater hedgehog certainly couldn't stand it, staring at my ass, looking for death. The red-clawed grouse had just arrived to see the great melee of species that had fought to a standstill. It was not going to participate in the bug war. After all, its purpose was to mess with the two mantises. It wants no part of it, but it can't help it. The hedgehog stuck on its feathered wings, and the red-clawed grouse, which already had quite a temper, was directly anxious. The winged blade dragonfly, sharp-horned goat, red-headed eagle, and many of the 8th grade species with violent personalities all joined the melee. That fight was called a dark one. Tree branches. Dezhuang grabbed a 4th grade 5-legged snake and bit into it as if it were a chili bar. Asterisk. These guys are really laying it on the line. Especially that iron-armored giant bull and the sharp-horned goat, specializing in the lower 3. TSK. It's just not the same on drugs. Lu Qing laughed and lowered his voice transmission. Any species that eats red spring grass can't help themselves, and when they see a hole, they want to drill it. Dezhuang nodded his head repeatedly full of admiration. Still, boss, you're bad enough to think of letting the peach bugs eat the red spring grass, and then letting the iron-armored giant cow and sharp-horned goat eat the peach bugs. Lu Qing smiled and said, aren't you afraid that these 8 products won't be able to fight? So it's good to add some love interest to them. Hey, boss, you really do have a bad stomach. Lu Qing focused on the situation and lowered his voice. Cut the crap and watch the show. An 8th grade melee isn't something that's so nice to see. The destruction caused by the many 8 pints is extremely impressive. Add to that the fact that most of these species are cranky, and it's a real chicken and goat fight for a while. As the more they fought, the more passionate they became. They had all forgotten the purpose of coming here, killing red-eyed and only wanting to up all the races and become the ultimate winner. The Bee King asked me to inform you that a large-scale chaotic fight has occurred in the eastern part of the peach forest. All of those involved in the chaos are 8th grade species. The 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys exchanged glances, and then one of them said in a low voice, all of the ones involved in the fight are of the 8th rank. It's a bit too coincidental. Can it be that there is some species with high intelligence that deliberately caused all of this? The other, more mature-looking white wisdom spirit monkey shook its head slightly. Impossible. Within the peach forest are mostly insects. Other than the king bee, the rest of the insect races belong to the existence of worrisome intelligence. No insect race can have this kind of ability to provoke dozens of 8 products to kill each other. The only person who could have possibly contributed to such a thing was the golden hair monkey, but the golden hair monkey died the day before yesterday. Still at the hands of the mantis, who was new to the peach forest. So much so that I hypothesized that this was likely a chance event and should not have been done deliberately by a species. After contemplating, A white wisdom spirit monkey slowly nodded its head. The analysis makes sense, but we still need to go and wrap up. After all, the killing of an 8th grade race is bound to leave behind quite a few corpses. That's a good thing. It's just right to use it to feed the blood spirit Ganoderma. The remaining 2 agreed. The bloodlingji needed high-grade blood and flesh to feed on, and the corpses of these 8th grade species were just right to speed up the ripening process. Then let the longboard bugs and the big queen bees do the work in this matter. They passed the scheming back to the queen bee. Within a short time, a group of bugs with long, flat bodies came closer. This is the longboard bug, 6th grade in strength, but great strength, good stamina, good at consignment, simply an otherworldly version of the bug minivan. Soon a group of large queen bees flew by as well. After arrangements and explanations, this party of slatterns and large queen bees then set out. Lu Qing was secretly fanning the flames, stirring up the atmosphere from time to time, throwing some red spring grass, making this big melee even more chaotic. Many of the less vigilant species don't even realize what race they're being screwed by. Some of them were already seriously injured and were looking for an opportunity to prepare to jump out of the battle circle and escape. This is the case with the winged knife dragonfly. Here are all 8 products of the hard stalwart. It is proud of the winged blade has already rolled the edge. Further consumption of flight will become a problem. Then I am afraid that the life of the little one will not be guaranteed. So it withdrew from the battle circle, ready to run away first. After all, they were flying creatures, and it was still relatively easy to get out of the fray. After coming to the periphery, the winged blade dragonfly let out a secret sigh of relief. It's really menacing. I didn't expect so many powerful species to exist in this Peachwood East. Catching its breath a little, it snapped back to what it had come here for. Settle the score with those 2 flailing praying mantises. Now it was 2 praying mantises unseen, and himself wounded. Marred. Count me unlucky this time. When I run into 2 more praying mantises, let's see me slice you into pieces. It secretly cursed a few times, then prepared to fly away from this place. Just as he had just risen into the air, he fiercely heard a transmitting voice that was somewhat familiar. Yo, it's about to go. Chapter 30, A Good Harvest. The winged blade dragonfly turned its head and realized that the one who had transmitted the voice was none other than the fat mantis that was only of the 5th grade. It snapped into place. Although a great battle had damaged its strength, it was still able to deal with a 5th grade mantis without much trouble. Just as it was contemplating whether or not to settle the score with the other party, Big Strong appropriately poured another fire on it. Why are your wings curled? Did you lose one of your parapods? You're too weak, aren't you, to be in such a sorry state in this small scene? With this kind of strength, you'd better keep a lower profile in the future. Before I get angry, you'd better get lost and escape. After saying that, he also put on an appearance that he didn't put this crippled dragonfly in his eyes at all. This who can endure? His own hallowed 8th rank had just encountered an inexplicable battle, and after killing his way out with his skills, he was actually taunted by a tiny mantis of the 5th rank. What a new feud! The winged blade dragonfly no longer hesitated, directly switching directions and attacking the big strong man slumped in the branches of the tree. Looking for death? Then I'll give you a ride. Just as it approached with utmost confidence, it was suddenly alerted to see a dark thing suddenly scurrying out from behind the dense foliage. Fixing his eyes on it, it was none other than a black knife and foot. If it was in its heyday, it would naturally not be afraid, and would even have a good sparring session with this sneak attacker. But the current one was injured and its physical energy was almost depleted. It was more than enough to deal with a 5th product, but against a sneak attack from the same 8th product that was out of reach. In a panic, it turned its winged blade, intending to rely on hard contact to lend its strength to escape. However well planned, it didn't go as it was expected to. Lu Qing blade foot one in front of the other. The front blade foot clashed hard with the winged blade, forcing the other's vibrations to slow down, while the blade foot that followed went straight for the dragonfly's head. The dragonfly, whose strength had been reduced, had been struck without even having a chance to parry. With all its might it was only able to displace its body a little bit, and the blade foot that chopped its head turned into chopping its chest armor. The dragonfly's defenses were average, and the blade's foot still broke through the breastplate and slashed in. Its body was quickly clamped down by the other half of the blade foot. Sneak attack. No martial arts. Survival is also about martial arts. Lu Qing didn't bother with it and directly raised his blade foot. The winged blade dragonfly hated his teeth. Count yourself lucky that I just went through a great battle. Otherwise you would not be my opponent as far as your mere praying mantis is concerned. Is it still down to luck? It seemed that it still didn't understand that they had all fallen for Lu Qing's ways and thought that the chaos was just happening by chance. Lu Qing hemmed and hawed. I'm sorry, but the 8-pin chaos you experienced was also planned and led by me. The winged blade dragonfly froze. He planned it? No wonder. Inexplicably, he was caught up in the fight. An 8-pin insect still has some intelligence, but only a little bit. understood something under the provocation of Lu Qing, but was late to the grandmother's house. The winged blade dragonfly couldn't help but feel some regret. I should have known it was so insidious. However, Lu Qing didn't give it time to continue thinking. As it froze, the blade foot had already fallen. After a slash, the head of the winged blade dragonfly fell off. Lu Qing loosened the foot of his sword and threw the body down. Transport it back to the cave. And do it quickly. I'll be on the lookout for any more races taking advantage of the chaos to escape. There were indeed a few more sober fey beasts that were not caught up in this inexplicable 8-point pandemonium. They choose to hide in the shadows and watch, obviously intending to do a praying mantis. The true mantis, hidden further back, naturally wouldn't give them that chance. The 100-footed centipede was definitely a sinister race. The 100-legged centipede obedience of the 8th grade strength never forgot what his purpose was today. Find the 2 praying mantises that dared to provoke him and chop them up for meat. It was just that the situation was not quite what it expected. After arriving here, it didn't even see the 2 praying mantises that had made an appointment to fight. Instead, it encountered the 8th grade racial pandemonium. The 100-footed centipede was shrewd and simply didn't want to somehow fight to the death with other racial powerhouses, so it was ready to leave this place. As for the 2 praying mantises, themselves settled in the neighborhood and waited every day. I don't believe that I can't meet them. Just as it was about to go, it stopped. There are bound to be casualties when the 8th grade fights. There are casualties, then there's a big bargain to be had. These are a lovely size. Hit no more and start your meal beautifully by yourself. It's practically effortless to get tons of 8th grade food. Aha! Is there anything more wonderful than that? So the 100-footed centipede obediently found a bush to hide in. It watched the battlefield like a play. It would be even better if we had some food to eat while watching the theater. The thought had just come to me when barf, a fat peach bug fell to the ground. The 100-footed centipede was delighted in his heart. What a lucky day! Not only is there a great feast consisting of various races of the 8th rank waiting for me, but even in my spare time I can have peach worms dropped in front of me. This one can be eaten while watching the show. The 100-footed centipede beautifully took a bite at the still writhing peach bug. Fat and juicy. Yummy. After eating it, the 100-footed centipede felt as if there was something different about its body. An urge to pass on the family name suddenly bubbled up. Before long, this 100-foot centipede excitedly rushed into the chaos. Lu Qing is too tired. Beware not only of the escaping 8th grade, but also of those who are ready to pick up the pieces. But the thought of a floor full of experience packs filled him with motivation. However, it was worth mentioning that there were still 5 8th grade foreign beasts that escaped with injuries. One of them was none other than the iron-armored giant bull that was gradually breaking out of its psychedelic state. It couldn't figure out why it suddenly had that urge for other species, even to play heck with a stinging worm. After sobriety, it all feels very outrageous. Obviously I'm normal and only interested in females. What's going on today? It's a good thing the stinging insects struggled hard enough to not let themselves get away with it. Or else. The iron-armored giant bull looked at the heavenly-born hard armor on his body. The originally black and shiny armor now had large cracks in it. Even one of the parapods was rolled into powder by the winged blade dragonfly. The abdomen is even more riddled with spikes. When did these thorns get stuck? Quickly it thought about it. It's the strong upper stinging bug that gets zapped by the other side. Good thing there were no fatal injuries. Sober and distraught, the iron-armored giant bull decided to flee for the time being. It possessed a strong defensive ability and strength, and coupled with the unique natural skill rampage, it really allowed it to stand out relatively smoothly. However, before the iron-armored giant bull could celebrate, it was stopped in its tracks by a dark shadow. Fixed his eyes on one of the mantises that had provoked him. What a hatchet job! It's you! How dare you show up? You coward and coward! If it were not for your agreement, old me would not be so miserable, and nearly forced on. Martyr, think of it all bad luck. Lu Qing held back his laughter. Ahem! I'm here, aren't I? Come on my ass. You cowardly coward came too late. I'm not in the best of shape right now, so I'll come back in a few days to fight you to the death. The iron-armored giant bull limped and tried to slip away. Lu Qing blatantly launched his sword. The iron-armored giant bull's body trembled. What do you mean? Of course, keep you. The knife and foot struck swiftly. The opponent's defense was too strong, even though there were cracks in the armor. Lu Qing used his full strength, also used his skills to enhance the piercing effect, and aimed in the exact same direction as the rift. The blow plunged through the crack without incident. The iron-armored giant bull stopped being a cow and let out a miserable transmission. Wait 2 days for me if you bring the seed. It's a praying mantis with a chicken seed. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Qing struck a few points harder, mending 2 cuts hard against the crack and twisting it. The iron-armored giant bull ate the pain, and its short thick legs could not support its huge body and weight, and it directly plopped down on the ground with a dull ringing sound. Grandpa Mantis, I submit, spare my life. Lu Qing shut it up with a slash. The great battle lasted from morning until evening. It was fought from Peachwood East all the way to Peachwood Beyond. With such a big commotion from the 8-pin chaos, it naturally startled quite a few animals. The animals fled in fear. Sunset. The mountains have been colored red. Lu Qing finished off the last surviving 8th pin and was about to bring it back to the cave when a buzzing sound came from the air. Turning his head to look, a squad of large queen bees flew by. They hold tail pins in their hands and are clearly on alert. There was also a team of 6th grade plate worms on the ground, and the backs of the plate worms carried the corpses of the 8th grade who had died in battle just now. I said, why do I feel like the corpses are a bit low? It turns out that the big queen bee picked the peaches. The queen bee's essence power was so powerful that it was able to probe almost the entire peach forest. With so much commotion here, it's normal for the queen bee to notice. After all, the queen bee might be a subclass existence. The Grand Commander of the Great King Bee waved his spear in his hand. We have been ordered to come and find the source of the chaos and resolve this matter. Do you know what these 8 products are fighting over? What to settle the matter? But it was just a matter of waiting for the 8th grade race to fight to the death and then come back to reap the benefits. Besides, I'm the one who started it all. So how can I tell the truth? I don't know. I don't know at all. As soon as I went out I saw the big spiny bugs zapping the iron-armored giant bull. Then many races joined the fight, and it quickly became chaotic. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I guess I might have been the one lying on top of the slate worm right now. I wanted to pick up the pieces, but I didn't expect the commander to start faster than even I did. After saying that, he also looked at the corpse on the slatworm for a few moments, displaying a craving for the 8th grade food. With Lu Qing's intelligence and acting skills, dealing with a few large queen bees was a breeze. They believe it all. Okay, you can go now. After the exchange the commander left with the plate worm and the great king bee. Looking at their backs, Lu Qing spat. Martyr. I went through so much effort and set up such a big trap, only to have a portion of the fruits of victory picked by you guys. Even though it was almost a third of the experience pack, it made Lu Qing's heart ache. If it weren't for the king bee and the peach forest lord standing behind you, I would have sent you to your deaths in minutes. This world was ultimately a world where strength reigned supreme. Waiting. When I'm done digesting this experience packet, I'll make you guys eat my change and give it back to me. Lu Qing dragged the last experience pack back. Dai Jiang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the boss return, he hurriedly greeted him. Boss, I feel that there are quite a number of chaotic 8th grade races. How did you drag back this point? Lu Qing dropped the experience pack. The rest was cut off by the big queen bee. What? These shameless little bees. Big Strong cursed a few times, but he did not feel out of breath, so he huffed and said, do you want to them? I, Big Strong, am willing to fight the vanguard and take out this bad breath for the boss. It also just punches the air. The great king bee was powerful, not to mention the white wisdom spirit monkey, the king bee, and the lord of the peach forest. As far as 5th grade strength is concerned, it's a waste of time for you to play vanguard. You'd better do a good job of leveling up and advancing during this period of time. De Zhuang instantly wilted. That's also true. There are too many powerful existences within the peach forest. It's not really good for the two of us to mess with them. Lu Qing walked straight towards the experience pack. You also grab a bite to eat. Ascending in rank is the right way to go. This time you kid also contributed a lot of effort. I always reward and punish clearly. These you can eat as much as you want. How much you can eat depends on your belly. After saying that, he no longer cared about it and started brushing his experience against the corpse of the 8th rank on his own. Big Strong spirits lifted. 8 pints. It's definitely a tonic that has huge benefits for it as a 5th product. Big John immediately pounced and took a bite out of the coveted chicken leg, baring his bloodied teeth. Emma, that smells good. 27 8th grade experience packs. Every bite is a proper 0.1 experience value. This experience brushes up and is ridiculously fast. Anyway, there is no need to chew. After the entrance directly into the energy conversion, so that the speed is naturally fast. Dai Jiang is full. The great energy contained in the 8th product made it start to become drowsy. Big Strong braced himself for a look. The cave was originally full of experience packs, but now there were only a few left. Boss, this eating speed is still fast enough. I haven't even finished eating one here, but you've eaten a large portion. The key is that the stomach doesn't show at all. It wasn't the first time it had seen it, and after saying so it leaned back contentedly against the stone bed. No, I can't. I'm going to squint for a while. Lu Qing glanced at it and then began to focus on brushing his experience again. By now, after brushing 17 in a row, Lu Qing's experience slot was full. Sure enough, as soon as the 18th one was eaten, the prompt followed. Energy accumulation complete. Is it upgraded? Yes. Chapter 31, brush up on small experience packs. Warmth then flowed to all parts of the body. The promotion had soon been completed. Race, Basilisk Mantis. Grade, lower 9th, 0. 3/1000. Skill, Deadly Stab, Evolvable. Swift Rush, Evolvable. After this ascension, he had reached 2 meters in size. The knife foot has also changed a bit. The foot of the previous blade was black as ink, and there were more pronounced silver lines. The color of the knife's foot is now unchanged, but the silver threads are more pronounced and busier. It looked like there was mercury running through the foot of the blade. These lines, it seems, have some kind of rules. Lu Qing looked to his deputy foot. The tips of the previous parapods resemble daggers, enhancing the ability to grip the ground as well as having some offensive power. After this upgrade, the dagger at the tip of the parapod was yet a few points longer, and some spikes grew on the back of the parapod. After ascending the product, Lu Qing once again began to brush his experience against the remaining experience packs. However, because of the upgrades, the extracted energy and experience value had become much less. Eventually, with 3 left, he stopped. The rest of this can be saved for Big Strong. After all, within the Peach Forest, the danger is abnormal, and De Zhuang's 5th grade strength is really a bit insufficient. It's only right to leave these for it to build up its strength a bit. Peach Grove is definitely a great place to develop. A large number of races inhabit the area, as well as an abundance of evolutionary resources. After Lu Qing advanced to the 9th rank, his strength was considered to be upper class within the Peach Forest. After leaving the cave alone, he explored to the west. As soon as he went out, he came face to face with 3 iron-headed crickets. These 3 iron-headed crickets were all of the strength of the 7th rank. The species is said to be of a fierce nature and has an iron head, of the fearless, head-on kind. He had encountered one when he first came to the Peach Forest, so Lu Qing was ready to move his sword. These 3 iron-headed crickets were just starting to look like they were not convinced by anyone, with a no-nonsense just doing it stance. However, they immediately wilted as soon as they saw Lu Qing's 2 large swords that were 1 meter and 3 meters long. One hunkered down and pretended not to see anything. Turns out this iron-head cricket doesn't exactly have an iron head. The difference in strength is too great, and they know to wimp out. Lu Qing purposely moved a bit closer to them and transmitted in a cold voice. "You've walked into my territory." Ah! The 3 iron-headed crickets were immediately apprehensive. "Don't be angry. We're just here to find our brother." "Brothers?" Ironhead cricket also has the concept of brothers. Lu Qing asked curiously, "What brothers?" "Our little brother, the strength of the 6th grade. Had an arrow sparrow tell us that it had seen our little brother around here, but was entangled in a praying mantis." Lu Qing instantly understood that they had come to look for the iron-headed cricket that he had destroyed. "Your little brother has been eaten by me." The 3 iron-head crickets first froze for a moment, and then took the initiative to defend Lu Qing. "It's not you. It's definitely not you. Because that arrow sparrow told us that mantis only has the strength of the 7th rank, and you're already the 9th rank, so how could it be you? A mouthful of you and respect." Lu Qing was indeed a 7th rank when he destroyed that rash. Reaching the 9th grade in a few days was indeed beyond the comprehension of their iron-headed crickets. "Forget it. It's not something you can understand even if I talk to you half the time. I'd better send you down to ask it myself." Ironhead cricket had gone down before he understood what go down meant. A 7th grade ironhead cricket, 1 for each blade. After the 3 small experience packs were brushed away, Lu Qing secretly shook his head. Right now, the 3 7th grade ironhead crickets only provided 3 points of flesh and blood value. A little bit of 1. To advance again, it would take 1,000 hunts. It seems like it's still the same rank of prey that gets the fastest upgrades. Lu Qing was just casually exploring. Along the way, 37 species of the 7th rank were encountered, plus 4 of the 8th rank. These became experience being brushed off and the experience bar went up just a tad. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, the Peach Forest was rich in species in large quantities, and if he kept brushing it down, his progress would definitely not be slow. 2 days. 2 days later, the 10-mile radius of the cave had become a high-grade vacuum zone. All species above the 7th grade were brushed off by Lu Qing. There is still communication between species within the Peach Forest. They're panicking. Many species have taken this area as a no-go zone. This time, Lu Qing was suffering. Overnight, there wasn't even a hare around for 10 miles. Even the peach bugs on the peach trees move away in the night. Even saw a fat, pink peach bug, dragging its family on the run. Lu Qing blade foot directly stopped it. Peach bug was trembling with fear. "Why are you leaving?" Peachworm trembled. "There's an underfed demon here. We're scared." Lu Qing was naturally uninterested in these 3rd or 4th grade peachworms and lifted his blade and foot to let them go. The devil who can't eat must be himself. In the past 2 days, his experience bar had reached a 3rd. The bugs and alien beasts within 10 miles all ran away. And if they wanted to continue brushing, then they could only continue to go deeper. However, that would be much closer to the Peach Forest Lord in the core, and there would be some risk of alerting the Peach Forest Lord. Lu Qing helplessly retreated back into the cave. intending to take stock of the situation. Inside the cave, Daijang slept soundly. It woke up once yesterday and successfully reached the 6th rank, but after feeding on the corpse of the 8th rank Fey beast, the enormous energy contained in it caused it to fall into a deep sleep once again. Waking up from another nap would probably be 7th grade. Big Strong's advancement was secondary. For now it was still time to consider whether or not to enter the core area close to the Lord of the Peach Forest. Those 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys are smart, but their strength is average. After all, they are but also have not bad intelligence, and they are not afraid to pick 3. The really powerful ones are the Lord of the Peach Forest and the Queen Bee. The Queen Bee possessed a powerful probing mental power, so if it got too close and was locked on, it would be really troublesome. The peach grove is huge, and it's not impossible to get around it if you do it deliberately. It's more prudent to develop steadily. Bypass the core area for now. After making up his mind, Lu Qing once again went out of the cave. There was 8 pints of food inside the cave that Big Strong could eat when he woke up, and by sealing the entrance to the cave, it would also prevent him from becoming poop for the other Fey while he slept. Lu Qing chose a boulder. The weight of this stone was so great that only a Fey beast known for its 9th or 8th grade strength could move it away. Lu Qing thought of one other problem after moving the boulder into place. If he hangs up, will Big Strong be unable to leave and starve to death? With that, he spat. I'm dead. What do I care if it's starving to death? Anyway, there wasn't any foreign beasts within 10 miles that he could look at, so he just lifted his wings and took off to glide there. Chapter 32, Brushing Small Experience Pack 2. Gliding is naturally extremely fast. After circling around the Peach Forest hinterland, Lu Qing landed. Sure enough, the Fey and bugs were seen here once again. Keeping in mind the mission of brushing up his experience, Lu Qing began to search for his target. 2 7th grade fire-breathing insects were huddling together in celebration. The larger fire-breathing insect breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we were warned by Arrowfinch and we ran fast enough, otherwise we'd have been eaten by that underfed demon. The little Spitfire responded. By the way, it said that the underfed demon was a race of some sort. Mantis, if you can't remember this, how are you going to hang out in Peachwood? The little Spitfire's parapod pointed a short distance away. Mantis, I haven't seen one before. Do you see one of those over there? The great Spitfire twisted his head and looked, his soul scared out of his body. Damn, what a big mantis. Run. A wiggle of the ass began to spit fire to help. However, within 10 meters, no species could react faster than Lu Qing's strike. With a single slash, the 2 fire-breathing insects turned into 4 pieces, the flames from their asses becoming a wisp of smoke and dissipating before they could spew out. After brushing off the experience of these 2, Lu Qing once again started looking for a target. For the past 3 days, Lu Qing had been frantically brushing his experience in the Peach Forest. His experience brushed up while the other races were chicken and dog tired of running for their lives. Species below the 7th rank are unable to provide a flesh and blood value, and as such take no damage. The 7th and 8th products really resisted the fight, but could not escape, and could only drink hate and fall into Lu Qing's experience bag. The species can reach the 7th or 8th grade. What great disaster has not been seen? Hunting is all about survival and evolution. By all accounts, 1 or 2 hunts a day would be the limit of the stomach. However, this mantis couldn't get enough of it, and even hunted down nearly 100 7th products in one day, and ate them all. That's a bit appalling. With this super appetizing mantis that possessed an attack power beyond imagination, who among the Fey bugs could not be panicked? Lu Qing even got a nickname for it. Giant Stomach Butcher. Of course, call him what you will. He remains busy for the great cause of experience. By the 4th day, Lu Qing began to fret again. The experience bar was already most of the way full, and it looked like it was getting closer and closer to leveling up. But most of the day had passed without encountering a single 7th or 8th grade species. That's a little unusual. With the abundant resources of the Peach Forest, it should be enough to brush yourself up to the 2nd rank. However, most of the day had passed, but he hadn't even seen a single hair of a 7th or 8th grade foreign beast, the insect race. He had reason to suspect that the high-grade species had escaped or were hiding. Lu Qing made a slight effort and caught a 6th grade arrow sparrow for questioning. Arrow sparrow was surprisingly fast and well-informed, so he must know something. After being caught by Lu Qing, this arrow finch's body had shaken round. Let me ask you, how come all those races of the 7th and 8th grade are gone? The arrowfinch shivered and responded. They were frightened by the bottomless appetite of the giant stomach butcher and all ran away. Where did it go? Peach Grove Inner Perimeter Region. Lu Qing let go of his opponent and let him go. In the inner area, the large peach tree where the Lord of the Peach Forest is located is the core, and 10 miles is considered the inner circle. These days, he has been looking for prey around the periphery, deliberately avoiding the core area where the Lord of the Peach Forest is located. These 7th and 8th grade species presumably saw this and directly fled inside. In fact, only the roughly 1 kilometer or so where the Lord of the Peach Forest is located is a core forbidden area, and there are no restrictions elsewhere. The core area is generally not dared by any species, but the inner perimeter is. He himself had been choosing to hunt on the outer perimeter because of prudent considerations, not realizing that this had made the inner perimeter a place for those prey to hide. Now this situation. If you don't enter the inner circle, I am afraid that you can't catch the prey at all. The queen bee's mental power was powerful, and probably had a means of mental marking or something like that, and there was a risk that entering the inner perimeter would cause the other party to notice their abnormality. But it's time to take a risk in order to upgrade. After a moment's consideration, Lu Qing lifted his wings and flew towards the inner perimeter of the peach forest. As luck would have it, it didn't take long to enter the inner perimeter to spot 3 large 7th grade grasshoppers. The 2 white wisdom spirit monkeys, one in front of the other, climbed up the tree with extreme agility. Pluck away the leaves that obscure your view. Behind the dense foliage, a huge hanging beehive came into view. The 2 white wisdom spirit monkeys had already landed steadily below the hive between swings. One of them tilted its head and asked, "King Bee, what is the matter with calling us?" A soft transmission voice then rang out. "I surveyed that a species with strength up to the 9th grade has entered the peach forest." The queen bee's essence power was so powerful that not only was she able to manipulate the swarm, but she was even able to release her spiritual power to cover and sense the entire peach forest. Of course, this ability was very strong, yet it did not provide insight into everything within the peach forest, and there were quite a lot of restrictions when using it. Unless there's a lot of time for mental tagging. Only after mentally tagging the Fae and bugs was it possible to accurately sense their location at a minimal cost. 9th grade foreign beasts and insects intruding into the peach forest in a rash manner were potentially threatening to the Bee King and the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys. Within the entire peach forest, not counting the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys, there were only 2 9th grade existences, and those 2 also already knew the power of the peach source lord well enough to belong to an existence that could be controlled. The newly arrived 9th pin was a huge pain in the ass if he was wandering around. The queen bee is mentally strong, but is also more average when it comes to intelligence. That was why the Bee King had informed the white wisdom spirit hoe after sensing the appearance of a new 9th grade species, so that they could make early plans. The 2 white wisdom spirit monkeys glanced at each other. Newly arrived species of the 9th order. Just as they were thinking, another white wisdom spirit monkey also went up the tree. 3 white wise spirit monkeys gathered. The queen bee transmits again. In these past few days the 7th and 8th grade bugs and foreign beasts, their markings have disappeared, indicating that they have been preyed upon. It's highly likely that the new 9th grade species did it, and it was only roaming around the periphery at the beginning. But today it has entered the inner perimeter. You must make a quick plan before you cause a mess. The older one, the white wise spirit monkey, considered the situation and pulled on the branch with one hand. Then are you able to make a locator mark on it? No, its spiritual mark is sporadic, and each time it senses it is only for a moment. It is impossible to accurately arrange it. If this 9th product resides for a month, it is possible to analyze its spiritual state to make a mark, but now it is impossible to do so. However, I can make a rough judgment on the direction of the disappearance of the 7th and 8th products. The older white wisdom spirit monkey nodded slowly. Once our secret is discovered, it's going to be a mess. We have to scare that 9th grade at the first opportunity, especially now that the blood Ganoderma is about to mature. The Bee King's voice transmission then rang out. Right. At this juncture there must not be any mistakes. Quickly go and look for that 9th pin. After the white wisdom spirit monkey inquired about the general location, it then led nearly 100 great queen bees and swooped in 3 directions to the direction provided by the queen bee. Chapter 33, King Bee? It's just a colorful softie. Lu Qing really dared to take 2 stabs at any species in order to brush up his experience. Even as night fell he tirelessly continued his great work. More than 70% of the foreign beasts and insects were resting at night. While this was the peak time for Lu Qing to hunt, he was looking for prey when he came to a violent stop. Under the peach tree there is a hole that slopes down. That hole was covered with weeds and was relatively hidden. Yet he still found it. With the experience he had accumulated over the past few days, he directly judged that the one living in the hole should be a dread rabbit. Dinosaur rabbits have red fur on their bodies, and while their hind limbs are stout, their front limbs have the sharp claws of a predator and have fangs, enabling them to stand and fight like dinosaurs. The most crucial thing was that it was a carnivorous alien beast. Normally, dread rabbits were around the 8th rank, with a body size of around 1 meter, and he had already brushed one. However, the diameter of this hole exceeded 2 meters, indicating that this dread rabbit should have broken through the 8th rank in terms of strength. Could it be that he had encountered the rumored 9th grade dread rabbit? Within the peach forest, not counting the white wisdom spirit monkey and the king bee, there were also 2 9th grade fey beasts. One of them is Pegasus, the other is the dread rabbit. In general, The probability of winning or losing a battle cannot be estimated for different races of the same class. Lu Qing also didn't fight unsure battles. But it's late at night and it's different. Dreadnoughts fight hard, but that's during the day. At night its vision can be interpreted as high myopia plus night blindness, against a myopic dingo rabbit. That's not even a tenfold win. Lu Qing gently plucked away the weeds, preparing to handily kill the same product and swipe a large experience pack. However, this slight movement was still detected by the dreadnought. With a whoosh, a red shadow rushed out. The forelimb claws clawed in his direction. Lu Qing quickly reacted. The big blade foot to resist. The other blade foot is a smooth slash. The dingo rabbit had no eyesight, and by the time it noticed the attack, it had already been hit in the abdomen by the blade foot. The red fur was cut open and blood instantly trickled out. It let out a scream and turned to run. The thick and powerful hind legs made it fast, like a reined-in wild horse, and it started out with full power, and then hit a big tree head-on and bounced out. This scene almost gave Lu Qing a whole laugh. Waiting for the rabbit? The ancestors are sincere. He quickly stepped forward, ready to bleed the dreadnought while he had the chance. Yet its strong vitality was also on display, and it actually turned its head and crookedly fled in the opposite direction. Lu Qing hurriedly used his flight skill to forcefully close the distance. The speed of the dread rabbit was indeed fast, and Lu Qing's burst of speed was just barely enough not to lose him. It fled. He chased. It's fast, but likes to hit trees. It also brings the two ever closer together. Dreadnoughts can't see, but they can hear the vibrations of their wings. Listening to the poor pursuit, it got anxious too. The transmission followed. Brother Pegasus, you and I are also considered friends. For many years Wellwater has not violated river water. Why did you suddenly attack me? It thought it was a fellow 9th grade Pegasus messing with it. In the entire peach forest, there were only a few that could pose a threat to it. Lu Qing didn't hide it. Your Pegasus brother asked me to come over to say hello, so don't run away and let's have a good chat. Not Pegasus. The dread rabbit panicked even more. In the darkness of the night with no vision, it had no chance of winning against an unfamiliar species of the same order. A little chat? Come up here and give me a cut and a little chat. Chat your ass off. Come in the daytime if you dare. After the exchange, the dreadnought ran faster and crashed harder. Lu Qing flirted a few words in the middle of the chase, intending to disturb the other party's attention, but he didn't expect that the dread rabbit had no desire to communicate at all, and was bent on running away. Gradually Lu Qing sensed that something was wrong. This one ran in the direction of the core. The core area is home to the Lord of the Peach Forest. That's a suborder of existence. I say, brother rabbit, are you blind? The front is the core area. The dread rabbit was in a panic. The Peach Forest Lord was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. But in this case, not running to the core itself is a death. The dread rabbit gritted his teeth darkly and really put up a fight. The core area is even better. Come over if you dare and we'll both die together as companions. It hooded its head and continued to run towards the core. Lu Qing was also helpless. That's a little bit of bad luck today. It was hard to spot the blind dreadnought, but the other party ran towards the core. Within the entire peach forest, the 7th and 8th grade Fae and Bugs were almost swept up by themselves, and the experience value was just short of 100 points. If you want to brush up on your experience again, you'll have to make a move towards the 9th pin. This dark blind rabbit was a rare opportunity. If he let the other party go, he might not be able to advance until when. Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. Try it out. If it didn't startle the Lord of the Peach Forest it would be better. Even if it did, the big deal would be to turn your head and run away. Lu Qing sped up his chase, hoping to hit this rabbit hard before entering the core area. Between running and chasing, one after the other, they broke into the core area. The dread rabbit was even more lucky, and actually jumped headfirst into the bushes with no vision. Lu Qing paid attention to the surrounding movements and carefully chased after them. The weeds are really high, nearly 2 meters of rabbits hiding among the weeds completely unobtrusive. Lu Qing could only fly into the air, but he couldn't find any trace for a while under the cover of weeds. There's no way to let go of the fat meat that's right in front of your mouth. He began to look carefully. It was at this time that a sudden transmission from an obviously female arrived in the mind. Bold, dare to trespass even in the core area. Do you not want to live? The transmission was clear as if it were in his ears. Lu Qing's heart trembled. Discovered by the queen bee. The only one who could have this kind of transmission was the queen bee with strong spiritual power. The queen bee had found out that the Lord of the Peach Forest had known. He turned and tried to flee the place. Between his wings he had reached the edge of the weeds, but on second thought he stopped his wings and landed firmly on the ground. The law of the jungle is very cruel. For the most part, species never push between themselves when they can do it. But other than the queen bee's obviously powerful transmission, there was no other abnormality or movement. An existence as powerful as the Peach Forest Lord If it found out that a mantis had intruded into the core area that it had expressly forbidden, then it would surely instantly become furious and strike. But then, no movement at all. This is clearly not normal. After Lu Qing stopped, the queen bee's voice came again. This time the transmission was even more grim. Considering that you're a first-time offender, run for your life quickly. If not, you will surely be smashed into pulp by the Lord of the Peach Forest. When ordinary species heard this intimidating transmission, they absolutely fled with their tails between their legs. Lu Qing doesn't have a tail, much less flee. He's all about testing. Seeing that he didn't move, there was more than a hint of hidden eagerness in the transmission. You alien intruder. Do you know that the Peach Forest Lord is a terrifying existence of suborder strength? Your 9th grade strength will be instantly killed in front of it, killing you without even a crumb left. It's a classic case of colorfulness. Lu Qing was even less flustered. If the Lord of the Peach Forest was really so powerful, he should have appeared a long time ago, instead of having the queen bee making a big deal out of it. Previously, he had guessed that the queen bee might be an existence of the second order, but now it seemed that it might not be the case. The queen bee's essence power was strong and sensed that he had intruded into the core area. So the fact that he didn't show up at the first opportunity to beat himself away meant that it was either inconvenient or its true strength wasn't too good. Lu Qing was more convinced that it was a matter of strength. Chapter 34. This is simply a great bargain to pick up. There was no doubt that the queen bee essence was powerful, but its true strength was in doubt. And then there is the Lord of the Peach Grove. It was doubtful that the Lord of the Peachwoods had even reacted when he himself had broken into the core area. Because of this, Lu Qing began to try again. This way, this way. Now the dread rabbit was no longer important. Uncovering the secret of the Peach Forest Lord and being able to rake in huge benefits was what mattered. The direction he was heading was exactly their lair. The Bee King's voice transmission came again. You're going in the wrong direction. It will disturb the Lord of the Peach Forest. Lu Qing didn't pay any more attention to the other party and walked straight ahead. Do you want to die? A mere 9th grade mantis, the Lord of the Peach Forest pinches you to death as easily as he pinches a peachworm. And if you dare to take another step forward, that's where you'll be buried. The more you scream, the more vain you actually are. Lu Qing continued forward. Soon he realized that the queen bee's transmission was noticeably more panicked as he moved forward to the west. He was keenly aware that there must be something good in the west that the queen bee cared about extremely. The queen bee had no idea that her intimidating transmissions had revealed a great deal. It simply assumed that it was the mantis that had been lucky enough to keep moving closer to the bloodlingji. A supreme treasure like the bloodlingji was carrying a great opportunity, and he absolutely could not let this mantis discover it. Now that the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys were out searching, it had already sent its summoning bees to look for a notification. Now that time was running out. It could only let the soldier bees take the top. Even if it couldn't do any damage to that 9th mantis, it would be good to stall for time. Nearly 100 large queen bees rushed out of the huge hive. They hold bee stingers in their parapods, clearly in an offensive stance. Kill the intruder. With a command from the queen bee, a wave of these soldier bees flew towards the west. Lu Qing heard the sound of wings coming from the air and knew that it was the arrival of the great queen bee. All of these soldier bees were of the 6th rank, and only the leading commander had the 7th or 8th rank. It is simply not too easy to deal with them. The 2 saber feet chopped and sliced the large swarm of queen bees to death. The king bee sensed that the soldier bees were dying so quickly, and he couldn't help but panic in his heart. Praying mantis are really good at attacking species. Nearly 100 large queen bees actually didn't even have a time to block. It was anxious but had a heart. One could only spread their spiritual power and keep an eye on Lu Qing's movements at all times. Expect the other person to never find out their secret. There were many soldier bees that came to block the way. They clogged the road ahead like a signpost. Lu Qing almost went crazy with joy. The queen bee was indeed mentally powerful but intellectually inferior. Without these soldier bees, it would have been extremely troublesome for him to search for them. But he didn't realize that the Bee King had directly arranged these signposts for himself. This didn't plainly tell Lu Qing, there are heavy troops guarding the treasures here. You mustn't come over. The 2 saber feet directly harvested these soldier bees, slaughtering the signposts. There's not a blade of grass here. All that's exposed is tawny land. In the middle of this area was a lingji that emitted a faint bloodlight. Lu Qing was delighted in his heart. This was what the queen bee was protecting. The soldier bees in the air rushed towards him with no desire to die, seemingly sworn to protect this object. Lu Qing's hand rose up and his powerful force directly tore apart the bodies of the 3 soldier bees. Dozens of soldier bee elites had become fallen souls in just 3 minutes. How could the king bee care about the abatement of the soldier bees right now? The only thing it cared about the most was the blood Ganoderma. If you dare to take another step closer to the bloodlingji, you will die an extremely miserable death. Lu Qing doesn't even bring it with him. This is from the Lord of the Peach Forest. It will not leave you alone. You will be beaten to a pulp. At the same time, a roar came. There was only a roar, but no movement. This time Lu Qing completely put his heart down. The Bee King's voice transmission came over once again. The Peach Forest Lord has been angered. You will die without a burial place. Lu Qing, however, didn't even have the interest in hitting on the other party. It came directly in front of the Bloodlingji. The Bloodlingji was very strange, like a small blood-red umbrella, but beating at the top, like a heart. Lu Qing pulls out the panel. Race, Blood Ganoderma, Growth Stage 9/10. Strength, None, Current Subclass 1. Introduction, a strange plant that grows and pours blood and flesh as sustenance, possessing blood life but no consciousness. It contains a large amount of blood energy, an excellent tonic suitable for most species. After reading the introduction, Lu Qing understood. It was a heavenly treasure that didn't have any strength, but contained a huge amount of blood energy. The energy it contained was capable of rivaling a subclass I alien beast or insect race. This is already comparable to the first grade of the second order even before it has matured. And when it is fully matured it will not reach the second grade of the second order or even higher. It's simply a huge experience package. Didn't work for nothing. Lu Qing stretched out his blade foot and took a bite directly at the Bloodlingji. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0.5 foot. Surprisingly, it's 0.5. Sure enough, it's a super experience pack. The heart is secretly happy. Don't eat it. Please, don't eat it. The Blood Ganoderma is not yet fully mature. It will still take 10 days before it is fully ripe. By that time its efficacy will have increased by 5 times. It is a complete waste for you to eat it now. Don't eat it. The Blood Ganoderma can be counted as your share. When it's fully matured, the energy contained in your share will definitely be more than what you're eating now. Lu Qing knew the door well. And you're getting your share? How could such a heavenly treasure be given to oneself? It's possible to join forces to exterminate me. How can you lie to me with that kind of intelligence? The queen bee is just stalling. Lu Qing opened the meal directly. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0.5 foot. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0.5 foot. The queen bee's heart was bleeding. For the sake of this Bloodlingji, it had stayed here for 17 years. He even went so far as to make his titular Bee King work with the White Wisdom Spirit Monkey and hibernate under the Lord of the Peach Forest, in order to break through to the second rank with the help of the Blood Ganoderma. Seeing that the Blood Ganoderma is about to ripen, it is intercepted by a praying mantis. How does that make it not pushy? Just then, the Bee King sensed the rapidly returning White Wisdom Spirit Monkey. It immediately felt like it saw hope. Lu Qing naturally heard the commotion. 3 powerful clusters of 9th grade auras were rapidly approaching. The 3 White Wise Spirit Monkeys are back. The White Wisdom Spirit Monkey's strength was considered weak amongst the 9th grade, but that was after all the 9th grade, and it's still 3. Taking on 3 of them by yourself is not a good chance of winning. There was only one chance to possess the Bloodlingji, so of course Lu Qing wouldn't let it go. He made a snap decision and reached out his blade foot to pull off the Bloodlingji as soon as he could. Then without saying a word, he spread his wings and used his flight skill to accelerate. The queen bee, who mentally sensed all of this, nearly vomited blood. When the Bloodlingji is pulled down, then disconnected from the blood source, there is no more possibility of growing to maturity. Nearly 20 years of torment, broken all at once. Mantis, you're dead. You can't escape. We will spare no effort in hunting you down. Throw your bones to the ground. Lu Qing accelerated as he gave the response. Nothing hangs in the air. The queen bee is nearly frantic. We shall kill you. We shall kill you. The 3 White Wisdom Spirit Monkeys knew what had happened when they saw the empty wasteland and the corpses of soldier bees all over the ground. They jeer. The Blood Ganoderma, which had been carefully cultivated for so many years, was about to mature, but a praying mantis spoiled the plan. After them, the White Wise Spirit Monkey gives full play to its ability to climb and leap and swing through the forest. Mantis, leave the Blood Ganoderma and spare your life. Lu Qing has wings and can fly. The higher he flew, the more the king bee and the White Wisdom Spirit Monkey were almost no longer a threat to him. You've come this far, and you're still sparing my life? Catch up and I'll give it to you. What's the point of chasing them? They don't have wings. The 3 White Wisdom Spirit Monkeys stopped on the branches of the tree, showing their teeth as they looked at the mantis that gradually flew away. Damn it! Damn it! It's all our fault for neglecting to watch over the Bloodlingji. The older, much larger one, the White Wisdom Spirit Monkey sighed helplessly. If we leave one guard, I'm afraid it won't be able to fend off the praying mantis that specializes in offense, and it might even harm lives. The other stomped its foot and asked. This praying mantis is so bold. The Peach Forest Lord has already let out a roar, and it's actually not the least bit afraid. Most ordinary species would flee when they heard the roar of a subclass, but this mantis didn't even move. The older White Wisdom Spirit Monkey suddenly remembered something. I see that this mantis looks familiar. It seems to be the one that moved to the Peach Forest a few days ago. I don't think so. The 2 that just came here. One ate a golden fur monkey before it was promoted from 7th to 8th grade. And one was 5th grade. But this one is 9th grade. The older one shook his head slightly. Is it possible that this 9th pin was promoted from the 8th pin one? It's even more impossible. Promoting from the 7th grade to the 9th grade in just a few days. This kind of advancement speed is unheard of. It's still more important to have the queen bee track him down now. Any later and I'm afraid we won't even be able to save the dregs of the blood Ganoderma. No matter what, it must be exterminated. 3 white wise spirit monkeys arrived at the hive. May it leave a spiritual imprint? The king bee's response came immediately. Left behind. But the other party has already left the range of the peach forest, and I can no longer sense it. After a short gap, the queen bee's complaint followed. If you guys had come back earlier, that mantis wouldn't have been able to escape. The smallest white wisdom spirit monkey was the most violent one. It jumped straight to its feet. We came back earlier? If it wasn't for your inaccurate location, would we have missed? And your group of useless soldier bees, even if they couldn't stop us. They even led that praying mantis to find the blood spirit Ganoderma. How could we be so smart as to be partners with such a fool like you? The bee king's transmission was sharp from his violent rage. It's not because you guys are so self-righteous, thinking that no species would dare to step into the core area that caused the guards to be so lax. You guys took my elite away and you actually dare to talk about me. If you want to talk about wastes, the 3 of you are the ones who are wastes. The queen bee is not a great intellect, but this mouthpiece is definitely not a pussy. A swarm of soldier bees rushed out of the hive and surrounded the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys in a circle with their tail stings, seeing that it was about to get out of control and kill each other. The oldest one, the white wisdom spirit monkey, spoke up. The blood Ganoderma is the key to whether or not we can advance, and for it to be stolen by that praying mantis, we're all to blame, and that's something no one wants to see. Things have already happened. We can't change anything by killing each other, so we might as well think of a way to see if we can make amends. The queen bee has stabilized a bit. How can we make amends? The damn mantis has flown out of the peach grove. What else can we do? The older one's eyes revealed a viciousness. The safest and least troublesome bloodlingy has already been missed, and if you want to advance to the 2nd rank, you can only take desperate measures now. The other 2 spirit monkeys' bodies trembled as they looked at it incredulously. There was also some trepidation in the queen bee's transmission. We aren't sure. The dread rabbit didn't catch it, but picked up a great bargain like the blood Ganoderma. It's so worth it. Finding a place to cat up and eat the bloodlingy would definitely allow him to break through to the 2nd rank. Just then, there was a change in the voice behind him. Twisting his head, a boulder struck. The force of the boulder decayed and the accuracy was much worse, even without the need to dodge. Looking at the direction of the trajectory, it should have been thrown by the lord of the peach forest. Sure enough, it was followed by a roar. Lu Qing turned his gaze. The peach forest lord and the bee king must have been restricted in some way, so they were unable to make a move to stop me from taking the bloodlingy. Otherwise, with the existence of the peach forest lord's 2nd rank, as long as he showed his face slightly, he would only end up fleeing in haste. Lu Qing turned his attention to finding the staging ground. To the west, beyond the peach forest were rolling hills, so it wasn't hard to find a place to hide. There is a waterfall ahead. You can faintly see a cave behind the waterfall. Lu Qing then glided over with that as his target. The waterfall's current wasn't too fast, and it easily reached the cave. Chapter 35, Breaking Through the Subclass, Strong and Invincible. The cave is uneven and full of rocks. No sign of animal activity. A clean place indeed. After slightly organizing an open space, Lu Qing put down the blood Ganoderma and started brushing this super experience pack. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 5 foot. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 5 foot. The blood ratio makes the experience value rub off on you. A little over halfway through the brush, the experience slot was full. The cue followed. Energy buildup is complete. Is it advanced? Above the lower order of 9 is the lower order of 1. Yes. The instantly accumulated energy completely wrapped Lu Qing from the inside out. He was completely wrapped up in a cocoon. I'm not a butterfly. What's the point of making a cocoon? Powerless trolling doesn't help. The cocoon tightened and became oval. Big Strong woke up leisurely. The entrance to the cave was sealed and the cave was barely visible. Boss? There was little response to the calls. Big Strong was messed up. No. If you go out and seal the hole. Good job on keeping food. The next second Dajun cried out in grief and anger. No. This has all changed flavor. Okay. Even though I'm a praying mantis, I have to eat healthy. How to eat the flavored ones? I won't eat even if I starve to death. Hot, it tastes pretty good. That smells good. It ate and slept in its cave, unaware that the entire peach forest had issued an unlimited hunting order for the entire mantis species. 7 days later, inside the waterfall cave, Lu Qing, who had regained consciousness, fought to break away from the cocoon. He pulled up the panel at the first opportunity. Race, Blood Shadow Mantis. Class, Subclass I, 12/1000. Skill, Blood Shadow Strike, Strength plus 50%. Swift Strike, Evolvable. Blood Shadow Sprint, plus 30% Flight. Swift Sprint, Evolvable. Talent, Concealment, Change Body Color. Hide Figure and Scent. Not easy to be detected. It was worthy of being a second order. And the strength reinforcement from before was immense. Lu Qing checked out the size change. Before, the body size was around 2 meters. And the size didn't change much after this advancement. What really changes a lot is the color. The color of the body had always been light green before. And the color of the body hadn't changed much with how the blade and foot had changed. But this time, after advancing to the second stage, the color of the body turned blood red. The foot of the blade was now that same deep black color, with silver threads all over it, creating an inexplicable pattern. When he landed the foot of his blade on the stone, the color of the silver threads quickly turned to a stone-like greenish-gray. And then the silver threads spread quickly, but in an instant he was completely greenish-gray. This is the added talent Concealment. According to the system's introduction, Concealment was not only capable of accomplishing visual invisibility, but it could also close off the breath and isolate the spiritual power. And those races without eyes couldn't easily detect it. Mantis has a high attack power and can be stealthy. It's simply an old 6 attribute pulling full stop. Lu Qing had practiced a few times and was already able to skillfully utilize the talent Concealment. Next he tried out his newly evolved skills. The first is the Blood Shadow Strike. Before the advancement, the skill was just a name change, causing a relatively limited increase. But after this advancement, data appeared on the increase. And this one skill was able to increase the attack power by up to 50%. The Mantis was originally known for its attacks, and after this increase, the destructive power caused by the attacks would be extremely terrifying within the same order and product. He used a boulder as an imaginary enemy and then unleashed his skill. Between build-ups, the silver threads turned blood red and completely covered the black blade foot. The body moved and reached the target in an instant. The blood-red blade and foot slashed through the boulder. Lu Qing twisted his head to look, and the blood-red residue in place gradually dispersed. The boulder also split in half at this point in the trauma leveling. Speed, power, and sharpness have all increased dramatically. A short-range burst that I'm afraid a defensive species wouldn't be able to carry. He began to try Blood Shadow Dash. As soon as he used the skill, his body cut out a residual shadow and flew out of the cave in an instant. Lu Qing felt more than 3 or 4 times faster compared to his previous instantaneous burst of speed. With this kind of speed, it was the same rank and grade that specialized in flying birds that could catch up. Of course, the flight endurance aspect is still a shortcoming. Lu Qing re-entered the cave. After advancing, it was time to eat the remaining bloodlingji. Although he was promoted this time, the experience given by the bloodlingji did not become less. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 5 foot. Gain flesh and blood value plus 0. 5 foot. After the remaining blood Ganoderma was eaten, the experience bar went up by a large amount and had become 410/1000. There are less than 600 experience points left. With the ascension completed and his strength increased, it was time to return to the Peach Forest and see what was going on with the Peach Forest Lord. Lu Qing lifted his wings and left the cave, heading straight in the direction of the Peach Forest. Dread rabbits are very cranky. A few days ago, it was attacked by a praying mantis at night when it had almost no vision, and nearly lost its life, but luckily escaped by hiding in the weeds. As an existence of a 9th grade foreign beast, an absolute powerhouse in the Peach Forest, how had he ever suffered such a loss? The dread rabbit vows to find the praying mantis and go head-to-head with it to rebuild his reputation and make a clean break. It had also been cursing and searching for the past few days, and whenever it saw a mantis, even if it was a 3rd-grade female, it would tear it to pieces to vent its hatred. The sun is shining today and its sight has peaked. The wounds on his body had completely healed and his body was in peak condition. That's why it's extra cranky. Where are all the mantis dead? Come out, you rabbits. Let me tear you to pieces. With superb eyesight, it saw a 4th-grade water-spraying cicada. With a powerful burst of speed from his strong hind legs, he leapt up and headed straight for the spraying cicadas in the treetops. The cicadas lying on the tree pissed themselves in fear. Master Rabbit, see that I'm a cicada, not a praying mantis. Strength is honored. There is no reasoning. I just see you in a mantis. You are a mantis in a cicada skin. Strong and short thick forelimbs instantly grabbed the water-spraying cicada and tore it into pieces with a little force. After landing, he eats the lean meat in one bite and drops it on the ground. However, as it looked up and prepared to continue looking for bugs to take it out on, it realized something had landed. Staring at it, I realized it was a praying mantis. The dread rabbit's spirits lifted. This one is so big. It must be the praying mantis that attacked me that night. It's so wrong. Today you, Master Rabbit, will know what regret is. Lu Qing naturally saw the dread rabbit as well. That's quite a coincidence. Just as I entered the peach forest, I came across this dread rabbit. He landed steadily. Yo, is the wound on the rabbit healed? The dread rabbit was suddenly stacked with anger. It was really you who played sneak attack a few days ago. Lu Qing unapologetically nodded his triangular head. That's me. How's that? The dread rabbit scurried up in a mischievous manner, his eyes scarlet with the look of an enemy. How about it? Old me is going to fight you one-on-one, to tear your despicable thing into pieces in a dignified manner. Lu Qing gave an unconcerned oh. Yes, are you ready? The dread rabbit more or less missed the point. What's ready? Eaten. As soon as the transmission dropped, Lu Qing instantly powered up. How he himself was also in existence of the second rank. Against a 9th grade foreign beast of course that didn't need to open a skill. Even without the skills on. That was fast. The dread rabbit's eyes flashed and he just felt a strong wind coming. Instinct made its muscles fire in preparation to dodge. However, it was too slow. Before it could even jump, the deep black foot of the blade had already pierced its chest. At this point the dread rabbit's eyes shifted from doubt to fear. You? Second order. How is this possible? For a 9th grade it was powerful beyond imagination at the second rank. Otherwise, with its little temper, it wouldn't have been scared out of its wits by the lord of the peach forest. The praying mantis that chased it that night was definitely a 9th grade. That much it could be completely sure of. But why? In just a few days, had it advanced from the 9th rank to the 2nd rank? That doesn't make any sense at all. It should be known that it, a 9th grade dreadnought, had been stuck at this realm for 20 years, and had yet to touch the threshold of advancing to the 2nd rank by now. But then, this mantis had surpassed his own accumulation of over 20 years in just a few days. Lu Qing's blade foot nailed it to the ancient tree. That's it? Is this what you meant by tearing me to pieces in a dignified manner? The dread rabbit's eyes were much clearer at this point. Actually, I was joking. Yes, a joke. Lu Qing swung his sword and foot and chopped off his rabbit's head. Your jokes are killing you. Looking at the gagging rabbit head, Lu Qing was a bit sorry. Sadly, the world hasn't seen cayenne and jalapeno peppers or else a spicy rabbit head. The 9th grade dread rabbit was decimated, and the next step was to brush up on its experience. Lu Qing took a few bites, resulting in no hints at all. Disbelievingly, I took a few more bites and still no hints. He gets it. After advancing to the 2nd order, you can only gain experience through the species of the 2nd order. What a great 9-pack of experience. But no experience. Waste is not to be wasted. Lu Qing fiercely remembered Zhuang, out of the cave to brush the experience of 7 or 8 products for 4 days, robbing the blood Ganoderma for 1 day, and advancing for 7 days. Yesterday and today. This one came straight out for 14 days. Big strong. Didn't starve to death. Lu Qing returned to the front of the cave and moved the boulder at the entrance out of the way. At that moment, Big Strong was lying on the ground, looking at him with big, sultry eyes. Brother? No. Father, dear father, have you forgotten me? You did leave me food, but it all stinks and the energy is all maggots. Although the maggots are also quite tasty. And I need water do you know how I live these days? Not even piss is wasted. Barta. Dreadnought carcasses thrown out. Big Strong's grudge instantly turned into surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 9th grade, boss? No, dear father. You can even hunt a 9th grade fey beast. Strong and invincible. Strong and invincible. Tell me, have you reached the 9th grade now? Lu Qing shook the foot of his blade. It's not a 9th grade. It's a substage 1st grade. A tremor ran through the big strong man's body. It knew that the boss promoted fast, but it didn't expect it to actually be this fast. Suborder. A being that you wouldn't dare dream of. Lu Qing turned around and transmitted. I'm going to the peach forest to take care of something. Zhuang said cheerfully. Understood. Screw the peach forest lord. The white wisdom spirit monkey and a group of soldier bee commanders were inside the tree cave. A large number of tree-tip fruits are stacked within the rim of the tree hole. There was a gravel pit roughly a meter or so in diameter in the exact center. This pit is so deep and claustrophobic that you can't see anything. The white wisdom spirit monkey took a bite of the tree-tip fruit, revealing an extremely enjoyable appearance. It waved its hand at the soldier bee commander. Throw it down. Several fleshworms were thrown into the hole. After a few seconds, there was suddenly a sound in the otherwise calm pit. Then a roar came out. The largest sized white wisdom spirit monkey shook its head slightly. It's worthy of being a substage existence. So many paralytic worms for it to eat. And it actually didn't do anything. Paralyzing bug is a kind of 4th grade bug. Not strong, but contains toxins. After eating it, if it is lightly paralyzed and can't move, if it eats a little more, it will directly kill you. Chapter 36, How Dare He Come Back? The other white wisdom spirit monkey looked a little worried. What next? This cripple is trapped in a hole in the ground. Fire, water and toxins can't kill him. and we don't dare to go down there. What can we do? About 20 years ago, there was only a small patch of peach trees and a paradise for the three of them to live in. But one day a powerful white ape came and took over the place. The three of them could only succumb to the white ape's formidable strength without surrendering their homes. The white monkey appointed himself the lord of the peach forest and enslaved 3 white wise spirit monkeys to become laborers to begin to reproduce the peach forest. It wasn't until 2 years later that a major battle took place. Planting trees, they did not witness the battle, but when they returned, the white ape had been seriously injured. Its body was chopped in two, and it had been hit hard in the head, with one of its arms broken. So it could be described as miserable and unusual. Because of its strong vitality, the white ape actually struggled and climbed into the hole in the tree. Just as they were about to move up to make up for it, the white ape fell inside the hole in the ground. So they planned to wait until the white ape was completely gagged before they went to finish each other off. After all, they were a subordered existence, and they hit on the lower half of the white ape. When they searched for it, they found that a blood Ganoderma seedling had grown out of the lower half of the body. The blood Ganoderma seedling could be much more useful than the white ape's body. Just half of a mature bloodlingy could help them reach the second rank. The 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys were ecstatic, but the next thing they realized was that the white ape wasn't dead, but had completely lost his mind due to the heavy head trauma. Daily, they hiss and throw boulders in the hole in the ground. The queen bee, who lives in a cave in a tree, also discovers the blood Ganoderma, and seeking a breakthrough, it begins to work with the white wise spirit monkey. Over the course of a decade, the peach forest flourished, and all sorts of strong creatures came to the area. In order to suppress them, the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys in the bee king then brought out the lord of the peach forest for deterrence. After all, it was an existence of the second order, and even if it never showed its face, just by roaring from time to time, it made all the creatures that came here submit to the lustful authority of the lord of the peach forest. Never had a mess in all these years. Even in another 10 days or so, the blood Ganoderma will be completely ripe, and they will be able to advance to the substage, completely controlling the entire peach forest and becoming the true lord of the peach forest. But just at this juncture, the accident that never occurs appears. The praying mantis picked the fruit they were guarding and got away with it, unable to do anything else. In order to advance to the second rank, they would have no choice but to take the risk and choose to kill the crippled peach forest lord and seek a breakthrough with the help of its flesh and blood. They tried many ways to kill the white ape in the safest way possible. Fire, flooding, poisoning, etc. With the dark currents and water sources in the hole in the ground, and the strong strength of the lord of the peach forest, there was little way to succeed. Hey, this white ape is so tough. It seems like we won't be able to advance in a short period of time. The queen bee's transmission followed. Don't study it, there is an alien intruder. The 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys immediately got into the spirit. Being able to get the queen bee to deliver a message meant that the intruder was probably not ordinary. Sure enough, the queen bee's voice came again. The intruder's mental state feels somewhat familiar. That mantis, huh? The 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys couldn't help but stare. The praying mantis. Which one? It must be the one that robbed them of their bloodlingy. The older white wisdom spirit monkey immediately inquired. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. The bee king's gentle voice was filled with murderous intent. It snatched our blood spirit Ganoderma, and I definitely won't misjudge his mental state. It's him. The 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys glanced at each other. Surprise shines in their eyes. That praying mantis had the nerve to come back. Originally, they were still agonizing over their inability to exterminate the white ape. I didn't expect Mantis to come forward at this time. One of them asked rather cautiously. Now that the mantis has gone and returned, is there a possibility of advancement? The older white wisdom spirit monkey shook his head. It won't be. It has been less than 10 days since he snatched it. The bloodlingy contains a large amount of energy. Not to mention 10 days. Even 10 months wouldn't be able to fully absorb the energy. What's more, there is a cocooning and remodeling process for bug races from low to sub-rank. This process will completely remodel the bug race body, and it will take at least several months. So there's no way this mantis could have reached the subclass. It makes extremely good sense. So the queen bee and the other white wise spirit monkeys all believed. Can you lock onto its location? This time, we must recapture the remaining blood Ganoderma and tear it into pieces. We must not let it escape. The queen bee's transmission came again. Still can't get a lock, but I feel as if he's coming our way. Coming this way? Delivered to your door? Ha ha ha. It's so stupid. Not only do you dare to re-enter the peach forest, but you also dare to come this way. It's simply asking for death. The older one, the white wisdom spirit monkey, however, shook its head slightly. Something about it felt wrong, judging from its previous behavior. This mantis shouldn't be this reckless and witless. Just then, a large group of soldier bees flew over. The bee king then transmitted his voice. Just to be sure, I'll call out all the soldier bees and unite with you guys. I don't believe that I can't keep the mantis in the district. Lu Qing landed firmly on the ground. Up ahead was the big peach tree, and already you could clearly see the huge hole in the tree. The disc in the air was suspended by a couple of lazy large queen bees that seemed to be lax in their vigilance. Lu Qing laughed in his heart. The queen bee and the monkey are still planning to introduce themselves into the hinterland in a big encirclement? Alright, then, I'll let you have your wish. Lu Qing unhurriedly came to the hole in the giant peach tree. Seeing that Mantis had entered the trap, the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys immediately swung down from 3 directions. Large numbers of soldier bees and commanders, on the other hand, completely dominated the space. There were also a few of these soldier wasp commanders that were of the 8th rank. Looks like it's pouring out this time. The smallest in size, the white wisdom spirit monkey showed its teeth, but it was incomparably frenzied in its transmission. Ha ha ha, what a brainless species that not only dares to come back, but also dares to come here. Isn't this asking for death? The other one, also feeling that the big picture is in hand, flirted. Yo, you even dyed a color? What? You think we won't recognize you if you change your color? Dyeing? Natural. If it was before, Lu Qing might have been interested in these monkey brains, but now the 9th pin was no longer an experience pack, so Lu Qing has no desire to brush them off at all unless he sends them up voluntarily. His blade foot extended and the sharp tip swept around. Tell me the secret of the Peach Forest Lord and I will spare your lives. Spare us from death? That's really the funniest joke in the world. Do you not realize what's going on here, you lowbrow species? You don't think that you, a 9th grade mantis, can really stand up to our 3 9th grades? Do you? Chapter 37. Don't worry, Mr. Lu's big knife doesn't cut down the old and the young. The smallest white wise spirit monkey was just too broken-mouthed to pull off the taunt full stop. Does it think it's got it in the bag? That's fine. I'll take you on. Lu Qing's saber foot pointed at this white wisdom spirit monkey. You have too much nonsense, so you have to die. I die? Ha ha ha. I don't think you understand the current situation at all. Lu Qing directly used the skill before waiting for his opponent to finish. A stump shifted. This white wisdom spirit monkey just felt that there was danger, but before it could figure out where the danger was coming from, it felt a coldness at the location of its heart. Looking down, there was already a clear hole in his heart that was chirping out blood. Standing off to the side was the very same mantis he had taunted just moments before. Strong vitality allows it to be pierced through the heart without dying at first. It fell to the ground full of fear. Although his own strength was a bit lower compared to the same product, that was still a 9th product, and responsive. But he himself was now directly hit without even a reaction time. This can only be achieved by being too much stronger than yourself, which means sub rank. Only the subclass could be so strong. Lu Qing was not in the habit of explaining himself to dead things, and lifted his blade and foot. Little brother, the 2 remaining white wisdom spirit monkeys almost lost their minds. They are blood brothers and have never been separated from birth to this day. But now he died a horrible death at the hands of Mantis. How can they be told not to hate or be angry? If they weren't terrified of Lu Qing's strength, they would have rushed over to take revenge by now. Lu Qing turned around and shook off the blood on his blade foot. 2 ways, either cooperate or I'll die, including the queen bee and your hive. The queen bee instantly panicked. The nest is its lifeblood. We absolutely cooperate. The bee king didn't forget to exhort the white wisdom spirit monkey after agreeing. Monkey, you guys have to cooperate as well. After all, he's a subclass. It's not something we can fight against. Staying alive is more important than anything else. The white wise spirit monkey knows how to hold back. Now that the enemy was powerful, they had no chance of winning even if they wanted to take revenge. If you want to stay alive, cooperation is the only way out. Good, we cooperate. Lu Qing's triangular head stared at the 2 white wisdom spirit monkeys before asking all about the Peach Forest Lord. Upon learning that the Lord of the Peach Forest was already crippled and trapped inside the cave, he was happy. That's not just an experience pack waiting to be swiped on its own. Now that species of lower order strength don't offer experience, a suborder cripple is definitely a good target. The white wisdom spirit monkey lowered its head, hatred hidden in its eyes. We've told you everything you wanted to know. Now can we both leave? Lu Qing indifferently waved his sword foot. Let's go. I'll let you guys off this time. Next time we meet again, I won't be polite. Oh. After saying that, he turned his back. The 2 white wisdom spirit monkeys breathed a sigh of relief. This praying mantis really is a low intelligence race. In the middle of the jungle, you don't even know how to cut off the roots. It's also good to know that it doesn't understand. Leave. Only by leaving could he have a chance to break through the substage and strengthen himself before he could seek revenge on this mantis. The next time we meet, it will be when the 2 powerful white wise spirit monkeys seek revenge on you. They look at each other before preparing to leap for the branches. But at that moment, Mantis, who had turned his back, turned around. Yo, we meet again so soon. Ha, The two monkeys visibly froze. Turning around is a second meeting. Doesn't seem to be a problem. No. You play like that? Ugh. The older white wisdom spirit monkey came back to his senses. You don't keep your word. You said you'd let us go as long as we cooperated. Lu Cheng nodded his triangular head. I did say that. But I also said that the next time we meet we would no longer be polite. And I didn't expect that so soon we would already be next time. Didn't think so? You're lying about the size of the cutie. What? By the look of your skillful turnaround, it's obvious that you've been planning this for a long time. I thought that this was a low wisdom insect race, but I didn't realize that there were more tricks than their white wisdom spirit monkeys. This little set is completely beyond them. The queen bee looked dumbfounded. Ah, this is the next meeting? So that's how sets can still be played. It really is a long time coming. With such an unruly mantis, should I run away myself? Let's just forget about it. The hive is in the tree, and so is the accumulation of years. So where can one run? The white wisdom spirit monkey nearly collapsed. You have no credit. You don't speak of martial virtues. Lu Cheng indifferently waved his saber feet. Whatever you say. Anyway, we are meeting again. You two are dead. After saying that, he flashed two large swords. Mantis are not to be relied upon to even lay a finger on a killer. And the only thing they can do is run. Escape. Just as the older one took off, it suddenly felt a lightness in its body. Then it saw its headless body. The hand of the other white wise spirit monkey had already grabbed the branch. Suddenly I saw a red color, and then I fell to the ground in a body. And there were two monkey paws hanging from that branch. Not only that, it saw its big brother in pieces. You have no credit. Lu Cheng cut off the monkey's head with a knife. Credit? What do you need credit for? Alone? This is the jungle. Staying alive is the first priority, and I'm not going to let the monkey out of the bag. After saying that, he kicked the monkey head away. Then he looked to the hive. Queen bee, it's your turn. The plump body of the queen bee inside the hive could not help but tremble. This mantis is so mean. Looks like he's not going to get away with it. It covered the 5 larvae with its own fat body. Some of these larvae are the next queens it has chosen to breed, and some are the most potentially powerful soldier bee larvae. If you die yourself, you die. And as long as the next queen doesn't die, and the most promising soldier bees don't die, then the colony won't perish. And there's even the possibility that it will flourish again. Just as it had hidden the larvae, the hive was punctured by a knife foot. With a light stroke, the mouth cracked into a door. Lu Cheng walked in. He glanced at the queen bee. Fertile. It's so fat. Both wings are miniatures because they are so fat. The size is almost comparable to an ant queen. Not bad for a birthing machine. Race, Hercules. Strength, 9th grade of the lower order. Introduction, the queen bee possesses strong mental powers and powerful senses, and serves as a breeding female to rule over the entire colony. The queen bee's fat body clung to the bottom. We Hercules bees never hold grudges. Lu Cheng hummed. It doesn't matter. Just kill them all. Whether you hold a grudge or not. It looks like it's hard to escape death yourself. Once you die yourself, the hidden larvae will be exposed. The larvae should be given a chance to live. The queen bee spread her fat body sideways. It's okay for me to die. Can you spare these poor larvae? Lu Cheng's saber foot retracted. Don't worry. Mr. Lu's great saber doesn't cut down old and young. Chapter 38 Super Experience Pack Lord of the Peach Forest. No beheading of young or old. He's getting old himself. A proper old queen bee. The queen bee instantly felt like there was hope for the future of their large queen bee. Wonderful. I'm actually 26 years old, and I'm pale and old among us big queen bees, or I wouldn't be breeding larvae. To verify her words, the queen bee lifted her fat ass. See, it's all ruffled and sterilized. When a queen bee is sterilized, it's really old. Lu Cheng looked at it and nodded his triangular head. This looks old indeed. The queen bee was in ecstasy. So what you said before still counts. What's the word? The king bee's fat body twisted. You just came in here and said your great sword doesn't cut down the young or old. Of course it counts. Lu has always been a man of his word. The math. The queen bee was more than pleased. I am pale and old, and the larvae are but a few months old. So are we safe? In the next instant, the queen bee couldn't stop laughing, because Lu Cheng lifted his vice foot. The tips of the parapods are small knives, which are no less hard and sharp than the knife feet. I'm sorry, but Lu still has 6 small knives. The queen bee went numb. Ah, 6 pocket knives. So you're using a small knife to chop up the old and the young instead of a big one. Walt Disney knew you mantis didn't hold your farts. Setups. All setups. The queen bee's voice was dripping with madness. Mud. Tricking me. I really thought you had a clear conscience, but I didn't realize it was a despicable ruse. I poo. No credit. A praying mantis like you isn't even as good as a meatworm. When Lu Cheng's secondary foot moved, the larva was directly killed. Look at that. No broken promises. The queen bee didn't even want to do a struggle. The fat body went limp. Lu Qing sent it to its death with a slash. The ninth-grade queen bee remained useless, and after pushing its corpse away, the royal jelly behind it was revealed. Tasting it, I realized that the stuff doesn't provide experience beyond sweetness. The other stuff didn't help. Lu Qing left the hive. Without the spiritual control of the queen bee, the soldier bees outside had all fallen into a state of insanity, and were holding their tail needles to fight each other. Lu Qing spread his wings and landed in front of the tree hole. With everything else taken care of, the next natural step was to see if the Lord of the Peach Forest could provide experience. Lu Qing arrived in front of the hole in the ground. Coincidentally, at that moment, a roar came. Then a boulder was thrown. Lu Qing's blade foot shifted, and the sharp blade foot chopped the boulder apart like cutting tofu. Then he jumped into the hole in the ground. The hole in the ground was dark, but his strength wasn't affected much. In the midst of the fall, a strangely shaped monster was seen. The Lord of the Peach Forest is the great white ape, but now half of its face was cut off. Its left arm was empty, and it was empty from the waist down. Even though he was crippled, his body still reached about 3 meters, and if he was able-bodied, I'm afraid that he could be 5 meters tall alone. The white fur looks especially white in the water sources all over the place. The one eye is reddish. The white fangs are white. The fishy saliva is flowing. The scars all over the body. The hideous face, and its looks know its state of madness. Lu Qing pulled up the information at the first opportunity. Race, white ape. Strength, subclass 4, wounded. Attenuated to subclass I. Talent, berserk, gain strength bonus when caught in a berserk rage. Introduction, possessing a strong body and infinite strength. Able to launch offense and defense with the help of external objects. The second order of 4 products. Lu Qing exclaimed that he had earned it. There is an experience bonus for surpassing your own rank. This white ape had the strength of the 4th rank of the substage, but because it was severely injured, its true strength could only be utilized to the 1st rank. In other words, you can get a lot of experience by taking a lower risk yourself, and a state of complete insanity makes it even better. Now that's a premium experience pack. Mantis, the white ape's transmission was broken, but it could still be heard clearly. It seemed to have a great hatred towards the mantis as a race, and after the transmission was finally broken, the white ape then let out a roar once again. Its single eye completely turning blood red, and the white fur on its body instantly turning blood red as well. Come up here and go berserk? What a lot of hate this is. The white ape that had fallen into a berserk rage no longer had any sense. Its one arm directly pulled down a stone and threw it at the falling Lu Qing. Even with one arm, it still had extreme strength and attack power. The boulder carried a strong wind in its face. Although his opponent was a cripple, Lu Qing was not careless. He directly used the skilled blood shadow sprint and forcefully displaced himself instantly to the cave wall. The boulder whizzed past and flew out of the cave. Lu Qing then used the attack skilled blood shadow strike. Blood shadow remnant strike had a 50% attack power bonus, plus his ghostly speed. This time it could be said that he directly used his full strength. The blade's foot went straight to the opponent's head. The berserk white ape met the incoming saber foot with one hand. The large hand, which only seemed like a bedpan, was directly pierced by the foot of the knife. It was only because the bones of the actual 4th grade white ape were too hard that the foot of the blade actually got stuck into the cracks of the bones. It was also that the white ape only had one hand, or else this time there were bitter to eat. Lu Qing directly lifted his other blade foot to stab one eye. If this hits, white ape is basically off the line. It was berserk, but it knew what mortal danger was. Immediately, that large hand flung itself madly. The powerful force caused Lu Qing's knife foot stuck in the bone to detach itself. He, too, was thrown off and slammed into the cave wall. Lu Qing spread his wings without any panic and landed lightly on the ground with a slight adjustment. White apes with one arm and no mobility are so tough. Powerful strength. Hard bones. All of these gave Lu Qing a new understanding of rank suppression. Not bad for a berserk talent. Talent. I have it too. The silver threads on the blade's feet quickly spread all over his body. And then the blood-red color of his body instantly turned black, completely blending in with his surroundings. Concealment. Once the talent is used, not only does it change the color of the body, but it also hides the breath. The berserk white ape lost its target at once. It let out a roar, and with a single arm, its entire body rose up in the air, and its huge fist then smashed against the place where Lu Qing had disappeared. There was a thud and a splash of debris, not hitting its target. The epileptic white ape picked up the rock and threw it in a random direction. For a while debris flew in all directions. Lu Qing pulled away and changed places noiselessly, waiting for the best time. The white ape was madly smashing everywhere. Splashes and debris flying in all directions. Hissing and roaring resounded throughout the hole in the ground. After a few minutes, the white ape took a breath. Its original blood-red one eye began to fade, and it seemed to have regained some sanity. Lu Qing in the dark couldn't help but be pleased. Berserk is time limited. Mantis, mantis, die. The roar sounded again. It landed on the pile of rubble with one arm as a bracing point, its one eye already gripping the rubble in its palm as it watched. However, it didn't know that Lu Qing was right behind it. Chapter 39, as expected of a super experience pack direct leveling streak. Opportunity. When the opportunity came, Lu Qing didn't hesitate to turn on the skill. Although there was only a short distance of 2 meters between them, in order to achieve the effect of a one-hit kill, Lu Qing directly double-skilled all of them. The blade and foot struck instantly, and a residual shadow viciously stabbed at the back of the white ape's head. With the dual skill enhancement, the speed was extremely fast, so fast that although the white ape had sensed it, his body after the berserk was simply unable to keep up. Lu Qing's blade foot viciously stabbed into the back of the white ape's head. However, the white ape's skull was too hard, and the powerful blade foot actually only went in an inch. That depth is not fatal. After failing to win with one strike, Lu Qing once again turned on his talent and hit his figure. White ape spun around with one arm, only to see nothing. Its large fist slammed into the cave wall once again, yet unsurprisingly it was once again empty. Just as he was about to open his mouth to roar out in anger again, he was met with the appearance of a sword foot. The foot of the knife went straight through the mouth and penetrated through the back of the head. No matter how tough it was, this half of its face was cut wide open and a hole appeared in the back of its head. Lu Qing's other knife foot took advantage of the situation and stabbed into its abdomen. Blood gushed out after the two blades and feet were drawn, and the white ape fell off the pile of rubble. Even with such a heavy blow, the white ape did not gulp, and even staggered and tried to stand up again with one hand. But the traumatized brain made it impossible to control even the basic balance. The white ape fell to the ground, the roar from his mouth gradually lowering. Mantis, mantis. Lu Qing didn't rush over as he stared at the other party. Perhaps that blow to the back of its head had given it a boost. The white ape's eyes seemed to clear up a bit, no longer as violent as before. It lifted its palms feebly, its eyes inexplicable. Surprisingly, it's a male praying mantis. Ha ha, the mantis queen is in the west. Go, go, that is your paradise. You insect race, waiting for death. After a few inexplicable words, the white ape's palm fell completely out of breath. White apes are tough, so it's always good to be careful. The tip of the blade's foot poked the opponent after Lu Qing approached. Finding it completely unresponsive, this is when he came forward. What Lu Qing understood from those inexplicable words just now were the words Queen Mantis is in the west, in heaven. But for now it's irrelevant. With such a large super experience pack, brushing it off is the most important thing. Lu Qing came in for a bite. The prompting sound made him instantly happy. Gain +1 flesh and blood value. Holy, it's actually a little bit. Keep in mind that the same rank gives at most 0.1 experience points. This second-ranked 4th-ranked white ape, however, had doubled tenfold. Not bad for a transgression. Make a lot of money. Lu Qing feasted on the food and his experience rubbed off on him. Less than a quarter of the way through, the experience slot was full. Lu Qing was about to escalate when he stopped. After upgrading himself to be a second rank of the second rank, the experience of a 4th-rank white ape would definitely decay a bit. It didn't hurt before. After all, it wasn't much to cross over. But not this time. A quarter of it will build up to a full experience slot. Will the rest give you another level? If you upgrade now, 3/4 of that experience pack is going to be wasted quite a bit. Lu Qing chose no and then continued to brush the super experience pack. Gain +1 flesh and blood value. Sure enough, it didn't decay and it continues to store. No worries then. He turned on the wild brush mode. Gain +1 flesh and blood value. Gain +1 flesh and blood value. The entire white ape became thoroughly experienced, and the extra ones have been stored. Since it wasn't displayed, Lu Qing didn't know exactly how much there was and whether it was enough to ascend to the 3rd rank. Called up the interface and selected upgrade. Do you choose to upgrade? Yes. Then the energy gradually spreads throughout the body. After a warm and soothing moment, it had risen to the 2nd rank of the 2nd order. Lu Qing dismissed the idea of checking his attributes. Being able to move up to the 3rd grade is the key. He glanced at the panel and realized that the experience slot was full. Go on. Energy accumulation complete. Is it upgraded? Yes. The energy spread throughout the body again. And again it was the same warm, cozy feeling. The only difference is that this time it's slightly longer. After completing the upgrade, Lu Qing suddenly realized that the hole in the ground, which had been extremely spacious just a moment ago, seemed to be a bit smaller now. It should have gone up in size a bit again on its own. It felt like it should have reached a height of 2.5 meters. In addition to the black blade foot becoming larger, it was the silver-white texture that was even thicker and more obvious, and also more mysterious. The parapods haven't changed much. The tip daggers are sharper and have a lot more barbs, Body color is one of the biggest points of change. The red color was even thicker and looked like a layer of blood covering the surface of the body. Lu Qing opened the panel. Race, blood-spined mantis. Grade, subclass 3, 537/3000. Skill, blood spike crippling strike, plus 70% bonus to attack power, evolvable. Blood shadow sprint, evolvable. Talent, concealment. Attacking skills are once again enhanced, while flying skills remain unchanged. After Lu Qing checked the status, he then lifted his wings and flew towards the cave entrance. After coming out, he strung up the 3 corpses of the white wisdom spirit monkey inside the tree hole. There were creatures huddled outside that were looking at him wide-eyed. After seeing that it was Lu Qing who came out, these creatures immediately backed up a distance. A careful voice transmission rang out. Where is the Lord of the Peach Forest? The one who asked the question was a 6th grade stinging insect. The Lord of the Peach Forest is dead, so from now on you can survive and reproduce here without fear. Hearing that the Lord of the Peach Forest was dead, the creatures became jubilant. Each month, a tree-tip fruit is provided, and if it is not found, the body is left intact. After so many years of being on edge, I'm finally getting over it. They thought that the one who had ruled them for so many years was the Lord of the Peach Forest, but they didn't realize that the ones who really ruled them were the 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys and the king bee. Lu Qing also had no interest in trying to explain anything to them. Why don't you come and be our Peach Forest Lord? With you in charge, we can develop and multiply here without fear. The proposal was immediately supported by a large number of creatures. The Peach Forest is a good place, and a good place needs strong people to sit on it. The bottom line was that this mantis wasn't interested in them, a low-grade species, and wasn't in the habit of eating peaches, so it wasn't going to enslave them. However, Lu Qing was clearly uninterested and had already lifted his wings to fly up to the treetops. Peach Grove is definitely a cozy place to be. Instead, he needed to upgrade, to keep replenishing his energy to climb higher mountains. Naturally, he would not stay here as the Lord of the Peach Forest of the Goddess of Labor. No interest whatsoever. Besides, the hive is a restricted area, and any creature that trespasses will go up in smoke. After the transmission was completed, he flapped his wings and flew towards the air. The crowd of low-grade creatures watched Lu Qing leave. After a while, they cautiously made their way towards the tree hole. Chapter 40, Born to Kill, Destined to be a Lone Ranger. The corpse of the 9th grade white wisdom spirit monkey was of no use since it couldn't brush up its experience, but it was cheaper for Big Strong again. When Dezhuang saw the 3 white wisdom spirit monkey corpses, his eyes almost popped out. Awesome! I didn't realize that all 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys were taken care of by you. Where is the Lord of the Peach Forest? Is it the great white ape? Is it powerful? How did you manage it, boss? Lu Qing didn't bull **** with him and directly ordered. There are the corpses of 3 white wisdom spirit monkeys here, and there's also a large amount of royal jelly over at the hive. These are enough for you to raise your strength to the 9th rank of the lower order. Thanks boss. Dezhuang was grateful. Lu Qing, however, had already arrived outside the cave. No need to thank you. Next I will go deeper into the dangerous area. Your advancement speed is too slow. Following me again will be very dangerous. He has his own system, upgrades quickly, and is well suited to soloing and belonging to the ranks of killers in both talent and skill. Most importantly, the gap between his and Big Strong's rank was getting wider and wider, and after intruding into a dangerous place, he would not be able to take care of the other party in the event that he encountered a strong enemy. That's why Lu Qing decided to let Dezhuang settle here in the Peach Forest. The Peach Forest had been cleared of dangerous elements and was almost devoid of high-grade species, and Big Strong was definitely the strongest one in this range after reaching the 9th grade. Dezhuang had originally been smiling and wondering which one to eat first, but as I listened, I sensed something was wrong. No boss, you're abandoning me? Lu Qing, you get tired of playing and then you dump it, you start and stop. It also commiserated on it. Lu Qing said helplessly, you didn't spoil a bit of the words I taught you to use on me, did you? To the west, after going over the big mountains is the prairie where the strong gather. There are great dangers everywhere, not to mention you, a low rank. Even a sub-rank like me may not be able to survive safely. Dezhuang climbed a few steps to him. Then let's stay in the Peach Forest and rule it together. That way we'll be safe and have food security. Eating and drinking was enough to survive, but it didn't allow Lu Qing to continue to be strong. Lu Qing didn't want to spoil the system's functions. Shaking his head gently, a swallowed sparrow knows the will of a great swan. Ha, what do you mean? How many grades is a swallow bird? He burst into tears. This one is a stick in the mud, and it's just as well to say it differently. I'll return to the Peach Forest after some time. Just wait for me at ease. With that said, Dezhuang was really happy. That's right, boss. I'll wait for you to come back and we'll do something big as brothers. Lu Qing came outside the cave and lifted his wings to the sky. The mountain is high. I'll see you later. Waiting for you. Yo. Lu Qing didn't turn back and started gliding after climbing to a certain height. Big Strong watched Lu Qing's figure gradually disappear and shook his triangular head. I'm still too weak. Even though I've been desperately eating and advancing for this period of time, compared to boss's advancement speed, I'm just scum. It's good that the boss is gone. Then I'll break through with my own efforts. It sharpened the foot of its knife. Now, first taste the 9th quality meat. Lu Qing flew toward the southwest. Just like the poking around, after passing through the peach forest was a large, rolling mountain range. The mountains are very wide. Even at Lu Qing's current speed, it would take more than 10 days to cross over. Originally, he had planned to fight all the way there and brush up on his experience value in the meantime, but it soon became clear that most of the people who live in the mountains are animals, compared to the insects that live at the bottom of the food chain in this region. Most importantly, whether it was animals or insects, the entire mountain range was virtually devoid of subclasses. That would be very hard to swallow. Lu Qing didn't have much interest in low-grade species, so he could only rush along. It was evening 10 days later when they reached the other edge of the mountain range. In this forest edge location, there is dense fog in the evening and morning. Dense fog is not conducive to flying. Lu Qing landed on an ancient tree and prepared to continue his journey after the night. The cool breeze of the night blew through, and Lu Qing cozily adjusted a comfortable position in the treetops. It didn't take long for a transmission to reach him. Have you heard? There's been a big incident over in the grasslands lately, and a lot of insect clans have started to fight each other in blood. Yeah, really? Of course it's true. I caught a golden armored heavenly cow in the grasslands today. I forced it out. It can't be wrong. Lu Qing, who heard the voice transmission, raised his head to look over. In an ancient tree not far away, 2 7-feathered plumed chickens were climbing. Race, 7-feathered plumed chicken. Strength, 9th grade of the lower order. It seems that these 2 cons have been to the grasslands and would be a good subject to learn about the grasslands. Awesome. The grasslands are almost overrun by the bugs. You actually dare to go over there. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by the bugs? Another 7-feathered plumed chicken stood up its chest, looking extremely proud. Fear a ball. We were born to eat bugs. The bug race is no longer powerful. It is also our meal. The breath softened after the awesome blow. In fact, as long as it's not too deep, it's not much of a problem. The bugs on this side of the mountain range are not easy to find and are of low grade, but the grassland side is delicious. Tomorrow I can take you over there to see the world. Line. Why do I think I heard something moving? Did you hear it? Don't be paranoid. Our strength is strong all around. Who dares to? Mom, yeah. The 7-feathered plumed chickens suddenly realized that there was an extra shadow beside them. The shadow, which had originally blended in with the night, now gradually revealed itself and was discovered by them. After seeing it clearly, the 2 cons almost peed in fear. It was a praying mantis with a terrifying greatsword. The aura released was clearly of the 2nd rank. Mom, yay. Suborder bigot. Lu Qing, don't move or you'll have chicken nuggets. The 2 Kuantan didn't dare to move. Lu Qing's eyes fell on one of the 7-feathered plumed chickens. You've been to the grasslands? Yes. Tell me the basics of the situation over in the grasslands, and when you're done you'll be safe to leave. The 7-plumed chicken froze for a moment. Which aspect do you want to know? Lu Qing was also helpless. Koan's IQ was not online. He could only ask one item at a time. How big is the prairie? Quinn craned his neck and looked as if he was puzzled. You're a praying mantis. Didn't you come from the grasslands? Nima, am I asking you or are you asking me? Lu Qing flashed his sharp knife foot. Don't talk nonsense. Answer what you're asked. Quinn was immediately honest. It's huge. You can't see the edges. At a glance you can't even see the edges when you fly. Asking is as good as not asking. A low-ranked 9th rank is not equipped with the strength to cross the grasslands. Lu Qing began to ask more practical questions. What is the strongest species in the grasslands? Koan answered dryly this time. Bugs. The entire grassland is full of bugs. There are no animals at all. And even if there were, they would quickly fall into the rations of the bugs. Chapter 41, Prairie. A big experience awaits me. The prairie is ruled by the worms. So which of the bugs is the powerful one? Koan's eyes stared at Lu Qing. His eyelids still closed for a moment. You mantis, this is not knowingly? Not online IQ. So that it until now do not know Lu Qing pressure is not from the grassland. The mantis are strong? This was a bit of a surprise to Lu Qing. The grassland was dangerous. And the fact that the 2 9th grade cons only dared to hang around the periphery meant that most of the powerful bugs within the grassland were above the 2nd rank. It was reasonably unlikely that the unique male-killing nature of the mantis would produce a strong person above the 2nd order. Is the mantis the only strongest? Are there no other races? Of course not. There are many powerful insect clans. There are golden armored heavenly bulls, sky-covering flying locusts, fighting saint beetles and misty butterflies, There are so many, many of which I've never seen before. Just by listening to these names, one could tell that the entire prairie was chaotic, and there should be constant fighting between the various races. Where there's killing, that's upgrade heaven. Lu Qing's interest was completely piqued. He asked the question that concerned him the most. What about the strength of the bugs? Cohen thought for a moment. This has high and low. The periphery we are just catching some undeveloped small bugs to eat. The adult ones are usually above the second order. We cannot afford to mess with them. Suborder above. There are experience packs all over the place. Lu Qing was in a good mood. 10 or so days of constant flying to catch up, and the hard work was not in vain. Finally, I found myself a great practicing ground. Good. Then do you know the distribution of the various insect races? Cohen's head shook into a rattle. Brother Mantis, we're just two chickens. How dare we go deeper without a life? Naturally we don't know about the distribution of the insect race, and what we say is entirely from the larvae. Lu Qing asked a few more trivia questions. After feeling that nothing could be asked, Knifefoot put it away. Lucky for you guys, I'm a credible praying mantis. You guys have a nice birdhouse. Quinn quickly corrected himself. Brother Mantis, we're a chicken coop. Yes, a chicken nest, but tonight it's a mantis nest. Ha! Obviously it too didn't understand what it meant. A chicken nest is a chicken nest. Why is it a mantis nest? Lu Qing gave a direct answer. A kick down. Kuenmo. Find a place to go. The two seven-feathered plume chickens ran upside down into the darkness after being kicked down. The chicken nests are real nice and even have fluffy feather cushions underneath, so it looks like they're going to enjoy life. Lu Qing adjusted a comfortable position. The grassland is a good place. Start brushing up your experience tomorrow. There was no talk all night. Lu Qing numbly flew into the air. The trees at the end of the mountain range thinned out and were replaced by vast expanses of grass. After adjusting his direction, Lu Qing headed straight for the grassland. The grass on the prairie is taller than expected. Lu Qing's 2-meter size actually couldn't see too far after falling into the grass. However, it was also definitely a good place for one to utilize their concealment talent. He fell now naturally because he had found his prey. An aspidistra. The tenebris was clad in golden armor. It would be the golden armored skink. Lu Qing lurked in the bushes and turned on stealth. In an instant, the silver threads covered his entire body and converted to green. Then he began to dive in the direction of the golden armored heavenly cow. A few minutes of careful crawling revealed the golden armored skink in the weeds. Lu Qing pulled up the other party's information for the first time. Race, golden armored tengu. Strength, second grade of the second order. Common stuff with no talent, but it's good. Just right for you. He himself was now a third grade of the subclass, and with the aid of his skills, he should have no problem breaking through the golden armored heavenly bull's defense. Lu Qing once again sneaked closer. This golden armored heavenly bull was sleeping, and even though it was sleeping, its two extremely exaggerated tentacles were swinging drastically. The golden armored heavenly cow's body size was around 3 meters, while the length of its tentacles reached 5 meters. The two tentacles were like giant whips, and the mindless swings back and forth made airborne explosions. You can see its immense power. Lu Qing didn't rush to launch a sneak attack, but carefully observed. The whip has a lot of range, but there is also a huge gap in the swing back and forth. The golden armored heavenly bull's entire body was covered in golden armor, and it looked like it knew that its defense was strong, but it was not without weaknesses. For mobility, there is a gap in the neck between the head and back armor. Although the seams were covered for the most part, with the right angle, it was a fatal weakness. After finding the weakness, Lu Qing directly opened the skill. The two skills were added on, making him seem like a strong wind that instantly reached the back of the golden armored heavenly bull. The tips of the two saber feet stabbed diagonally into the crevices of their dorsal armor. Then with a pull on the left and right respectively, it directly separated the golden armored heavenly cow's corpse from its head. Green blood spurted out onto the weeds. The golden armored heavenly bull's head, on the other hand, rolled to the side, and the two thick whip tentacles no longer moved. Vile mantis. Mantis. The strong vitality still allowed it to send out a transmission. However, the transmission gradually weakened, and after it was finished, there was no sound either. Lu Qing's Knifefoot pulled out the lean meat of the golden armored heavenly cow and put it into his mouth. However, the expected brush experience prompt sound did not appear. The golden armored heavenly cow is a second grade. Why is it inexperienced? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that the old system brother is out of order? Lu Qing took a few more bites, and there was still no experience beep. He was in a hurry. The blade foot once again probed into the golden armored heavenly cow's corpse. I was going to try to hook out some more meat, but I ended up hooking out a ball. The ball was roughly 20 centimeters across, stained with green blood and regularly pitted and textured. It seems to be alive. It expands and contracts slightly and looks like a heart. Worms grow hearts? It's not possible. A tumor? Even less so. Between the expansion and contraction of the sphere, Lu Qing sensed a slight fluctuation of escaping blood chi energy. Blood energy? Lu Qing ate it. Gain flesh and blood value plus 20. He couldn't help but be pleased. And his thoughts cleared up. Bugs and Fae are built differently. The substeps are required for powerful energy mobilization. Fae have hearts. Mobilizing energy is a breeze. But bugs don't have hearts. Only chambers. In terms of efficiency, the chambers are no more useful than the heart. At the lower levels, the difference between a Fae heart and a bug heart chamber was not that great. However, when it reaches the secondary stage, where the energy that needs to be mobilized is even more immense, the heart chambers of the bugs are undersupplied. So the next order of bugs evolved the energy transporter, which is this energy core. The energy cores accumulate most of the bug's energy in them, channeling it out when used and then retrieving it. Acts much like a heart. This was the root cause of why I had taken a few bites of meat earlier, but hadn't brushed up on my experience. Chapter 42, Too Fierce? Whose general is this? The energy cores contained more concentrated blood and energy. Lu Qing once again ate a few bites of the golden armored heavenly cow's meat, and sure enough, he gained 0.1 experience value. Doing this math, 90% of the entire energy of the suborder bugs would be in the energy cores. In the future, if time was tight, one could totally just eat the energy cores themselves. Lu Qing continued to go deeper into the grasslands, searching for prey to add to his great cause of upgrading. Most of the various insect clans in the grasslands had already reached the subclass, and not only had their strength gained a substantial increase, but they had also made great strides in their intelligence. After a long period of development, these bugs have become somewhat social. Like the social structure of ants and bees, there is a clear hierarchy that facilitates domination and pooling of power. Between the Mantis clan and the sky-shadowing flying locust clan, a 10-meter wide river served as a natural geographical dividing line. To the southwest is the territory of the Mantis clan. To the northeast is the territory of the shaded locust. Although there is a long river as a dividing line, the race never stops fighting, especially in the last 2 years. For inexplicable reasons, the fights between the various races have gradually escalated. If before it was just a clash and killing for food or advancement, then now it was a meeting for absolutely no reason whatsoever that was a matter of death for you and death for me. The scale and level of conflict keeps climbing. Even every skirmish now kills one like a mortal enemy. All in all, the fights on the grasslands had been extremely brutal. Green Thread was a minor commander of the Mantis clan of the 4th rank of the subclass. It has 20 Mantis soldiers under its command. The daily task was to patrol a stretch of the long river. The watercress along the river is growing fast, and after yesterday's mowing, it's more than a meter tall today. Greenline then had his man Mantis mow down the new growth of hydrilla as he patrolled the area. The foot of the blade of the second order is very sharp and it is not difficult to cut the grass. The really hard part is to watch out for the big fish in the river. Don't assume that there is no danger if you don't wade in the water. In fact, whenever you're on the river then there's the possibility of being attacked by fish. For example, a long-tongued fish. They would spit out their tough 5-meter tongues like frogs and roll river creatures into the water. And then their sharp teeth would tear the creatures to pieces and swallow them. It was also the fact that there were all sorts of risk factors that made the Greenline extremely cautious. As his hands mowed the grass, his eyes would occasionally look across the river. It had already become a minor commander for a year, and during this year, it had already made great progress advancing from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, counting as a genius in the Mantis clan, and also possessing the basic conditions for advancing to the Grand Commander. As an idealistic and talented Mantis, its biggest dream was to kill 20 shadowing locusts and be promoted to the rank of Grand Commander, able to lead 50 Mantis minions on a majestic patrol. It was only that the heavens were not to its liking, and the section of the territory it had patrolled after taking up the post of Little Commander had never seen a battle kill in over a year's time. Without battles, there was no path to promotion, so it was quite distressed, and from time to time, it sighed that its luck was not good. Today, as usual, he was lamenting his bad luck when he suddenly heard movement. The buzzing vibration was clearly the sound of wings flapping. There's a situation. It's the shade flying locusts. Instead of worrying, the Greenline instantly perked up. Brothers, it's the shading locusts. We've finally come to life. The gang of praying mantises had also been lonely for too long, and each of them wailed, waving their blades and feet. Time to take credit. Brothers, intercept. The Greenline was the first to fly up into the sky after transmitting his voice. Once in the air, with no weeds to obscure its vision, it also saw the enemy. It was nearly 100 sky-covering flying locusts. There were only 20 of them, but the other side had nearly 100, and the rash of green threads became even more excited, spearheading the air assault. When it comes to flight, the mantis is a little less impressive. This wave of surprise attacks did little good. Even Greenline, a small commander, was kicked by the thick hind legs of the flying locusts and fell out of the air. However, in doing so, it had managed to lure the wave of flying locusts down. An encounter begins. The prideful Greenline didn't even put nearly 100 flying locusts in his eyes. In fact, it did have the ability to cope with the strength of its 4th rank, but those mantises under it couldn't hold out. In less than a quarter of an hour, there were already less than 5 mantises that could stand on the entire makeshift battlefield, while there were still about 90 flying locusts. The order of magnitude crushing the Greenline gradually became a bit overwhelming. What really made it deflated was the addition of a flying locust of the 4th rank. In an instant, the Greenline was bitten off by this 4th-ranked flying locust, and even ate into its belly in front of it. The young genius was woefully inadequate and helpless. There were too many of them, and there were also 4th-ranked flying locusts of comparable strength engaging in sneak attacks from time to time, and it suffered so much that it even began to gradually despair. I am a small genius of the Mantis clan. I have reached the 4th rank of the secondary order at a young age, and I am expected to become a grand commander, but I didn't expect to be crushed by numbers today. Hateful. The Greenline was bitter in his heart, but he had to fight and retreat, until he retreated in front of a dirt slope to avoid being attacked from the back. Just as it was struggling to hold on, feeling that there was no hope of survival, it suddenly felt that the pressure it was facing was less. Looking through the gap, it saw a scene that made it feel extremely incredible. A praying mantis, as if it were a ghostly apparition, easily reaped the swarm of flying locusts. What surprised it the most was that it was clearly a subclass 4 mantis when distinguished by its color. Yet this little genius is also a 4th grade. However, it would still take a bit of effort to kill a 3rd grade green locust, but that praying mantis was able to kill the flying locust with a single slash. The opponent's 2 blade feet were also noticeably huge and sharp, and even had more silver patterns. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 green locusts had already been cut in 2 by a single slash. Even more unbelievable came. The 4th grade shading flying locust that had discovered the enemy's sneak attack angrily stood out his leg. The powerful force that erupted from its thick hind legs made it fly towards the sneak attacker as if it were a cannonball. Sharp mouthparts, heading straight for the mantis neck, vowing to snap it off in one bite. However, the other party was exceedingly dexterous and versatile. With his back pressed to the ground and his knife and foot raised, the swift and unrelenting impact made the 4th grade flying locust an airborne target, and could only watch as the 2 sharp edges gave themselves a disembowelment. The 4th grade flying locusts hit the weeds and their guts flowed all over the place. After Lu Qing rolled over, his wings shook and he had already come close. After dodging the stomps of the flying locusts, a knife cuts off the head. The string of movements traveled in no more than an instant. Junior Commander Greenline looked dumbfounded. It had just exchanged blows with this 4th grade green locust. He even accidentally bit off one of his opponent's parapods. It was this powerful 4th grade flying locust that was instantly killed by the equally 4th grade mantis? Chapter 43. No way. The same 4th grade. Why is the gap so big? That's impossible. I'm a 4th grade too. Why is it that I, a little genius, can't do what the other guy can do? And it's very easy. You have to know that it was a 4th grade sky-covering flying locust, with legs that could erupt with 10,000 pounds of force, and a mouthpiece that was so sharp that iron and stone could be chewed and eaten. But what? It was such a powerful sky-shading locust that was instantly killed by a 4th grade mantis that scurried out. This is unreasonable. Grossly unreasonable. At the same time it stoked the Greenline's desire to win. If you can do it, my dang little genius can do it too, and it's even more majestic than you. Just in time, another 4th grade flying locust approached it. The little genius Greenline rushed over without hesitation. This rush, straight to full speed. However, the 4th grade flying locust kicked it away with just one kick. How hard he rushed just now. How fast he flew out backwards now. Greenline's body slammed directly onto the dirt slope. His gray head and body sore. So embarrassing. Nima, it's the same 4th grade mantis. How can the difference be so great? With Lu Qing's skills, dealing with these flying locusts was as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. A single glance from the 3rd rank will result in certain death. Even a 4th product wouldn't last 3 seconds in his hands. It could be said that he was an absolutely invincible existence at the same level and of the same grade. It was also the case that it didn't take much time before the shade flying locusts had cut down most of them. Its ferocity scared those flying locusts to directly leave the battlefield and spread their wings to fly away. After Lu Qing chopped off the head of a 4th grade flying locust, he didn't hesitate to extend his greatsword at the mantis. This time of survival and upgrading had given him a deep sense of the law of the jungle in this world. The flying locusts escaped a dozen or so. That's nearly 100 experience. What a cockamamie kind. Upgrading is the way to go. Take this praying mantis to find a replacement before you do. The Greenline looked at the ever-approaching greatsword foot, and was truly taken aback by the exaggerated enormity of it. It almost peed. With its triangular head and cold eyes, It had no doubt that this was a ruthless mantis that had preyed on its own kind, being killed and eaten by the flying locusts. That is a heroic inauguration after the fight, and being cut down by the same kind of people that can be wronged. Seeing that the large sword foot was coming straight for his head, the green line directly slumped to the ground and let out a cry of sorrow. The mantis doesn't kill the mantis. Lu Qing's heart moved, and then his large sword lurched and stuck on the other party's neck. He stopped moving not because he had shouted some sort of transmission, but because he realized that his opponent was actually male. Male praying mantises were naturally weak, whereas the one in front of him was quite large, even a circle larger than his own hungover self. That would seem a bit unreasonable. Seeing that the other party didn't cut down, Green Line couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You, outsider, first time in Wormsong grassland? Lu Qing nodded his triangular head without moving. Yes. There was a hint of realization in the Green Line's transmission. Then it's no wonder. In the Wormsong grassland, it is forbidden to kill one's own kind. Brother, can you move your greatsword out of the way? I'm afraid you'll miss. A ban on kith and kin? That's a little refreshing. After all of the insect races he'd come into contact with before, with the exception of bees and ants, almost all of them would kill each other in the same race. Lu Qing moved the foot of his blade down a bit and landed on his opponent's crosstail. Crossbreeding, that's a precious thing for breeding offspring. Green Line's body trembled. It's not like, you'd better move to the neck. Lu Qing didn't bother with it, but looked around. The only two surviving mantises cautiously approached a bit closer, but with their blades and feet lowered in a scowl. He looked at the other party. This is the territory of the Mantis clan? Green Line nodded. Looked incredibly cooperative. After all, the children and grandchildren are under the other side of the knife. Yes, after the Long River is our Mantis territory. Lu Qing understood. In the past few days he had actually killed through the territory of the sky-shadowing locusts. In the past few days, Lu Qing had been constantly killing and brushing his experience, and the ease of removing and consuming energy cores had increased his efficiency by a lot. Coupled with the fact that he possessed a powerful concealment talent. As long as the talent was turned on he could be completely invisible, and was completely invincible. So during this time not only had his strength increased by 1 rank to reach the 4th rank of the substage, but he also killed the mantis's territory with a brain. Tell me why Mantis doesn't kill Mantis. Ha! Lu Qing tightened the foot of his sword. The Green Line almost scared to pee. Big brother, our praying mantis clan has existed in the insect sound grassland for 1,000 years. The habit of eating the same kind has long been corrected, and there is basically not much of a strength gap between the males and females. Pro brother, be careful with your knife and foot. I have never touched a female up to this point, so don't you dare to crunch off for me. So it is. The second order mantis is to be a bit more intelligent than the lower order ones, and after a long period of time, becoming a swarming insect race, having a class system, it would seem a bit normal for some of their faults to be changed. Who is the one who now rules over the Mantis clan of the Bugsong grassland? At the mention of this the Green Line looked a little more hyper. Even the crosstails went up a little. Of course it's the Mantis Queen Snowy. After the Queen took over last year, she has governed our colony so well that there are already the first hints of glory. Lu Qing wasn't interested in any of this. What is the Queen's strength? Suborder 8th grade. Its strength is a bit low, but it's young. It will break through to 9th grade in a matter of days, and it might even be the first existence to break through to the high grade in the insect song grassland. Lu Qing heard other information. He withdrew his blade foot. The action dissipated a lot of the Green Line's tension. The broken-tailed children's knife can be sort of moved out of the way. Lu Qing then asked, there are no high-level existences in the Wormsong grassland? Although there were no more descendants to threaten the knife, the Green Line's transmission was still very respectful. No, otherwise it would have long united the Wormsong grassland. Where else would there be the current scene of the 9 clans competing against each other? 9 clans fighting each other. Lu Qing completely put his heart down. As long as there were no high ranks, no bugs could see through their talent concealment, then there was no risk of being taken out themselves. Alright, you guys go. After saying that, he didn't care about the other party, but instead arrived in front of the corpse of the 4th grade sky-shielding flying locust. The sky is the limit, and brushing up on your experience is the biggest. Bladefoot was extremely skillful in pulling out its energy core. The Green Line felt perfectly normal at the sight of this scene. The energy cores are the credentials for their promotion, and these were all killed by others, so they deserve to be taken away. Yet the next second caused it to gasp out in direct shock. It was because it saw that the mantis actually raised the energy core and tried to eat it in one bite. The blood chi and energy within the energy cores were extremely large, and after they acquired them, if they chose to consume them, they would slowly digest them over a period of 10 days. Yet the other side wants to swallow it in one bite. Don't. One swallow will explode. However, Lu Qing just glanced at it, and with a loose blade and foot, he dropped it into his mouth. Gain flesh and blood value plus 50. Chapter 44, no, it's okay to eat like this? Explode the body? Explode the hell out of it. That's what a normal mantis suffers. How could a hanged man like me be okay? Ah, it really ate it. The green line felt sorry for him at once. This alien mantis was super strong, even capable of instantly killing a 4th grade, but why wouldn't it listen to advice? Eating the same quality energy core in one bite in a hurry would only end up with the body exploding. Hey! Just as it was lamenting, Lu Qing had already arrived in front of the second 4th grade shaded flying locust corpse. He didn't hesitate to take out the energy core with his knife foot. It was dropped into the mouth as the 3 mantises watched. Gain flesh and blood value plus 50. After enjoying the flavor of the energy core bursting slurry, he came to a 3rd grade shaded flying locust. Green Line and the other 3 mantises looked completely dumbfounded. Ah, instead of being reminded of this, you eat them one after the other? Is he really not afraid of bursting into flames? That's not true, but why did he still look so light in his movements, with no body expansion at all? This doesn't make sense. It was a consensus that an energy core of the same grade would absolutely explode if swallowed in one gulp. So why did it not work when it came to him? Lu Qing directly swept across the battlefield, converting all the corpses into experience value. The 3 praying mantises looked as if they had become statues, standing still without moving. Is there anything crazier in the world? Other praying mantises would explode and die after eating one energy core, but that one ate over 80 in a row. More than 80 of them. What a power to gather together. And the other side still looks alive and well. After eating the last energy core, Lu Qing looked at the experience slot. 3680/4000. There's still 300 points to go. 7 more 4th grade shaded flying locusts would be about right. As for the 5 products, invincible in the same product, there is a small risk to challenge it at a higher level, and it can't be done if it is not secure. The next natural step was to look for a 4th grade bug to brush up on his experience. However, this insect grassland was too wide and huge, and all the way through, the 4th grade hadn't really encountered a few of them. It was also the first time that there were formations like this one, where you could kill too much and brush up on your experience. Finding the 4 pins, Lu Qing looked toward the 3 mantis sculptures. They're a patrol mantis squad. They should be able to know where the enemy is gathering, right? So with a flick of his wings, Lu Qing had arrived in front of the 3 mantises, including Green Line. With a skillful tug, the blade's foot had landed at its intersection. The Green Line came back to his senses, and his body shuddered once more. No! Again! Can't we just go somewhere else? My own brother. Just ask me anything. Don't move the knife, okay? Lu Qing let out an oh so subtle sound and put away his sword and foot. Cough. Get used to it. So what? Do you know where the gathering place of the shaded locusts is? The Green Line shook his triangular head. This really don't know. Each squad has a fixed territory to patrol. This one squad has been patrolling here for more than a year. Other places have not been at all. And it is also the first time that we encountered a flying locust raid. However, we have intelligence squads in our mantis clan. Intelligence squads. Commander General. The Queen and other high-ranking people should know about it. It remembered the matter of eating energy cores just now, so it asked carefully, "Brother, let me ask, why didn't you burst your body after eating so many energy cores?" Lu Qing casually said, "I was promoted from a low-level tussle and have a special physique." The conversation turned, "Do you know how I can get some information about other races?" This, Green Line racked his brain and responded after a while, "You join our Mantis Red Tassel Battalion. You can directly enter the intelligence squad, so that you can know a lot of things you want to know." The Red Tassel camp was one of the 7 camps of the Mantis clan. The Commander General was Red Tassel, an existence of the 8th rank of the secondary order. Indeed it is a way. It doesn't matter if you're solo or not. Having access to upgrade resources is what matters. On such a vast territory, it's all luck of the draw whether you can brush up or not. And that certainly doesn't work as well as a group finding it for you. As long as you have intelligence, you can directly target your raids and brush up on your experience. As for any queen, nothing hangs. Yes, then I will join the Mantis clan. From now on, let's work together to defend against its invasion. Defend the honor of our Mantis clan, and let the light of the Mantis's blade shine throughout the Bugsong grassland. For Lu Qing, saying pretty words was a piece of cake. One sentence made Green Line and the remaining 2 mantises listen with fervor. The 3 mantises, including Green Line, curled their blade feet and bent their bodies as if in worship. The realm is too high. Then they raised their single blade. For the glory of the Mantis clan. It took a few seconds before Green Line bent over. "My name is Green Line. What is your name?" "Lu Qing. Mantis is also known to kiss ass." "Great name. Where is it good?" "I don't know. It's just good. The level of shooting is average." Lu Qing turned to the topic. "How do I join the Mantis clan?" The Green Line was very dry. Just meet the Commander General Red Tassel. When the time comes, you will be allowed to choose your career direction. Career direction? That is, patrol squads, combat squads, intelligence squads, foraging squads, and the like are divided up, and each adult body, or alien hominid, can choose which squad they wish to join. After all, we don't keep idle mantises in the Mantis clan. You are a 4th rank, and you have just killed 2 flying locusts of the same rank. You should take the position of junior commander without a problem. Greenline said something about job promotions. Races have detailed class divisions, from small commanders to generals. All of them need to be successful in battle. Lu Qing only had experience in his eyes and wasn't interested in any promotions. And after some cursory understanding, he brought up the matter of finding the queen. Greenline immediately picked up the conversation. Our squad suffered a heavy blow. Only 3 of us are left. We also need to go to the big camp to replenish the Vigor army. And having me to lead the way and introduce can save a lot of things. Just go with them. Then it looked at the corpses that lacked energy cores. Do you still want that? Corpse of the 4th grade shaded flying locust? The corpse provided 5 points of experience, but it was too time consuming to eat. And Lu Qing couldn't look at that amount of experience. Don't. Do whatever you want. The 3 mantises were overjoyed. Even though the energy cores are gone, this stuff can fill you up, and it can be made into jerky, so it's extremely good to have a few bites while patrolling. They divided the corpses of the 4th grade sky-shading flying locusts, and only then did they begin to embark on the road back to their base camp. The wounded Greenline flew at the front of the line. Lu Qing and the remaining 2 followed behind. On the way to the Mantis base camp, Lu Qing didn't stay idle and asked about some things about the Mantis clan. For example, he learned that the Mantis clan could only be considered a midstream power in the 9 clans contest. The truly powerful ones were races such as the Fighting Saint Beetle and the Golden Armored Heavenly Bull. The battle for supremacy between the various bug clans in the Wormsong grassland was a long tug-of-war. Except that in the last year or so, the fight was even more brutal due to special reasons. Chapter 45, 1 minute you're obedient. The next year charging? Do you know why the level of fighting has increased in the last year or so? Lu Qing asked the mantis minion next to him. I don't know. We're just a bunch of big-headed soldiers, and the patrol mantis belongs to an existence without much presence among the professions, so this information is simply out of reach. Lu Qing hummed and didn't pursue the question. After hours of rushing, we finally saw the Red Tassel camp. Greenline's saber foot pointed toward the camp not far away. There it is. There was little fortification at the redoubt camp. The most numerous and conspicuous thing is a pergola built of grass. Mantis, even with their flexible blade feet, building these rudimentary to the point of pergolas is no simple task. Green Thread said rather proudly. Spectacular. This pergola construction method has saved our mantis from the rain. It's simply the greatest invention from ancient times to the present. Spectacular ball. Lu Qing, who has seen big scenes, certainly does not look at these pergolas, but at least there was a place to land, and it was goodbye to the term wild mantis. There were many mantis coming and going within the camp. A few of them flew into the camp without even a stopper. It seems the same clan is free to come and go as they please. That largest camp is the residence of General Red Tassel Commander, and all matters and decisions are settled in that camp. The camp was indeed larger and had weeds to act as walls, so it could basically be considered a simple version of a hayloft. They landed 100 meters from the camp. Green Line limped. Go, I'll take you to see the Commander General Red Tassel. After arriving outside the camp, the Green Line blade feet curled up. Patrol Squad. Junior Commander Green Line seeks an audience with Commander General. A feminine, transmitting voice with a hint of majesty followed. Come in. Green Line and Lu Qing walked in. The camp looked very humble on the outside and still as humble on the inside. There was almost nothing but a fine layer of grass on the ground. There was a female praying mantis of roughly 3 meters in size leaning in. This female mantis has bright red mouthparts, tentacles that look like corn husks. This would be the Commander General Red Tassel. Red Tassel's eyes fell sharply on Lu Qing. While the mantis clan in the insect grassland had green dorsal wing roots, Lu Qing's were bright red, and could be distinguished at a glance with this. Outsiders? Lu Qing nodded his head and said, yes, breaking all the way from the eastern dense forest over the mountains. The Red Tassel's triangular head flicked a little, and there was more appreciation in his tone. It's not easy for a male praying mantis to fight all the way to evolve to the 2nd rank. It's not easy, it's almost impossible. The Green Thread told them about their encounter with the attack of the sky-covering flying locusts and described Lu Qing's divine warrior heavenly descent. Hearing that, Honging couldn't help but look at Lu Qing, but Red Riding didn't feel too strange. After all, a mantis that grew up in the wild was bound to be in existence with incomparably rich combat experience and strong killing moves. The Green Line blurted out Lu Qing's desire to join the camp. Without hesitation, Red Riding Hood agreed. Yes, our mantis clan has always been united, whether it's an outsider or a native of the same clan. All are treated equally. According to our rules, new joiners can choose their own clan soldier profession. Lu Qing had already made his calculations long ago, and immediately responded without hesitation. I want to join the intelligence squad. Red Tassel froze for a moment. Intelligence squads need to travel to the front line, and they are fewer in number and very dangerous. I mean, you can join the patrol squad first and familiarize yourself with the Wormsong grassland. To be dangerous, how do you brush up on your experience without being dangerous? Lu Qing, in order to avoid the bull ***** pull, directly straightened his neck and said sternly, for the development and growth of the Mantis clan, I'm not afraid of the dangers, so let me go to the front line and spill my blood for my clan. Too much awareness. Red Tassel, the Commander General, had a feverish feeling after hearing this. It felt like it was all its fault for not letting the other party join the intelligence squad. Good, I'll let you head to the intelligence squad. Its tone was full of admiration. You are a good seedling. I'm waiting for the day you make a mark. Qinglin also took the opportunity to inquire. Lu Qing is strong. Can he be arranged to become a junior commander? Red Tassel shook his triangular head. I admire him. But my Mantis clan's battle merit rules are here. Without battle merit you can only become a soldier. But with his strength, I believe he will be promoted soon. Lu Qing had no interest in any official title and didn't answer. Red Tassel rearranged the Vitality Army for the Green Line to send it away, and then began to arrange things for Lu Qing. It called in a male mantis of 4th grade strength. Fu Feng, a new intelligence soldier with good strength for you. Aren't you guys going on a mission? It's just the right time to bring him for some experience. After saying that, it directed its gaze at Lu Qing. Fu Feng is the small commander of the intelligence squad. From now on you will follow it. After coming outside, Fu Feng led him to another small camp. Because of the time constraints of this mission, Fu Feng didn't say much before he started off with the 11 waiting mantises. Lu Qing followed and flew with them towards the south. During the flight, Fu Feng began to instruct Lu Qing, the new recruit. The first time you encountered such a dangerous assassination mission, it can only be said that you're unlucky. Our squad is a very easy squad to get credit for, and most of the soldiers are usually promoted for most of the year. Of course, it also means that we will be in great danger of being surrounded and annihilated at any moment. Especially this time. We've received news that a large number of gold-armored heavenly cows have gathered at the border, and it's very dangerous for us to spy on the strength, number, and purpose of the gathering of gold-armored heavenly cows. So everything must be at the mercy of me, the little commander, so that you can better live to make your mark. Understand? Good boy, Lu Qing immediately stated. Understood. Completely understood. Absolutely listen to the arrangements from the young commander. Fu Feng nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad. There are very few newcomers who can have your awareness of following orders. As a new member, you need a new name. From today on you are called Fu 13. Before Lu Qing could give a response, Fu Feng's transmission abruptly changed. Up ahead is the gathering place of the golden armored heavenly cow. The number is visually estimated to be more than 100 of them, and they are very powerful. All soldiers follow my order to land all of them. We have to sneak over some distance quietly in case we are discovered. Not far away, the golden dorsal armor of nearly 100 aspens were in a row, very conspicuous in the sunlight. Spying, of course, we have to hide to find out the other side's purpose. If they were discovered and detected, with the huge numerical superiority of the other side, and not a weak flight speed, their squad could basically declare that they were forced to go offline and be eaten. That was why Fu Feng directly ordered all the mantises to fall to the ground. However, it heard something wrong with the sound above it and turned its head, almost dying of fright. That new recruit who had stated that he would be absolutely obedient a second ago was now excitedly charging towards the gold-armored heavenly cow's gathering place. No, you're crazy, mouthing the words of obedience. But in the end, when I told you to land, you excitedly rushed towards the gold-armored heavenly cow gathering place. Soon the Skybulls will spot our little group and will catch up with us and tear us to pieces. It's definitely 10 deaths next. Too bad luck. I can't believe I collected a rash. This is going to get him killed. Fu Feng looked at Lu Qing's back as he rushed towards the gathering place in despair. Chapter 46. I asked you to spy, and you killed them all? Come back soon. Fu Feng anxiously transmitted its voice. It didn't want to get itself killed by this newbie. However, Lu Qing, who was stifling his head and charging furiously, didn't even turn his head back. Fu Feng's voice transmission almost had a crying tone in it. There are several 4th grade golden armored heavenly cow there, and nearly 100 3rd grade. Finished. We are all going to be killed by you. The other Mantis members also instantly panicked. No, little commander. What is the situation with this new arrival? If it rushes over there so blatantly, will it not kill us all? We are short of members, but you can't just take in a mantis. Now well, Just wait to be torn to pieces by the golden armored heavenly bull. Run! If we don't, we won't have any hope of escaping. These mantises panicked into a frenzy. Little Commander Fufeng was also bitter in his heart. Martyr! It's bad luck to meet such a rash person. And he can't even shout back. It made an immediate decision. The golden armored heavenly cow is so numerous that we simply don't have the ability to fight it. Prepare to flee. At this point, grabbing and running is the way to go. As far as the mission is concerned, that's not going to be accomplished. Fufeng began to command the swarm of mantises that had just landed to take off again. Lu Qing was very excited. Experience. All of it. Nearly 100 golden armored heavenly cow was enough to break through to the 5th grade on its own. Because of too much excitement, both of Lu Qing's greatswords were trembling. Before it even got close, the silver threads had already covered the entire body. And then the whole thing turned azure. Those golden armored heavenly cow pressured didn't know that a praying mantis had excitedly rushed in. Lu Qing's first target for decapitation was the 4th grade golden armored heavenly bull. These days he had traversed half of the grassland, and had long ago figured out the golden armored heavenly cow's weaknesses. After coming close, the tip of the blade pierced into the gap in the armor, and with a little force, he beheaded him, completing the instantaneous kill. That 4th grade golden armored heavenly bull had already separated its corpse without even knowing what was going on. Strong vitality made it send out a warning before it died. Enemy attack. A few golden armored heavenly cows that watched the corpses of their kind separate were confused. Enemy attack? Where is the enemy? They look left and right but see nothing. Here, a blurry mantis figure suddenly appeared, followed by the red light of a blade foot slashing through the head of a gold-armored Tengu moving. The reminder instantly interrupted. The blurred figure was once again hidden. There really is an enemy attack. All of these gold-armored heavenly cows waved the large whips above their heads and frantically pumped them. Also in an instant, the whole scene became chaotic. Lu Qing began to harvest. His stealth talent was utilized to the fullest, and every time he briefly appeared, he used his skills to take away a gold-armored heavenly cow at the same time. Quickly, flee! Fufeng commanded the intelligence squad to withdraw. As for that newcomer mantis, he was surely bound to die in this situation. Soon the mantises had lifted off, preparing for a quick exit. After they were all ready, Fufeng couldn't help but glance backward. It had wanted to see how the disobedient mantis recruit was torn apart by an army of golden-armored sky bulls. However, when it twisted its head to take a clear look at the scene below, it couldn't help but tilt its wings and almost fell down. Good thing one of the praying mantises below held it up. Commander Fufeng, be careful. How could Fufeng have the time to care about such minutiae right now? Its eyes fixedly looking at everything that was happening on the ground. Commander, what's wrong with you? Aren't we retreating? Why aren't you moving? These team members looked at the commander in disbelief. Noticing it was craning its head to look at the ground, these mantises couldn't help but look at it as well. After seeing the situation on the ground, one by one, they were all fixed in the air as if they had been casted with a fixation spell. What's going on? What am I seeing? Isn't that spying? Is that how he spies? One picks 100? What an agile stance. Striking out with a killing move, sure to take away a gold-armored heavenly cow. It took a while for Fufeng to catch his breath. A nearby one asked in a low voice, Commander, you say, is this the new recruit you got? The same 4th grade, but even under his sword could not last more than a round. The way to spy on information is too special? Fufeng stabilized his stance. His blade and feet curled together. I didn't expect that one day we would be spying on intelligence like this. A mantis warned, should we go down? I think that recruit is about to kill it all. It's still true. One slash at a time, and 100 or so don't stand up to the chopping. Go on, get down there. Lu Qing's figure was like a ghostly apparition, but in just 10 minutes or so, he had already swept across the entire battlefield. And the last one, it was a 2nd grade golden armored heavenly bull. 2nd grade with little to no experience. So he withdrew his sword and looked to the arriving captain. Naively, he said, I keep my mission in mind, so let the commander spy on the information with this last one. Fufeng, not that you've forgotten what you're here for. I asked you to spy, and you killed them all. With that amount, you can go straight to Chancellor. What's your name again? Lu Qing honestly said, I remember that the commander named me Fu 13. That was acquired casually for ease of command, but not anymore. This mantis, by himself, had single-handedly defeated 100 golden armored heavenly cowboys. Such a powerful being, it has to keep in mind that I asked for my real name. Oh, Lu Qing came to the corpse of a 4th grade golden armored heavenly bull and skillfully took out its energy core. Lu Qing, under the watchful eyes of these mantises, he ate the energy core in one bite. Gain flesh and blood value plus 50. Fufeng froze for a moment, then carefully asked, you eat it all directly? Yeah, a mouthful of boredom saves time. What kind of strength is this? Take a bite of the energy core. After a brief reply, Lu Qing continued his own experience brushing business. More than 300 experience points of upgrading, and the 4th grade golden armored heavenly cow provided 200 points. The rest are all stacked up on the 3rd grade. A 3-piece could have 5 points of experience value, and the remaining 100 or so points of 40 could not be used up. After he had finished all the experience he could brush, the energy had been saved. There was no rush to upgrade, though, and instead he came to the dumbfounded squad. Captain, this last 2nd grade golden armored heavenly bull is already too scared to move. Why don't you do it? Hands? Move what? What does he mean by that? Before it, the commander could understand. Lu Qing had already nimbly chopped off all of the golden armored heavenly cow's parapods, and then cut off the most powerful whip on its head. The golden armored heavenly bull wailed in pain. Brother Mantis, give me a pain. Soon, the golden armored heavenly cow became a stick in a howl. Now there's no threat. Ask me anything you want. I'll take you back. Little Commander Fu Feng. This Nima living Yan Wang Ah. Chapter 47. I let you spy, but you killed them all? Without saying a word, he sharpened the golden armored heavenly cow into a stick. The golden armored heavenly cow that was originally indifferent to life and death was in pain and was constantly begging to give a pain. So this is how intelligence can be spied on. Fu Feng looked at Lu Qing's harmless appearance, and even felt that he was only a new recruit in front of him. Lu Qing stood straight. This part of the intelligence here is considered complete. Where are we going to spy next? Little Commander, please give the order. Sounds like, is still addicted? Want to find another place to continue to have a pike? Fu Feng suddenly felt a little dizzy. God almighty praying mantis. What kind of species is this? Fu Feng slowed down a bit. Our most recent mission was to spy on why the golden armored heavenly cow is gathering here. And now that they are all dead, the mission is considered complete. Shoot, if you want to get the next mission, you need to go back to the camp to report. First, after it stumbled through its explanation, Lu Qing understood. One task at a time. He shook his wings and impatiently urged the mantises. Alright, then let's hurry back and resume our orders so that we can find the next mission site. After saying that, he took the lead in spreading his wings and lifting off. Turning his head to see the crowd of praying mantises staring blankly at him, Lu Qing was a bit offended. No, are you guys wooden? Have some time tension, okay? One by one hurry up and move. Time tension. Tension a hairball. They came to fulfill the assassination mission. And the whole thing turned out to be a direct assassination. Should be a massacre. Mission accomplished instantly. How can this be stressful? Although there was some disapproval, one by one, all of them nimbly ascended into the air at Lu Qing's urging. Fu Feng, the commander, then personally captured the golden armored heavenly bull stick. A group of mantis then returned. Fu Feng firmly grasped the golden armored heavenly cow stick and caught up with Lu Qing. Lu Qing, why don't you leave behind the energy cores of 2 4th grade golden armored heavenly cow? That way you could become a junior commander. Junior commander? There's chicken feathers for that. A great general is not as affordable as 50 points of experience. I'm not interested in being an officer. I just want to be a big-headed soldier in charge for you. Fu Feng was incredibly impressed. There are too few mantises with ideals like yours. Lu Qing gave it a look. Cut the bull ***** and fly fast. There's a bit of a time crunch. After saying that, he snatched the golden armored heavenly cow stick. The saber feet hooked into the armor, urging Fu Feng, the commander, to speed up his flight. The golden armored heavenly cow was hooked too painfully by the saber foot, and a heart only wowed. Gently, it hurts. Ha, can you give preferential treatment to the prisoners? Lu Qing responded nonchalantly. Preferential treatment can't be a little bit better. Any more nonsense and I'll break your big plate teeth for you. The golden armored heavenly cow cried. Please, throw me into the water and drown me. Or else it's fine to find some fire to roast me to death. So don't torture me anymore. Don't you all just want information? You guys ask if I have the slightest concealment, I am a meatworm. Now just beg you all, ask and give me a quick. Fu Feng even felt that this golden armored heavenly cow was truly too miserable. Lu Qing, or let's ask. It's important to hurry. How can I have time to ask it? Bring it back to the camp and ask again. Fu Feng scrunched his neck. All, full speed ahead. A line of mantises sped up and flew at full speed. With only the golden armored heavenly bull still struggling to get a sword, a line of mantis landed steadily in front of the camp. Lu Qing threw the golden armored heavenly cow stick. You can ask now. Hurry up and report afterward. Then take the new mission. Fu Feng, I let you be the commander, you do not. And it turns out that you did not take me as a commander. This call. I really have no temper at all. Fu Feng was an experienced commander after all, and it inquired about some key information. Say, Why are you gathered there? The golden-armored heavenly cow secretly exclaimed. Oh my, but I can ask. To raid your little camp. There are big camps. Naturally there are small camps. It's usually improvised by the fighting mantis. A combat team consisting of 103rd and 4th grades were directly destroyed by a 4th grade mantis group without even having a bite to eat. The worst of it is still itself. Originally, the 2nd grade it was just coming over to make up the numbers, but I didn't expect it to make up a disaster. It was even directly and tragically whittled down to a celestial bull stick. Fufeng nodded his triangular head. Raiding? It happens every day. Do you know of any other places where aspens are gathering? This really don't know. I'm just a 2nd grade. Let go wherever. No right to know at all. But when I was in the convergence I heard that there are large troops ready to launch a decisive battle against your camp. It sadly told all it knew. Finally twisting his neck pitifully, he exposed his soft flesh. I've said all I can. Can I give a pain? It really says it all without reservation. Fufeng looked at Lu Qing with inquiring eyes. What are you looking at me for? You're the young commander. Good man. You still know I'm the little commander. Fufeng numbly sent the heavenly bull stick away with a slash. Hey, after years of intelligence, I didn't realize how easy it was to try intelligence. Lu Qing's eyes glared at the other party. Didn't you hear the intel? There's a big battle coming up. You're a little tense. Get your ass over there and report the intel, and then find the next mission numbly. Go! After saying that, he lifted his vice foot and looked as if I would help you hurry if you didn't. Looking at the secondary foot that was sharper than even his own blade foot, Fufeng was busy stating, Go right away. Go right away. The tension is coming. It's coming. It panicked and ran to the camp. General Red Tassel. Intelligence Squad. Fu Zi Detachment Junior Commander. Fu Feng seeks an audience. Inside the camp, the Red Raider was struck by a sudden sense of wonder. Fuzzy Detachment? Wasn't the mission scheduled for this morning? That outsider also arranged for them to be squad. What's with this little bit of time? And then the big camp? Did you fail to complete the mission? Or was the team member soldier discovered by the enemy, resulting in the regiment's demise? It's normal for intelligence squads to fail in their intelligence spying and be destroyed by the group. Usually, experienced and slightly stronger junior commanders survive. Red Ruffian turned to the main seat, then transmitted, Come in. The one who came in was none other than Fufeng. Red Tassel then let out a cold snort, and his voice transmission was full of dissatisfaction. Didn't I tell you to go on a sting mission? Why are you back now? Do you know that missing a military opportunity is a capital offense? Fufeng was not flustered and held his blade foot. The mission has been accomplished. Red Riding, huh? What do you mean? A mission accomplished is a mission accomplished. Nothing more. Mission accomplished? You were sent out in the morning, and you're back before the afternoon. And you're saying it's done? Can you believe it? Chapter 48 The Ruling General. This is outrageous. When has spying ever been so lucrative? But as Red Riding Hood thought about it for a moment, he also felt that the other party was not the type of mantis who believed in what he was saying. It naturally wants to ask for clarification. Did you complete the intelligence spying mission? Or was the golden armored heavenly cow's trail discovered, resulting in the entire team being wiped out and only you escaping back? It feels the latter is more likely. Escape back alone, or capture the less powerful golden armored heavenly cow in the process, and then use that to offset the sin. It felt like it had guessed 8 or 9 times. However, Fufeng did not show any panic as it thought. Still calmly shrinking the knife foot, emotionally stable said, completing the mission. In fact, it is considered to be discovered by the golden armored heavenly cow. Right. Sort of found out. Then Lu Qing gave the extermination. Red Ruffian grunted coldly. See? I told you so. It thought it had guessed right. However, Fufeng's next transmission caused it to instantly numb its claws. After being discovered, that killed them all. Killed them all? You kids are on drugs. Ah. Although there was no detailed intelligence, as a general of the camp, he knew that a wave of gold-armored heavenly cows had gathered there in considerable numbers. Your squad, a team of crooks. With that kind of strength you're still thinking of killing them all. I think it's just as I suspected, that all the soldiers under your command have been killed. Before Hong Ying could transmit his voice to inquire, Fufeng had already continued to ask with extreme lack of confidence. It carefully begged for confirmation. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. May I ask, General, do we count this situation as a completed sting mission? This comment directly made Red Riding Hood laugh. Count? Sure, as long as it's what you say it is, and give you all credit for it, provided you still have soldiers under your hands. When Fufeng heard this, he was immediately energized. There's also war credits to take. It's done. Yes, my men are all alive, all in good spirits, not tired at all. After saying that he also turned around and called all of his underling mantises in, turned them around and let them out again. The Red Raider all but froze in his tracks. It's true that all of them are alive. Then, what the hell is wrong with you guys? All alive and spying on intelligence? Fu Feng immediately echoed. General Red Tassel, are you forgetful? Didn't you say it just now? Those gathered golden armored heavenly cow were all killed. Ah! Red Riding felt like his brain was having a bit of a hard time keeping up. Was what this guy just said true? How can it be? There were no less than 100 golden armored heavenly cow there, and there were fourth grade existences among them. Not to mention that they didn't have a fifth rank in their team. Even if they did, with such a disparity in numbers, it was impossible to preserve all the soldiers and keep all the mantises alive. Your squad. You tell me more about it. Fu Feng began to talk about the passage and results in detail. Because of the urgency of the mission, I set off directly after returning to the team with the newly added mantis. At that time, I was scared to death. Lu Qing was too reckless. I didn't expect him to kill big, one slash at a time. Even the fourth grade mantis couldn't last more than a few hits. Instead, waves of shock had risen within Red Raider, a fourth grade mantis. The group destroyed over 100 golden armored heavenly bulls. Moreover, there was no lack of fourth grade existences among these golden armored heavenly cows. That's outrageous. It was also a knowledgeable general, having seen countless powerful mantises, but never have I seen one that could take on 100. Really, Lu Qing's figure is as ghostly as a ghost. It is impossible to figure out, and the color on its body can actually change with the environment. Once again, Red Riding froze. Ability to change with the environment. It's clearly a gift. There are gifted beings among the mantis. After reaching a certain level of strength, there are 1 in a million mantises who are able to awaken their talents. After a long time, the Commander General Red Tassel finally spoke. Go summon Lu Qing here. Okay. Fu Feng numbly called Lu Qing. Lu Qing was a bit upset. What the hell is this little commander of yours doing? This tossing and turning, coming and going twice now. Fu Feng in front of him where there is a small commander of the mighty kind. It explains in a gentle voice, this is not the Red Tassel General does not believe in it. I am also for our credit back and forth running. You take it easy some. Can't afford a little. What merit or not? Lu Qing cared nothing. Credit or no credit. It's fine. Just hurry up and let General Red Tassel arrange our next mission. With that, he shook his 2 saber feet. Lu's great saber has long been hungry and thirsty. It's a battle-crazed roach. Fu Feng hurriedly agreed. Okay, I'll bring this up right away. Curl up your knife first. Don't hurt me. Lu Qing's saberfoot was too sharp, and it had watched the other party cut the armor-covered golden armored heavenly bull into sticks. The 2 mantises walked into the camp. Hong Ying stared at Lu Qing, up and down as if she wanted to see through. Just now I heard Fu Feng say that you have 2 slashes in 1 roach and will be 100. Lu Qing nodded his triangular head. Kill them all. It's me. With such a dry response, Red Ruffles didn't know how to answer for a moment. There is talent. With strength. Good. Very good. After praising a few words, Red Tassel then said, with strength and battle merit, I'm going to let you form a squad. Any type of soldier will do. And let you be the little commander. After serving as a minor commander, as long as you reach the 5th rank and complete 1 or 2 mission arrangements, you can be allowed to come and serve as a major commander. And after becoming a major commander, the chances of capturing war merits will be even greater. With your talent, your growth rate will definitely not be slow. 3 years, I guess within 3 years you will be able to achieve the position of vice general. Even 10 years would have given the capital and strength to start another battalion. Lu Qing almost puked at the sound of it. Nima, Mantis can draw a pie? And at least 3 years, 10 years, all kinds of promotions, drawn big and round. He couldn't listen to any more of it, and if he did, he'd really throw up. I don't want to be a little commander. I want to be a big head soldier, at the grassroots level, fighting for our Mantis clan to the best of my ability. Red Riding froze. And Mantis doesn't want to be an officer? Was the blueprint I painted not ambitious enough? The average praying mantis would have wailed at the sound of this. Instead, he gave a direct refusal, but also at the grassroots level as a big-headed soldier. Fu Feng, who was on the side, felt sorry. What a great opportunity. Promoted to minor commander in 1 mission, and even more so with a major battalion general as a guiding light. I could have flown 3 times around the camp in joy at that opportunity. After Lu Qing refused, he rubbed his saber feet. General Red Tassel, our spying mission has been completed. Isn't it time to arrange something else for us? After saying that, he added, better arrange for some hard stuff where there won't be enough to fight. No, I mean don't make the spying for information too easy. Chapter 49, Master Lu. You're still ruthless. A remark that directly caused Red Ruffles to be completely messed up. Arrange for some hard stuff or not enough to fight. What a militant. The mantis love militants. Even the more militant the better. Red Tassel gave advice. fighting to go to a combat squad, is actually better. Combat team? As soon as the fight starts there's a bunch of mantis to grab, and in the end you can't swipe more than a few, which is cool for an intelligence squad. Pressed with no mantis to steal from themselves, Lu Qing flatly refused. No, little Commander Fu Feng has taken care of me quite a bit. I can't part with it. Fu. Who is really taking care of who? If I hadn't been bullied by you before, I would have believed it. But how does that sound so beautiful to me? Red Ruffian was utterly confused by this mantis. He's so different. Good. Since that's the case then you'll continue to follow the Fu Z squad. As for the mission, well, then as you wish. I'll arrange a difficult one for you. Fu Feng on the side was messed up. It's really hard to arrange. Lu Qing is fine. But General, shouldn't you consider us? Although it was bitter in its heart, but intimidated by Lu Qing's lustful authority, it didn't dare to let out a single fart, and could only look at Red Tassel with a look of help. Yet the Red Tassel didn't even notice it as a small commander. There is a small camp of flying locusts at the southwestern border river. I suspect that there may be more than 3 5th grade flying locusts within the camp. You can go and spy to see exactly how many 5th grade and how many 4th grade there are, so that I can also send out combat squads to exterminate them. After saying that, he looked at Lu Qing. A 5th grade mission. Is this difficult enough? Lu Qing immediately nodded. A 5th grade. Just right. His energy had already built up, and he could upgrade to the 5th grade at any time. This time, the 5-point mission was indeed just right. He knows the way. But Fu Feng didn't know that. It was bitter to the core in its heart. Lu, my dear brother, we are both 4 products. But we have to go to spy on the flying locusts of the 5th product. The flying locusts are explosive power, flying speed, not to mention the high S1 product, and even do not know that there are a few 5 products. We want to even have a chance to run. You change it. Give the brothers a way to live. Common sense indeed. A 4th rank against a 5th rank, or a flying locust that was good at flying. There really wasn't even a chance to escape. It's not adding a bit of difficulty, it's directly doubling the difficulty by more than a few times. In a 10 deaths kind of way. The red-tasseled Bladefoot stroked the red whiskers at the corners of his mouth. You can switch if you want to. You can switch if you say so. Change? Of course not. Lu Qing straightened his neck. To serve my Mantis clan, we dare to break through even if it's dangerous. We're never greedy and fearful of death. Am I right, little commander? Ha! Fu Feng was instantly speechless. Mantis is bloodthirsty. How is it possible to admit such a shameful word as greed for life? You have to do it even if you can't. Fu Feng grunted. Yes, right? Good guts. Worthy of being the young commander who can lead me to serve the Mantis clan. Let's go. Let's go and complete the assassination mission. Under your leadership, young commander, we will be able to complete the mission perfectly. After saying that, he directly stretched out his blade foot and racked it out. No, don't rack me. Let me talk to the commander general again. Lu Qing didn't linger. Say a word. Time tension, bring it up for me. Fu Feng looked bitterly at his brothers who were full of expectations. Fu Qi was the first to ask. Little commander, how was it? Is there any war merit? Fu Feng was breathless. Yes, the general has already written us down. All medium merits. Large, medium and small. 3 kinds of battle merits. Now they could rake in medium merits without even moving their hands. They had earned a lot. Fu Si asked in puzzlement. Having medium merit is a great thing. A few more times and we'll be able to promote all of us. But how do I get the feeling that you're a bit unhappy? Mud. Of course I'm not happy. Can I be happy that I, the titular junior commander, am being held hostage and sent to my death? Instead of answering, it asked. You guys are pretty happy. Ha? Of course. That's a war credit. You guys are rejoicing too early. Fu Feng continued breathlessly. A new mission has come down. Spying on the battle battalion of the sky shading locusts. The mission is urgent. Leave immediately. Ha? These mantises were all dumbfounded. It's too soon. You got the credit. Didn't even take a break. And you just set off again? Lu Qing directly urged. This is an opportunity for us to gain merit from the little commander. Hurry up and get moving. Don't let down the little commander who is full of enthusiasm for our sake. Fu has again become a task that I have taken it upon myself to lead. Master Lu, your brain is too fast. The little one can't keep up. In the face of Lu Qing, this kind of ruthless roach, it did not dare to say anything more, only to take off first. Go, early death, early finish, early rest. All 13 mantis took off, coming to glide through the air. A mantis asked. The mission is a small battalion of shrouded locusts. So is it specifically a combat battalion or a logistics battalion? There is a huge difference between combat and logistics battalions. Fu Feng discerned the direction, not forgetting to respond. Combat battalion. These praying mantises almost fell. Little commander, You're crazy. There are flying locusts with a minimum of 5th grade strength sitting in the combat camp. We're not going to spy on intelligence. We're sending roach heads 1,000 miles. Fu Feng was also helpless. What does it not know? There's no room for regret when the mission is taken. It sneaked a look at Lu Qing, and after realizing that the other party was sharpening its foot, its heart fluttered. Cut the crap, all of you, and fly. Setting out at noon. It was late in the evening before a group of them arrived at the boundary river. This boundary river was roughly 30 meters wide, and every now and then, strange-looking giant fish would leap out of the river. Otherworldly law. The weirder the stronger. Lu Qing didn't even dare to approach easily. After flying over the boundary river, Fu Feng estimated it. It turned its head to look at Lu Qing. Probably will be able to reach the small camp before night falls. Lu Qing hummed. It was only about half an hour before night fell. It's time to upgrade yourself, lest you be overwhelmed after encountering the enemy. So he changed his flying posture. Let the brothers all land and rest. We're ready to spy out the information in one fell swoop. A move. Fu Feng's voice transmission was a little shaky. No, Master Lu. You're still planning to use the same method you used last time to spy for information? Yeah. What's the problem? Big problem. There was no nonsense last time. Master Lu directly slashed his big sword at the head of the heavenly bull. This time there's a 5th grade. 5 pints. If we still let Master Lu be so, they all have to hang. 5th pin. Isn't it time for us to consider a proper intelligence sting? Sneaky stabs with a chance of survival. But, how could Lu Qing agree? I've been doing things very decently. Lu Qing landed on the weeds. If you don't have the guts to be in head-on danger, you can hide far away. And don't worry, I'll never tell the other mantises that you're a wimp. Fu Feng. Lu Qing didn't care about it anymore and went straight into the grass. Ready to upgrade. Chapter 50, is it done? After walking into the weeds, Lu Qing then started summoning the system to upgrade. Energy buildup is complete. Is it promoted? Yes. Being released by the pent-up energy, it flows rapidly through the body. Lu Qing was once again surrounded by warmth and comfort. The skits are still upgrading quickly. After a few minutes, it had been promoted from the 4th to the 5th rank. He pulled up the panel. Race, bloodthirsty mantis. Grade, subclass V, 124/5000. Skill, bloodbath crippling strike, 100% bonus to attack power, evolvable. Bloodthirsty sprint, 50% bonus to flight burst, evolvable. Talent, concealment. After being promoted to the 5th rank, his body size did not change much, still around 2 meters 5. The only difference is that the body is a brighter red color. The skill aspect is again enhanced. Offensive skills have soared to double in terms of attack bonuses. This was equivalent to being able to hit exponentially more attacks on an instant burst itself. Theoretically, the strongest Doshang beetles with the same grade of defense couldn't carry one of their own slashes, and even a 6th grade with slightly weaker defense could be sent away by one of their own slashes. Coupled with the old in-coin talent of concealment, there was a certain probability of success in any cross-level challenge. Of course, Lu Qing wouldn't try it if he had the chance to succeed. Going over the top represents a risk, and with survival conditions being so tough, it's certainly important to develop steadily. Another flight skill is once again enhanced. Mantises are not a species that specializes in flight, after all, and it makes sense that the increase would be smaller. But that 50% instant flight burst was definitely enough, at least at the same rank. Even birds that were good at flying, short distances and simultaneous bursts of flight, couldn't escape from their own magic knives. The biggest change after the promotion is the knife foot. The changes to knife foot are mainly in big ways. It was big enough among its kind before, but now it was even bigger after the promotion. Unchanging size, huge blade feet. This one is trying to be understated. After understanding the changes, Lu Qing walked out of the weed from. Fu Feng was squatting on the ground, looking at the blue sky with a sad face, probably thinking about how to die in a while. After noticing the commotion, he turned his head to look. Ha, Lu Qing, why do I feel as if you've changed a bit? Of course there are changes. It's natural to be a little more impatient when you've just ascended in grade. Alright, hurry up. It's darker and better for us to move. With that said, he urged the mantises to hurry. The small camp of covered locusts was in the middle of a patch of weeds. Locusts as a species are not picky eaters. Even weeds can be eaten with gusto. So this area is bare. For night had fallen and the flying locusts had hibernated to rest on the land. Not far away, a squad of mantis began to land. Fu Feng looked at Lu Qing. It knows that this is the backbone. How to arrange it? Should we first let Fujio, who has the smallest stature, explore the road and test the safe distance? And then let's lurk and observe for 3 to 5 days, so that we can know exactly how many 5th grade existences there are through the flying locusts coming and going. It's the surest way to spy on intelligence, and one with the highest survival rate. Obviously Fu Feng still had illusions. hoping that Lu Qing would not act recklessly. Little commander is right. Lu Qing gave his affirmation. Let Fu Jiu explore the path. You guys hide well. Fu Feng was delighted in his heart. See? I knew Lu Qing was not a reckless roach. However, the next second Lu Qing broke its illusion. You guys arrange yours? I'll charge mine as usual. Ha? Fu Feng was speechless. No. What's the point of us stabbing when you're about to charge? Happy for nothing. Lu Qing, I know you're very powerful and brave, but this time, we're facing a 5th grade, and we simply don't have any chance of winning if we go head on and tough it out. It was still wheedling with the intention of getting Lu Qing to come around when the latter had already turned on its flight and headed straight for the small camp. Brush up on your experience. That's the big thing. I don't have time for you guys. Lu Qing turned on the concealment talent, like a ghost in the night. Fu Feng, who was halfway through his sentence, was dumbfounded. No, you can't wait. Now Lu Qing rushed over. It had figured it out on the way as a small commander. You hide. If the sky-covering flying locusts search over, you will evacuate. As for being able to run away, each to their own fate. After saying that, he also chased after Lu Qing in the direction where he disappeared. It approached the small campsite, but heard no movement. Hey, didn't Lu Qing break in? Soon it spotted a patrol squad. This squad of 7 flying locusts is all but dead. There was even a 5th grade flying locust among them. The ones with the strength of the 5th grade can be killed instantly without a sound? Lu Qing must have reached the 5th grade. No wonder its appearance suddenly changed a bit earlier. But, Lu Qing promoted too fast, right? Fu Feng continued to move forward, and at every place he reached, he could see the corpses of flying locusts. 4th and 5th grades. All of them were corpses. All of them were killed by a single stab. The most important thing is that until now the whole camp remains motionless. He had killed so many flying locusts without alerting the other party. This assassination ability is too strong. Just as it was secretly sighing in its heart, a 5th grade sky-covering flying locust popped out violently in front of it. Enemy attack. Oh no! I've been found out. The 5th grade flying locust had strong explosive power in its legs, and with the aid of flight, it rushed over in an instant. The huge muzzle went straight for its neck. This bite, absolutely had bitten off. On the other hand, the opponent's speed was so fast that Fu Feng, who was only a 4th rank, couldn't even react if he wanted to. Just as it felt like it was going to get cold, a huge blade foot violently appeared in the darkness. A 2.5 meter blade foot. As soon as the blade's foot appeared, it pierced into the flying locust's head with uncanny precision. Lu Qing's figure then flashed in the darkness. He glanced at the little commander and said without a trace of humor, "Quit, don't affect my play." Fu Feng didn't have any temper at all and immediately turned around to flee the place. Lu Qing's figure was once again hidden in the darkness, opening up another wave of carnage. Fu Feng fled back to where he was before. Little commander, why are you back? Was scolded back by Lu Qing. It didn't hide its embarrassment just now, and even tilted its head and stretched its neck, as if being scolded by Lu Qing was an honorable thing. Lu Qing 5th grade, kill those flying locusts, noiselessly, chopping them up. The group of praying mantises were astonished beyond belief. What? 5 products now, wasn't it still 4th grade in the morning? You guys don't understand, this is genius, rapid promotion and great strength. As if it understands. The group of mantises spoke for a few moments before the sounds of chaos were heard in the direction of the small camp. It didn't take long for the sound to fade away. Fu Feng froze for a moment. Get it done? This is a little fast. It's more than a little bit, it's super fast. How long has it been since it started? 10 minutes or so. That's all the time it takes? Chapter 51 upgrading is so easy. Just go check it out. Come on, let's go over there. A group of praying mantises cautiously rushed past. Corpses, all over the place, of flying locusts. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was pulling out energy cores with skillful movements. Gained flesh and blood value plus 70. A 5th grade flying locust provides 70 experience points. 5 points in all. That's little 500 points. The experience provided by the 4th grade flying locust had decayed a lot. From 50 before, to 20 now. But there are enough of them. 200 or so. That's 4,000 experience points. A total of a little over 4,000 swipes were made, which made it one step away from upgrading. This campground is so worth the price of admission for a copy. Fu Feng they took inventory. 7 5th grade flying locusts. Nearly 200 4th grade. It's definitely considered quite a small camp. Normally, the elimination of such a small battalion must involve the use of a stronger formation than it. Yet it was such a small battalion that was easily ended by Lu Qing alone. God, how strong is he? They felt that Lu Qing should have the strength to strike with the 6th grade. Lu Qing ate the meat and they drank some soup. Fu Feng is even more straight to the credit comes too easy, which still have the appearance of fear of death before. From now on, We'll do whatever Lu Qing says. No one can question it. A group of mantises agreed. 2 credits in 1 day's time. One bigger than the other. And how could they not listen when such a good thing fell into their lap? After brushing his experience and looking at the experience bar with only the last small section left, Lu Chang once again began to prod. Alright, time to get back to the mission. All move. A bit of a time crunch. At Lu Qing's urging, these mantises wailed and took off, heading back in the direction of the camp. Red Tassel had all laid out the soft grass and was ready to rest after arranging the tasks of the combat squad. However, just at this moment Fu Feng barged in. Back so soon? Red Ruffian was still as puzzled as before. The task set for them this time is a difficult one. It was a small camp with 5th grade flying locusts sitting on it. Mission accomplished. Of course I'm coming back. Mission accomplished. This speed. This efficiency. Fu Feng began to report. There are a total of 7 5th grade flying locusts, 198 4th grade flying locusts, and another 7 3rd grades in the small camp, and the overall strength belongs to the upper middle of the small camp. The battle team Arch-Chancellor, who was originally waiting for the task to be arranged, instantly had his eyes lit up. General Red Tassel, this time you don't have to bother with our combat mission. It just showed up. Earlier Red Raider had been contemplating how to task the combat brigade. That would indeed be a coincidence. Red Tassel nodded. Very well, just in time for your combat brigade to get out on this mission. However, before it could finish its words, it was interrupted by Fu Feng at the side. No need. This one upset the chancellor of the combat team a bit. Arranging missions is the general's business. What are you? A mere little commander. Getting involved in? Fu Feng, I was trying to remind you guys that little camp has been destroyed. Red Ruffian's body shuddered. Ha, destroyed? You guys left in the afternoon and came back at midnight. That's barely enough time to make a round trip, right? Destroyed by who? Was there another race involved? Fu Feng said with a big grin. Of course it was destroyed by Lu Qing. Could it be me? Other races. That is the border between us and the flying locusts. How can there be other races? The Grand Commander of the combat team on the side was also filled with doubt. Lu Qing? Who is it? Members of my team. You mean, a small camp with 7 5th grade flying locusts was destroyed by a member of your intelligence squad? Fu Feng nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's what it means. All of a sudden, the Chancellor directly laughed. Ha ha ha, General Red Tassel. Listen to this. Can you believe such words? Unexpectedly, Red Riding nodded. I believe it. It had seen Lu Qing before and knew that the other party was a mantis with its talent turned on. As long as the talent is turned on, then the strength must be superb. Anything is possible. The Chancellor then froze in place. Red Tassel gave an explanation. That's a praying mantis that opened its talent and fought its way to the Bugsong grassland. The Chancellor understood at once. Turned on the talent. Every mantis that has turned on the talent has a powerful fighting ability. Moreover, as an outsider, the path to promotion was definitely apprehensive, and the combined combat strength of such a genius would be terrifying. Most suitable for joining their combat team. The Chancellor immediately voiced his thoughts. Then this mantis called Lu Qing is more suitable for our battle team. General, why don't you let him join our battle team? Why wouldn't Red Raider know that? But Lu Qing had no interest at all in the combat team. I will arrange other assignments for you. As for Lu Qing, he only wants to stay in the intelligence squad. Go and call Lu Qing in. When the Chancellor saw Lu Qing who walked in, he couldn't help but freeze. What a great pair of knife feet. He, the Chancellor, possessed the strength of the 6th grade and reached a length of nearly 3 meters. Yet its blade foot is only half the length of its body. However, Lu Qing's blade foot was an exaggerated 2.5 meters, almost as long as his body. And with the silver pattern on the foot of that knife, you can tell it's unusual by looking at it. Lu Qing, are you interested in joining our combat team? Our combat team's welfare treatment over here is superb. You'll definitely be like a fish out of water after you come. Which knew that Lu Qing didn't even look at it. No go. Not interested. My biggest ambition right now is to become a senior intelligence detection specialist. The Red Tassel across the room was directly speechless after hearing this. Told you to spy. You butchered the camp. If I didn't know your methods, I'd almost believe it. Red Ruffian gave the Chancellor his assignment and told him to leave. Then he looked Lu Qing up and down. There's been a change in the foot of the blade. Your 5th grade? Red Riding's vision is still unique. Not bad. Promotion. In the afternoon it's still 4th grade. In the evening it's 5th grade. This rate of advancement was unheard of. Now Red Tassel was 100% sure that this was the one and only genius among the mantis. Good. I have 3 more intelligence missions here. So take your pick. As for the war credit, can arrange a chancellor for you. Lu Qing simply refused. Don't. Red Ruffian helplessly spelled out the 3 tasks. After picking them out, Lu Qing then rejoined Fu Feng and the others. Fighting twice a day was a one-sided crushing, but it took a lot of stamina. Coupled with the continuous flight, Fu Feng and the others couldn't bear it, so Lu Qing let them rest for the night. The next day, after sunrise, the spying for information journey began again. This time it was still a camp of masked locusts. Lu Cheng once again killed through alone, and his experience brushed up. Upon completion, the level was also successfully raised to subclass 6. Chapter 52, Fighting Sacred Beetle. Excellent experience package. After reaching the 6th grade, Lu Qing's size rose a small amount. From 2.5 meters before, it was now about 3 meters. In fact, the average 6th grade mantis was around 2.5 to 3 meters, which was not an exaggeration of its size. The most exaggerated remains the knife foot. Previously, the blade foot was similar to the body size, at around 2 meters and 5 meters. This time after advancing to the 6th grade, the blade foot also increased in size at the same time, reaching around 3 meters and 2 meters. Lu Qing couldn't help but have a small guess. Did the skill strength upgrade make the blade foot bigger and sharper? It's possible. Race, Blood Spectre Mantis. Grade, Subclass 6, 3206/6000. Skill, Blood Spectre Brutal Strike, 120% bonus to attack power, evolvable. Bloodthirsty Sprint, 50% bonus to flight burst, evolvable. Talent, Concealment. Not far from the next upgrade. The buggy grassland was really a good place to upgrade, especially after joining the Mantis camp and being able to pinpoint where the experience packs gathered. In just 2 days' time it had already been upgraded to the 2nd grade in a row, with an average of 1 upgrade in a day's time. When Lu Qing, who was much larger and had even more exaggerated saber feet, appeared in front of Fu Feng and the other praying mantises, the group of praying mantises instantly fell silent. Fu Feng even trembled his voice. Female mantis has even spread good news. It has risen again. A 1 point a day boost. That's who's seen it before. Lu Qing shook the 2 big swords. Indeed, it is a rise. The 6th product is honestly just a little stronger. Not much other feeling. Fu Feng. What words, but also strong power. Our mantis is already known for its attacking power, and once the power is increased and the attacking power is increased, the boost is big. But it didn't dare to refute Lu Qing's words. Just an echoing request for advice. Any tips for advancing quickly? Lu Qing responded without hesitation. Hunt the same product. Fu Feng. Is there an easier one? This one is a bit hard. Lu Qing lifted his wings and took off. Sleeping and dreaming. That fast. Directly invincible is no problem. Don't just stand there. We need to go back for a new mission when we're done here. Today was a day-long day. From morning to evening, Lu Qing ended up with 3 small camps. Since there were usually only 10 or less of the 5 products within the small camp, the 5 products could only provide 20 experience points, and the 4 products provided only 3 to 5 points of experience value. Lu Qing once again changed the conditions of the intelligence mission. Are there any small battalions with a 6th rank sitting on them? I'm looking for a 6th rank stab at intelligence. The red tassel was numb. 5 missions so far. 1 gathering place at a time. Straight up slaughter. For small battalions were swept away. Now go straight to 6th grade. What kind of intelligence is this? Combat teams aren't as tough as you. Red Riding took a closer look. No. You got promoted again? 5 pints yesterday. 6 today. You're growing so fast. You're on medication. Lu Qing stated. Yeah, it went up in the morning. The red tassel froze for a while before saying, yes, there are 6 products sitting in the camp. I will arrange for you. In addition, in fact, with your strength and merit, a range of vice general is not excessive. Think of leading 1,000 troops to attack the enemy camp directly. How awesome. What's awesome or not? It's all vanity. Only the experience value is the proper good stuff. Not interested? Hurry up and arrange the mission. You want to be a big head soldier even with this strength. You don't have much ambition. The red coma can only nod helplessly. Okay, this time to arrange for you to have a 6th grade intelligence mission. Forget it, the intelligence is not important. After all, you are destroyed. Then the combat brigade are sharp. In the direction of the northeastern hills there is the camp of the Dousheng beetle, where there is a 6th grade Dousheng beetle sitting in the town. Dousheng beetle is known for its defensive power, and the armor is fully defended with no weaknesses, and we belong to the offensive and defensive restraints, and it's not easy to deal with. The defense of the fighting saint beetle was super strong, and it was very difficult to break through the defense of a normal item of the same type. In the midst of the conflict with the fighting saint beetle, the mantis had a significantly higher percentage of deaths than the other bug races. Okay, I can get you another one if it doesn't work. Lu Qing certainly had no problem with it. Now that his skills had increased by 1.2 times, coupled with a blade foot that was sharper than its kin, he still didn't believe that the fighting saint beetle would be able to resist one of his slashes. It can be. I'll take this mission for our little commander. Fu Feng, who had no presence, had long been accustomed to it. Lu Qing, how far away are we waiting for you this time? Previously, he had almost spoiled Lu Qing's good deed by trespassing, so he told them to stay away every time. 3 miles away, I think. Fu Feng let out an "oh," then asked, what if you can't break the defense of the fighting Saint Beetle? Lu Qing squinted at his opponent. Then I'll break your defense. This time Lu Qing saw the fighting Saint Beetle with superb defense, with a mill-like body, hard-shelled wings that formed thick armor when they came together, and a head structure covered in thick armor. It was indeed a full-coverage defense. It looks a bit like a large 7-star ladybug, with a pale greenish dorsal armor and lots of gold spots. This was the insect race with strong defense. So Lu Qing decided to experiment with the 5th product first. With the enhancement of the concealment talent, he silently arrived behind a 5th grade Do Sheng beetle. After opening the attack skill, he then stabbed at the opponent's back armor. 12% of the enchantment, coupled with the strong and unparalleled attack power of the 6th grade. This blow directly broke through the back armor and stabbed in. The pained fighting Saint Beetle had just tried to call for help when another large knife was plunged into his brain. Lu Qing drew his large sword. The 5th-ranked beetles instantly broke their defenses, followed by the 6th-ranked. He continued to turn on his stealth, looking for signs of 6th pin. It took most of the camp to find a 6th pin. In order to kill in one hit, Lu Qing's dual skills were turned on at the same time. His rapid flight coupled with his attack power, the two forces were united, accurately stabbing into the head of the fighting Saint Beetle. The 6th grade beetle was already cold without even knowing what had happened. A single blow broke through the defense of the 6th grade beetle, which also allowed Lu Qing to completely let go of his hands. The fighting Saint Beetle's reaction was slightly slow, its movements were not very flexible, and its most proud defense was no longer useful, so it was simply an excellent experience bag. So, all out, Lu Qing crunched all 300 or so Do Sheng beetles. Right now, a 4th-ranked bugger provided 3 to 4 experience points, a 5th-ranked could provide 20, and a 6th-ranked provided 80. This wave provided Lu Qing with over 1200 experience. After the grade was raised up, the experience gained from this had obviously shrunk quite a bit. The main reason is still that there are too few 6s. The next time you take on a quest, look for camps that gather large numbers of fighting Saint Beetles to paint. Red Riding has been a little burnt out the last few days. Before Lu Qing came, every day also arranged 5 or 6 squads or brigades to carry out the mission. A mission how to take 5 or 6 days or even longer. So that a cycle. The daily can be said to be organized in quite easy. Since Lu Qing had arrived, that team alone had as few as 3 missions a day, or as many as 5 or 6. Especially recently, Lu Qing had actually gotten hooked on the fighting Saint Beetle, saying that the thing was slow to react and good at getting down. In order to satisfy this lord's fistful of heart to repay his clan, the general, had to arrange 17 teams of real intelligence squads to search for the fighting Saint Beetle's 6th-ranked battalion. Chapter 53, a mantis can ward off 1,000,000 divisions. By the end of the day, it had completely understood that Lu Qing, a single mantis, was more efficient than 10 combat brigades. While it was having a headache, it saw Lu Qing and the rest of the group coming to the camp. The redhead felt a headache intensify at once. This master, today is the 5th time he has come, and it's just evening now. Come on, this time frame, this has to be another mission. Sure enough, the next second Lu Qing spoke. I say General Red Tassel, you're not interesting enough to arrange a small camp with only 13 6th grade beetles for me. Red Ruffles instantly felt his energy core whirring and supplying blood and energy to his head. Nice guy. Now that 7 combat brigades are resting, I'm resisting the pressure to give you this assignment. 13 of them. A normal 6th grade mantis wouldn't even be able to hack a day's worth of beetles without killing one. I gave it all to you and you finished it in half a day. And you said I was not enough. Red Tassel wanted to eat him. You want a tough one, don't you? Okay, here's a tough one. There is a gathering camp in the hills south of the Do Sheng beetle camp. The camp is full of 6th grade beetles. If you have the guts, go and plunge it. But I have to remind you that it is very close to the camp. Once there is a commotion, there may be 7th or even 8th grade beetles to support it. Its intention was to scare Lu Qing and let him take a break, leaving some tasks for the other combat teams. After all, one of the 7 battalions, you can't always let the other mantises rest. I didn't expect Lu Qing to agree without even thinking about it. I should have told you there was this kind of good place. Knowing that there's a 6th grade gathering place, I wouldn't have had to wander back and forth. His talent concealment was very unbelievable. As long as it wasn't an insect race with extremely sharp senses, they wouldn't be able to discover his traces at all. Not to mention the fighting Saint Beetle, which is nothing more than a reactive experience pack. That alone was enough to make him invincible. Even if they really encountered a strong enemy of the 7th or 8th grade, they could just directly leave in stealth. That's why he agreed so readily. Ha ha ha, General Red Tassel is interesting enough. Red Riding was speechless. I meant to scare you, but I didn't think you'd answer. This kind of mission is not likely to succeed unless a large force opens up for a big camp duel. If a small group or a single person goes, what's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? I'm saying you can't take a short break for a day or two to let the real intel squad bring the intel back before picking a suitable. This one would fit perfectly. It doesn't understand the urgency of a praying mantis with an unquenchable thirst for experience. After saying that, Lu Qing directly turned around and left. That's it. I'll take this mission. Red Tassel. Looking at the departing Lu Qing, it could only stand still to witness it. The mission was given to itself. People took it. What else could it do? As to whether or not it can be accomplished, it already knew that Lu Qing's talent was concealment. With that kind of talent, you can't fight or run. Next, it's time to consider the Queen's recently issued orders as well. The Queen sent her latest order yesterday. Negotiations with the Fighting Saint Beetle have once again broken down, and there is a good chance that the Great Camp Showdown will be launched within a year, allowing the red-tasseled camp to make early preparations, dueling with a large battalion of highly defensive beetles, destined to be a grueling battle. The difference in strength between the two sides was not great. The Mantis clan did not have a clear advantage, and even if they did manage to win, it would be a disastrous victory. There were still sky-shadowing flying locusts and golden-armored heavenly bulls eyeing the surroundings, and if the two clans dueled, the ones who would take advantage would be the other two clans. The situation is too hard to crack. Just as it was thinking hard, Fu Feng and the other mantises finally rushed back. In the past few days, Lu Qing has been killing like crazy, and after receiving the mission, he directly opened up his flying speed and brushed his experience furiously, not caring whether or not the Fu Feng team was keeping up. It was also because of this that the Fu Feng squad was tired of running around. As for not following, that's a great credit to the sky, and you can't follow it. Fu Feng climbed into the camp haggardly and exhausted. General, is Lu Qing back? Red Tassel has been back 5 times and you guys are only on your 3rd. Fu Feng, their speed is not very good. Lu Qing round-tripped 5 times, took 6 times the task, killed 5 times. Today a day to eliminate nearly 56 products beetles. Finished also refreshed to perform the 6th task. Instead, Fu Feng, a 4th grade minor commander, only led his team members to rush to the site of the 3rd mission. After rushing back, both were so tired they could barely move. Gone again. You guys tossed in too. He's out on his 6th mission of the day. Fu Feng fell to the ground in exhaustion. That bastard. Isn't it? Taking medicine. How come it's getting harder and harder to rub some battle merit? Red Tassel shook her head. You've accumulated quite a lot of battle merit. All of you can be promoted a level. The team members can be promoted to junior commander. And you can also be promoted to grand commander as long as you can break through to the 5th rank. The credit is raked in enough. It's how to move up the ranks that's difficult next. After all, they weren't perverts like Lu Qing, where promotion was as easy as eating meat. In fact, Lu Qing had already been able to break through to the 7th grade with the energy he had accumulated over the past few days. However, there were too few 7th grade Do Sheng beetles, and it might become even more difficult to upgrade them if they were promoted. That's why he stuck a realm and furiously swiped the 6th and 5th products. This time, the 6th grade beetle gathering that Red Tassel had told him about was a good place to brush up on experience. Lu Qing, the experience fiend, treasured it very much. Because of its proximity to the camp, it turned on its concealment early to find the gathering place. After searching for 3 hours in a row, the Emperor finally found the gathering place in the latter part of the night. It was about 50 or 60 miles from the beetle camp. Not too close, not too far either. With the beetle's flying speed, he could be there in 10 minutes. Under the rich night color, Lu Qing turned on the hunting mode. The clicking sound of breaking armor rang out from time to time. Each time, it was a precise stab to the head, leaving them no room to even struggle. Dawn. Lu Qing also stopped. 133 6th grade beetles, an absolute stalwart, just became his experience value without a sound. Once the experience packs were swiped, Lu Qing also felt tired. 24 hours of intense homework. He couldn't carry it either. So Lu Qing flew a dozen miles, found an alcove full of weeds, and had a good night's sleep. He was sleeping. The camp of the Fighting Saint Beetle exploded. A 6th grade gathering place had been inexplicably terminated, and the beetle general was almost in a hurry. Even for the resource-rich insect grassland, it was difficult to cultivate a 6th grade beetle. Now, overnight, more than 100 stalwarts, noiselessly and inexplicably, were terminated. Even they don't know what race moved them. It was able to break through their beetle's defenses and slaughtered the entire gathering place without a sound. Not to mention the 7th grade, even the 9th grade of the other races couldn't possibly do this. It threw the whole camp into anxiety and panic. And could the general not be anxious? Chapter 54, Difficulty. If you keep chasing me, I'll get angry. If the Doshang beetle's strength was considered strong in the neighborhood before, it was now directly pulled down a notch. With the backbone of the 6th grade wiped out, it would be good if the entire camp wasn't paralyzed. Originally, the Commander General wanted to gather the 6 products and prepare for something big, but he didn't expect this important force to be destroyed before anything was done. All 7th grade Commander Vice Generals and 6th grade Grand Commanders begin searching the surrounding 100 miles immediately. The rest of the force is forbidden to go out. All of them are in the camp for defense. Gradually the situation is stabilizing, but the battalion remains extremely underpowered. The Beetle General had no choice but to ask the Great King for help, expecting to be able to transfer over some of the 6th grade in case of a surprise attack by the other insect clans. The Commander Vice General Golden Armor was in existence with a somewhat special appearance among the fighting Saint Beetles, while other Doshang beetles had back armor that was more green and covered in gold dots. Its back armor was a lot of gold and covered in green dots. Although the back armor was weird, the defense was a bit stronger than the average Doshang beetle. From its adult body to its current strength of 7th grade, it had only used 10 years. 10 years? This was an absolute genius amongst the fighting Saint Beetles. The name Golden Armor was also given by the Beetle King himself. It is the favored minister who was most expected to reach the 8th rank and open a separate camp in the next decade. Search carefully and never leave any place untouched. Golden Armor led a team of beetles in a careful search. The beetles spread out and then pushed across the room with their mouthparts open like a leaf crusher. With this simple and crude search, nothing can be hidden within the weeds. Golden Armor stood at a high point, observing the surrounding terrain. Just then, a 4th grade Doshang beetle flew halfway up. The reason it flew up halfway was because it was split in half from the line of the wing's armor. Lu Qing then popped out of the weeds. When you're disturbed halfway through your sleep, you're certainly up in arms. As for the fact that he was the one who slaughtered the gathering place first, I'm all mantis. What do I care about that? Lu Qing's 2 large sword feet swept, and the 3 low-grade beetles directly lost their little lives. Low quality, inexperienced, taken out just to piss off. The Golden Armor standing on high ground naturally noticed the situation. It was first startled, and was about to shake the beetle for support when it realized that the mantis was only of the 6th rank, and then breathed a sigh of relief. One's own hallowed 7th grade Commander Vice General against a 6th grade that wasn't a crushing defeat. The Golden Armor opened its wings at the first opportunity and swooped straight at the place where Lu Qing was. After arriving close, the 3-meter large millstone-like Golden Armor landed firmly on the ground. Both wings retracted, forming an absolute defense stance. The Mantis clan, surely it was you who did this. Its transmission carried an unstoppable rage. Lu Qing shot a glance at the other party. 7 pints. This is a bit trickier. You can try to break the defense first. He transmitted in a very puzzled tone. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Golden Armor was also a bit puzzled after hearing Lu Qing's transmission. Didn't this mantis do it? It seemed to be true that it was still harder for a 6th grade mantis to break their defenses, much less slaughter them all in one night. Just as it hesitated to think slightly, Lu Qing sprang up. Dual skill was in full effect, heading straight for the beetle's head in a dive position. The beetle's reaction was already a hair slower than the mantis. Plus this was a surprise attack. The left blade foot accurately slashed at Golden Armor's head. Dang! It didn't break defense. The right blade foot slashed at the back armor in a smooth manner. However, it was directly shaken away. Although it didn't break the defense, the powerful attack still shook the Golden Armor. Its mouthparts opened and closed, and a mouthful of greenish liquid was sprayed out. In his haste Lu Qing could only raise his blade foot to deflect the liquid. With a flick of the knife's foot, the liquid was flung back into the other man's mouth. He looked away, a slight thin smoke rising from the liquid-stained foot of the knife. Looks like this stuff is mildly corrosive, but his blade feet were so hard that this bit of corrosion wasn't much of a threat. Golden Armor choked on his 10-year-old phlegm and became even angrier. However, Lu Qing was not playing with it. A dive into the grass, stealthy and ready to leave the area. Moving forward, turning a corner, feeling something strange in the air, he looked up and saw the Golden Armor smashing down from the sky. The angle of the smash down was slightly off, and Lu Qing easily dodged it. What's going on? How can I still be discovered even though I've turned on concealment? He glanced at the pale greenish marks on the blade's foot. Could it be that this beetle's saliva also has the ability to lock onto a target? The disbelieving Lu Qing once again hid, and carefully changed direction to avoid being locked because of the swaying weeds. However, the Golden Armor once again transformed into a cannonball and smashed straight in his direction. It's really because of this green-colored liquid. After Lu Qing dodged it, knowing that there was little hope of escaping on the ground, he simply spread his wings and rose into the air. The beetle's flight ability is average, and his own flight ability is also average, but it is always a little better than the beetle. However, The other party was a 7th grade. His armored wings spread out even more exaggeratedly than Lu Qing's, and he was surprisingly a hair faster than him in terms of aerial flight. Tough. But, when the beetle's wings open, won't the weakness be exposed? Lu Qing made a sharp turn and slashed at his opponent's soft flesh with both knives. The golden armor immediately closed its wings, allowing Lu Qing's greatsword to slash at its back armor. After falling down into mid-air, it once again opened its wings and chased after Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked round and rolled, and did not expect to belong to the dog skin plaster. Seemingly unable to catch up for a moment, golden armor actually opened his mouth, cowardly as a meatworm's mantis. Yuck, what kind of insect egg is it to run away if you can't beat it? If you have the guts to come and fight me for 300 rounds. Lu Qing turned around to sneak attack, and the bastard immediately closed his back armor, not giving it a chance at all. Quite resourceful. Don't run, eggless limpets. They say praying mantises have blood. I think it's the piss that's right. This was the first time Lu Qing had been opened by an insect. I'll get angry if you keep chasing me. The golden armor chased after him even more vigorously. Rage, make it rage, as long as you dare to stop. Let's see if your grandpa golden armor doesn't tear you to pieces. Yet, I was actually bullied by the beetles. At this moment, Lu Qing saw another 7th grade beetle flying in from his left. Apparently they got the message and came over to catch up. One is not even broken and difficult to deal with. These two. No. 3. Added another one. Not a minute later, another bunch of 5th and 6th grade Doshang beetles were ascending into the air in pursuit. Those 6th grade and 5th grade beetles were slightly slower and not much of a threat, but these 3 7th grade ones were very difficult to deal with. If it is other races, even if the 7 products themselves have the certainty of winning, but the beetles' defense that are known for their defensive power can't be broken. How can this be fought? Lu Qing could only fly in a bored manner. Behind them, the 3 beetles converged in hot pursuit. It's okay to chase. That golden armor actually taunted one after another. Is that a praying mantis? I thought it was a winged meatworm. It flies pretty fast. I just don't know how long it can last. Chapter 55. You can rise 2 ranks in a row just by entering a bush? It's not like sniping can't be tolerated at times like this. Lu Qing smothered his head and flew, his wings flashing out stumps. Guys, spray him. Lu Qing thought that all 3 beetles were going to open their mouths for a mental strike when he heard a swoosh sound. Turning his head, he saw a puddle of green liquid coming straight at him. No! This spray! After Lu Qing's wings changed direction and dodged, the other 2 beetles had also opened their spray. Lu Qing could only dodge with fatigue, and for a while, he was in quite a mess. Golden armor laughed. This mantis can't cope anymore. Just one spray on his wings will take away his last struggle. Step up. Indeed, Lu Qing's blade foot was strong and tough, but the toughness of his wings was rather average. Once sprayed on it will definitely corrode. That way, big trouble. The green corrosive liquid spewed out by the 3 beetles became even thicker in a moment. The mouthpiece is also much louder. Hide. Let's see how long you can hide. Dare to enter our territory. Then your ultimate end will be to be torn into pieces and then become our food. Mantis of the district. We beetles skykick you. Even if you're a mantis with your talent turned on, you'll still be restrained by us. Lu Qing was so exhausted and passive that he didn't even have the time to return the mouthpiece. At this rate of spraying, I'm afraid, this was beetle territory, and one was not familiar with the terrain. It can be an inconvenience everywhere. Rabbits still bit when they were cornered, let alone Lu Qing, a big praying mantis. Since we're in hot pursuit, let's give you guys a hard time. He blocked the spray of green liquid with his blade foot, then plummeted towards the ground with a direct wing retraction. The golden armor leading the group rejoiced. He can't make it. Go after him. The 3 beetles' wings retracted and they fell in the same way. Lu Qing knew that he had been sprayed with a green liquid, and that it wouldn't do much good to stealth away. So after he landed, he directly dug into the deep grass at a height of 5 meters, using the grass to hide his figure, and then used his blade and feet to open up a path to quickly weave in and out of it. The 3 beetles spread their armored wings. They didn't chase them into the grass, but hung in mid-air. At this moment, the golden armor was complacent. Ha ha ha, he can't run away with our green liquid on him. Let's go. Intercept him directly on the other side. Flying was naturally faster than running, not to mention that the mantis was in the grass, so the 3 beetles ran slowly to the other side of the grass. The grass shifted and the trajectory of the mantis within it could be clearly seen. This praying mantis seems to be a bit less intelligent. Golden armor continued calmly. The weeds in this area are tall enough, but it's just such a big area. So where can he hide? It's really ridiculous. Big brother golden armor is still too subtle. If you ask me, this mantis is just stupid to the extreme. Our large force is right behind us. If he delays like this, won't it give us a chance to close in on him? Surround? A mere 6th grade small mantis which still needs us beetles to surround it. Two brothers give my little brother a chance to perform. Watch me tear it apart alone. Inside the grass. Lu Qing certainly didn't go into the bushes to escape. He hid in the bushes to buy a little time to use for promotion. Energy buildup is complete. Is it upgraded? Yes. 7 pints up. Looking at the experience. 7,000/7,000. Still full. It seemed that the hard work of the past few days hadn't been in vain, and it was actually possible to directly ascend to the 8th rank. In that case, it's completely crazy. Is promoted? Yes. 8 pints. Race, blood hidden mantis. Grade, subclass 8, 1157/8000. Skill, blood hidden remnant strike, 200% bonus to attack power. Blood hidden flying, 70% bonus to flying burst. Talent, concealment. 2 consecutive ascending grades caused Lu Qing's size to skyrocket to 4.5 meters. The 2-blade feet reached a little over 5 meters. The biggest change besides the size is those eyes. The eyes are now red. Bigger size, more power, and an exponential increase in attack power. The attack power of a normal attack from an 8th rank was going to exceed the power of a 6th rank plus dual skills by several times. There's also the fact that the skill's attack increase has been doubled. Together with the dual skill boost, he was confident that he could break the 9th grade beetle's defense apart. It could be said that after the 8th rank, he possessed the ability to truly cross over levels. The upgrade was completed just to the edge of the grass. With a stroke of Lu Qing's double blades, the weeds on both sides were chopped off, and there was no more cover above. He flapped his wings and leapt up. Yo, it's coming out. Golden Armor didn't even realize the seriousness of the matter and was still flirting easily. The other 2 beetles also didn't take the Lu Qing who was about to come out at all seriously. It's good to be out. I'm getting a little tired of waiting. Hey, this mantis is still too weak. I really hope to come a stronger one, otherwise it's too meaningless. Just then, Lu Qing flew out in a single bound. The massive figure hung in mid-air, its red eyes looking down at the 3 beetles. The 3 beetles looked on fixedly, obviously having seen the abnormality. Brother Jinjia, how do I feel that this mantis seems to have gotten bigger. The golden armored grinder's body shook continuously. It's not as if it's really gotten bigger, and his strength seems to have reached the 8th grade. Impossible. We just chased clearly 6 products. The 3 beetles were completely messed up. Just now, before this praying mantis went into the grass, it was absolutely 100% 6th grade. There's no doubt about it. But why is it such a short time? After coming out of the bushes actually, body size skyrocketed, and the strength is even elevated to the 8th grade? This is simply beyond their limited knowledge. It was because they had never even heard of anyone who was able to ascend 2 grades in a row in such a short period of time. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. We must have eaten mushrooms. We don't seem to eat mushrooms. Lu Qing looked at the 3 beetles with cold eyes. Didn't you guys dislike my low strength and feel uninterested? Now it's interesting. It did get interesting. The 3 beetles were terrified, but Golden Armor quickly calmed down. Don't panic. We are beetles. Beetles that are good at defense. Even if he really is in 8th grade, he won't necessarily be able to break through the defense in a short time. As long as we delay for a bit, the Commander General will be able to arrive. Lu Qing's greatsword was raised. Really? Come on. Try it. Jinjia is also a stubborn kind. Just try it. After saying that, he immediately landed on the ground with a retraction of his armor wings, and his legs retracted, forming an absolute defensive stance. It was originally a genius among beetles, and this, coupled with its unique golden armor architecture, made it confident in its defense. Lu Qing's wings retracted and fell straight down. This time, he didn't use a skill, but instead chopped at the golden armor's armor with pure power. There was a crunching sound the moment the left saber foot made contact with the armor, and then it was like cutting tofu, directly cutting the golden armor in half. Because both the sword and the movement were very fast, the beetle only saw Lu Qing's figure sway for a moment. Golden Armor similarly saw a bit of shadow, heard a bit of sound, and didn't even feel a bit of pain. That's it? The Golden Armor looked to the fellow 7th grade beetle. See, no one stronger than us can break through the defense. This is the unparalleled defense of our beetles. So don't worry. Chapter 56, Tiny Mantis. Watch me chop him. With those words, the Golden Armor even crawled forward to show off its beautiful armor and strong defense. Yet it felt as if a few of its rear legs were a bit out of control. The other 2 beetles watched in disbelief as their little genius, Golden Armor, crawled while losing his ass. The Golden Armor crawled a few steps before he heard a transmission from his companion. You lost your ass. What it means? You can still lose your ass? It struggled to turn around, then saw the half-formed body bleeding green blood. It's not that the defense wasn't broken, it's that the knife was too fast. How is it possible? It's impossible to break the defense so easily. The tip of Lu Qing's saber foot nudged its brain. The tip of the knife then slowly penetrated in, killing it completely. The other two beetles were scared to death. Drill a bush and come out with a second to kill gold armor? The two ordinary seventh products of theirs that were even less able to resist. Run. However, before the transmission was over, Lu Qing turned on his flight skill, the speed that far exceeded that of the eighth product, and then increased by 70% of the instantaneous outburst, making the residual shadow in place even more solid. And in an instant, he made a sword to split the two seventh product beetles apart. Those rushing 6th and 5th grade beetles twisted their heads and ran after seeing this scene. The General Bai Yao, the commander of the Fighting Saint Beetles, already knew that the slaughter of the 6th grade gathering place was the work of the mantis, and then word came that mantis had been spotted, and 3 of the 7 pins went in pursuit. If 3 7th grade products couldn't deal with a 6th grade product, then what was the need for them beetles, the insect clan, to exist? It felt steady, so the bad mood soothed a bit. Just then, a group of 5th and 6th grade beetles fell down, and a few others directly rolled down because they were too panicked. General, it's bad. Mantis is killing them. Mantis killed the camp? Could it be that the Mantis clan wants a big camp showdown? Who gave them the confidence of the Mantis clan to actually dare to duel with us? A duel would be good. It's a good way to eradicate Mantis and expand our beetle territory. It thought it was going to be a big camp duel. No, not a duel. A 6th grade beetle rolled and crawled to the front. One praying mantis. Only one praying mantis. What? Bai Yao kind of didn't understand. Just one mantis? What's a praying mantis gonna do? Die? There were more than 10,000 beetles within the camp, and there were more than 1,000 above the 5th grade. If it was just one, even if the one that came was a subclass 9 mantis, it definitely wouldn't be able to take advantage of anything. With their defense, exhaustion could kill a 9th grade mantis. In the worm song step, it was numbers that were the important factor in the decision of the worms. What's the point of panicking? We beetles can't be afraid of a praying mantis, let alone just one. One who has never seen the world. General, it's different. This mantis is too fierce to be a mantis. Fierce? Can there be any bugs in the wormwood grasslands that are fiercer than their beetles? Bai Yao cursed and crawled outside. A bunch of trash. See how, General, I can destroy the enemy between laughs. As soon as it went outside, it saw mantis slaughtering the beetles one-sidedly. A red-eyed praying mantis with 2 huge blade feet that kept swinging. The blade's foot was extremely sharp. The black shadow flickered, and with a single slash, it directly cleaved 3 4th grade beetles and 1 5th grade beetle to death. It also chipped a 6-pin between backhand draws back. What was most exaggerated was the speed of that mantis. As soon as it moves, it leaves a shadow in place. The figure after the speed burst was so ghostly that even it, a general, could not capture it. Mud. The defenses that they beetles relied on were like shredded grass, simply defenseless. Is that a praying mantis? Don't panic. Looking at the size of this praying mantis, it's at most an 8th rank. I'll add Fei Kai to it. 2 8th ranks can still be afraid of a small praying mantis? Fei Kai was a newly promoted 8th rank general 2 years ago. The Beetle King is preparing for the new camp, and when it is ready it will be time for Fei Kai to leave this place and take up his post. After General Bai Yao stabilized his mind, he once again became domineering. With a kick, he kicked one of the beetle heads in front of him away, and mentally cursed. Waste of space in the way. It shouted in a domineering manner. What's the point of panicking? A mere praying mantis is but an 8th rank. Watch me decapitate it. Worthy of being the beetle general. A single sentence stabilized the chaotic situation a bit. Some of the beetles that hadn't joined the fray yet were raving about it. General Mighty. General Bully. It's still our general who is powerful. General, make a move to exterminate little mantis. And please, General. Bai Yao's emotions were suddenly high. See, it's still me, the general, who has the platitude to mobilize morale with a single word. Mantis is fierce, but this general is not weak. Of course, just to be on the safe side, it still decided that it was going to make a joint strike with Fei Kai to kill it in one blow and raise the beetle's reputation. So he looked around. Where's General Fei Kai? Why haven't we seen Fei Kai in such a big scene? Is it possible that this kid has gone to get laid again by a female beetle? A 5th grade beetle on the side carefully arched the beetle head on the ground. General, this is General Fei Kai's head you kicked away. Bai Yao went numb on the spot. Was it Fei Kai's head that he kicked out of the way just now? It took a closer look. Dead beetle heads look obscene. Nima, it's still true. General, the mantis is still massacring our clan, so it's not too late to make a move. Out of a hairy hand. Fei Kai is also the 8th grade. Died so badly. I am better than him is limited. Go up is to die. If I die, my 18 female beetles will still be bullied and taken over by the old sex maniacs. So, I definitely can't die. General, don't freeze. Charge. Avenge your brothers. Punch. Punch. Just nifty know how to punch. If that was a female beetle, I would have charged without your urging. That's the killing mantis. A mantis that could cut off Fike's head. General. Hurry up. It's still hyped up on the side. What's worse, the mantis was clearly running right at his side to kill him. Bai Yao knew there was no delay. The large body spun deftly. I'll come back to get my armor. And then I'll come back to decapitate this praying mantis. The beetles next to him were confused. We're beetles. What do we need to take armor for when it grows right on us? Bai Yao, however, didn't give them a chance to open their mouths again to react, and directly rushed back. Without saying a word, he spread his armor wings in the opposite direction and took off. General. General. A group of minions were completely confused. What's going on? The general ran away? Lu Qing stopped his blade and foot. The ground around them was all covered in beetle corpses. 36 at the 6th rank, 8 at the 7th, and 1 at the 8th. While an 8-pin could provide 200 experience points, a 7-pin could only provide 30, 6 pints and 5 points. No experience below the 6th rank. No stats needed. The kills are overkill. The experience is not much. This made Lu Qing quite angry. There's an 8-pounder running around? 200 experience points. And you're still running away? After Lu Qing brushed off this experience, he spread his wings and chased in the direction of that 8th grade beetle. Chapter 57. What are we beetles being chased by? Don't you mantises have any idea? Red Tassel kept walking back and forth within the camp. 3 days. Lu Qing had been gone for 3 days without news. The Bugsong grassland was in crisis every step of the way, and the mission he had given him was a 6th grade beetle gathering place, very close to the beetle camp. Whether we get it or not, a day's round trip should be fine, unless something goes wrong. At this moment, a 6th grade mantis arrived at the camp, General Red Tongue. This was the Grand Commander of the Intelligence Brigade, and Red Tassel had sent it out yesterday to probe for clues about Lu Qing. Red Tassel hurriedly stepped forward. Has your intelligence squad obtained any news about Lu Qing? This chancellor shook its triangular head. No, we intended to go deeper into the beetles' territory, but for some unknown reason, the beetles are so densely populated on the periphery that we can't dive in at all. After a night of waiting on empty, there was no choice but to return to. There is no news about Lu Qing at all. Red Ruffian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Elevated beetle density on the periphery? Could it be that the beetle had sensed that he was intent on having a camp duel? Just Lu Qing. It valued Lu Qing very highly, and the amount of tasks Lu Qing had accomplished during this period of time was almost equal to 10 combat teams. The mantis needs such fierce warriors. But now, the chancellor whispered in a voice. General Red Tassel, if I were to look at Lu Qing deep into the hinterland, I'm afraid that it's going to be fatal. Red Rumor was instantly in a low mood at his words. Blame yourself. If he hadn't wanted to scare him and force him to take a break, he wouldn't have arranged a dangerous mission like that. If you don't schedule tasks like that, you won't. Beetle hinterland all over the crisis. But also a powerful 8 generals sit in the town. 3 days without news. It is not a lot of bad luck. Is 10 deaths Hey! Red Riding suddenly felt extremely drained. It sat crouched in the grass with a look of godly sadness and mourning. General Red Tassel, if you are looking at Lu Qing, then there is no need to be hurt by this. Lu Qing most likely won't be able to come back, and your empty heart needs a new filler. I, Iron Guard, am also considered a divine warrior in our camp, so if you want to find a male, why don't you let me try, and I promise to make the general happy. And most importantly, I absolutely don't care who the general carries in his heart. I only care who the general carries in his body. Iron Guard braced himself and tried to look as godly and generous as possible. Red Ruffian swept it off its feet. Get lost. Great. The Iron Guard ran off with his blade clipped to his feet. Red Raider reared up and walked back and forth within the camp. Just at this time, another intelligence squad's chancellor flew in. General has information. Han Ying thought that there was news of Lu Qing, and immediately her spirits were lifted. What intelligence? Quickly. The chancellor responded in a hurry. There is a disturbance in the beetles' outer territories. Many beetles are running around without a purpose. There might be some kind of internal disorder. The Red Raider was instantly disappointed. You didn't enter the beetle hinterland either? No. Do not know why the number of beetles in the periphery has increased by several times. Just now when the riot. It is even more all over the place. We have no opportunity to sneak in. Red Ruffian thought for a moment. Go find out the cause of the riot and the reason for the increase in beetles. Before the words were finished, another intelligence commander rushed in. Big deal. General Red Tongue. It's chaos, total chaos. Nearly 1,000 beetles have suddenly stormed into our territory and are fleeing everywhere. Patrol squads and combat teams have begun to meet the enemy. Nearly 1,000 numbers of beetles is no small number. This counts as a large force. Red Raiders suspected that the beetles might be about to open the camp early for a showdown. And these were the vanguard. What strength beetle leads? The vanguard of the duel was definitely led by beetles of the 7th or even 8th grade. However, the intelligence chancellor shook his triangular head. There is no leader, just no formation, blindly charging. Something's not right about this situation. Before Red Tassel could think of anything else, the commander of another combat team entered the camp. General, we encountered a beetle raid, and under my wise leadership managed to put the beetles that attacked us to rest. We even caught one alive. After saying that, Bladefoot threw a 3rd grade beetle with its thin legs cut off onto the ground. Red Tassel glanced at the beetles, then asked the combat commander, "What strength of beetles did you encounter?" The commander, who had been extremely painful just now, had a little twist. "This is the highest 4 products." Red Riding was instantly speechless. A combat team led by a 6th rank, rated by a 4th rank beetle, and catching a 3rd rank? I'm afraid I'm not taking credit for this. It didn't say anything either, but came to the beetle. This 3rd grade beetle's head was shrunk into its back armor, and its body was already shaking into a sieve, obviously extremely fearful. "Say, why are you storming into our Mantis clan's territory?" The beetle, however, didn't even dare to stick its head out, much less talk back. Red Tassel hooked its knuckles with the foot of his blade and forcibly yanked the head out. At the sight of the red tassel and the circle of praying mantis around it, the beetle nearly died of fright. "Ah, Mantis, it's Mantis, don't cut me." Strange. In long years of confrontation, beetles defending against thick armor have a natural confrontational advantage, and have never been afraid of the mantis, and would even be very dismissive of it. And this beetle is scared like this. This is very unreasonable. I ask you why you are entering our Mantis clan's territory. I don't know. Run and don't cut me." The small intelligence commander on the side was a violent temper. "Marred. So much nonsense. Watch me chop you up." The blade's foot slashed into the opponent's back armor with a duong sound at once. The foot of the blade bounced off, but the back armor only cracked a little. The 5th rank junior commander was instantly embarrassed. "I wanted to do a knife/small beetle, but I didn't realize it wouldn't break the defense." A 3rd ranked beetle would need 2 slashes from a 5th ranked mantis to take care of it, and the same ranked one would be even more so. This slash, however, caused the originally trembling beetle to instantly find its confidence. Didn't die. Ha ha ha. I resisted Mantis's blade foot. Red Rumor was instantly speechless as she looked at the epileptic beetle. "Isn't that normal? Why does it look like it's lost its mind?" Red Tassel ran out of patience, and it, an 8th grade mantis beetle, struck out to slice off the opponent's armor wings. Beetle really calmed down. Red Riding repeated the question again. "Us? Chased out? Of course. Chased from where and by what? Of course it's a big camp." Beetle laughed. "What are we being chased by? Don't you have any pussy?" "Ha!" Red Tassel and the group of mantis in the camp all froze. "What kind of pussy can we have?" Just then, another intelligence chancellor came in, adding to the already gradually bustling camp. "General Red Tassel, the border is in total chaos. There are beetles everywhere. Go and suppress it." Chapter 58, It's him. Emotional value pulled full. The Red Raider thought briefly, then slashed the beetle with a single slash. "Go, follow me to the border." The general of the Mantis battalion. Once he traveled to the border that was bound to lead a large force. Hordes of thousands of mantis pressed right up against the border. More than 10 miles from the border location, scattered beetles could already be seen. These beetles have low strength, and they are naturally defenseless in front of thousands of troops. In fact, the beetles have been fleeing. Underhanded mantis soldiers went to take care of the beetles as the party continued on their way. A few scattered waves of beetles were encountered along the way. These beetles were of low strength and were running for their lives. After seeing the mantis, it was more like they had seen a ghost. They didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Red Ruffian cried out darkly that something was wrong. Previously, even low-grade beetles would be very confident plus head iron when facing the mantis. What was wrong with these beetles today? When I came to the border to see what was going on, it was chaos. In the air and on the ground, large numbers of beetles crossed the border. It doesn't fight back in the face of the mantis pursuit. It just flees. The mantis squad was fighting to eliminate them. But there were so many of these beetles that it was inevitable that some of them escaped into the territory. Red Raider ordered, "Arm the defense." Various mantis squads began to exterminate these transgressive beetles on all fronts. Red Tassel crossed the border into beetles' territory. In the past, if one step was taken, one would be resisted to the death. But today there was not even the slightest resistance. Just then, a 4th grade beetle fell from the air. It fell not far from the Red Tassel. The red tasseled wings had clamped down between opening and closing. The beetle's little short legs flailed. Mantis kill is coming after us. Run! Those two big knives are so damn bug scary. Let go of me. Let me. Naya, you're a praying mantis too. This beetle panicked a batch. 8 small legs stirred a few times and then stopped moving. Originally had a cracked armor, was seriously injured. This shock actually directly karma. Red tassel threw the body away. Eyes to the distance. Just now this beetle said it came after a praying mantis. To be able to make so many beetles panic, then this praying mantis must be so strong that it even broke the beetles' perception of their own defenses, which was why it made them so afraid. Judging from the direction these beetles fled from, it should be the beetle camp. The beetle camp had suffered a change of heart, which was why so many low-grade beetles had fled. A possibility snapped to mind for Red Riding. Lu Qing? It then dismissed its thoughts. It can't be Lu Qing's. When Lu Qing left the camp, he was only the 6th rank. The beetle camp, however, had 2 8th-grade beetles sitting in it, not to mention the fact that there were nearly 10,000 beetles inside the camp, not to mention Lu Qing, a 6th grade. Even a 9th-grade mantis wouldn't be able to destroy the beetle camp by himself. So, what's going on? Next to a mantis blade foot is green. This is the red tassel's close guard Chinka, although only 5th grade, but very resourceful, by the red tassel valued. General, looking at the direction they fled from, it should be the main camp. Is it possible that the queen sent the great ancestor? The great ancestor is the only 9th grade of the mantis clan, and has been famous for many years, having survived 2 mantis queens, the strength of which is, the insect race is not the older the more refined. Age, function decline, the great ancestor, the 9th grade, the strength that can be played out is only 30%. To put it bluntly, it's just a little bit stronger than a regular 8th grade. However, in a protracted battle, it might even be inferior to the 8th product, which belonged to the existence of a mascot. Red Tassel shook his head slightly. Impossible. The great ancestor has trouble walking, much less breaking the beetle camp by himself. Could it be that the queen, newly promoted to the 9th rank, has personally taken action? The Red Raider thought briefly, then dismissed it. Even more impossible. The queen is a heavenly genius and has made rapid progress, but there is still a distance to the 9th grade, and she won't break through in such a short time. Not to mention that it's the beetle barracks, and it's equally difficult for the 9th grade to break through against the 8th grade. It's neither here nor there. Kyoka thought of a possibility. Could it be an alien mantis daimyo? A higher-ranked form of mantis daimyo? If so, then it makes perfect sense. Once the insects entered their higher-order forms, their strength would be terrifying. It was a breeze to deal with the sub-ordered bugs. If it really was a higher-order form of the same kind, then it all seemed to make a lot more sense. The Red Raider felt it was quite possible. Just then, the number of fleeing beetles increased violently. Run! It's coming after us! Ooh-hoo! It's scary! Here we go! The Red Raider's spirits lifted. The ones that came were probably of the higher forms of the mighty kind. They, the Mantis clan, can worship. Red Tassel immediately ordered. There may be a strong member of our clan appearing. Now all collect their swords and feet and prepare to perform the ritual of worship. All the mantises reacted immediately. The strongest of my people. To mess up a hallowed beetle camp like this, then how strong must the strongman be? Staying in awe is a given. If the strongest members of our clan are happy to stay in the Wormsong grassland for a while, then the Mantis clan will be greatly benefited, and may even be able to take advantage of the might to regain their glory. Most of the mantis were staring fixedly to the southwest, while a small number cleaned up the beetles. Soon, a mantis figure appeared behind the fleeing beetle. The red mantis immediately felt joy in her heart. It's really my Mantis clan. Plenum. Its transmission came to an abrupt end, because it saw what was coming. 4 meters and 5 meters of body size, more than 5 meters of large knife foot so striking. Large knife swing. Swarms of beetles fell. A pair of red eyes. Wings flapped without slowing. Looks familiar. Very familiar. It seems to be Lu Qing? The red man's body trembled. Although it had gotten bigger in size, it could still distinguish that it was Lu Qing who had disappeared for 3 days. 3 days ago Lu Qing 6 pins. Himself arranged a very risky mission for him. Originally thought that 3 days did not return. Fierce, did not expect to come back, actually already 8 products. Could it be that he was the one who destroyed the beetle camp and sent the beetles fleeing frantically? Can't be. The beetle camp is guarded by 2 8th grade beetles. Could it be that there are other mantis powerhouses? Lu Qing came to the front of the formation and saw a red pressurized piece of mantis all kneeling down to worship himself. He was in a much happier mood. Lecture. This bit of smooth hard work was not in vain. See, the red tassel so big a general gave himself such high respect. Needless to say, this wave, the Mantis clan pulled full emotional value for themselves straight away. That's nice. Lu Qing's wings retracted and he landed firmly on the ground. Looking at the red tassel who was still frozen in worship, he said, Red Tassel General Camp Commander are all doing this great salute to me. It really moves me. Quickly get up, Red Tassel. I just didn't expect it to be you who showed up, so I was thinking a little deeper. It rushed to its feet. Lu Qing, how come it's you? Have you seen any strong people in higher order forms? Chapter 59, Nima. Living Hades. This is. Lu Qing shook his saber foot. What high-ranking form of powerhouse? The Wormsong grassland is so resource-poor. How could there be a high-ranking powerhouse to look at? When you first entered the subclass, the insect grassland was indeed a paradise for brushing up on experience. However, after he had now been promoted to the 8th rank of the substage, the resources here were a bit less, not to mention the higher forms. The redhead then froze. There is no strong person of high order form. Then, who annihilated the beetle camp and beat the beetles to a mental breakdown? It can't really be. Red Riding barely stabilized his mind. There seems to be a problem with the beetle camp. He's the one who did it. Of course he knows. Originally thought that a large camp would be how hard, but it turns out that the 8th grade beetles can't even carry one of my slashes. Listen to this. It's you. Red Riding looked extremely incredulous. A pair of eyes locked on him. The beetle camp was destroyed by you? Yeah, 2 8th grade beetles. They're simply unbeatable, but there's an 8th grade general named something like Bai Yao who's quite capable of running. The Red Tassel is numb. It's really him. The 8th grade beetle is unbeatable? Bai Yao can run? All of the mantises in the room were looking at me. And I was looking at you. Listening to this means that the camp with 2 8th grade beetles sitting on it was picked off alone? Knowing that recently a guy named Lu Qing was fierce, destructive and aggressive. But I really didn't expect it to be this fierce. Red Riding froze for a few moments before coming back to her senses. You really are outrageous. Outrageous indeed. If this Mantis Battalion General is also of the 8th rank. But what to break the same level of beetle defense is definitely not a simple thing. Even if the fluke can break the defense is afraid to be tired half dead. Not to mention dealing with 2 8th grades at the same time. And Lu Qing alone will be 2 8 products to handle. Listen to that, meaning is also very easy. Have the spare energy to exterminate a large number of beetles, resulting in the complete collapse of the beetles. It trembled and transmitted its voice. The ones that fled are all the beetles below the 5th grade. Don't tell me. The ones above the 5th grade were all killed by you. Brilliant, indeed. I took it out. That's all experience. If it weren't for the fact that the 5th grade beetles really didn't have much experience, these 5th grades wouldn't even think of having a chance to escape. Lu Qing opened his wings and slowly took off into midair. There is nothing left in the camp. Just the corpses of the beetles. If you are interested, you can go and collect the corpses. I have to go back to the camp first. These days are really tired. After saying that, Lu Qing flew in the direction of the mantis camp. Red Riding stared blankly at the back of the flyaway. It took a while before he commanded to the mantis next to him. All have mantis to the beetle camp. March! The army arrived at the beetle camp. There were crushed beetles all over the place, and the entire camp had been completely destroyed. Just looking at this place alone gives you an idea of the kind of battles that were suffered. Soon Red Tassel met the corpse of the 8th grade beetle Fei Kai. Fei Kai, who has a strong defense, gets his head chopped off. There were also the corpses of a dozen 7th grade beetles and dozens of 6th grade. It's true. What Lu Qing said was completely true. Is the big camp broken so easily? Red Tassel, I just wanted to scare the 6th ranked you. I didn't expect you to really come and destroy the camp. Holy, how strong must Lu Qing be with this 8th rank? Red Tassel flew back to the camp and came in to see Lu Qing, who was sleeping on his back. It had just tiptoed around ready to go in when it heard Lu Qing's voice transmission. Back? Hong Ying Hund. But her eyes were looking at Lu Qing's blade foot. It's so big. Heaviness and sharpness are both present. No wonder it can break the 8th grade of defense. Lu Qing stood up. Don't look. I have something serious to tell you. Business? It straightened its stance in a hurry. What is it? Look. The big camp on the beetle side has already been messed up by me. And I'm a master of idleness. So, can you reveal another big camp to me? I'll go and mess it up alone. And then you guys can just wrap it up. The Red Raider almost didn't crash. It started with gathering places, then small camps, and now it's out to be a big camp. Lu Qing continued. It's best to be a beetle's camp. Beetles are stupid and dumb. Slow movement, high defense is fine. I love to cut this kind. Have a hand. Beetles have several camps. All tell me. I'll go and get rid of them for you. The red man's body trembled. Nima, the king of the living hell, this is. The hard bone that is difficult to gnaw in the eyes of others. To his place directly became a living target. Right. But also all screwed. You are going to make the beetles die out. Tough. Lu Qing moved his sword foot. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and say it. Red Tassel looked at Bladefoot, who was close at hand, and hurriedly said, "Our camp corresponds to the large camp that you destroyed. As for the rest, it's a long way away, and I don't know." Lu Qing gave an "oh." Big camp to big camp. Makes sense. It is normal to not know the rest. So Lu Qing's words changed. "I don't know about the beetles. Other bugs are fine. I'm not picky." Aha. If you can't get beetles, get other bugs. You are really not picky. "I'm afraid you're going to take over our camp after you're done," Red Tassel hurriedly stated. "The camp of the shaded flying locusts is fine, but the shaded flying locusts are numerous, and with the courage bonus after they gather together, they definitely won't be routed. So it's tougher to deal with? So if you're willing to do so, you can go to the flying locusts camp." Lu Qing's red eyes lit up. "More quantity, then more experience. What's difficult?" Lu's big knife specializes in cutting difficult people. Well, this is good. Red Tassel, you're good enough." Lu Qing got up and rubbed his big knife foot. "By the way, how many 8 products are there in the Sky Shading Flying Locust Battalion?" "About 3. Lu Qing became even more excited. "A bit short. This is less." The Red Tassel was suddenly numb. "But it'll do. As usual, I'm easygoing and not picky." "You are truly easygoing." Seeing that Lu Qing was going out, Hong Ying hurriedly said, "Does that have a place to rest? I'll arrange it for you." Lu Qing waved his sword foot. "No, just find a place. So do you need females? I'll find you a team. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to save their seed for you." The Red Tassel is very genuine. Lu Qing was speechless. No heirloom function. After that, he walked out. "Good lord, the crosstail is right there, and I can't believe you say it's not there." The Red Tassel thought that Lu Qing was being picky and shouted at the back, "Actually, I can do it. It's okay. The primal desires of these females must be eradicated. I'm in the habit of eating females, so come on if you want." "Good man." The genus is inverted in the Big Dipper. The Red Raider's body was really trembling, and he didn't dare to answer. Chapter 60, My Plan. Cut right through. Lu Qing walked into a large straw hut. This hayloft was the place for a fighting brigade. More than 30 members of the combat team were preparing to rest. Today blocking and exterminating the beetles was very tiring running around. Even though there was little damage, the Chancellor had just twisted his head around and was ready to rest when he sensed something unusual. It turned to look. A huge blade foot had arrived in front of him. What? It saw Lu Qing's red eyes, and its latter words directly broke off in fear. Lu Qing was a little puzzled. According to Chinka's description, this straw hut should be the place where Red Tassel had arranged for him to rest. Ah, what's with the other praying mantis? Is it possible that these praying mantises saw the place empty and hogged it? Hogging it over your head is really messing with the iron. Lu Qing's greatsword foot swayed, and the bright blade had already landed on the 6th grade mantis's cross tails. "What do you mean?" "Ha?" The Chancellor was confused. "I just lay down." Lone hero Lu Qing came in. "Will knife foot frame to my crosstail? Eyes will give me cut to Yangji." Finish also asked me what I mean. How do I know what that means? No, do we have some kind of misunderstanding? Lu Qing's saber foot shook. "You've bullied your way into my head, and you're still talking about misunderstandings? Don't shake. You can never shake. How dare I bully you? Is to let me eat the locust gall. I don't dare to bully you. A roach and 2 swords. Cut at the head of the beetle camp to the end of the camp. Nearly 10,000 beetles fled, dead and wounded. A mighty one. Lu Qing was already a lone hero within the mantis camp that no mantis knew about. Even if it grew 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough for Lu Qing to slash it. So how could it dare to bully him? The other mantises were also silenced, not daring to move at all for fear that the next second the terrifying blade foot would land on them. Just then, Chinka, who was responsible for arranging a place for Lu Qing, entered the shed. Seeing the scene in front of her, Kyoka also instantly panicked. Chancellor, how did you provoke this god of murder? This god of killers cuts down beetles as easily as he cuts down grass, and you mess with him? Simply. Chinka stepped forward, raised his blade foot, and aimed it at the head of the Chancellor Hong Tian. You're too unbridled to dare to provoke Lu Qing. Hong Tian was so aggravated that he was about to cry. Families who understand. He had just fallen asleep when Lu Qing, who had come in, stuck his lifeblood and was hammered by Chinka. I really don't know how I messed with Lu Qing. Its transmission was full of aggression. Seeing this, Kyoka asked cautiously, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Lu Qing's blade foot crossed. Misunderstanding? Occupying my place? Isn't that bullying a newcomer like me? You're still saying it's a misunderstanding? You're still aggrieved. After saying that, the other knife foot landed on the other's neck. Hong Tian, I bully you? How badly do I want to live to bully you? Kyoka's brain nearly went down. It heard you. Hong Tian is occupying Lu Qing's place? That. It didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Qing looked at it. Say what you have directly. Don't ink. Kyoka whispered in a voice. That is actually next to the place for you. A mistake? Lu Qing wasn't an unreasonable praying mantis. He withdrew his blade and foot and patted Hong Tian, who hadn't reacted yet. Didn't you hear what Kyoka said? You're sleeping in the wrong place. Next door is your place. Kyoka, you misheard me. I said. Lu Qing slapped him away with a slashing foot. I've cut through the beetle camp. Would I hear wrong? Turning his head to look at Hong Tian and the other group of mantises who were still dumbfounded. You guys, did I hear it wrong? The two blade feet bobbed up and down, watching the crowd of praying mantises in fear. It's obvious that you're looking at this place. Hong Tian was the first to react. That's right. We were wrong. We slept in the wrong place. We're leaving. We're leaving. The group of mantises left in a hurry. Only then was Lu Qing satisfied and put his blade foot away. It's good to learn from your mistakes. So be smart next time. He lay down on the soft grass. Cozy. Hong Tian, who had just gotten out, almost fell. The soft grass was carefully selected for a month before it was put together. The intense hacking and slashing for several days in a row made Lu Qing tired. This sleep went straight through to the middle of the day the next day. When you get up you feel refreshed and able to cut down 2 more camps. Nothing is more important than upgrading a great cause. Lu Qing traveled directly to the mantis camp and searched for Red Tassel. Red Tassel, the general, was still thinking about how to report the border battle to the queen. The triangle, the beetle, the mantis, and the locust, they're 3 clans that have won and lost to each other but haven't made much progress. However, this time, Lu Qing had slaughtered the toughest beetle camp all by himself, and it was still pondering whether or not to take the opportunity to expand its territory. After seeing Lu Qing come in, Hong Ying said directly, I'm going to ask the queen for credit for you. Credit or no credit, Lu Qing didn't care at all. Arrange those things however you like. I'm indifferent to fame and fortune. What fame and fortune? What queens? You'll see if I hang you or not. It's over. I came over here to find a guide, to avoid having to search for most of the day to find the beetle camp. Like last time. Get a guide. There are still relatively few mantis who know about the Flying Locust Battalion. There's an intelligence brigade that knows about it, but it's been tasked. And then there's knowing yourself. It's a little more difficult to do. Red Tassel pondered for a moment. Is it okay to hold off? The intelligence brigade that knows the exact location is already out on a mission. And I know that. But this side of the camp is also busy with business. Busy? Lu Qing directly interrupted. The beetle camp was killed by me. The next are 2 locust camps. The situation of the 3 clans is gone. You said yourself, what's the point of being busy? The Red Raider mulled it over. Makes sense. I think it's better for you to be my guide. With your 8th grade strength you can also save me the trouble. I'm a general in the hall. What is your duty as a general? Isn't it to deal with beetles and flying locusts? Show me the way. I'll return you a piece of territory. And when the queen is pleased, you'll be promoted straight to the top. Available. Don't be available. It's afternoon. Time waits for no one. Can you show some thunder and lightning? While trying to persuade him, he was forced to pull him out. Being of the same 8th rank, in front of Lu Qing, Red Tassel's power of resistance was truly insufficient. Flying Locust Camp. There are 30,000 flying locusts gathered here. The so-called campground actually has no facilities whatsoever. There was not an inch of grass within 10 miles of the camp. All bare ground. Red Tassel's bladed foot pointed. That's it up ahead. What are you going to do about it? Any plans? Lu Qing's twin swords all opened with a brush. There is a plan. And my plan is to cut right through it. Chapter 61. I asked you to stall, but you gave me seconds? Red Tassel. What kind of plan is this? Locusts are a bug race that wins by numbers. How can there be 30,000 of them in a large camp? Plus me. It's just the 2 of us. It's easy to go out and get surrounded. And this race has never known fear. I remember that your talent can hide your form. Why don't you? It turned its head and found Lu Qing rushing towards the locusts with a large sword. I haven't even finished my plan yet and you're rushing off? Of course Lu Qing was going to rush. As for the gift of concealment, that's for assassinations. This strength of his own could already cut the 9th grade hard, and he still needed to open his talent? As soon as he rushed out, his 2 greatswords were like reapers, directly annihilating a locust squad. Locusts below the 5th grade were worthless to him, so Lu Qing specifically looked for places with more high grades to rush. In response to the large praying mantis that had suddenly sprung up, the locusts quickly began a brazen and mindless siege. However, Lu Qing's greatsword was truly terrifying, and patches of locusts were harvested. 3 5-meter-long, green-winged flying locusts came straight for the battleground. As old rivals, Red Tassel instantly recognized that these 3 were none other than the generals of the Flying Locusts Battalion. 3 flying locusts of the 8th rank arrived together. No matter how strong, you can't fight 3 in one. Han Ying hurriedly caught up with Lu Qing's footsteps. There are 3 8th grade flying locust generals coming. These 3 are quite difficult to deal with. In this case, I need some time to deal with one. Can you stall 2 of them? Seeing that Lu Qing didn't respond, it thought that Lu Qing wasn't too good. It's difficult, but there's no other way out of this situation. You hold off the 2. I'll take care of one's 8th grade flying locust as soon as possible. When the 3 8th grade flying locust generals arrived, the swarming flying locusts automatically made way for an area. Red Tassel reconfirmed. Just do as I say. You must hold off 2 of them or we have no chance of flipping. After saying that and no longer waiting for Lu Qing to respond, it directly rushed towards one of them. The 3 flying locust generals were also quite annoyed. Wasn't it contempt for their flying locusts that a praying mantis had killed its way into their territory? And only 2 of them at that? Kill them, eat them. 3 flying locusts at the same time back leg force like a cannonball straight rushed. The Red Tassel, who had moved early, intercepted one of them without incident. The shaded flying locusts had no sense of pain and knew no fatigue. Red Tassel was sure to deal with one, but it would take a longer time. Lu Qing, you have to hold on. After I finish this one, we'll be able to turn the tables. Red Tassel dodged the flying locust's projectiles and was really worried about Lu Qing's side of the situation, so she took the time to turn her head to look. However, it was this glance that directly made Red Ruffles freeze on the spot. Its plan was to let Lu Qing hold off 2 of them, and then quickly take care of one itself. However, it did see Lu Qing dragging down the 2 flying locusts. Bladefoot hung upside down and pulled out the energy core of the 8th grade flying locust general before dragging the headless body and throwing it out. I asked you to hold back those 2 8th grade flying locusts, and you gave them seconds? It's really seconds, because from the time it stopped one to the time it turned its head to look away was just a few breaths. It was this amount of time that Lu Qing had already decapitated him and even pulled out his energy core. After doing this, Lu Qing's figure suddenly became fluttering, and in the next instant, he arrived directly in front of this last flying locust. The blade's foot fell, and the flying locust's head flew straight out. This speed, Reddit, a bystander, did not react. Also, this was an existence that could cut down beetles of the same grade. Against flying locusts with extremely average defense, it was simply not too easy. Lu Qing was quite embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I am sorry to rob you of this flying locust. Mainly I am afraid that it will run away. That's experience value. If you really run away, you'll have to work hard to catch it." Red Riding finally responded. It knew that Lu Qing was probably very strong, but it really didn't occur to me that it was actually strong to this extent. The 3 8th grade flying locust generals froze and were directly killed instantly without even a struggle. The powerful bouncing power and extremely fast speed were useless in front of Lu Qing. The advantages of not being afraid of pain, not being afraid of being tired, and not being afraid of death had no room to play at all in front of Lu Qing. Strong. It's too strong. Stronger than expected. If it wasn't for the size restriction, it even suspected that Lu Qing was a 9th grade mantis. It was the same 8th grade, and the difference was so huge. Lu Qing skillfully pulled out the energy cores, and also took care of the dozens of flying locusts that surrounded him. Even without the general, these flying locusts continued to charge forward fearlessly. The point is that many of them are low quality. Lu Qing didn't care if he was experienced or not. He just came straight to the rescue. All of them were chopped up in the swing of the 2 large swords. Red Tassel chopped a few low-grade flying locusts, and when he looked around, the sky and the ground were densely filled with flying locusts. The locusts are humongous, and there are just a bit too many of them here. So let's do this. I'll mobilize a large force to come over and exterminate them. Lu Qing's sword and foot swung, and a dozen more flying locusts perished. Good thing too. Saves you from getting in the way here. Red Tassel. If it was before it, high and low had to retort twice. From Lu Qing's performance just now. He is right. Red Tassel spread its wings and took off, then broke away from the battle circle and headed back towards the camp. This tireless fighting machine was able to sweep away double-digit numbers of flying locusts with each swing of his sword. The experience value provided by the 6th and 7th products was Lu Qing's renewal power. Soon the ground had been densely covered with flying locust corpses. The Red Tassel flew sharply all the way. It was evening when they returned to the camp. It had no time to rest, and then it rallied a large force. Large groups of praying mantis combatants are called in. "General, what are we being summoned for when it's nighttime?" The Red Tassel only explained. "A nighttime attack on a locust camp." One of the commanders was clearly a bit uncomfortable. "Night attack at night?" Another commander picked up. "Is a daytime outing still called a night attack?" "But the flying locusts are numerous. Almost 3 or 4 times as many as we are. Can we take advantage if we go?" "I don't know, but it's always right to listen to the general." "Where's Lu Qing, the lone hero?" Seeing that the summoning was complete, Red Tassel announced, "Lu Qing has made a surprise attack on the flying locust camp. Now we have to rush at full speed to support it." The Lone Ranger has gone. The red-tasseled blade foot waved. Depart. The mantis hordes were in a hurry, and some of the commanders had gathered to discuss the situation. Just now the general said that Lu Qing has headed to the flying locust camp. The flying locust is a species that is numerous, unafraid of death, and tireless. Do you guys think that Lu Qing is trapped and that's why we're being asked to go and support him? It's very likely. Although Lu Qing is strong, he has always only had 8th grade strength, so it makes sense that he would be trapped by the flying locusts. I didn't think we'd have a day of rescuing lone heroes. Ha ha ha, much better mood. Shut up, the flying locust camp is just ahead. Chapter 62. The mantis army enters flying locust territory. The only thing you can see in your eyes are the corpses of flying locusts all over the place. It was dense and extremely appalling. Tens of thousands of locusts, not a single one seen alive. The big and small commanders were all confused. Didn't they agree to provide support? What's the point of backing up when there's not even one left to kill? This is the support the general was talking about? All dead. At least cut into 2 pieces. This is tens of thousands of flying locusts. Didn't they say that flying locusts move fast and have enough explosive power? How come every one of them is so miserable? First the beetle camp, now the flying locust camp. This Lu Qing is a praying mantis? Too fierce. Let's see what the general's arrangement is. Yeah, where's General Redoubt? Red Tassel was also taken aback as she looked at the flying locust corpses all over the place. I led an army to support you, but you've already slaughtered them all? Tens of thousands. Even if these flying locusts stood there for it, the general, to chop, they could all die of exhaustion. Yet Lu Qing had done it alone in such a short period of time. This time, the praying mantis army that followed them has become a complete setup. Or not, or it can be closed. Before some of the tenacious flying locusts that had been cut in 2 were dead, these mantises made amends. Then the plump ones are pulled back and made into jerky. Chinka, who was on the side, inquired in a whispered voice transmission. General, is this the support you were talking about? Red Ruffian gave it a look. Redundant. Are you saying that our support is redundant? No, I'm saying your words are redundant. Go, follow and clean up the battlefield. The mantises began to organize. Red Tassel, on the other hand, began to look for Lu Qing's figure. According to the theory, this camp has been killed and emptied. Lu Qing should also be here. How come you can't see it now? The locusts are in 2 large camps. When it came, it had already informed Lu Qing of the location of the other camp when it was introduced to him. Now that this camp has been killed and emptied, then, the Red Raider's spirits lifted. With that, he led the elite team to the next flying locust camp. Sure enough, Red Tassel and a group of other mantises saw from afar an army of flying locusts that covered the sky and was circling around a single location. Through the dense flying locusts, a red figure could be seen continuously charging left and right. Every time the red shadow flashed, patches of locusts were chopped into 2. That was none other than Lu Qing. The explosive and fast-flying locust had no cards at all in front of Lu Qing. The twin blades swept through and were harvested like weeds. Even though Lu Qing was so powerful, these locusts still didn't know what fear was, and they went forward and backward without fear of death. These mantises that had followed Red Tassel were instantly invigorated. Martyr! We finally saw some live locusts after a long night of tossing and turning. General, give the order. My big, little knife is already hungry and thirsty. Yes, order the charge. If we don't give the order, we'll all have traveled in vain, and we won't even have the chance to make a sword attack. With Lu Qing's hellish harvesting speed, they were really afraid that they wouldn't have the chance to get out of the way of the knife. Red Tassel was not ambiguous, and immediately swung his sword and foot. Strike! A swarm of praying mantises swooped in with teeth and claws. They watched Lu Qing chopping and killing like cutting grass, but when they really did it, they realized that it wasn't that way. The flying locust's hind legs are still very strong, still very fast, not afraid of pain, do not know how to get tired, and as always, very difficult to deal with. That is, taking advantage of the start of the raid to dominate and having Lu Qing slaughter a large number of elites. If they were to confront each other head-on, they, the praying mantises, were afraid that they would be directly drowned. These mantises are a force to be reckoned with. After all, this also curtailed the time Lu Qing had to slaughter the low-grade flying locusts. Scanning around after the pressure plummeted, he realized that only a few scattered flying locusts were still tangling with the mantis army. His saber feet retracted and he glanced at Red Tassel, who was leaning over. Just as Hong Ying was about to transmit his voice to speak, he was interrupted by Lu Qing. We have a good relationship, but we have to settle our accounts. I broke this camp alone, and your help is very limited. I won't rob the energy cores of the 5th grade with you, but all of the ones above the 5th grade will belong to me. Friendship is friendship, and it is impossible to give you a little bit of experience value. Red Rumor was speechless when he heard this. A praying mantis can't consume a single energy core of the same grade for months. Do you think everyone is like you, getting high on energy cores as a snack? Ordinary mantis consumption is extremely low. Our warehouse still has a lot of energy cores stored now. Enough for the army to use for 50 years. How could we steal it from you? What? Lu Qing's eyes instantly glowed red. A warehouse with giant energy cores? Yeah. Red Raider felt something was wrong. That's military money. Got it. Lu Qing nodded with a sincere attitude. We'll talk about this later. I'll go collect the energy cores first. After saying that, he folded back to the battlefield, and with skillful and light movements, he took out the energy core of a 6th grade flying locust and threw it into his mouthpiece. Dawn had broken in the east when the work was done. Lu Qing glanced at the experience bar. 6547/8000. There was still 15,000 experience left. Enough to exterminate another large battalion steadily. But then again, at the junction of the 3 lands, the other 2 clans' camps had already been pulled up by themselves, so any more would have to pull up the mantis camp. And then there's the red tassel that says there are tons of energy cores in the warehouse. Lu Qing took a few glances at Red Tassel, who was commanding the mantis army, and as if she had a sense, her body shivered. Hiss, why do I feel a bit cold? Lu Qing was in no hurry. After returning to the mantis camp, first rested for the rest of the day and waited until he was refreshed. Then he went in search of Red Tassel. At this point, Red Riding was very relaxed. In the land where the 3 clans bordered, the other 2 clans' camps were completely annihilated, and the initiative was already completely on their side. Whether to occupy or to cannibalize depends on the queen's mind. All thanks to, General Red Tassel, you're pretty laid back. After Lu Qing walked in, he sat in a crouch on the grass. When Han Ying saw that it was Lu Qing, he handed over a piece of flying locust leg meat. Have some. It's freshly tanned and has a very pure flavor. Lu Qing had no interest in these. He pushed them away with his knife foot. I'm picky. I don't eat such ordinary things. This, common? Red Riding was a little puzzled. What praying mantis can turn down a piece of meat? Then it drifted off. Oh yeah, you like to eat energy cores. Look at it. Talk yourself into it. Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. Aha. General, you are too smart. Himself complimented by the Lone Ranger. One must know that right now in the mantis camp, Lu Qing was simply a godlike existence. Being able to be praised by Lu Qing, the general, had a bit of a flutter. Ha. It's okay. Lu Qing patted his stomach. After resting for a day, I'm actually a bit hungry. Hey, I don't want to eat anything ordinary yet. Eat energy cores. We have them in the camp warehouse. Upper Road. Smart. Lu Chang once again nodded repeatedly. Aha. Chapter 63, Whoring makes me happy. After Lu Chang nodded, he then asked again. There aren't any restrictions, right? Red Tassel thought for a moment. There are restrictions on other mantises that require battle merit to be redeemed. But you are the god of slaying of our Red Tassel battalion, and you alone wiped out the beetle and flying locust battalions. So the battle merit is already too high to be counted. So of course there is no restriction on it. It's good that there's no limit. Lu Qing's 2 knife feet rubbed together. How embarrassing this is. Red Tassel immediately waved her saber feet. It's nothing. After all, there are so many energy cores, you can't possibly eat them all. Bugs have never been more blunt in their presentation. After so many years of accumulation, there could be hundreds of thousands of energy cores high and low within the entire camp warehouse. Lu Qing eliminated 3 large camps and ate the most energy cores at one time, which were the 2 large camps of the flying locusts from the day before. 6th through 8th grades combined. That's only 3 or 400. How much more can he eat? 1,000 would be the end of it. Mantis Clan warehouse isn't short of 1,000. Han Ying thought that Lu Qing couldn't eat much, but he didn't know that his eating was something else. Lu Qing was in a good mood. For nothing. Then let's hurry up. General Red Tassel. Red Tassel wasn't ambiguous either, carrying the flying locust legs and heading to the warehouse with Lu Qing. On the way, Lu Qing asked a question. Why didn't we see any warehouses or anything like that in the camps of the sky-shading flying locusts and the fighting saint beetles? Red Tassel gave an explanation. Of course it's because they don't have the habit of storing it. Just like the shading flying locust, this insect species eats everything. Grass and meat are never picky. And the energy cores, their digestive progress is far superior to ours. A lot of the energy is discharged from the body without being absorbed. So naturally there is no need to store it. The more it talked, the more energized it became. In fact, amongst the bugs, our Mantis Clan saber feet give us a great deal of convenience. The saber feet allow us to do a lot of things, such as shed building. We're kind of unique among the bugs with our blade feet. Knife feet can deftly cut through meat as well as scoop up energy cores intact. Plus we can store them with our slower absorption. Mantis, the great race. Haven't seen the world. Lu Qing didn't say anything more, but just nodded his triangular head in agreement. Red Tassel's bladed foot pointed ahead to a grass hut. That's it up ahead. The huge grass hut was very scribbly. The choice of land, however, was excellent, with open and raised terrain, no fear of flooding, and favorable ventilation. Since the warehouse was, after all, a relatively important place, it was patrolled by specialized patrols, as well as several recording officers. The Mantis has no writing, and records of battle honors are based solely on the Red Tassel's buckle stamp. The so-called buckram is a type of grass that is as wide as a bamboo, and is stuck out of the marks with the serrated teeth of the knife's foot. It's kind of a strange way to keep track of how different the mantis is from mantis to mantis, and naturally the marks stuck out are different. Red Tassel led Lu Qing into the warehouse. Those records officers said hello. After realizing that Lu Qing had come to eat the energy cores, he didn't feel surprised. Once inside, he saw piles of energy cores. These energy cores have been categorized. The first, second, and third grades have been piled up in a mountain. There are slightly fewer fourth and fifth grades. There are also 2 big stacks of 6-pin ones. There would be very few 7th grades, probably only a few dozen. 8 products. What about the 8th grade? Lu Qing was anxious. An 8th grade is a few hundred experience points. Red Tassel helplessly stated. 8th rank big camp general level. So many years of conquest and battle. Who dares to charge directly at the big camp like you? And no matter what clan it is, 8th rank generals are not that easy to kill. Anyway, since I was born, I heard that there are only a handful of 8th rank generals that have been taken out. When Lu Qing thought about it, he was right. The bugs fought constantly, but big duels were rare, especially in places like the 3 clans that fought against each other, and basically didn't start duels. It's a bit of a shame there's no 8th grade energy cores, but it doesn't hurt. It's called whoring. It's only whoring if it's flawed. Lu Qing noticed the details in its words after listening to Red Tassel's expression. Wait, are you saying there are 8th grade energy cores elsewhere? Yes, the Queen's treasury has it. As for the number then I don't know. Yeah, Queen. Lu Qing was kind of impatient to meet the Queen. Fine, once I've settled the energy cores in the warehouse, you'll take me to the Queen. Long ago, Lu Qing placed his attention on the 7th grade energy core in front of him. A couple dozen of them, and a lot of experience value. Concentrate on the dry experience. He knife-footed one and dropped it into the mouthpiece. The energy core was instantly absorbed and stored by the system. Gained flesh and blood value plus 45. The movement was non-stop, and in no time, all 32 7th grade energy cores were converted into experience. Experience slots skyrocketed by a large margin. Sure enough, white Johns make me happy. The happy Lu Qing began to brush the 6th grade energy cores. 2 levels lower, the experience value available is only in single digits. Gain flesh and blood value plus 2. Less is less, but it's a lot of it. It's a big pile. It's got to be a couple thousand anyhow. Big few thousand energy cores. That's over 10,000 experience. You can upgrade steadily and even save almost 10,000 experience points. After all, having had experience in advancing, Lu Qing guessed that the substage upgrade to the advanced form might require 30,000 to 50,000 experience. That means it still has to be stored. It wouldn't work if he didn't store it. There were too few high-grade bug races of the 8th and 9th grade in the insect grassland, and if helicoptering the 9th grade, he himself might not even be able to upgrade enough even if he butchered the mantis race. White Johns are boring and happy, and Lu Qing loves the boredom. A pellet of energy cores was dropped into the mouthpiece and swiped, but the redhead, who had been watching from the side, couldn't be happier. According to its guess, 1,000 energy cores should be Lu Qing's limit. How come this? Eat up endless? It must have eaten a couple hundred in a while. Don't say stop. Don't even move a little slower. It's even getting faster and faster. With a look of never being full, the Red Raider felt like his energy core was dripping blood. Brother, this is the accumulation of our camp for decades. Heartbroken as hell, but didn't stop it. Compared to these energy cores, Lu Qing created the credit but also, Nima, can't console herself a bit. Red Ruffles was afraid that he would literally spurt blood if he looked any further, so he turned around and left a sentence. I'll wait outside. You, open up, eat. Lu Qing listened. Preachy, and make it hard for me. I will not fail the general, and will be open. Red Tassel. No, can't you hear the transmission through my gritted teeth? It went out holding onto the grassy wall, still comforting itself in its mind. It's okay, 2,000. 2,000 must be the limit of what he can eat. Eat 2,000. We still have plenty stored up. No panic. Chapter 64. I beg you, hurry up and go. Red Ruffian held the wall and walked out of the warehouse, then waited quietly in the doorway. The recording officers, however, came up curiously. General, you are. Lu Qing was eating energy cores. I kind of couldn't bear to watch, so I came out to get some air. Can't bear to look? What do you mean? Did the energy core stick in your mouth? What's so intolerable about it? General? This. The red tassel froze for a moment before the party waved its blade foot. Eats too fast. Eat fast. Lu Qing was very special, able to take one bite of an energy core, and the entire mantis camp all knew about it. And how much can we eat? The records officer didn't even realize the seriousness of the matter, and continued to gently persuade Red Tassel. Our camp has a history of several decades, and we have accumulated a lot. So what is a little energy core? General, don't be so stingy. I'm cheap? The Red Raider was almost out of breath. The Mantis clan communicated bluntly, and it couldn't be blamed for being any more exasperated. I'm cheap? I let him eat openly. I'm still petty. Then you haven't seen him eat. Forget it. You'll all know in a while. A couple of recording officers looked like they had nothing to hang their hat on. If you can eat anymore, you can still eat the warehouse clean. Red Ruffles didn't bother with nonsense, and simply turned away from them. Little by little, time passed. Lu Qing's movements, however, did not stop. Thousands of energy cores were still enough for him to patiently brush up for a while. Finally, Lu Qing's saber foot touched the ground. Turning his head to look, the floor was empty. Eat up. The experience slots have long since filled up and there's no longer any need to look at them. All that's left are energy cores below the 5th grade that don't provide experience. So the white-whoring Lu Qing chose to call it quits. He stood and then put his blade foot away. Beautiful. Then he waddled out of the warehouse. Outside, Honging instantly tensed up when she saw Lu Qing walking out. Out. Aha. The recording officer, however, inquired directly, how much was eaten? Not much, less than 30%. The records officer nodded his triangular head. It thought it was talking about 30% of a 6th grade energy core. 30% is not much indeed. Mark it back. The records officer said a couple of words then probed towards the warehouse. The low-grade area is stacked. The 4 and 5 pints remain as they were. 6th grade. 7th grade. Ha! Where's the stuff? The recorder shook his head and looked again. It's the absence of the 6th and 7th grade energy cores. There aren't many 7th grades, but they are among the top gems. And it's understandable that anyone would want them if they had the chance. But 6 pints. 2 big piles. Thousands of them. Stacked up. It could be twice the size of an 8th grade mantis. Master Lu. You are talking about 30% of the total, right? Lu Qing, or else what? He looked to Red Tassel. General here is fine. Let's go. Go? The Red Tassel needs help. Decades of accumulation at Mantis Camp, and you've done it all in an hour? A general of mine will have to eat 5 pints to boost his strength later. Business is important. General Red Tassel follow. Lu Qing turned back. Red Tassel. Alright, this general's belly is still there. But, why do I want to cut you to death so much? On second thought, Naya. Not daring yet. Coming. The red tasseled pace is a little soft. A few of the recording officers were even holding onto the grass wall for a good long while. It's over. There's no more food for chancellors above the 6th rank. Don't panic. Haven't we harvested a lot of beetle and flying locust corpses lately? The high-grade corpses are almost as effective, but they can still top it. Thinking too much. All those goodies were divided among the chancellors. Who could have asked for them? Of course it's General Redtongue. Is it me? Lu Qing sat lazily squatting on the grass. Brushing up on experience is indeed addictive. And as soon as that energy passes, you'll want to do it again. It doesn't feel like 7 swipes a night. This side of the border has nothing more to offer in terms of experience. And it's time to think about jumping ship next. General Red Tassel's treasury is truly majestic, and it froze for me to brush up for so long. The Red Tassel wilted. It's good that you're happy. Lu Qing sidestepped. Then is there any other place where we can get energy cores above the 6th grade? Still coming? Mud. You're addicted. Brother, the warehouses are all eaten up by you. And what is left are those corpses. If you want, it is estimated that the big and small commanders will serve. As for the others, the camps of the 2 clans have been terminated. What else can there be? Makes sense. Forget the body. It won't do much good to eat it. An 8-point corpse was only a few points of experience, which simply wasn't enough to bother with for a gap of tens of thousands of experience. A quick brush is what Lu Qing is aiming for. That's fine. Lu Qing sighed. I'm so used to living in such a nice place. And as a result, there's nothing left now. Hey, it's time to go to the Queen. Red Riding's eyes lit up. Find it quickly. You're a god of killing that our little battalion can no longer afford. The heart is so happy and expectant that the voice transmission is a bit trembling. Really? When will you move? I'll let Mantis send you. No, I'll personally send you to see the queen. Lu Qing laughed. So considerate. I can't bear to part with you. Don't ever. Go, now let's move. Lu Qing, however, was suddenly in no hurry. Rest for 2 days. Besides, how can a general of your hall leave the camp without permission? Don't rest. There are countless good things on the queen's side. The energy cores are just one of them. There are many other things that are even better than the energy cores. If you wait any longer and something changes, you'll be in big trouble. With things running low on this side and the need for me to report the results of the battle to the queen in person, there is no problem with being away for 10 days and a half. Makes sense. So let's go. Go, Red Ruffian asserted. Wormy meadows are vast. The territory controlled by the mantis was also very large, and it took Lu Qing and Red Tassel 2 days to fly from the southwest to the northeast. Just before noon on the third day, they finally arrived. Red Riding's spirits lifted. Just across this creek, the queen's capital city. Bustling and lively, you'd better be ready. Busy and bustling? Lu Qing was even more interested. He wanted to see how the Mantis clan civilization had developed. When he reached over the creek, Red Tassel's saber foot pointed to the creek. This river isn't wide, but it's filled with very ferocious lancefish, so fierce that you could be attacked if you come within 10 meters of the overhead. So beware. Fish do not have energy cores and need to eat their flesh and blood to gain energy experience. It doesn't matter how you eat it. What's important is that the fish provides experience as well. What's the strength of these lancers? Above 6 products. There have been 9 products of lancefish. Because the attack method is very hidden and swift, it is difficult to be on guard. We cannot enter the water, can only be passive. Even I am extremely difficult to capture the 6 products of lancefish. Facing the high quality is even more, only to be the share of the attack. Lu Qing let out an oh so quiet sound. If you really don't have a place to brush up on your experience, this river is an option. He made a secret note of it. Chapter 65, Mantis Queen. After flying over the small river and traveling for tens of miles, Lu Qing saw the magnificent mantis capital described by Red Tassel. The grass huts do exist and look a bit finer than the big camp. Of course it was limited to a few, as these straw huts were no better than the cornstalk shacks built by 5-year-olds. The floor has also been repaired, with very obvious signs of treatment, and it just looks flat. The fence is there too. It is some hard texture of the trees, cut off the tip and then inserted into the soil. It looks like a little defense, but in fact, cannot block any bugs. Belong to the gross useless, typical of the face of the project. This is the capital that Red Tassel is so proud of. Blow it all out of proportion and this is the result? Of course, being a mantis, it's hard enough to do all that. At least they have the concept of a city. Red Tassel flew a little closer and transmitted a voice full of pride. How's that? Majestic, isn't it? This is okay. Lu Qing tried his best to pick some nice words to express. The Red Raider, however, was offended. Have you ever seen the world? How grand, how spectacular. Do you actually become okay? I've just seen too much of the world. There was no need to argue anything about this. After all, Lu Qing didn't come here to raise a fight. Yes, it's grand and magnificent. It blinds me. The Red Raider was satisfied. That's right. Come on, let's land. There's a rule in the capital that there's no flying in the sky. A mantis soldier stepped forward as soon as they landed. After seeing that it was Red Tassel, these mantis soldiers greeted each other. So it's General Red Tassel. You haven't been back in a while. Who is this one? How is it so facetious? Hiss. This body type. 8 products. Your camp has a newly promoted 8th rank? Congratulations, Red Tassel stated smugly. Yes, my Red Tassel battalion is newly promoted to the 8th rank, and I was about to seek out the queen to discuss this matter. In the Wormsong grassland, the 8th product was definitely the strong group. The Mantis clan only had a dozen or so 8th grades, and each promotion represented a cut in the overall strength of the clan. This is great. The eyes of these mantis soldiers were filled with respect as they looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, however, didn't care about this and instead surveyed everything in the capital. The capital is huge and has a variety of mantas within it, including some small mantises with only low-level strength. When they passed by a clearing, they saw hundreds of small mantises being trained for battle. Learning to fight is as much a part of mantis as going to school. Lu Qing looked at it for a few moments. Then Red Tassel explained. The little mantis was only born at the level of a low rank 3, and it needs to be given nurturing during its formative years in order to become a sub-rank warrior. Being born with a low order of 3 is not bad. All of the adult wild mantis are only 1 pint. The most intricate and largest grass hut in the entire capital is the Queen's Palace. Red Tassel, the general, went in to report while Lu Qing waited outside. There's a group of inside guards not far away. The strength of these inner guards were all above or below the 6th rank. Lu Qing, who was idle, walked over. brothers, when duty calls. Lu Qing was, after all, an 8th rank. His body size was 1/3 bigger than them, and those two blade feet were even more exaggeratedly large, and the sense of intimidation was so strong that all of these inner guards nodded their heads and bowed their heads. Yes, what is your name? 8 pints, probably the general who's going to start the camp. No harm in a little more communication. Lu Qing, one of the junior soldiers within the Red Tassel camp. A few of the inner guards looked at the massive saber feet. You are a junior soldier? Not like that? Of course they don't believe in it. Where is there an 8th grade minion? It sure doesn't look like it. 8 products. Our Mantis clan. No. The peak group of battle power in the entire insect sound grassland. An existence that can open a large camp. How could it be just a small soldier? Although he had slaughtered 3 large battalions and his battle achievements were unprecedented, he was still strictly speaking a small soldier. Red Riding has been trying to get a promotion, and he hasn't even agreed to it. After chatting for a few moments, Lu Qing pointed to the palace. The Queen's palace is so luxurious. There must be many treasures within it, right? That's for sure. Our Mantis clan is so prosperous and powerful. There must be a lot of treasures. Lu Qing was delighted in his heart. Elaborate. Okay. Mantis didn't have much heart, and said whatever Lu Qing asked. The Queen is a good deal larger than the Red Tassel. It was already at the peak of the 8th grade, not far from the 9th grade. If she broke through to the 9th rank, she would be the first queen in the last 3 generations to reach the 9th rank. In appearance, it has pink wings, which differs greatly from many praying mantises. This pink color is also known as Queen's Pink in the Mantis clan. It sat crouched on a pale red straw mat, looking quite the queen. Red Riding, why have you returned? Didn't I tell you to look for an opportunity to launch an attack on the Dosheng beetle camp the other day? Several years ago there was an omen of the opening of the 9 realm sacred land, and it was for this reason that the conflicts and rivalries among the 9 great insect races became more and more intense. About half a year ago, the Beetle King trespassed into their Mantis clan's territory, got caught and fought hard. The Mantis were really powerless against the high defense of the beetles and suffered a big loss. The 2 clans, which were already in deep conflict, became mortal enemies. It was also for this reason that the Queen sent a message to the far end of the Red Tassel to take the beetle camp and give her revenge when she had the chance. The order was given, but the Queen knew that it was nearly impossible, and only wanted to keep the pressure on the far end up, as a way to hold the 9 realms sacred grounds in contention. I didn't realize that it had only been a few months since Red Tassel, the general of the camp, had returned. Red Tassel, the Queen says attack. The beetle camps are gone, and even 2 of the locusts' camps have been broken. So what am I attacking? Red Tassel organized the wording for a while before slowly expressing. This, beetle's camp has already been annihilated. No, I should say completely annihilated. The Queen on the straw mat sat up violently. It was only then that Red Raider realized that there was a huge scar on the Queen's belly. What did you say? It clearly doesn't believe it. There was almost no difference between the strength of the camps on the border and that of the great camps, or else the border wouldn't have remained unchanged for so many years. Moreover, beetle as a high defense species belongs to the existence of restraining mantis high offense. If one wanted to break through the beetle camp, it would only be possible unless one absolutely crushed it in numbers and paid a huge price. The Red Tasseled battalion's strength was just that, and the Queen didn't think it had the ability to wipe out the beetle battalion. That's why it's so puzzling to ask again. The Red Raider was chipper. I said that the beetle battalion has been wiped out. Other than a few low-grade escapes, it has been dead or wounded. This time its transmissions were expressed very clearly. This, Red Riding had no reason to lie to himself, and it's the sort of thing that can be cleared up just by sending a praying mantis to fly back and forth. The Queen resumed her seat and tried to calm herself. Then tell me how you broke the beetle camp. Red Raider, it's easy. A praying mantis did the trick. Chapter 66, that's him? The Queen then froze. All it takes is a praying mantis? If it were really that easy, there would be no such thing as 9 clans fighting each other now. That's not a funny joke you're making. What a joke. I don't believe it. Red Tassel was serious. The great events of the Mantis clan are no joke. The Queen rose again. Spreading her wings and swinging lightly had come to the Red Tassel. In your camp, the strongest should be you, the camp general. Although your strength is not bad, you are not considered the strongest amongst the 7 battalions of my mantis. Not to mention you alone. Even if you were given another battalion, it's unlikely that you would be able to exterminate a beetle battalion. It's the truth. The Red Raider knows it too. The point is that it's got a strong, sick mantis out of its big camp. The beetle's impenetrable shell was no different from a weed in front of Lu Qing. Before, my large camp was indeed my strongest. But not anymore. Red Tassel continued to explain. My large camp has a new, 8th rank. Very strong 8th grade. Ridiculously strong. It's him who directly killed all the beetles above the 6th grade in the beetle camp. The more the queen listened, the more she was amazed. A very strong 8th grade? A single mantis taking on an entire beetle camp? And win? That's never going to happen. This was definitely something that even a 9th grade mantis couldn't do. The number of beetles in a large camp alone was more than any one mantis could handle. Unless it's evolved into a higher form. The legendary existence of a higher order form would be even more unlikely. But Red Raider didn't look like he was joking either. Are you sure? Of course. The heads of the 2 8th grade beetles are drying out, and a mantis will follow to deliver them to the capital. By the way, it's actually not only the beetles' camp, but also the flying locusts' camp, which was also exterminated. Red Tassel drops another bombshell. This. The queen slowed down for a moment. I remember that on your side of the border, the flying locusts have 2 large camps, right? Yes, that's 2. They've all been exterminated. And the heads of the 6 8th grade flying locusts will soon be sent to the capital city. That mantis too? Yes. The queen sucked in a breath of cold air. The enemies on the border have all been destroyed? A praying mantis? What's with the bull asterisk? The more it thought about it, the more unlikely it became. No matter how strong the 8th product was, it couldn't be this outrageous. But the Red Raider's words were true. Just then, the inner guards reported. Your Majesty, the Red Tassel Battalion has delivered the spoils of war. On the sidelines, Red Riding Hood was instantly amused. I didn't expect this group of 6th grade commanders to fly so vigorously that they were actually only a moment slower than us. It made it sound so simple that the group of 6th grade commanders delivering the loot almost didn't die of exhaustion. It was really a starry night and day to catch up with the Red Tassel and Lu Qing's journey. The loot was delivered. The queen froze at first, then ordered, "Come on, bring it up." The inner guards dragged up 6 flying locust heads and beetle heads. It was easy to tell from the blockiness of these heads that these were indeed 8 pints. After the queen carefully examined it, her eyes looked at Red Tassel in surprise. Is it telling the truth? Did a praying mantis really do this seemingly impossible thing all by itself? After a moment, the queen inquired violently, "Where is he?" "Wait outside. Quick, let him in. By the way, how is he called?" "Lu Qing." Lu Qing's eyes were glowing. "You're saying there's a 9th grade energy core in the queen's treasury?" "Yeah, that's a symbol of our mantis clan's splendor. In a few years, I reckon that our mantis clan will be able to have 2 9th grade energy cores." "Oh, what does that say?" The inner guard immediately responded. Great ancestor is already pale and old. He can't hold out for more than a few years. When great ancestor hiccups, won't our mantis clan have 2 of them? The mantis clan was one that did not have an obvious concept of inferiority or superiority. And the awe of the strong was also an internal respect. And the words were still spoken how they should be spoken. One's own 8th grade. Absorbing a 9th grade energy core would be crossing the line. What's the deal with not giving 4 figures for experience? It's really fun to think about. Just as Lu Qing was pondering on how to get his hands on the 9th grade energy core, he heard the voice transmission from Red Tassel. "Lu Qing, the queen has an invitation." Lu Qing immediately greeted this team of inner guards, then walked into the queen's hall. From the perspective of a praying mantis, the queen looked pretty good, especially with those pink wings, which were kind of cute and sexy combined. However, Lu Qing, a foreigner, didn't have the appreciation that a praying mantis should have, even more or less faceblind. The most I can remember about the queen is that the wings are quite nice. He was watching the queen and the queen was watching him. The first moment it came in, it saw the 2 exaggerated blade feet. For mantis, the blade foot is a weapon and a symbol of strength. And those red eyes. At this look, the queen felt that the other party was gifted. Lu Qing? Yes. Lu Qing rubbed his knife feet. Doesn't he need to salute? The queen froze. What a disciplined mantis. The queen had a very favorable impression of Lu Qing. Of all the outsiders, this was the first to take the initiative to ask about etiquette. No need. We Mantis clan only salute when we face a powerful person in advanced form. There was a slight pause of a few breaths after the queen finished speaking before she nodded at the trophies with the foot of her blade. "I just listened to the Red Tassel say that all of these were killed by you alone?" After asking, it stared tightly at Lu Qing. "Neither." Lu Qing glanced at Red Tassel. "When exterminating the flying locusts, Red Tassel wanted to help me hold back one. Although it was not useful, there is also that little bit of credit. Mantis doesn't blush. Or the Red Tassel must be blushing like a big apple right now. It's really him doing it alone." The queen couldn't sit still any longer. It stood up and circled around Lu Qing. This body type was indeed an 8th grade without a doubt. But how can Lu Qing be so great? Destroyed 3 large battalions by himself. Not to mention 1 8th grade mantis. It was impossible to do so with even 5. Yet everything was telling it that the gifted mantis in front of it had really done it. It's incredible. I've already heard from Red Ruffian that you're an outsider with your gift turned on. We mantis have always treated everyone equally, so you can develop within the Bugsong grassland without fear. Lu Qing was certainly at ease. I can open another big camp for you if you want. Opened a big camp as a general? Lu Qing flatly refused. No, I'm free-spirited and wouldn't be general material. So if the queen is willing, she can set me up on some risky missions. I like taking risks. By the way, I heard that the queen has an inner vault. It's best to have some inner vault rewards or something when arranging missions. The turn caught the queen off guard and her large crotch nearly spun off. Chapter 67. I like this kind of old and crippled. And, of course, the queen didn't take it to heart at all. The queen of the hall naturally has a full inner reservoir. It said unconcernedly, yes, our mantis clan has always been tolerant. And what kind of position you want can be arranged. As for rewards, as long as you have made merits, you can take your pick. Hey, Red Tassel, are you having some kind of neck problem? Why are you shaking around? Red Tassel, I am reminding you of this. My dear queen. Lu Qing's stomach looked flat, but it was a real bottomless pit. My big camp warehouse are. Lu Qing was standing right in front of it, so it naturally didn't dare to say anything else. That is tired from all the day-to-day work lately. The queen nodded her head. General Red Tassel is really hard-working. Lu Qing, on the other hand, said, Oh Red Tassel, are you done with what you reported? The queen should have arranged a new mission for you in the Great Battalion as well, right? Arranged. Get busy if you've arranged it. Give me and the queen some space. Red Riding was filled with helplessness. Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans? Got it. This side of the matter had been completed. The reward and whatnot would be sent by a special team, and there was indeed no need for it to continue to stay. Then, Queen, I will take my leave. The queen had not yet anticipated the seriousness of the situation. When he heard that Red Riding was leaving, he swung his sword foot easily. Yes, it's good to reorganize the camp and head to the West Riverbank to join forces with Ranchi's camp to pressure the Fighting Saint Beetle at an early date. Red Ruffian gave the queen a deep look. The queen is well. I'm well? I'm a little uncomfortable being so polite all of a sudden. Hong Ying looked towards Lu Qing and was still organizing his words when Lu Qing took the lead in transmitting his voice. Red Tassel, we are also considered to be acquaintances of a friend. In the future, if you have any difficult things, just come to me. I can be a friend of Two Wings. Insert knife foot. Of course, don't forget me when there are good things, such as resources and so on. The Red Tassel. Good one for friends Two Wings and knife foot. I'd believe it if my big camp warehouse wasn't so empty of high quality. The red tasseled mouthpiece clamped tight. Definitely. After saying that, he turned and left. It's gone. Lu Qing started talking about business again. Just tell me, Queen, what's the most dangerous place to be? I can't wait to build my career. So urgent? In fact, you can take a look around the capital and see the prosperity of my mantis capital. There's gross looking. What kind of scene have I not seen before that I would go to see your capital city specifically? Prosperity means comfort, and I'm not comfortable with a little. Let's talk about the mission. It's a character. I like it. Good. The queen got up and said, the most dangerous places for my mantis clan is in the Nine Realms Holy Land. The Nine Regions Holy Land, the most central place for the entire Bugsong grassland. The territories of the 9 insect races are all extensions of the 9 regions sacred ground as the center. The 9 regions sacred land is very important. The boundaries can be shrunk, but the sacred lands can't lose an inch. Within it are all the top powerhouses of the various bug races playing. Lu Qing interjected, full of anticipation. How strong is it? Is there a 9th grade? How could the experience of crossing the level be 4 digits? With his current strength he could completely cross the level to kill. Of course he wanted to encounter the 9th product. The queen, however, shook her head. 9 products are not unheard of. But, the old are old and the disabled are disabled. Lu Qing's spirit lifted. Well, that's the kind of old and crippled I like. Good kill. Experience is still high. What a holy place. This is the love land of my dreams. Just as Lu Qing was about to ask a follow-up question, a voice suddenly interrupted. What is it you have summoned me for, Queen? Turning his head to look, a 4-head tentacled 3-meter-long praying mantis walked in slowly. This praying mantis had already exceeded 5 meters in length, and looked stiff in its stride, coupled with the long tentacles. It was clearly a dying praying mantis. This would be the great ancestor. Currently the mantis clan's only 9th grade. Sure enough, the queen rose again. Great ancestor. Aha! This old praying mantis was very pretentious. Even when facing the queen, it was all just a triangular head nod, then still lifting its head to look at the 45-degree roof, with a look of loneliness of an expert. This is an outsider? It's not bad to have 8th grade strength. It noticed Lu Qing and raised its head condescendingly and continued. Our mantis clan doesn't look at strength, but contribution, and only those who contribute can be reused. So pretentious. After coming to the other world for so long, It was the first time I had seen such a capable mantis, or a 9th grade old mantis. Lu Qing also followed the other party's example of sticking out his neck and lifting his head. Lao dang. What do you have to contribute? It's that straightforward. He saw his opponent's tentacles shake violently a few times. You little fellow, how dare you be so rude? Is it because you want to try to see if my sword foot is sharp? Dazu raised his old, white-spotted blade foot and popped it out with not only a slow motion, but also a clicking sound. That's a familiar word. Lu Qing didn't hesitate. The 5-meter-long greatsword brushed and unfolded, landing directly on Lao Dang's neck. My sword and feet have not been unfavorable. The great ancestor's body trembled, as if he hadn't expected Lu Qing to move his sword when he said so. It can't live for 2 years. How dare it really make a move? Just now it was relying on its strength of the 9th grade to scare and knock this outsider. Which thought? This is a ruthless roach. A word of knife and foot to his neck. Not to mention being old now. Even when it was in its prime, it wouldn't dare to let out a single fart in the face of such an exaggeratedly huge blade foot. The heart gave in, but the head and neck remained very condescendingly as they had been just now, with an air of never giving in. Old Deng's bones are still tough. Okay, I'll fulfill you. The blade was about to slash down with a swing of the foot. There's a big difference between dying of old age and being hacked to death. Frightened, the great ancestor transmitted his voice in a high-pitched voice. Stop it. I'm not hard-boned. I've got old rositis in my upper body and I can't move. Queen, say something. You're not really going to watch me get hacked to death by him, are you? The queen on the sidelines almost laughed out loud. Old mantis, who always liked to pretend, had his day. With Lu Qing's almost perverted strength, if he really chopped, there would be no chance for you to beg for mercy. The queen also knows she can't eat and watch anymore. It immediately transmitted its voice. What the great ancestor said is true. The praying mantis will suffer from this disease after it grows old, and the upper half of its body is unable to move drastically. It is not intentionally pretending to be high and proud and vowing to die. Lu Qing nodded, his blade foot slowly retracting. Oh, so that's how it is. Before the old den could breathe a sigh of relief at the sound of the words, the knife and foot were once again on its neck, but it just faked it, and I'm sick of other praying mantises faking it. The queen froze and held back her laughter without passing on her voice. Dazu wimped out again and again. Don't move the knife. Don't move the knife. No more pretending. No more pretending. Only then did Lu Qing put his blade foot away. That's right. If you're peaceful, I'll respect the old and love the young. If you're disrespectful to the old, then I'll have to dig up your energy core. Chapter 68, The Great Harvest, the Queen's Inner Treasury. You're thinking of my energy core. The great ancestor made a belly laugh, but didn't dare to show it. When the queen saw that Lao Dang was honest, she then introduced, the great ancestor sits in the 9 regions Holy Land, and it generally handles matters in the Holy Land. This is Lu Qing, 8th grade, but very strong, far beyond the same grade. Dazu stood up his neck. Strong or not strong isn't looking for presents from the old mantis. Seemingly realizing Lu Qing's not-so-friendly gaze, it changed its words in a panic. He, the ones over there are supposed to be the 8th grade beetle heads and flying locust heads. That's what Lu Qing hunted alone. Oh, the great ancestor couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Qing once again. The flying locusts were relatively easy to deal with, but the beetles were the extremes of offense and defense for the mantis, and it had a hard time dealing with 8th grade beetles in its heyday. But this little guy in front of him with the strength of the 8th rank was so powerful. This looks very strong indeed. The queen summoned me here. It can't be that she wants to place Lu Qing in the 9 realms Holy Land, can it? The queen nodded. Exactly. The competition for the 9 regions is becoming more and more intense, and the replenishment of our elite warriors is gradually failing to keep up with the pace. If this continues, I'm afraid that we'll be squeezed out one day. Now that we have a strong mantis like Lu Qing, it's just the right time to ease the pressure. The Holy Land is the fundamental place of the insect race on the Wormsong steppe. If after being squeezed out of the Holy Land, then the mantis would be left without the replenishment of the Holy Land's unique resources, and would gradually fall into disrepair. The great ancestor was sitting in the Holy Land and naturally knew that the mantis clan was at a disadvantage in the fight. It's okay for this old 9th product to pretend to be a deterrent, but if it really wants to make a move, even the 8th product won't dare to say that it can deal with it. The wounds on the queen's body were those inflicted by the golden-armored heavenly cow a few months ago. Good. Then Lu Qing will come with me to the Holy Land. That's when Lu Qing interjected. Go wherever you want. I'm the sword of our mantis clan. I'll cut wherever I'm told. But even meatworms need to be fed to be worthwhile. And I, Lu Mao, who is 4 meters 5, can't go into battle with an empty stomach, can I? Makes sense. The queen is no slouch either. 8th grade flying locust leg meat, or it's insect meat we have. This will take you there, so that you can eat and drink openly. Lu Qing, you think I'm really hungry? I'm not naturally interested in meat. I usually eat energy cores. Don't worry, the amount I eat is very small, he said and slightly stuck a centimeter with the foot of his knife to show how little he had eaten. The queen didn't take it to heart either. Isn't it just an energy core? There is. It's too good to be true. Yes, with your merits, you should be given a reward. How about this? I'll reward you with an 8th grade energy core, plus 5 7th grade ones. How about that? Not good. That doesn't add up to 4 figures of experience value. I'm going to work for you, Mantis, and you're going to fool me with this? Lu Qing immediately shook his saber feet. Too much. It's simply too much to eat. Queen, you are too atmospheric. The reward is so generous. It really makes me terrified. Actually, Mr. Lu has a very small appetite. It would be a complete waste for you to give so much. It would be better for me to go into the inner vault and just eat whatever I want. Where did the queen know that Lu Qing was nicknamed Bottomless Pit? It is growing to appreciate each other. Look at it. Don't even want to give a reward. Just ask to go to the inner library and eat whatever you want. How big an appetite can a mantis have? For an 8th grade mantis, absorbing 1 5th grade energy core in a day would be considered impressive. It's so not greedy. There are too few mantises of such high character. Since you're insistent, then fine. You can go to the inner vault and eat whatever you want. You'll be fine for 3 to 5 days. And you can even bring an 8th grade energy core with you when you come out. Lu Qing was humble. There's no need to bring it. It's enough for the queen to feed me. Seeing how noble Lu Qing was, the queen couldn't say anything else. Whatever you want, but that 9th grade energy core, you'd better not move it. It's not that I'm being petty, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to absorb the energy of the 9th grade. The 8th grade, but touching the 9th grade's energy core will be very dangerous. Lu Qing Xin said, that is dangerous for you. For me, absorb as usual. The thought was in my mind, but the expression was, the queen is so concerned about me. It really terrifies me again. Don't worry. I will never put myself in danger. Didn't lie and didn't say I wouldn't eat 9 pints. Perfect. The queen, however, thought that Lu Qing had promised that he wouldn't touch the 9th grade energy core. Good. Then let Great Ancestor take you there. It's not easy to move around with the injuries on my body. The Great Ancestor gladly accepted the order. When Lu Qing went out, the queen also explained to the Great Ancestor, this Lu Qing has a noble character. He definitely won't bring out the 8 pins. When the time comes, you take out 2 from the inner treasury and give them to him. 2 8s. The Great Ancestor secretly exclaimed that the queen was a big shot. Lu Qing, ah. In fact, you don't need to be formal. What a great opportunity for reward. Ah. A little bit greedy. That's understandable. The Great Ancestor walked to the side, raising his head in a manner of teaching his juniors. Lu Qing listened in. The Great Ancestor said yes. Then I will be a little greedy? After saying that, he once again stuck the knife foot for so many centimeters. Just a little bit. The Great Ancestor nodded lightly. His posture was still so arrogant. That's right. The 9 regions Holy Land is full of dangers. We are going to sell our lives. It's only normal to be greedy. Aha. Lu Qing nodded like garlic. Listen to you, Great Ancestor. Here, up ahead. Dazu slowed his pace. Once inside, let loose and eat. Eat as much as you can. The queen won't be stingy. Ahaha. Lu Qing once again nodded repeatedly. Listen to you, Great Ancestor. As the inner vault is guarded by a team of mantis. This group of mantises was roughly 3 meters in size, and their strength should be around the 6th rank. Great Ancestor. As a living sign of the Mantis clan, who could not recognize it, the group of guards said hello. The Great Ancestor dodged out of the way to allow Lu Qing to pass, then said to the guards, this is a meritorious member of our Mantis clan, and the queen has rewarded him with a single entry into the inner vault. What the living sign says works naturally well. They dodged out of the way, allowing Lu Qing to enter. Lu Qing didn't bring any politeness and directly pushed that grass door open. Just as he was about to enter, the Great Ancestor added another sentence. The queen says you can have it for 3 or 5 days, but it's still tight over there in the Holy Land, so you'll have to scale back a little. One day? The doors are all for you to eat. No, I'll be quick. I'll be out by sundown. It's only 2 hours till sundown. The Great Ancestor shouted. Preach. Lu Qing went in and brought the door with him. The inner library is very large. There is also a huge variety of goodies of all kinds. Various specimens of bugs and alien beasts after drying. Almost every race Lu Qing had ever seen was here. And some sun-dried flowers and herbs. These flowers and plants are supposed to have some medicinal properties. Some of the strange stones were equally new. However, Lu Qing wasn't interested in that. The only things he was targeting were those energy cores. Chapter 69 Experience Source. I'm just too kind. The energy cores of the inner reservoir are also divided into piles. There are no low grades here. The minimum is 5 to start. The energy cores of the 5th grade were very abundant, taking up almost a third of the entire huge warehouse, and it was guessed that there could be 5 figures, or maybe even up to 6 figures. If he had entered this place at the 5th rank, it was estimated that Lu Qing would be able to live and die of beauty. Worthy of a queen, this resource base is really full. There are also a lot of 6 pints. At least 10,000 pieces. 10,000 pieces. All swiped, that's 20,000 experience. There are nearly 100 of the 7th grade, with 40 to 50 experience apiece. The 100 pieces are also of 4 or 5,000. 8 pints. 5 of 8 pints. At about 500 points apiece. That's over 2,000. 9 pins. Like those inner guards said, there's only one of the 9th grade. As for how much experience it will provide, that too will have to be known after brushing it. Get to work. Lu Qing, who had no psychological pressure, was the first to run to that 9th grade energy core. After dropping the mouthpiece, the system absorbed the energy and the beat sounded in sync. Gained flesh and blood value plus 1,500. The more you go over the 1st grade, the more you get 1,500. Needles don't poke. Unfortunately, there's only one. Next up was the 8th grade energy core. 5 swipes down and another 2,000 plus experience. Lu Qing turned on the furious brushing mode. The great ancestor did not leave. If Lu Qing was going to eat for a day, it was gone. But just now Lu Qing promised to only need until sunset. That's a little time it can still afford to wait. Dazu made a point of listening. It's quiet. Lu Qing didn't make any noise. This kid has a really good heart. It's worth cultivating. After muttering to itself, it found a place with grass clumps and sat down in a crouch, waiting quietly. An energy core was thrown into the mouthpiece, and the energy it contained was instantly absorbed by the system. Lu Qing moved quickly, and the small mountain of 6th grade energy cores was gradually decreasing. Gain plus 2 to flesh and blood. Gain plus 1,7 flesh and blood value. Finally, after more than 2 hours of struggle, the hill had been dried out. After the blade and foot touched the air, Lu Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. The mechanical and continuous movement made him feel tired. It's a good thing he's drying out the queen's inner vault now. Bottom of the sky. Tired, yes, but rewarding. It is impossible to see exactly how much because the experience slots were full a long time ago. It was estimated that he had swiped out around 30,000 experience points for himself with this one. Combined with the last swipe, a conservative estimate was that he already had over 40,000 experience stored. As for how much experience was needed to ascend to the advanced form after the 9th product, Lu Qing guessed that it was 30 to 50,000, but it was only a guess. What if the experience needed is more than 50,000? It wasn't enough to brush off the entirety of the buggy grassland by himself, so Lu Qing set a small goal for himself. Start by swiping 10,100,000 is definitely enough. Now that the queen's inner vault had been swiped by herself, the moody Lu Qing swayed and lazily pushed the grass door open, dashing out. The great ancestor needed to move around a bit every now and then, otherwise the giant pains all over his body would be unbearable, and there was no way the old mantis could get sick without moving around a lot. Just as it was walking, the grass door was pushed open and Lu Qing walked out in style. The great ancestor became more and more appreciative inwardly. It's true to his word, saying that the sun will come out when the sun will come out. These days, there were too few mantises with integrity like Lu Qing. Not bad. After Lu Qing brushed it off, he began to speak the truth in a low-key manner. Don't flatter me. I'm actually just that. Vulgar. Humble. Dazu shook his cackling upper body. When I was young, I was a mantis of integrity and humility. Soon, it realized that Lu Qing had come out with an empty blade and foot. This one was much more appreciated. In the face of such a tempting energy core, Lu Qing actually came out with an empty blade and foot. Noble. Too noble. What an exemplary mantis. He can't be shortchanged. Lu Qing, the queen's bounty. Do not want it is not for nothing. You have to be open. Letting go? I've let myself go. How can we let go of the inner treasury if all the 6th grade and above have been swiped away? Is it possible to get rid of the useless 5th grade as well? Dazu, however, shook his stiff triangular head. It's not enough. It's not enough. Hey, you're just too kind. Isn't that enough to turn the queen's inner coffers upside down and leave her completely empty? Lu Qing expressed his strong approval. One is just too nice. After all, nothing else has moved. The great ancestor continued to exhort. Go on, take out another 8th grade energy core. Don't worry about the rest. Our mantis queen is very generous. The queen's atmosphere is just fine. However, it was all brushed off, so naturally there was no point in getting it. After all, one is kind. No need to take it. I'm perfectly content now. Instead, the great ancestor shook his triangular head. Take one. You can't be shortchanged. Lu Qing, there's really no need. It's okay to treat me poorly. Seeing that he really didn't want to go get one, Dazu decided to get one for him himself. Wait for me. I'll go get it for you. Hey, you're just too shy. Yeah, I'm shy. It's really not necessary. However, Daizu had already taken a step inside. I originally wanted to take an 8th product for Lu Qing, but I was dumbfounded when I went in. There is a lot of stuff in the inner library. The energy core is only part of it. Some of these things have to be worth no less than an energy core. Yet there was not a single energy core of the 6th grade and above left. The great ancestor even suspected that he was getting old. It walked up. 6 pints. No more. 7 pints. No more. 8 pints. Or nothing. Clean and dry. The great ancestor suddenly thought of the 9th grade energy core. It panicked and turned to look over. The place where the 9th grade energy cores were previously stored was similarly empty. 9 pints. No more? What's the situation? Why is the 9-pin one gone? The energy contained in the energy core could only be absorbed by the same grade, which meant that this 9th grade energy core of the entire clan should only have the qualifications and strength to be able to absorb it. Once a low grade is absorbed, there is a risk of a direct explosion. But it's gone. Dazu ran outside. It looked deeply at Lu Qing before calling the inner guard over to inquire. The inner guard stated that the queen's inner reservoir energy core was full and the 9 pins were always there. You go in and look around. The inner guards walked in. The result was soon to be a total giggle. What's going on? Obviously the energy core is very full. The 8th and 9th grades are all there. How is it now? Listening to the panicked voice of the inner guards, the great ancestor once again looked at Lu Qing. Obviously, all of this must have been caused by Lu Qing. As for how it was done, why even the energy core of the 9th grade disappeared? Mantis can't hide anything on its body. Could it be that he absorbed it all? Chapter 70, Mantis Queen, I'm being played and I have to be happy about it? All absorbed? Dazu felt very ridiculous for having popped up with this idea. No mantis can absorb high-grade energy cores. No one can. But then the question comes back. Where did the 9th grade energy core go? And where did all those 8, 7, and 6 pints go? Dazu decided to ask first. That. Lu Qing, did you see the energy core when you went in? Lu Qing was dry. See, I ate it all. The great ancestor was stunned at his words. Eat it all? Low quality can't absorb high quality. Common sense is this. That's you guys. I can absorb it. Higher is fine. Why else do you think my blade foot grew so big? The great ancestor was instantly speechless. Yes, he must have eaten it all. The point is that with all those energy cores, why is nothing happening to him? Is it really a gift? Out of nowhere, the great ancestor remembered his previous conversation with Lu Qing. One was foolish enough to persuade the other to take more. No wonder the other party was unmoved. It's all eaten up. So is there any point in moving? Also, he said something about only eating and not taking, not wanting to be rewarded. And the queen still felt the other man was of noble character. Noble eye. It's a clear sign that we've all been duped. Great ancestor, why don't you say anything? It came back to me. How could I be in the mood to talk? I'm in a difficult mood. Lu Qing, however, looked out. It's not like you're the one who ate it. Why are you so uncomfortable? It turned to thought. Yeah, this is the inner vault. It's the queen's inner vault. It's not mine. What's hard for me? Dazu was instantly in a better mood. Ha ha ha, that's right. I'm not hard. If I'm going to be hard, it should be the queen who's going to be hard. I'm going to report back. Do you want to go with me? Lu Qing refused. No go. No go. The queen is really having a hard time. At that time, he refused to be rewarded and just had to go to the inner treasury to eat a little, and thought that the other party was a simple and noble character. Unexpectedly, it's not purely being played. It was only slightly distressed when the other energy cores were eaten. That 9th pin was the only 9th pin in the Mantis clan at the moment. That's something you can only enjoy after being promoted to a 9th grade queen. But it turned out to be. The great ancestor was unruffled and calm. Don't be angry. Queen, I rather think this is a good thing. Holy you, that's not upsetting? Is this still a good thing? The energy cores of my ancestral milk were eaten. Even though Lu Qing has eaten the treasury, he'll also contribute to our Mantis clan, especially since he's strong. He might be able to change the pattern of the 9 realms sacred land. If it can change the pattern of the 9 regions holy lands, then your treasury is worth its weight in gold. After all, holy lands represent resources. Good persuasion. It wasn't yours anyway. The queen wasn't really angry. After all, she had promised all this herself. But it's a real heartbreaker. After a long time, the queen finally held her tongue. Go, hurry to the holy land, don't delay a breath. Watching the great ancestor leave, the queen slipped and almost fell. This blow also tore the wound in its abdomen, causing it to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. The energy core of my ancestral milk is gone. Then it died. The Holy Land wasn't far from the capital city. It could even be described as very close. With Lu Qing's speed he could arrive in an hour. Only the great ancestor was really old and froze, doubling the time required for the journey. During this time, Lu Qing also inquired about some things about the Holy Land. It was rumored that the core of the Nine Realms Holy Land hid a great secret. Once the secret was cracked, endless resources could be obtained, allowing the clan to dominate the grasslands. Dazu spoke in a colorful manner, interspersing the heroic deeds of his youth from time to time, but Lu Qing listened to it with little interest. What endless resources? What domination of the grasslands? It's all the same old story. Can you believe the story? He didn't believe it anyway. That's it up ahead. Lu Qing looked over. The so-called sacred land of the 9 regions is a huge mountain of messy rocks? It turns out that the core of the Wormwood Meadow is a mess of rocks. Don't you look at this place as mediocre? But there are very many resources in it. Resources. Lu Qing was instantly energized. What resources? Exotic flowers and trees. Lu Qing was instantly speechless. Mantis is a meat eater. Okay? There are also a lot of meatworms that don't have a fence. These meatworms feed on exotic flowers and plants all year round, containing majestic energy that can be more easily absorbed by our insect race. A heavenly gift of good food. Meatworms. This one's familiar. Lu Qing couldn't help but remember the happy days of stealing ants and raising meatworms with De Zhuang before. What is the strength of a meatworm? Lu Qing was concerned about this. 5th grade. Some of the bigger ones can be the equivalent of a 6th product, but they don't have much offensive power, and they're in such large quantities that you can just let them eat you. Fleshworms can't grow energy cores, so if you want to brush up on the 6th grade, you'll have to take it in bite-sized chunks. You can imagine, whimpering and eating for half a day, only to be prompted with only 1.5 experience points. Faced with a gap of tens of thousands, it would still have to eat and collapse? Meatworms are good, but not for you. So Lu Qing asked what he wanted to know the most. Is the 9 realms sacred ground where all the 9 insect race elites of the insect grassland are? Yes, this is the key place to fight for. Of course the elites are all inside. And these strange rocks will change a little bit daily. The path is also changing. If you are unlucky you may have a large piece of mountain and rock moving, and then turn the corner to meet other bugs, and there is a fight between you and me. Lu Qing inquired very bluntly. Then do the other bug races also have old and crippled 9 products like you? Forgive me for being so bluntly honest. Both of the great ancestors' tentacles were cocked. What is old and disabled? Think back to the year. My 2 knives foot from the east to kill to the south. From the west to cut to the north. Do not blink an eye. Kill the other insects, see me to run. Lu Qing saw that it was about to blow its power again, so he directly interrupted. Our mantis would have never blinked. Dazu froze for a moment and jutted his neck even more vigorously. Am I talking about the eyes? Aura. It's aura. The aura of the 2 great swords in all their majesty. Lu Qing inadvertently flashed his 5-meter sword. That one of yours? Is it really big? Dazu was instantly honest. Bigger or not also depends on who you compare it to. And you. There are also 9 pins. And only 3 races have a 9 pins in their current year. It's good to have. The great ancestor continued. Alright, here it is. We need to drop down and enter through the gap between the rocks and mountains, or else we might get swept away by the cyclone above. In the air above the mess was a tornado. It was not a tornado in the conventional sense, but rather one that was formed due to a special terrain that was perennial, and would be swept up in any creature that intended to fly over it. After landing outside the mountain rocks, the great ancestor lightly entered through the cave. There are not many changes in the periphery. It's usually the rocks and mountains in the core area that move. So today I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the terrain. Once inside, a bright light penetrated down the top seam, and the passage was repaired and level. Chapter 71, The Sacred Land of the 9 Regions. The bifurcation is really a bit much, rather like an anthill. The periphery is intricate, but familiarize yourself with it a few times and you'll remember it. Think back to when I first came to. Seeing that the great ancestor was about to brag about his past again, Lu Qing's vice foot hooked a stone to slam it onto the other party's brain, directly physically interrupting it. Sure enough, the great ancestor's bladed foot clutched his triangular head and his mouthpiece opened and closed in pain. Hiss, must have been the tornado that rolled down the rocks. Lu Qing, yes, be careful. The great ancestor continued on. I didn't expect you to care about an old man like me. It should. As he spoke, he had already stepped out of the passageway and his eyes opened up. At the end of the passage was actually a huge space. All kinds of exotic flowers, plants and trees grew in this space. Some bugs with little offensive power but fat size crawled among them. A group of praying mantises, meanwhile, were sitting on a rock and were watching over it. This is one of our mantis clan's resource lands. This small area alone allows our mantis clan to produce 3 digits of 6th grade every year. One that suggests there are many more places like this one. Those caretaker members, after seeing the great ancestor, greeted each other. As the mantis clan's only 9th grade old man, there was still something to be said for platitudes. The great ancestor responded with a few stiff necks. Resource lands are the most important existence of the 9 regions Holy Land, and the amount of resource lands will affect the development of our bug race's strength. It introduced itself as it passed through the space. Continue on after choosing a passage. I saw a dozen or so similar spaces along the way before I reached the base camp. The mantis clan's base camp was very wide, similar to a huge cavern, except that there were slits in the top that allowed light to shine through. The several passages in front of us all lead to the core area. The stone walls of the core area will change, and every time they change there will be unknown dangers, so you need to be very careful when entering the core area, and you can usually only go in one day out of 8, and this is where our elites come together. The great ancestor opened his blade and feet, looking like he was letting Lu Qing see the world. Lu Qing had indeed seen the world. There are probably thousands of these praying mantises that stay in their holes. A fifth of the thousands are disabled mantises with missing blades and legs. Looking at the strength again, the lowest is a 5th grade mantis, which is also the main force. 6th and 7th grades in descending order. The least is the 8th grade, with only 7. Lu Qing lost interest after a few glances. Let's not get all useless. Let's just talk about how to start a war with the other bug races. The great ancestor still maintained his double blades in an open position, and after hearing Lu Qing's impatient transmission, he withdrew his rigid blade feet. No. Aren't you familiar with the terrain? It's easy to break into other bug territory. Lu Qing responded without hesitation. Can't you familiarize yourself while killing? Saves time. Killing while getting acquainted? What a setup this is. It's a long time coming. The average praying mantis? It's high and low enough to give it some credit. But Lu Qing is not ordinary. It has experienced it personally. The great ancestor froze for a while before saying, "Alright, do as you say." Turning to one of the group of mantises, that, White Ash, come here. White Gray, a general of the 8th grade strength. Among the 7 generals, strength belongs to the top of the existence, especially those 2 blade feet. Gray and white. The power between swings was a shade stronger than any of the other 8 products. If anyone in the Mantis clan had so much as a remote chance of advancing to the 9th rank, it was it besides the queen, and because of this, White Ash is rather arrogant. That is to say, the one who called it was Dazu, and with any other mantis, White Ash would be considered a loser for looking at it. With a flick of its wings, it had flown over. Great ancestor, what is the matter with calling me? When the voice was transmitted, that neck head was just like the great ancestor. The difference was that the great ancestor was sick, but it was truly proud. This is just Lu Qing, the newest outsider. Before it could finish articulating its words, it was interrupted by White Ash. I don't want to lead the newest addition to the mantis to recognize the way. You'd better find another mantis. Great ancestor, recognize the way? Simply not. Dazu said unhurriedly. It's not just recognizing the way. Lu Qing really couldn't stand this old dang zinc, and directly and straightforwardly transmitted his voice to White Ash. Recognize what road? Directly kill the beetle's lair. Instantly, the entire cavern went silent. Almost all of Mantis' eyes turned. No, who is this? You're coming up here to kill a beetle nest? What a grudge. White Ash was all a bit reactive. It thought the great ancestor had told it to take the new mantis to recognize the way. I didn't realize this new mantis was going straight for the beetle lair. Crazy. The beetle lair is guarded by the beetle king, and there was a conflict just a few months ago, and the queen was all but wounded by the beetle king. You popped up looking for beetle nests? You think you're better than me? White Ash. It looked Lu Qing up and down. Most conspicuous is the pair of saber feet. It thought that its saber foot was big enough, yet after seeing Lu Qing's saber foot it realized that its was simply the pocket version. But what's the point of having big blade feet? Mantis is all about combat skills. It grunted inwardly in disdain. Entering the beetle's lair would be to send death. You outsiders are afraid that you don't know how powerful and terrifying the beetles are. As strong as I am, White Ash. It's extremely difficult to break through the defense when facing the beetles. What are you? And you want me to accompany you to your death? White Ash's tone was extremely disdainful, while raising his head high to show off his arrogance. As soon as Dazu heard that, he knew he was in for a treat. During this day, it had gotten to know Lu Qing a little bit. It's okay to talk and communicate and go overboard, but one must not pretend to be a bully, or else it would upset Lu Qing. When he gets upset, the consequences will be dire. If you don't see, the last time Lu Qing's knife and foot landed on my neck, it almost cured my old mantis disease. White Ash was too arrogant and just owed it to Lu Qing to clean it up. As for the comparison of the two strengths, martyr, The lord of the 9th grade energy nucleus as a meatworm eater. Can his strength be poor? Dazu guessed very correctly. Lu Qing was indeed upset. The last mantis that played up in front of me now has clear eyes. As soon as he was offended, his blade foot instantly opened up and went straight for his opponent's head. White Ash was battle-hardened, and it had already thought to take precautions when Lu Qing made a move. But the genus did not expect that Lu Qing's speed was ridiculously fast. Before it tried to move, the other party's large sword foot had already slashed a residual shadow against its head. White Ash just felt a wind roll into his mouth. By the time it came back to its senses, Lu Qing's large sword foot had already been inserted into its feet. Barta. Half of the mouthpiece's large teeth fell to the floor. Here, repeat what you just said. Chapter 72. Congratulations, Great King, on your promotion to the 9th grade. White Ash was shocked and his eyes cleared. Lu Qing's speed was very fast, so fast that it didn't even have time to react before half of its big teeth were chopped off. It is important to realize that, as feeding mouthparts, large teeth are no less hard than a knife or foot. However, it was still chopped down in an instant, which meant that Lu Qing's blade foot sharpness, strength, speed, and so on had all reached a level far beyond the 8th grade. The gray stomach churned as he looked at the large knife foot that was close at hand. Just now, what did I say? It didn't mean to pretend, but it was so frightened by the shock that it forgot about it. The great ancestor on the sidelines, however, calmly gave a hint. Let me refresh your memory. As strong as I am, White Ash, it's extremely difficult to break through the defense when facing the beetles. What kind of thing are you that you want me to accompany you to your death? The natural advantage of the action tilting the head makes it mimic it beautifully. White Ash was gray inside. I did? Just now. Said it wrong. Lu Qing's saberfoot was pulled out of the ground. Wrong? Pick up the teeth. White Ash froze. Ha! I told you to pick up your teeth. It rushed to fish its big teeth out with its knife feet. Keep this for a heads up. This time it's a lost tooth. Next time it could be a lost head. White Ash nodded his head in a panic, no longer having the unruly look he had just had. Understood. Understood. Judging by the decisiveness of Lu Qing's sword just now, it had no doubt about the outcome next time. The great ancestor on the side laughed darkly. Acting condescending like this is a laugh. Those praying mantises not far away were also staring blankly at Lu Qing. How proud and powerful White Ash is. But then, one instantly becomes submissive. What on earth is this new mantis? After making the White Ash become honest, Lu Qing then asked again. Now I want you to take me around the beetle's lair. Do you have any more comments? White Ash shook his head first, then followed up with a transmission. We can't go. The Beetle King is very strong and has 8 beetle generals. If we really go, I'm afraid we won't be able to return. Why don't we change places and I'll familiarize you with. Change of venue? Looking for the beetle lair. That's all experience. Lu Qing certainly wouldn't change his mind. The foot of the blade slashed at the ground, and the rubble was then sliced in half. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm threatening you. Can you understand threats? White Gray are so blunt. What else don't I understand? When do threats get said so loudly? My condescending little tantrum. White Ash drooped. If you don't go, it is really afraid that Lu Qing will cut it. Go on. The beetles are so powerful. Isn't it just a death sentence? How do I choose? Lu Qing, however, didn't give it any time at all. His blade foot raised. It's fine. I'll change it. There are so many praying mantises here. You can tell by looking at any one of them. The so-called swap is. How can White Ash not understand? It immediately nodded. Go, can't I go? It was only then that Lu Qing put his blade and foot away. I told you earlier, I'm actually very nice to talk to. White Gray, if I hadn't lost half my big teeth, I'd believe it at the very least. The great ancestor on the side finished eating his melon, and then he happily transmitted his voice. Look, isn't this a good deal? Our mantis clan is still very harmonious and friendly. Too friendly. White Ash drooped his head, but in his mind, he cursed the great ancestor for being uncaring. The newcomer brought over is so fierce. You are not reminded at all, and still eat and watch the show. What's all this talk about friendship and harmony now? Lu Qing's heart to brush up his experience was still very urgent. Let's go. White Ash reluctantly led Lu Qing to the passageway, looking back at a certain female mantis 3 times a step as he went. As soon as they left, the swarm of praying mantises surrounded them. Great ancestor, what on earth is this new arrival? It looks so fierce. The great ancestor laughed and transmitted his voice. Outsiders, nothing special. All disperse. White Ash was the top of the mantis clan's combat power, and this was all broken by a single slash to the big teeth. And it was still nothing special? After casually dealing with a few words, Dazu then dispersed the mantises. It had been rushed all the way here by Lu Qing, and it had long been exhausted. After resting he found a place with soft grass to lie down and began to sleep. Congratulations, Great King. Congratulations, great king, for being promoted to the 9th rank. A group of beetles clustered around a large 7-meter block beetle. This is the Beetle King. The Beetle Lord was the strongest existence among the Beetle clan. It was he who personally defeated the Mantis Queen in a fight a few months ago and gained a large amount of resources. Under the nourishment of the resources, it allowed the Beetle King, who was already at the peak of the 8th grade, to have a breakthrough once again. Reaching the 9th grade, the Beetle King became the only king of the Beetle clan of the 9th grade. The entire beetle colony was in ecstasy. 9 pints. They beetles as a whole had always been very strong, but they were helpless without a 9th product to lead the way, and had not been able to do much in their fights with races that had 9th products. But not from today. They beetles also have a 9th grade. It could be said to have jumped to become one of the topmost forces in the 9 regions Holy Land. Ha ha ha, little ones. Today this king succeeded in the 9th grade. From now on we beetles will be able to dominate and truly compete for the ability to obtain superior resources. The other beetles cheered. The Beetle King looked at the little ones, and then he reached the pinnacle of his complacent insect life. 9 pins. Finally reached. From now on, I will lead the beetles to the top of our clan. The Mantis Queen? You got away with it last time, but if I ever meet you again, I'll be sure to taste if this queen of yours tastes different from a normal praying mantis. Eat meat for 3 days, then launch an attack on the mantis and make our beetle clan famous in the sanctuary. The beetles let out another cheer. Great king, great king, great king. The news that the Beetle Lord had reached the 9th rank spread wildly within the Beetle clan. Every beetle that heard this news all cheered. Just today, a squad working on intelligence captured the low-grade beetles. With little pressing, the lowly beetle made an impassioned statement. Kill me, when our great king is promoted to the 9th grade. Your Mantis clan will be buried with me. This is big news. After this squad killed the beetles, they rushed back to the lair to report the situation. Great ancestor, don't sleep. Something big has happened. The great ancestor has a big temper after he turns awake. What the hell are you screaming about? I'm not dead yet. Mantis are very straight. If you really die, we will laugh. My clan fill another 9th grade energy core. The great ancestor almost didn't get angry karma. Come on. What is it? This praying mantis hurriedly reported. We've gotten word that the Beetle King has been promoted to the 9th rank. Chapter 73. This is the first time I've encountered such a strange request. The great ancestor was instantly awake. What? How did you get the information? We caught a 5th grade beetle, and it revealed it itself. The Beetle Great King reaching the 9th rank was definitely a big deal for the Mantis clan. After all, they were right next to the Do Sheng Beetle clan no matter if they were within the clan realm or the Holy Land. Once the Beetle clan was the first to appear at the 9th grade, then it would definitely suppress and encroach on their Mantis clan. Originally, the beetles were naturally superior in race, and now that the Beetle King had been promoted to the 9th rank, it was even harder for them, the Mantis, to deal with it. The great ancestor snapped to mind Lu Qing and White Ash. They traveled to the very lair of the beetles. This can only say that the luck can be really backward. Not having a 9th grade and having a 9th grade are definitely two different things. Without the 9th product, with Lu Qing's strength, even if he was undefeated, he would have no problem escaping back. But the Beetle King had been promoted to the 9th rank, so as long as Lu Qing and the others were a little inattentive they might be accounted for. Lu Qing was a very powerful mantis, and the one it and the queen valued the most, so he must not die before he could leave. Quickly, go get Lu Qing and Grey White back. Hurry up. If they do enter the beetle lair, they'll be in danger. Led by the great ancestor, the 2 7th grade mantises went forward with it in search of it. After crossing this passage, there is a beetle-occupied resource site in front of us, where there is an 8th grade. White Ash turned his head to look while transmitting his voice. Ha! Where's Lu Qing? Isn't he following me? Just then, Lu Qing walked over from in front of it. I said, can you crawl faster? White Ash sharply put his blade foot across his broken tooth. Smaller voice transmission. Ahead is a resource point for beetles. There. 8 pints. I know. Lu Qing casually dropped a beetle head. Oh. White Ash's head was spinning a bit. I just said there's an 8th grade beetle up ahead, and you just threw out an 8th grade beetle's head? No. I didn't even finish my sentence. You've already killed me? Go faster. Don't dawdle. Under Lu Qing's urging, it finally came back to its senses, then crossed the passageway to the resource land. One look at the scene in the resource ground and its entire mantis was dumbfounded. It wasn't just that sitting 8th rank. There wasn't a single living beetle in the entire resource land. No. When did this happen? It soon discovered another fact that surprised it. All energy cores above the 6th grade have been scooped up. You wiped them all out. Energy cores scooped up. When I was still informing of the danger, Lu Qing still didn't give it time to think. Hurry up and lead the way. White Ash nodded woodenly. Brother, how desperate are you? they move on. Every time he passed a resource land, Lu Qing killed one without a single one left. Completely dumbfounded the white ash. Same 8th grade. You want to be so perverted? How hard is it to take down a resource site? A couple dozen dead elite mantis might not even take it down. You can't do that. You just speed brush it. This would be a straight up occupation if we brought an army of mantis. For that kind of skill, you can't even do it at the 9th grade. It's simply not too much. There was a leak after all. As soon as Lu Qing and the others had left in front of him, a 5th grade beetle flipped over and flew to another passageway. King Beetle is getting high. Such excellent genes. Of course, should be sown to the females so that they would give birth to more little beetles with the potential of the 9th grade. While he was busy, the 5th grade beetle flew in. Great, great king. Invasion, invasion. An invasion is a big deal. Let's see what race is so ungrateful. The beetle king's little short legs kick the female away. What racial invasion? Mantis. The beetle king burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I was planning to go after the mantis, but I didn't expect them to come to my door of their own accord. Good, good. In that case, it seems that today is the day that I, the beetle king, will make a name for myself. Go, watch me meet the enemy. The beetle king wobbled his huge body and flew over the strange rocks, landing on the boulder in the center of the lair. Little ones, there are praying mantises invading my beetle's resource lands. Now it's time to let them try my power. Tonight, a mantis queen feast. The beetles instantly perked up. The great king is mighty. The king is mighty. The beetle king was about to summon his minions to the show when 2 mantises appeared at the end of the passage. So soon? Also good. The beetle king glanced at it. How come there are only 2 District 8 products? He was disillusioned. Not enough to kill. When he was an 8th rank, abusing an 8th rank mantis was a piece of cake. And now that he had been promoted to a 9th rank, it was simply not too easy to deal with an 8th rank mantis. White Ash realized something was wrong after seeing the beetle king's huge body, and it trembled unceasingly. It's finished. The 8th grade beetle king has been promoted to the 9th grade. This time it's really going to die. Run, run, run. If we're late we won't even have a chance to run. White Ash was ready to run away when he transmitted his voice, but Lu Qing next to him was unmoved. Run? Why run? 9th grade. That's a 9th grade. The White Ash was completely flustered and lifted its wings to take off, but it was stomped down by Lu Qing's vice foot. Master Lu, if you want to die, don't drag me along. I haven't passed on the family. Just in that delay, the doorway had been sealed by a swarm of beetles. White Ash was as good as dead. Done. You can't even run away if you want to now. It's over. It's over. It's over. Dead. Ha ha ha. The beetle king looked down from the boulder at the 2 mantises. Do the 2 little mantises know what this place is? Lu Qing responded unhurriedly. I know. The beetle's lair. And do you know who I am again? Lu Qing replied again. Who are you, beetle? Ah, it's hard to be the son of this praying mantis next to me, isn't it? Ha! The beetle king was instantly enraged. I'm a 9th grade, the peak strength of the 9 realms Holy Land, and you still dare to insult me? 2 humble and unknowing mantises. You have succeeded in enraging me. You will be the first mantis I've torn to shreds since my 9th rank, and you should be honored. What's going on? You want me to feel honored for tearing me apart? Lu Qing's blade foot instantly popped out. You will be the first 9th grade beetle to die at the foot of my blade. You should be honored. Seeing that the district mantis actually had the guts to flash his sword at him, and even repeated his own words in irony, the beetle king let out a disdainful laugh. We beetles sky-kicked you mantises. When I was at the 8th rank, your queens were defeated, and now that I'm at the 9th rank, how dare you show your saber feet to me? District mantis, is it true that you don't recognize the situation at hand? With my defense and strength, solving you is as easy as solving a meatworm. The beetle king, who was getting more and more energized, directly retracted his armored wings and entered a state of defense. The voice was extremely confident. Come, come, come. I'll let you have 3 stabs first. Lu Qing, I don't know what happened. It came up and let me give it 3 cuts. It's the first time in my life that I've encountered a request as strange as this one. Of course it's going to meet it. Chapter 74, Don't Run. Say 3 cuts. Beetle fight. White Ash had foreseen the outcome. What's a beetle? The bug race. The most skilled in defense among the 9 races. 8 pints against 8 pints. Its blade foot slashing curling edge doesn't even necessarily break defense. Now that the beetle great king had advanced to the 9th grade, they, the mantises, definitely didn't stand a chance. Not to mention 3 slashes, even if it was 300, it would be a waste of effort. After all, it's a mantis, and White Ash still has blood in his veins. It took a big step directly in front of Lu Qing. It's all death anyway. I'll block the beetle king. You take care of the smaller ones, as many as you can. Even if we die, we're not losing out. I'm Nima. standing across the street and letting me slash 3 times. And you want to grab it from me? White Ash does have a bit of blood in his veins though. This was something Lu Qing still appreciated. Come on, I'll bully you a little less from now on. The large blade foot slapped against the opponent's back, knocking him aside. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, don't even think about taking this kind of good thing from me. The entire mantis was confused after White Ash was slapped aside. I'm robbing you? No. Is that what I expressed? I'm laying down my life. How come you don't get it? The only way we won't lose out is to kill a few more beetles with your speed like I've arranged. I mean, I'll hold off the Beetle King for you. Lu Qing directly interrupted. Use you? Go cool off. His greatsword foot popped out instantly. That big beetle bastard. Get ready, oh I'm coming. The Beetle King proudly transmitted his voice. This king said I'll let you have 3 slashes. District Little Mantis. Beware of your blade foot crumbling off. It had never given the mantis in front of it a second thought. The 8th grade? So what if it's the 9th grade? The beetles who were waiting to see what was going on were also up in arms. Our great king can wear you out alive by standing still. Little Mantis, we'll destroy all of you Mantis clan tonight, and then we'll taste your queen. Hurry up and do it. After chopping our great king 3 times, then come and chop me 3 times, and I'll luin you to death today. Just as they were up in arms, they saw the mantis figure ripple like water. An almost uncatchable residual shadow quickly rushed towards the Beetle King. After all, this was the 9th grade, and Lu Qing directly turned on the dual skill. The speed of the dual skills at full power was extremely fast, and all these beetles could see were remnants. Extremely fast speed, combined with a strong increase in power. The 5-meter-long blade foot directly slashed at the Beetle King's dorsal wing. This slash could be considered the peak power of Lu Qing's entire strength at the moment. The foot of the blade cuts out a red light, hitting the root of the wing with ferocity and precision. If there's one place where beetles are the toughest, the wing roots that link the wings are certainly one of them. And Lu Qing cut the hardest place. Clang! It was like the sound of metal colliding, followed by the sound of metal rubbing together. The Beetle King's strength had reached the 9th rank, but he still had the problem of the beetle's slow reaction. Even it just felt a gust of wind blow past it, and then felt as if its body had been hit by something. Because Lu Qing's saberfoot was too fast, it didn't feel too strong of an impact force. By the time the Beetle King got a good look, Lu Qing had already slowly fallen back to the ground. This scene is not hard to guess. This praying mantis must have slashed itself just now. The Beetle King then passed out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, a hit? No sense at all. Duong. The Beetle King suddenly felt as if he was much lighter. Turning his head to look, his own heavy back wings landed on the ground. How did the back wings fall off? Could it be? The Beetle King was horrified in his heart. It's not possible. At the 8th rank, the strongest queen of the Mantis clan couldn't even hurt herself. Now that he's a 9th rank, he's actually had one of his back wings cut off by another mantis? That's not possible. The beetles that were so noisy just a moment ago instantly quieted down. The great king, who was invincible in their eyes, was actually cut down by an 8th grade mantis with a single slash of an armored wing, and it was cut from the hardest wing root? They would never believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. White Ash are ready to die. He had even taken aim at 3 6th grade beetles before he died. The reason why you don't pick a high quality is because it's afraid it won't break the defense. Just as it was about to seek out a motorized blade, it was stunned by the scene before it. Lu Qing broke the Beetle King's wings with 1 slash? It's too fierce. Lu Qing was satisfied as he looked at the dropped armor wings. Not bad. Just as he had estimated. The defense of the 9th grade beetle was already useless under his own blade. His blade foot shifted. By the way, that was the first cut. Come on. You stand still. It'll be the second cut soon. The Beetle King instantly returned to his senses. What? The second cut? I lost my armor wings with the first cut. Do you really want a second cut? Without its proud defense, the beetle was a living target with its slow reflexes. With my back full of soft meat, I'm now afraid that any random insectoid above the 7th rank can single-handedly kill my hallowed 9th rank. Now that Lu Qing was about to come with a second slash, it panicked. The little short legs scratched frantically, trying to turn around. Wait, let me rest for a while and we'll come back. Take a break? I see you're trying to escape. This little trick can still fool him. Lu Qing flapped his wings and hung in midair. No need to rest. I'm fast. After saying that, his wings erupted violently and his body turned into a stump. This time Lu Qing aimed at the other beetle wing of the Beetle King. It is the same as before. After Lu Qing collected his sword and foot, the other armor wing had slipped to the ground. Real armor removal? Beetle King felt super relaxed on his body now, and the mood was incredibly heavy. If it didn't have short legs, it would have loved to give itself a few blows to the head. Mud. Shouldn't have pretended. There were still 3 more cuts. 2 cuts and his own armor wings would already be gone. What's left of the final cut? But to clear the bloodstain? There's no escape. After all, without wings, how could he outrun a praying mantis with 2 rows of short legs alone? So it gave up. Our beetle defense is unparalleled amongst the insect race. Why can you? Lu Qing was now preoccupied with its energy core, which moved to give it any pre-death answers. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of beetles, the knife foot cut a brilliant red line. The Beetle King's corpse was instantly separated. Digging for energy cores has dug up experience. The blade cut down right at the edge of the energy core, and as soon as the beetle's head fell off, the energy core was exposed. Lu Qing's blade foot picked and directly sent the energy core into his mouth. The energy core is instantly absorbed into the system. Gained flesh and blood value plus 2100. 2001? Last time, the Mantis clan's energy cores were only 1500, while the Beetle Lords were 600 more. Could it be that fresh is better? Chapter 75, Idleness is still idleness. Continue to look for flying locusts to play a little bit. The beetle reacted. Geez, their newly promoted Beetle King was cold before he could lead them to glory. The Great King's hardest back armor actually couldn't even block a single slash. This mantis is so powerful. They are 100% a giveaway. These beetles didn't have the courage of locusts, and they instantly began to riot, then ran blindly. White Ash froze in place. It was expected to be a situation of certain death. Pulling the back of the mat is all the intention. As a result, Lu Qing's 3 slashes had already decimated the Beetle King. Knew it was fierce, but didn't realize it had gotten this fierce. That's a 9th grade Beetle King. The 9th product, which was the best at defense, was as brittle as egg skin under the 8th product Lu Qing's sword. What a monster this is. Lu Qing glanced at White Ash. Don't just stand there. 3 5th grade just ran away. Why don't you go after them? He had no interest in the 5th grade, and such work would have to be given to White Ash. The other man responded, his eyes clearing more and more. It was too busy to respond. After them, at once. The great ancestor's heart was incredibly heavy. The Beetle King was promoted to the 9th grade while Lu Qing and White Ash crashed headlong into it. Even in his heyday, he had no chance of winning against the Beetle King. Not to mention the fact that there were only a mere 2 8 products, and although one of the 8 products was extremely powerful, it was still powerful in front of the 8 products. Pair of 9 pins. The end result, needless to say, is definitely death for nothing. It's so hard to wake up a so powerful 8th grade praying mantis, but the result is not yet wait to take credit, but this kind of thing happened. Our Mantis clan has had really bad luck. Come on, all of you, fly faster. Even though there wasn't much room in the passageway, in order to increase their speed, the great ancestor had the mantises all travel to the beetle's lair in a flying stance. Lu Qing, White Ash, you two must hold on. The great ancestor had it all worked out in his mind. As long as Lu Qing and White Gray didn't die when they reached the beetle's lair, then even if it spelled out its old bones, it would still seek a ray of hope for them. The great ancestor led a group of mantis in a desperate rush. Keep up, keep up. The beetle lair is not far ahead. All of you, hurry up. The end of the passage was in sight. The great ancestor didn't hesitate to break in headfirst. After rushing into the cave entrance, the great ancestor waved the almost rusty scythe. Beetle King, bullying 2 8 products is nothing. Come come come. Those who have the guts to fight with me. A 9 product. For 300 rounds. It stopped before the transmission was finished. For not far away, lay a large, headless corpse. It had still dealt with the Beetle King, and the only one who could reach this block was the 9th grade Beetle King. What's going on? How come the Beetle King doesn't have a head anymore? Also, why are there broken beetles all over the place? What happened? Daizu froze in place. Right at this moment, the White Ash that had chased after those few 5th grade beetles folded back. Great ancestor? What brings you here? The great ancestor came back to its senses, and it quivered on its blade feet, pointing to the bodies and debris on the ground. What's going on here? The white and gray wings retracted and landed firmly on the ground. Isn't it obvious enough? They've all been chopped up. Am I blind? Is that the question? I'm asking by whom? Did some bug help you guys? White Ash replied quickly. Help, meeting is killing. Who would help? Of course it was Lu Qing who chopped them up. Was it me? Lu Qing? Dazuyu asked again uncertainly. These corpses, especially the Beetle King, were killed by Lu Qing? White Ash dropped the corpses of the 3 5th grade beetles. I just said it once, so I'll fill you in again now. Of course Lu Qing killed him. Could it be me? The great ancestor's blade foot trembled as it pointed at the corpse of the Beetle King. But this is a 9th grade Beetle Great King. 9th grade? Lu Qing is only in 8th grade. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to kill the Beetle Great King. You think it's outrageous? I feel outrageous too. And I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I'm telling you. At that time, The Beetle King was very pretentious and asked Lu Qing to slash it 3 times. As a result, this first slash went down and cut off his armor wings. It described it. Listening to the great ancestor's secret wonder. A beetle's defenses inherently overpower a praying mantis. But in front of Lu Qing this set does not work at all. Even the 9th grade Beetle King was instantly broken defense. Then just how strong was the 8th grade Lu Qing? By the way, where's Lu Qing? There was no Lu Qing in the beetle's lair. I don't know. Probably went on a chase. The group of praying mantises that came forward looked at the huge corpse of the great Beetle King instead. Is this the Beetle King that has just been promoted to the 9th grade? It doesn't look like much. 9th grade beetles were all ed over. What exactly is the strength of this new one? Didn't the great ancestor say before that the newcomer Lu Qing was of the strength of the 8th rank? 8th grade? Which 8th rank can cut a 9th rank beetle like that? Is there a possibility that it's not that Lu Qing is too strong, but that the Beetle King is too weak? Weak? How dare you say that? Have you forgotten what bit off your blade foot? Just as the group of mantises exchanged endless words, Lu Qing had returned again. After seeing the great ancestor, he said hello. What brings you here? The great ancestor was speechless. After a moment's reprieve, Fong said, originally we came to save you too, but it turns out, it looks like you don't need saving. Lu Qing let out an oh-so-quiet sound. Alright, among the beetle lair, the 9th grade Beetle King plus 8 8th grades have all been taken care of by me, so you guys can just deal with the rest. The Beetle Great King and the 8 pins were the backbone of the Beetle Clan in the 9 Realms Sacred Land. Now once these beetles died, it basically kicked the Beetle Clan out of the 9 Realms Holy Land. Then the beetle's territory is naturally going to be taken over in its entirety by the mantises. As for the beetle territory outside of the 9 regions Holy Land, the queen would slowly nibble away at it. Lu Qing moved a little closer in the direction of the great ancestor. We have the beetles on our left. What's on our right? A flying locust that covers the sky. Lu Qing's eyes lit up immediately. Flying locusts have low defense and are not afraid to die. They don't know how to run, so it's most enjoyable to kill them. Lu Qing craved. Is there a 9th grade for the sky shading flying locust? A 9 pin can be 2000 plus experience. No, but in the 9 regions Sacred Land, there are very many 8th grades of the sky shadowing flying locusts. Roughly 2 dozen of them, and they also belong to a force that should not be underestimated. The great ancestor turned his head to look at Lu Qing and transmitted his voice in a puzzled tone. What are you asking the flying locusts for? Swipe them for experience. Of course, idle is idle. Why don't we go and have some fun with the flying locusts? The great ancestor immediately froze in place. No, you just took out the Beetle Clan's lair, and you're thinking about the sky-shielding locusts without even taking a breath? Chapter 76, Brush Experience. Brush Experience. The great ancestor slowed down for a moment before coming back to his senses. Fighting Saint Beetle such a large territory. Let's absorb and consolidate it first, and develop it for 3 to 5 years. 3 or 5 years? They're all getting the same old roach disease as you. Lu Qing impatiently retorted. The beetle lair has been exterminated. Can such a large place still grow legs and run away? It's not like I'm letting you go over there in force. The usual rules apply. Find me a lead, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Lu Qing's desire for experience was very strong. After all, he was very close to the advanced form, and without waiting for Olden to respond, he looked to the side. That one. Whoever. White Ash. Come here. At that moment, White Ash was tasting at the corpse of the Beetle King. Between the twists of its head, its arrogance reappeared. All get out of the way. This is the Beetle King's meat. You'll have to line up behind me if you want to eat it. I, White Ash, am not in the habit of sharing meals with other praying mantises. Those praying mantises immediately stood back, looking helplessly and fearfully at the unruly White Ash. At this moment, Lu Qing's voice transmission came. After hearing Lu Qing's voice transmission, the White Gray's bratty stance instantly disappeared, turning to hold his blade feet and fly over with the appearance of a well-behaved treasure. Coming. You wanted to see me, huh? I'm still not completely familiar with the terrain of this 9 regions Holy Land. Let's go over to the sky-shielding flying locusts and take a look. After this incident, it also understood what Lu Qing meant by familiarizing itself with the terrain. See, dry is more like it. White Ash doesn't carry any hesitation. No problem. When do we leave? Now. After saying that, he took the lead and flew in the direction of the passage. What's the rush? Those who didn't know thought that Master Lu was rushing to meet the females. The White Ash also vibrated its wings and flew in Lu Qing's direction. Dazu's Saberfoot scratched his triangular head. No, you two didn't ask me to be the one to talk? The Shrouded Locust is on the other side of the Mantis territory, so they need to go back the same way they came to the Mantis territory, and then kill their way into the Flying Locust territory. The process was incredibly smooth. Flying Locusts. After entering the first resource land of the Flying Locusts, Those flying locusts guarding the resource land as a whole froze for a moment, as if they didn't understand why there was still a single mantis that dared to break into their territory. Then these flying locusts began to attack with open teeth and claws. The flying locusts are not afraid to die, and when they encounter enemies they swarm them without any martial virtues. Lu Qing likes this. 2 big knives. Cut and done. The huge left blade foot slashed through with red marks, and with just this casual slash, he lords over the 7 flying locusts. The right blade foot was no less impressive, and after one strike, 8 flying locusts were cut off. In just a few clicks, more than 100 flying locusts had all become corpses, and at that moment, White Ash's saber foot had just popped out, and he was preparing to properly show off his strong fighting skills in front of Lu Qing. As a result, more than 100 flying locusts died neatly in a few seconds. Lu Qing wasn't over the top either. The blade's foot retracted. But it's too uncut. White Ash was speechless. Not cut? Flying locusts have always relied on speed and numbers to swarm. What race wouldn't shy away from that kind of madness? As a result, such a strong bug race, you gave it a clean cut in a few slashes. It's not that they aren't strong anymore. It's that. Ran into perverts. Don't froth. Quickly lead the way to the next resource site. White Ash snapped back to his senses, retracted the blade foot he'd just extended, and assiduously continued to lead the way. Almost cool. Lu Qing flung his blade foot, and green blood splattered onto the ground. This is inside the lair of the sky-shading flying locust. The ground was densely covered with body parts of the sky-shading locusts. This species is just plentiful. There were nearly 5,000 sky-shading flying locusts within the lair, all of which were above the 5th grade. There were even 17 8th grade sky-shading flying locusts. 17 8 products. Although there were no 9 products, there was definitely no 9 product that dared to invade easily. But it was the flying locusts with such a great strength that were chopped cleanly by Lu Qing. Not even one escaped because of the humongous character. Just when Lu Qing felt like he was about to get a good kill, the result was that the scene went quiet. Kill it all. Hearing that Lu Qing was still a little bit short, White Ash silently put away his small knife foot. By now it's sort of understood. Call me a bandwagoner, and I am purely and simply a bandwagoner. Battles and all that. It's not that I don't want to get involved. It's that I simply don't have the opportunity. Other than leading the way, it pressed on and had no chance to do anything else. Lu Qing skillfully brushed away all the energy cores, turning to White Ash. Which clan is on the right side of that? Still coming? Not enough? Golden Armored Heavenly Cow. The Golden Armored Heavenly Bull was powerful and the 2 whips above its head were not bad. Because they don't share a border, there is less conflict with the mantis. This one's good. Fun to fight. White Ash responded numbly. Aren't you tired? That's 2 bugs eliminated. Lu Qing waved his blade and feet, tigerishly. Not tired. I'm in high spirits now. You're refreshed. I'm tired of leading the way. White Ash reminded. The Heavenly Cow is of 9 grades and is very powerful, with 2 whip horns dancing densely. 9 pins is good. Over 2,000 experience points. Got it. Hurry up and get on the road. I can't wait. White Ash spread his wings. And you're not afraid of being whipped by the Golden Armored Heavenly Bull? I'm looking forward to it even more when you say that. Golden Armored Heavenly Cow Lair. As a bug race with both defense and offense, the Tenebris are rarely attacked by other races. The Heavenly Bull Great King was 4 meters long, though the tentacle whip reached an exaggerated 6 meters. Once the whip is swung, the immense force will shatter any target. It is also their combination of offense and defense and superior strength that makes their clan more comfortable. Only this comfort was broken today. Lu Qing flew in and landed on the boulder. The 2 knife feet lit up. Please, whip me. A statement that made the Heavenly Bull Great King confused. What the hell? I'm enjoying a meal and then a praying mantis pops up and asks me to whip it? Playing so sick? You think this is a whip? I'm going to go down with this horn whip. And I promise to open up your little praying mantis. Daring to intrude into its golden armored Heavenly Cow's territory had already made the Heavenly Cow Great King angry, and he was actually yelling for a whipping. Then, fulfillment. The Heavenly Cow Great King opened his armored wings and flew straight in Lu Qing's direction. After it had deemed the distance suitable, its head flicked and 2 whips were lashed out with great force. The whip sliced through the little mantis's neck without incident. The Great King of Heavenly Bulls was extremely confident. Even a 9th grade mantis would be seriously injured if it was struck, let alone this measly 8th grade. A mere praying mantis. It simply doesn't know how to die. It suddenly realized something was wrong. The whip lashed past, clearly hitting, but it felt unhindered, like nothing had been touched. Then that mantis actually disappeared. That's not a solid body, but a residual shadow. Chapter 77, please, whip me. After the Heavenly Bull Great King realized that it was just a residual shadow, he felt pain in his abdomen. It shook itself, but fell straight through the air. It hadn't even hit the ground when it saw the somewhat familiar half of its ass hit the ground. There were still half a leaf of wings floating in the air. Who's lost their ass? As soon as the thought was out of his mind, he realized that he had no feeling at all in the back half of his body. As it fell to the ground, it twisted its head to see that its lower half was empty. Naya, that's mine. Lu Qing hung in the air with his large sword. The golden armored heavenly bull was in pain, and its scarlet eyes stared fiercely at Lu Qing. Weren't you the one who told me to whip you, and you're still hiding? Lu Qing slowly landed on the ground. Yeah, I gave you a chance. You can't hit a target as big as mine. You're useless. You've been given a chance, and you're not up to it. The golden armored heavenly bull endured the severe pain, trying to shake its head and attack again. However, in the end, it was Lu Qing's knife that was faster, and a slash directly sliced off its head. The tentacle whip along with the head bounced to the side, still bobbing up and down. I'm a 9th rank. Why can't I beat a mere 8th rank mantis? Strong vitality supported it as it finished the last part of the transmission. Yet it will never have the chance to know the answer. With a hook of his blade and foot, Lu Qing pulled out the energy core and threw it into his mouthpiece while it was fresh. Gained flesh and blood value plus 2,300. Yo, another 200 points. Earned it. The group of golden armored heavenly cows watched as their great king's energy core was eaten, and each of them was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, to actually kill our great king. Brothers, avenge the great king. Yes, avenge the death of the great king with the blood of the mantis. Guys, don't shrink back. Kill it. Ha, don't run. It's just one. What are you running for? The golden armored Tengu only plays downwind games. After the king was killed, one yelled and ran. The tenebrous bulls that had gathered just a moment ago spread out and ran in all directions in the blink of an eye. This one made Lu Qing all screwed up. I had heard them yelling so hard and thought I could harvest another wave. I didn't realize that looking golden was a bunch of softies. This group of gold-armored heavenly cow runs everywhere. Really want to chase? Unless split or else can chase to the genus is limited. Lu Qing chased after an 8-pin. Hey, don't run away. Come on. Whip me. You've cut our Maharaja in two. And I'm still whipping. Whipping Nimrod. It was the moment when the voice transmission was distracted that Lu Qing had already caught up. The knife rose and the head gave it away. Not even bothering to dig up the energy core, he turned his head towards the other 8 pins and chased after it. Don't run. I won't cut you. This one had a bigger heart and actually looked back. Looking at the huge blade foot almost scared me to death. I believe you. Knife drop. Ghost. Oops. Got hit. It was too late for 7 pins to catch up. Lu Qing could only rely on his superb speed to give those 8 products a killing blow. After chasing 4 in a row, the golden armored heavenly cow's lair was basically out of sight of the 8 products. Just as Lu Qing was about to give up, he heard a voice transmission from White Ash. This way. I stopped 3. Hurry up. I can't hold on. Lu Qing hurriedly flew in the direction of the transmission. After flying into the passage, he saw the White Ash occupying the narrowest part. 3 8s, with 8 7s blocked behind them. Desperate to escape, the 3 8 pins certainly wouldn't tie their hands. Their whips don't want money to whip at White Ash. The place was small and there wasn't much room to dodge. White Ash could only 2 blade feet to fend off 2 strikes, and then was whipped 4 times by Tenno's whip. The muffled grunts and the sound of the whip connected. Ah, that hurts. A few times. The abdomen was already full of scars. It is also that these are the same products. If it is the heavenly bull great king, these few strokes are afraid that even the internal organs will be drawn out. Lu Qing slashed 2 of them and sent them to their deaths in a few seconds. While digging into the energy cores, he complimented them. I didn't expect you to be quite tough. Actually daring to stop so many 7th and 8th grades. White Ash leaned against the stone wall and made a feeble moaning sound. I'm hard. My ass. I've got my vice foot stuck in a crack in the rock and I can't even turn around. Or do you think I like getting whipped? Lu Qing looked up. Sure enough, the white and gray parapod was stuck in a crack in the rock. And it was stuck deep. I see. I thought you had strong tastes. After saying that, he dropped the 8th grade energy core into the mouthpiece. White Ash begged. Brother, can you stop eating first? Get me out of my vice foot. Simple. Lu Qing got up and lifted the foot of his sword, and with a drop of the blade, he cut the stone. White Ash hastily drew out his secondary foot, then shrunk down and looked at Lu Qing with grudging eyes. You were promised a whipping, but it turned out to be a good whipping for me. Lu Qing held back his laughter and threw an 8th grade energy core to the other party. White Ash was then refreshed and caught the energy core. This whip, not in vain. Preach. Taking a small, light bite, he then let out an enraptured transmission. Well, cool. Luke, see, the process of being whipped and the result of it are not connected here? Lu Qing brushed away all the remaining energy cores, turning to look at the scarred White Ash. Well, can you still move? The white and gray foot of the blade shifted, with the remaining energy cores sticking out of it. too hurt to move a bit. The transmission finished with a few added groans. Aha, aha, aha. Lu Qing shook his wings. It's a pity, if you could move. I was planning to reward you with another 8th grade energy core, but it turned out to be. Forget it, give it back. White Ash instantly shakes. It had risen with a flick of its wings. I can move, but it's just a minor injury. 18 more heavenly cows will furiously whip at me and I'll be able to survive. I actually love the feeling of being whipped, transfigured, and fished out a tenebrae head and waved it around a few times as proof of its dragon-like nature. Can move. That's good, Lu Qing inquired. Which insect race is on the further right? White Ash thought for a moment. If the rumors are correct, it should be a 3-tailed scorpion. 3-tailed scorpion. This was the first time I had heard of scorpions in this place since I stepped into the Wormsong grassland. Of course, a big reason for that was because he'd never asked before. The 3-tailed scorpion has a strong poison, and the scorpion tail is extremely sharp, and it belongs to an extremely dangerous race within the 9 realms sacred ground. The most important thing is that they have 3 tails, each of which is extremely flexible. Also, their chelipeds are full of force. Although the 3-tailed scorpion does not have a 9th grade, it is definitely the one with the strongest overall strength in the 9 realms sacred land. Lu Qing nodded his head. No harm done. My machete doesn't pick on races, White Ash quickly stated. I'll pick. I don't have any experience fighting a 3-tailed scorpion, so it's all up to you. Well, it's okay, there's a run. You just stop it. If you stop it, you'll be stabbed into a sieve. Chapter 78 Scorpion Poisoning. Will scorpions be poisoned? At Lu Qing's urging, White Ash took off anyway, but just as he flew up, he transmitted. I don't know how to get there either. It hadn't been to the 3-tailed scorpion's territory either, so naturally it didn't know where the 3-tailed scorpion's lair was. Lu Qing pondered slightly. No harm done. Wouldn't it be fine to find a golden armored heavenly cow? The golden armored heavenly cow was afraid of death, and there was no problem at all in catching one and letting it lead the way. Lu Qing and White Ash didn't have to put in much effort to find a 7th grade golden armored heavenly bull. The golden armored skink was also very alert, and after sensing the presence of the mantis, it spread its wings and tried to fly. White Ash even stretched out his blade feet. Tianyo, don't run. We're not here to kill you. We want you to do a favor. Where is the sky cow going to listen? And you guys talk about begging for a whipping? As a result, even our Maharaja was hacked to death. Can you believe it? It spread its wings and fled. White Ash's speed couldn't catch up with the 7th grade heavenly cow, not to mention that the other party was familiar with the terrain, so this could only be done by Lu Qing, and watch me get my hands on it. When Lu Qing's flight skill was turned on, he instantly cut out a residual shadow, but in a few breaths of time, he had already arrived behind the golden armored heavenly bull. 7 pins. He didn't hold back for a moment and chopped slightly harder, and it only took his head off. The heavenly cow that didn't die immediately transmitted a voice full of grudges. No, don't kill me. Lu Qing was also angry. Still, if you hadn't been flying so fast, would I have cut you? If I didn't cut you, I wouldn't have overexerted myself. Under its dying gaze, Lu Qing skillfully pulled out his energy core while transmitting his voice. Gained flesh and blood value plus 21. That's nice. Eating the energy core of the heavenly cow in front of it. The heavenly cow directly gasped karma. It was at this point that White Ash caught up. Looking at the corpse separated from the 7th grade heavenly cow, White Ash was instantly speechless. Aren't we looking for a lead? The cut was a little heavy. I'll be more careful next time. The head is off. Is that a bit of a heavy cut? White Ash was speechless and couldn't answer. But at this time, Lu Qing discovered a new situation. There's another one over there. In an inconspicuous corner, a 5th grade golden armored heavenly cow was shivering. Don't worry, we won't kill you. That gold armored sky cow shivered. You said the same thing to my father just now. Still a family. It was just 5 products. So of course Lu Qing wouldn't care. Don't worry, we're just asking you for a favor. Help. Help with what? Find the lair of the 3-tailed scorpion. If you don't know about it then you're of little value to us. White Ash will surely cut you down. A sight of White Ash. No, I know the lair of the 3-tailed scorpion. Very well, go, take us there. The golden armored heavenly cow obediently spread its wings and flew towards the passage. Lu Qing and White Ash also followed steadily behind. The whip on the golden armored heavenly bull's head flicked. Up ahead is the lair of the 3-tailed scorpion. I have led you to it as well. Is it time to go? Go? I don't think I said anything about releasing you. Lu Qing thought about it for a moment. Yeah, never said that. I'm a man of my word. And since I didn't say that, I certainly can't release you. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. You cut your old man. It's not right not to cut you. Little tin cow. Ever heard the saying? A family of bugs has to be neat. The golden armored heavenly cow was full of doubts. What neat and tidy? What does it mean? It's okay if you don't know. You'll know in your next life. Lu Qing's blade foot was as fast as lightning, instantly piercing through its head. The entirety of the huge blade foot pierced into the head. And this 5th grade heavenly bull didn't even hum. It's not that it's hardcore, but it dies instantly. After resolving the 5th grade heavenly cow, White Ash had arrived at the fork in the road. Going left is the 3-tailed scorpion lair, so I'll take the right. Lu Qing didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he directly walked towards the left passage towards the 3-tailed scorpion's lair. White Ash came out of the passage on the right again, vaguely cursing. Dead end. Bah! Desperate. There's no way out that way. 3-tailed scorpions didn't have a 9th rank, but their strength definitely ranked in the top 3 among the 9 clans. They had black armor on their bodies. Their bodies were roughly 3 meters in length, and all 3 scorpion tails were around 5 meters. The barbed scorpion tail shone with a pale blue ethereal light, and at a glance, it was clear that it contained a high level of poison. A pair of chelicerae were hard and powerful, and a casual clash made a similar metallic sound. It's also very swift in terms of movement. There doesn't seem to be any weaknesses except for the fact that they can't fly. A 3-tailed scorpion of the most gigantic size ambled on the rock. Its size was clearly larger than an ordinary 8th product, and the length of its 3 scorpion tails almost reached over 6 meters. This would be the Scorpion King. Seeing this look, White Ash is already shaking. Their tails are so horrible, and that big calipeds. Then we are not smaller than my knife feet. Once caught, absolutely broken into 2. Lu Qing looked at it obliquely. That's why you're afraid? Poisonous? Cannot be afraid? The 9 major insect clans, they are the only ones that are poisonous. That thing can be touched a little bit, can be painful to live and die. Cannot be afraid of it. Lu Qing's blade foot popped out and turned to ask a question. Do you think the scorpion will be poisoned with scorpion poison? Why do I feel a little deep? No, it's almost the big battle. Brother, how do you have time to think about that? And yeah, don't want to. The wings behind Lu Qing instantly exploded. The remnants gradually dissipated. In the next second, he had arrived on the proper back of a 3-tailed scorpion. It was an ordinary 8th grade 3-tailed scorpion that hadn't reacted when it landed on its back because Lu Qing's speed was too fast. Lu Qing's saber foot drew a red line. Target. Scorpion tail. The scorpion's tail is made up of knuckle armor, which ensures flexibility, but is nevertheless a defensive vulnerability. Lu Qing didn't even use his attack skill and had easily cut off half of the scorpion's tail. The other saberfoot held the falling scorpion's tail in one hand, and the barb was directed at the scorpion's back, stabbing in hard against the soft armor connecting the back of the head. This 8th grade 3-tailed scorpion finally reacted. Hiss, that hurts. Mantis invasion. My back itches. It twisted its body and its 2 remaining tails, but it realized that it couldn't use much strength, not even the strength to lift its tails. Me? What's wrong with me? It was dazed and confused, having no idea why it suddenly felt powerless and even a little nauseous. The 3-tailed scorpion that had begun to gather around on the side warned. You are poisoned. Poisoned? I'm a poisonous scorpion. You've been stabbed with your own tail pin. The poisoned scorpion still wanted to communicate a plea for help, yet it realized that it was actually unable to transmit sound. In a matter of 10 seconds, the scorpion had opened up and spat blue foam, and in a few more seconds, had stopped moving altogether. Chapter 79. Did you destroy them all? Lu Qing, who was in the air, turned his head to look at the White Ash. It seems that scorpion poison is capable of poisoning scorpions. White Ash barely fell out of the air. I just said there's no need to explore. You feel justified, and then you turn around and take the 8-pin 3-tailed scorpion. It's not exploring. You're just experimenting. Mantis clan. I didn't expect you to actually manage to come to our territory without a sound. The Scorpion King crawled over as it slightly raised its head and stared at Lu Qing in the air. Why didn't the golden armored heavenly cow stop you? Could it be that your 2 clans have reached some secret agreement? Lu Qing gave a response nonchalantly. Golden armored heavenly bull? This group of goons were beaten away by me. You guys won't be as goony as the golden armored heavenly cow, right? He was truly afraid that these scorpions would run away as well, and then he was afraid that his experience would be quite a bit less again. The Scorpion King was instantly furious. We, the 3-tailed scorpions, will not be like those shrinking heavenly cow. We will tear apart any enemy that trespasses. Turning to it, it transmitted a tone of relief. You're only an 8th grade mantis actually dared to come to us. Come down. See if I zap you or not, you'll be finished. Lu Qing didn't say anything, and directly used his dual skill on this Scorpion King. The scorpion's reaction speed was actually okay, but it had no moves at all against a pervert like Lu Qing. The moment the figure turned into a stump, it felt a little bad, yet the next moment a death threat was felt. it instinctively extends its chelicerae. It was this instinctive reaction that really touched Lu Qing's blade foot. The sound of gold and stone clashing rang out. In an instant, the Scorpion King felt as if his chelicerae were no longer his own. Turning his head to look, Fang realized that the place where he had collided with Lu Qing's knife and foot had actually dented a large chunk, and the tender flesh inside was already visible. His own iron and stone calipeds were actually touched by the mantis's knife feet like this. However, just as it was about to mobilize its tail needle poison sting, Lu Qing had already slashed at the soft armor on the back of its head. The powerful force directly cut through its soft armor. The Great King. Tear the mantis apart and avenge the Great King. The group of scorpions didn't run. Instead, they rushed towards Lu Qing with a brain. It seems the Scorpion King really wasn't lying. Lu Qing carries double knives and starts to fight. He is really brave. Lu Qing's saber foot clashed hard with the chelicerae of an ordinary 8th grade scorpion. The hardness of this scorpion wasn't up to the level of the Scorpion King, so it was chopped off by Lu Qing with a single slash, cutting off the head along with it. Several tailed needles and poisonous thorns attacked. Lu Qing's large sword foot swept across, and the tailed needles were all chopped off. When Whiteash saw how brave Lu Qing was, he immediately rose a bit of a climbing spirit as well. I'll show you my hands today, so you won't bully me in the future. Whiteash lit up his saber feet and slashed at an 8th grade 3-tailed scorpion. The chelicerae of the 3-tailed scorpion extend. Hardball? Then I'll show you the hardness of our mantis. The white and gray blade foot clashed with the chelicerae. The image it expected of the chelicerae being cut open by itself did not appear. Instead, the other party directly clamped down on the blade foot. Whiteash understood instantly. It's not that the 3-tailed scorpion is weak, but Lu Qing is too strong. 3 tailpipes stabbed at Whiteash's stomach. Being clamped down, it could only dodge woefully while pulling its blade foot out. Dazu is too busy. It was so busy it was in severe pain, but it was in a good mood. Drawing in a large number of mantis could be considered to have taken over all of the beetle's territory. Great ancestor, quick, quick. A praying mantis flew in a hurry to report. Dazu twisted around. Take it easy, take your time. Slow? You can't slow down. Lu Qing and Whiteash have already pierced through the flying locust's territory. What? The great ancestor knew that they had traveled to the flying locust territory, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. It is important to realize that flying locusts never win in numbers. They were also the most numerous within the 9 regions Holy Land. Are you sure? The messenger mantis fell down. There are corpses all over the place. Not a single living soul. And with the characteristics of the flying locusts, as long as there is an intruder it will surely not end in death. It's dead and it's over. The great ancestor's mind raced. There's a large tract of land. After taking up the beetle's territory, their defense force was spread thin, and now they've knocked down a big chunk of it. This mantis clearly isn't enough anymore. But the situation is urgent. Such a big piece of fat meat. How can we not eat it? Otherwise it is cheaper than the other insects. Quickly, go and report to the queen. Let it draw 1,000. No, 3,000 elites into the Holy Land. Go! The level of elites out there is a bit worse, but it's okay to top this situation. 3,000. Already the entire elite of the Mantis clan, including the 5 ranks and above within each camp. By the time the Mantis soldier went forward to report to the queen, Dazu felt less pain in his body as well, and his entire mantis was refreshed. Lu Qing, what a big surprise. It's only been a day or so and I've captured 2 nests. Ha ha ha. After just a few seconds of complacency, another mantis soldier came to report. Great ancestor, the golden armored heavenly cow routed. Some have escaped the heavenly cow lair. After checking, the golden armored heavenly cow was killed by Lu Qing, and the 8th grade did not have any survivors. Ha! The great ancestor froze directly to the side. Golden armored skinks are extinguished? This race only plays downwind games and runs when they encounter a downwind game. The route makes perfect sense. But, so much ground. Do we have to take it from the Mantis clan as well? You, go to the queen and ask her to increase the army by another 3,000. Elite or not it doesn't matter. It's about quantity. It knows that there aren't that many elites. Let's take the place for now. Shortly after this praying mantis left, another one flew by. The great ancestor's heart trembled. Just now, receiving the territory was excitement, but now it was fear. Master Lu, you're my grandfather. Our Mantis clan is limited in numbers, so you mustn't give any more ground. However, fear of what is to come. Great ancestor, the 3-tailed scorpion lair has been breached. There are poisonous stings and corpses all over the place. Dazu's body trembled. Okay, go to the queen. As soon as this mantis was gone, it went straight to the ground. 4 bugs were exterminated. Lu Qing, stop fighting. We don't have that many praying mantises. Of course Lu Qing didn't know that great ancestor was in pain and happiness right now. All he had to do was brush up on his experience. The day the 9 clans were all destroyed would be the day he made successive breakthroughs into his advanced form. Lu Qing did the math. Locusts, beetles, skinks, scorpions, and the fire breathers we just exterminated. That's 5 races, so 4 more to go. Well, almost. The white ash on the side of his body trembled. Brother, you're not thinking of destroying the Mantis clan as well. What makes you say that, brother? By? White ash almost cried. 9 clans, extinguished 5 clans. The remaining 4 clans have Mantis. Wouldn't you be including us if you extinguished them all? Oh yeah, accidentally even counted you guys in. White ash ghosted. Brother, do you think you're funny? Chapter 80, The Queen. The expansion of the territory is a little fierce. Let me slow down a little. Mantis clan capital. The Queen is recuperating. The last time the inner vault was terminated by Lu Qing, the energy cores of the ancestral milk were eaten, causing it to be a bit heartbroken indeed. Combined with the injuries on its body, it hadn't had a good couple of days. Just as the mood was getting tiresome, a praying mantis came in. Mantis didn't have many rules. As long as they were past the inner guards, they could see the Queen. Looking at the mantis that came in, it knew it was back from the Holy Land. Immediately, he brought his body upright and his queenly posture up. Is it something to return from the Holy Land? The reporting mantis immediately clasped his blade and foot. I have come by order of the great ancestor to gather the elites and head to the Holy Land. The Queen rose at once. But the battle is unfavorable? Can't it be that the Beetle King has broken through to the 9th rank of the substage? Last time, in the fight with the Beetle King, the Mantis clan had suffered a big loss, and the resource points had been snatched by the Beetle clan. Originally, the Beetle King was already incomparably close to the 9th grade, and after grabbing that resource point again, it was entirely possible that he would be promoted to the 9th grade. That mantis immediately transmitted a voice. The Beetle Great King has indeed been promoted to the 9th rank. Sure enough, the Queen sat back in a helpless crouch. Beetle armor was thick and highly defensive. It was hard for the mantis to break through the defense, and now that the Beetle King had been promoted to the 9th rank, it would be greatly detrimental to the Mantis clan. Even Mantis territory may be compressed again because of the bordering. Compression represents a decrease in resources, which is extremely detrimental to the development of the Mantis clan. The Queen has even decided to return to the Holy Land herself, though quite badly wounded and unhealed. The number of elites of my clan is not very large. If we want it, we need to mobilize from the 7 camps. It will take some time. How about this? I'll lead the capital's elites to go to support them, and top it off first. What support? What top one? What is the Queen talking about? Mantis, the messenger, was a bit confused. Did the Queen get the wrong idea? We don't need support. Just 3,000 elites. No backup? Isn't the Beetle Lord already of the 9th rank? How could he not need support? With the Beetle clan's hostility towards us, it's only right that they would definitely infest us. The beetles are no longer hostile to us. The messenger mantis continued. Because the beetles within the Holy Land have died out, we asked the Queen to mobilize the elites not for support, but to head to receive the territory. After all, the beetles' territory is still very fat. Ha! The Queen froze on the spot. What do you mean? The beetles were wiped out? How is that possible? Didn't you just say that the Beetle King was already of the 9th grade? Why? How come you said it was completely destroyed again? 9 pins. In the 9 regions Holy Land. No, the entire Wormsong grassland was an absolute ceiling of battle power. When a race with superb defense like beetles reached the 9th grade, then it was almost an invincible existence. Unless they die of old age or don't want to live anymore, there is hardly any race that can kill them. Are you misremembering or misinformed? Error. I saw the corpse of the Beetle King with my own eyes, and even got a taste of it. Well, the meat is a little bit why. The transmitting mantis immediately transmitted. That's right. I tasted the Beetle King myself. If it wasn't for the urgency of the mission, I guess I could have eaten my fill. Eat up. The Queen felt more and more incredulous. Is the Beetle King really dead? How did it die? Lu Qing, it's that outsider you dispatched. 3 slashes down and all the beetle wings were cut off, hardening the Beetle King into a meatworm. 3 slashes cut the Beetle King into flesh. Lu Qing, so strong? You know that's a 9th grade. The peak existence of battle power in the Wormsong grassland. And Lu Qing was only an 8th grade. Can an 8th rank really easily defeat a 9th rank? This, the Queen's mind was in a state of shock. It's incredible, too subversive. Good, 3,000 elites, and they will head to the sanctuary by tomorrow to consolidate our gains. Passing Mantis immediately exited, leaving the Queen alone and fuming. I didn't expect that. Lu Qing had only been there for less than 2 days before he had accomplished such a feat for the Mantis clan. The surprise was a bit of a big one. Once the Beetle King and the elite died, It would be very difficult for the beetle clan to turn around within 100 years, and as this goes on, the mantis clan will gradually grow stronger. After consolidating their resources, they may be able to produce a 9 pins. At that time, the glory of the mantis clan would shine in the Bugsong grassland. The 3,000 elites needed for the Holy Land were hard to come by, but the territory is already our mantis clans, so if it's any more difficult, we'll have to send out 3,000 elites to take complete control of the beetles' territory and resources. The queen began to figure out which battalion to draw the true elite from. Just as it was thinking, another messenger mantis came in from the Holy Land. Queen, the great ancestor wants 10,000 elites. The words that came up directly made the queen almost unsteady on her feet. How did 3,000 become 10,000? There's no mistaking it. 3,000 squeezed in is still there. 10,000. Where are so many mantis above the 5th grade? This one really doesn't come together. How could Daizu not even know that? What's more, it doesn't take that many elites. The queen was a bit anxious. Just one beetle's territory. 3,000 elites is already enough. What kind of account is 10,000? No, channeling mantis stretched his blade feet. And the land of the flying locusts. 2 lands. Great ancestor knows that we don't have that many elites. So 10,000 mantis soldiers with decent strength will do. Flying locust territory? The queen's transmission was a little shaky. The flying locust's lair has also been breached? The commanding mantis nodded his triangular head repeatedly. Yes, it was breached. Not a single survivor. The elites in the truest sense of the word are all dead and gone. That is also Lu Qing. Yeah, that's him. It was so fierce. You didn't see the scene. TSK, there were flying locust corpses all over the place. Not a single intact one. Recalling the mantis lair, the messenger mantis shook its triangular head in a manner that opened its eyes for the first time. The flying locust's lair was also massacred. The queen instantly felt that the energy cores she had lost from her ancestors' milk were so worth it. Lu Qing, an 8th rank, had exterminated the beetles and flying locusts in a day or so. Our mantis clan's territory has directly expanded by more than 3 times. So many resources that are completely open to use. With steady development, it won't be long before hordes of more powerful mantises show up. At that time, the mantis clan would gradually become the strongest existence in the 9 realms Holy Land. And the likelihood is high. What a blessing to my mantis clan. This kind of big fat meat, even if you bite your teeth. 10,000. No problem, mobilize the 7 battalions right away. The resources of the land outside the Holy Land were far inferior to those inside the Holy Land. Of course it's important to tighten the arrangements with the Holy Land first. This messenger mantis quickly leaves. The queen was just about ready to order a trip to the 7 camps when another messenger mantis came in. Chapter 81 Advancement. Advanced form. And, could Lu Qing have shot down any more lairs? Sure enough, this messenger mantis was even more blunt. Queen, let the 7 battalions move directly into the Holy Land. There's too much territory to occupy. The queen stood up trembling. Speak clearly. Actually it's just that the territory has gotten bigger again and again. Not only is the golden armored heavenly bull routed, but even the 3-tailed scorpion's territory has been given over. 3-tailed scorpion. To be honest, the mantis clan's territory was still far from the 3-tailed scorpion. There was hardly any crossover. After all, there were 2 clans in between. It is only possible to encounter it when you enter the core area and the Stonehenge shifts. Unexpectedly, even the 3-tailed scorpion and the golden armored heavenly cow. Just how strong was Lu Qing? This is good. I know. After dismissing the messenger mantis, the queen was in trouble. For new territories were added, and all of them were bigger than the mantis clan. The 7 battalions all pulling back are probably barely able to hold their own. But wouldn't that be giving up the place on the prairie? The queen quickly hit on the idea. Just give up. The 9 realms sanctuary, which is much richer in resources, is the place to be. No, it's the 5 realms Holy Land now, because 4 clans have already been driven out. In fact, the 9 realms Holy Land had become the 1 realm Holy Land, because Lu Qing turned a circle and slaughtered them all. Not a single one left. 8 bugs, tens of thousands of elites, provided quite an objective experience. Conservative estimates are able to reach 50,000. In this way, coupled with the previous accumulation, it had already met Lu Qing's expectations. White Ash is half exhausted. On these 4 days, it circled around the 9 realms Holy Land. It's an absolute physical endeavor to even turn around a place that big. While Lu Qing was still a dragon and tiger, White Ash was already leaning against the boulder. I really can't walk anymore. Anyway, the entire Holy Land had been the territory of the Mantis clan, and now it could rest wherever it wanted. Lu Qing also found a place to rest for a while. With enough experience, the next step is to find a place to upgrade. 4 days, 8 insect clans all gave extinguished, especially the camouflage butterflies, actually have 2 9 products, which did not hold. White Gray Knifefoot scratched his stomach. I am afraid that you will go along with the praying mantis clan to be extinguished. This is, of course, a joke. When he had just joined the mantis clan, Lu Qing had also considered it, but he always had feelings, and the mantis clan had always been good to their own people, and that mixed up over time. Have feelings? Of course you can't kill unless it gives super experience. Just kidding. He doesn't think about the first sword on the shore. What are you talking about? Mr. Lu is so sentimental. How could he slaughter his fellow clan members? White Gray, if I hadn't heard you talk about the mantis lords of the dense forest, I'd believe it. Lu Qing regained his standing with high spirits. That's because that colored wing has been trying to mess with me. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten it killed. Upon hearing this, White Ash suddenly got energized. Here, brother, explain to me in detail what the word screw means. You see, the single mantis just gets the point. Just literally. Go back by yourself. There's a nice cave over there. I'm ready to advance. White Ash snapped up. You're going to break through the 9th grade? The 8 pints have slammed a batch. If this was a 9th grade, how strong would it be? Lu Qing thought for a moment. 9th grade? I've been saving up for most of the month. I can't just be promoted to the 9th rank. However, there is little need to explain this. Responding vaguely, he said, pretty much. Alright, hurry up. Also, it's best to keep the other mantises away, lest they be accidentally injured while I'm advancing. Mostly, I don't want to be disturbed. Last time when they went from low to sub-rank they still needed to do a form transformation. This time they were promoting from sub-rank to high form. Conservative estimates have it all taking about a month. He didn't want to be disturbed halfway through his transformation. White Ash immediately agreed. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be arranged clearly for you by Great Ancestor Olden. It has accompanied Lu Qing throughout the extermination of the 8 tribes, and the credit is so great that the insect sound grassland will be the second in the ancient times. That kind of credit, of course, floats a little bit. As soon as White Ash turned his head, he saw Dazu staring at him from 20 meters away. Old Den? That's a new word. Second time I've heard it. The first time I was called by Lu Qing, so perverted and powerful that it couldn't afford to mess with it. White Ash actually has the audacity to scream. After all, it was once the 9th grade, and the remaining power was still there. The White Ash wilted instantly. Smooth talk. Good. Looks like it's been called quite a few times. So it's smooth. The great ancestor also knew that now was not the time to clean up this little brat, so he snorted coldly. Leave here first, don't affect Lu Qing's advancement. After they left, Lu Qing then began to set up. The ready-made cave took possession of the next, and then the knife and foot dug out a boulder. Now that the knife and foot are sharp as a tack, digging a rock is still no problem. After blocking the entrance, Lu Qing then pulled up the panel. Energy accumulation complete. Is it promoted? Yes. Energy instantly began to fill the body. 9th grade. A light breakthrough. Glanced at the experience bar. Still full. Lu Qing put down his heart. Energy accumulation complete. Is it advanced? Hint, after the advancement, the host will reach the advanced form, and the system will be automatically upgraded. Is it advanced? Yes. Start the progression. The energy body instantly surged out of his body, forming a substance that completely wrapped Lu Qing. Then he drifted off into a comfortable slumber. 4 days, 16 waves of criers. The queen grew numb. 8 of the 9 clans were exterminated. To this day, they were the only ones left of the 9 clans of the 9 realms sacred land. The territory has expanded 10 times at once, and all the resources will belong to the Mantis clan in the future, so there's really no way for them not to be strong. As for the rest of the bug remnants, it was definitely impossible to kill all of them. After all, the number was so large that it was completely impossible to count, but it was certain that within 100 years, none of the 8 insect races would be able to rise, and they might even go to extinction in the passage of time. Watch, all of them were the territory of the Mantis clan, and every resource point belonged to the Mantis clan, so there was no need for guards. Just harvest at regular intervals after counting. The glory of the Mantis clan is now realized? So easy and simple? It's like a dream. All it takes to unify the Wormsong grassland is one Lu Qing. This instantly unified the entire Wormsong grassland, and the queen was more or less slowed down. Gotta go meet the big guns. The queen then rushed to sanctuary. However, it was only when they arrived that they were told by the great ancestor. Lu Qing was about to break through to the 9th rank. The 8th grade was already invincible in the insect sound grassland, but now it was being promoted to the 9th grade. Want to think about stepping aside yourself? The queen felt the need to give it some solemn consideration. Chapter 82, The Core of the 9 Realms Holy Land. What next, Queen? The great ancestor inquired about the next matter. Now the entirety of the 9 realms Holy Land had become mantis territory. The resources here are really rich, so rich that the whole clan can't consume them all. But you can't really have the whole clan moving in. The queen has long since pondered arrangements in this regard. The capital cannot be garrisoned without a mantis. After all, it is a testament to the glory of our mantis civilization. I can lead a large battalion to be stationed in the capital city, and then only the 4 most dominant battalions in the 4 directions will be left behind, and all the remaining battalions will enter the Holy Land. Then specialize in resource handling for those adult mantises of lower strength, transporting them to the various camps. After the situation has stabilized, have the battalion strike at the remnants of the clans, so that they can both train the mantis soldiers and eliminate the other insect clan's forces. There's also some competition in the allocation of resources to avoid laying down. The queen methodically spoke the arrangement to the great ancestor. The great ancestor gave his full approval. Worthy of being the queen of my clan. Such an arrangement is perfect. If Lu Qing were to be here, he would definitely say that great ancestor had never seen the world, regardless of the amount of resources. In his high martial world, it had definitely rolled out of control. It was 6 days in a flash. Over the course of those 6 days, the Mantis clan had largely adjusted to the queen's arrangements. The 7 battalions, the elite mantis, have all been realigned. The entire colony looked vibrant and full of energy. Night, the queen, great ancestor, white ash, and other high-quality mantises all came to the core. The core area of the Holy Land was accessible every few days. Because of the constant changes that will be constructed within the core, you need to get out within a day, or else you won't be able to get out once it's closed. And you won't even be able to find the body the next time it's opened. There are no resources in the core, but a secret is hidden. Legend has it that once the secrets of the core area are cracked, unimaginable benefits will be gained. It was for this reason that 10 mantises would enter each time it opened. There were other bugs entering at the same time before, so killing was inevitable. Now that the 8 clans were extinguished and running away, there was no longer a threat of strife within the core. Without a fight, the secrets within the core could be better deciphered. So the queen and great ancestor and the others decided to enter the core together to see if they could discern anything. It was best to know what secrets were hidden within the core, and it didn't matter if you couldn't. You couldn't even use up your resources now anyway. Moonlight shone on the stone wall from within the cracks. The stone wall, which had seemed solid a moment ago, began to move. In a few breaths of time though, a passageway had appeared. A group of mantis who had already been prepared stepped into it. Very complex within the core area. It's like a maze. And there was no light, in total darkness, and because each appearance is very different, they take a lot of time to get to the place where the secret is. But since there were no other bugs coming in, they could focus on their search without having to be on guard. The 10 mantises in the darkness finally arrived at the core after tossing and turning in search of it. It's a very wide open space. Mantis can see in the dark, yet has greater limitations. Whiteash popped his knife foot out and a firefly was released. This firefly looked plain and ordinary, but it was a quasi-low rank 6th grade strength. After it lifted off, the airbag on its ass began to expand rapidly. Then fluorescence emanates from the airbag. Under the illumination of fluorescent light, the entire cave was revealed. Right in the middle of the room was a huge 3-meter-high stone pillar with various symbols on it. The same arcane symbols were carved into the ground. The symbols looked as if there was some pattern to them, but the mantis could not find where the pattern was, given their current intelligence. The queen, in turn, stretched out her blade foot to caress the symbols on the ground. What are these? Could they be legendary writings? After the great ancestor pondered slightly, he transmitted, it's extremely possible. Legend has it that these were left behind by the ancient insect god. Legend has it that the ancient bug god is not an individual but a colony. They have a unique civilization and great power. Wormy Prairie. A group of golden-armored heavenly cows were leisurely grazing. Under Lu Qing's onslaught, the heavenly cow was the fastest runner and therefore the strongest of the remaining forces. Just as the sky cowboys were taking it easy, they didn't realize that danger was on the horizon. Suddenly, the weeds shifted and the sky seemed to darken instantly. A gold-armored heavenly cow looked up and almost died of direct fright. In mid-air, a centipede with a straight body was looking down on them. This centipede was over 20 meters long. Those lurid eyes were staring morosely at the group of heavenly cow. Run! The first one to see and react immediately had to turn its head and run. But in the next second, a mouthful of green liquid was sprayed on the golden-armored heavenly bull's back. The golden-armored heavenly cow's defensive armor, which was second only to the beetle, didn't seem to have any effect being penetrated after touching this green liquid, and then the golden-armored heavenly cow straightened up in this life. That giant centipede had already surrounded all of the remaining golden-armored heavenly cow with a gentle twist of its body. A cold voice transmission echoed in the golden-armored heavenly bull's head. Where are the ancient ruins? The golden-armored heavenly cow was confused. You have to ask where the grass smells best, and I'll answer immediately. What relics, you ask? What is that stuff? Can I eat it? The golden-armored heavenly bull's head swayed and the whip on its head swayed in synchronization. What's a relic? We don't know. The giant centipede had little patience, and each of its 100 legs was as sharp as a spear. With a flick of the wrist, it fell like a rain of guns. The 24 golden-armored heavenly cow were instantly zapped through the heart. The huge mouthparts opened and closed to eat a gold-armored heavenly cow into its belly. It was important to know that there were also 6th grade heavenly cow in here, with a body length of 3 meters. The bite went down, but it was a perfect fit for the centipede's huge mouthpiece. There was a bit more coldness in the centipede's transmission after the crunch. Ancient legends say that there must be an ancient relic in this grassland. If you do not speak, then you will all become my rations. The huge mouthpiece opened and closed like a bottomless black hole. They have no doubt that if they can't say something, they will be kept crunching. The golden-armored sky cow is still afraid of death. To stay alive, their heads run wild. One of the 5th grade heavenly cows was the first to think of the Holy Land. It did not hesitate to transmit its voice. Centipede King. I know. The golden-armored heavenly cow's survival rules. As long as it threatens its own little life, it is always right to call the great king. Oh, the centipede's head turned to it at once. Will you let me go if I tell you? It's always right to negotiate first. After all, the bugs didn't bend and mostly kept their word. Chapter 83, The 100-footed Centipede That Came for the Ruins. Centipede agreed without hesitation. Yes, as long as you can inform me of the clues to the ancient ruins, I will let you leave safely. After receiving the reply, Tian Nyo instantly felt that his little life was secure. We have a place here called the 9 Regions Sacred Land. There are very many resources within the Sacred Land. There are many legends and secrets there. It should be the ancient relics you are looking for. Also, that place was occupied by a group of powerful mantises. The mantises were so powerful that all 8 insect clans were driven to extinction by them. Great King Centipede, if you go, you must be careful. Centipede's transmission came immediately. Mantis, but in advanced form? The golden-armored heavenly cow immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's the advanced form. Or else our 9th grade strength great king wouldn't have been killed instantly. Knowing that our great king has been roaming the 9 realms sacred ground for 30 years, and is considered to be a formidable person, no insect dares to mess with him. But he didn't last more than a single move under the blade of one of the praying mantises. It was a 5th-ranked golden-armored heavenly bull. Just knowing that its 9th-ranked great king had been instantly hacked to death. What's not an advanced form if it can cut down a 9th rank? The centipede really believed it. Secretly, I didn't expect this grassland to actually have an advanced form of insect race. But no harm done. No bug could stop himself from finding the ancient ruins. Mantis? One had never seen an advanced form of mantis before. The other reacting golden-armored heavenly cows saw that they had been robbed of a head start, and one by one, they began to take the initiative to show the direction. This way, yes, in the direction of the hills, and then follow that direction all the way, and you'll be there in 10 days' time. I'll take you there, and only ask you to keep me alive. Live and let live and roll too. I can carry one of your legs so you can save your strength too. The centipede did give it a leg up. It didn't catch it, though, and was zapped straight through. The secondary feet fell like a rain of guns, and all of the remaining points were harvested. Then it's like a snack, one bite at a time. The 5th grade golden-armored heavenly cow that was the first to transmit its voice was naturally no exception. You don't keep your word. The centipede gave an instant response. We centipedes never know what credit is. Then he swallowed it in one bite. After eating these small snacks, the 100-footed centipede then began to crawl in the direction of the hill. Its 100 legs moved backwards in an extremely rhythmic manner, and its speed was so fast that it had already arrived at the hill in just a few seconds. Then it began to move quickly in that direction according to the information provided by those golden-armored heavenly cows. The golden-armored skinks said it would take 10 days, and that was their speed. For the 100-footed centipede, it had already sought out the Holy Land after 1 day. After seeing the Holy Land, Centipede was instantly in a happy mood. 10 years of searching has finally found itself. It crawled over impatiently. After seeing a hole, burrowed in. Its body was thick and long, and the hole was more or less crowded. Doesn't matter though, as long as you enter the ruins. It's normal to suffer a little, but within minutes of drilling in, it came out butt first. The Holy Land of the 9 clans is incredibly complicated. Without a creature familiar with the terrain to guide the way, the little diverging paths alone could be drilled and collapsed. When Lu Qing had a great ancestor to guide the way, also tossed a long time to figure out a little. After the 100-footed centipede has been defeated, it intends to look for creatures to lead the way. It just so happened that a small praying mantis burrowed not far away. It was about to go forward and tackle it, but it realized that the little mantis was ghostly and directly shrunk back. When it passed, There was no sign of the little mantis anywhere. The ruins are close by, but you can't get in? The anxious centipede had an idea. Once again, he dug in with his sharp parapods, but this relic is so huge, completely a mountain. Want to dig in? Might as well catch a few other bugs to rely on. After the mind denied it, it came up with another idea. The ruins were a huge circle, but only a few dozen meters in height. Why don't you just climb up there yourself and make a hole through the top? Save time and effort. Smart. I'm so damn smart. After the 100-footed centipede made up its mind, it then quickly climbed up. Sure enough, this top is not highly undulating and is littered with cracks and crevices. The confidence-boosted 100-footed centipede drove furiously towards the area in the center. There are visible tornadoes not far away. The tornado went straight up into the sky, but only a slight wind could be felt around it. This made the centipede think that the tornado had little power. What's more, its 100 feet aren't for show. Strong enough grip to handle a small tornado, so it climbed in without hesitation. In the next second, the 100 feet of the 100-footed centipede became a pendulum, and it was swept into the air by an irresistible huge force. As the tornado whirled around, the centipede gradually rose higher. There's a big centipede coming from outside the Holy Land, so big. The little praying mantis made to spread his two little blade feet. It draws a line on the ground because it's indescribable. Looking at such a long line, those adult mantises were also intimidated. They organize a few bold mantises to go outside and see what's going on. The result was that just as soon as he went out, he saw the centipede that had been swept up into the air. There really is a centipede this big. This can't be the legendary advanced form, can it? Most likely yes. Otherwise how could it be so big? The tornado probably can't hurt it. Let's just report back to the queen. The queen is within the core area. She won't be able to come out until tomorrow morning. Never mind. While the 100-foot centipede is swept away, hurry up and inform the brothers not to go out. And resource delivery should be stopped for the time being. Right. Inside the cave, the energy transformed into red substance. Like an egg it wrapped Lu Qing in it. Half a month had passed. This egg had grown from the previous size of 5 meters to about 10 meters. The original spacious cave was a little short on space. The good thing is that this egg is no longer growing and is gradually becoming lighter in color. The Mantis Queen and the rest of the bunch didn't crack the secrets of the Holy Land because there was no threat from the It clan. They get news of the 100-footed centipede right after they come out of the Lost. The Queen was horrified. It could be the advanced form. The 100-footed centipede suffered, but was not angry in the slightest. The ancient ruins are really extraordinary. It also shows that the relics are still able to function. Didn't come to the wrong place. It caught a couple of skinks. It's not that you can't catch anything else, but this is the only kind of golden armored sky cow willing to lead the way. Under coercion. This 7th grade golden armored heavenly bull still brought the 100-footed centipede inside the Holy Land. The inner space was much more spacious, and the 100-footed centipede arrived at a resource point without any problems. It saw the praying mantis that was fleeing. The 100-footed centipede spewed out a mouthful of venom, and a dozen or so of the less powerful mantises were struck, then stiffened and died. Chapter 84 Advancement. Void Reaper. The toxicity of the 100-foot centipede is so strong that the slightest contamination will kill you in a short period of time. The remaining mantises all burrowed into the passage. The terrain here was still extremely difficult for centipedes with exaggerated body lengths to pursue. It wasn't in the mood to chase after a group of praying mantises, and just let the heavenly cow continue to lead the way. Approaching the core area. Seeing how fierce the centipede was, the golden armored heavenly bull couldn't help but move a little. All directions of the 9-realm sacred land could be close to the core area, but these golden armored heavenly bulls were leading the 100-footed centipede to the Mantis clan's lair. So the Mantis clan who hadn't had time to evacuate were blocked in the Mantis lair by the 100-footed centipede. The queen saw the horrifyingly sold 100-legged centipede with her own eyes, and her heart instantly cooled for the most part. It will take time to evacuate. We are powerless against the 100-foot centipede. There was a hint of desperation in the queen's voice. The Mantis clan had just gotten better, but they didn't expect to encounter a centipede, or an advanced form of it, before they had even had a few days of comfort. The subclass would have no resistance at all against the higher forms. In particular, there was a new batch of top-qualified hatchling mantises in the middle of the nest. These hatchling mantises were the most promising offspring of the entire Mantis clan, and must not suffer a loss here, or else the future potential of the Mantis clan would be drastically weakened. The queen turned her head in despair. The 100-footed centipede instantly kills a large swath of praying mantis. Just then, a voice traveled on its side. Queen, you take these hatchling mantises. Turning his head to look, it was none other than the great ancestor who transmitted the voice. Dazu raised his head and held out 2 almost rusty-bladed feet. Because of the jam, it also stretched out the parapod to pop the knife foot out. That's an advanced form of centipede. Great ancestor, you. The great ancestor's blade foot crossed. In the 17 years since I stepped into the 9th grade, I've never actually made a blade. So today let me challenge the higher forms fearlessly with my body of the 2nd rank. Just like my ancestor warriors did. The queen froze. Is this the same mantis who was the most egregious 9th rank in history? Is this still the same great ancestor who spends his days posing and pretending? Full of bragging and big words? Come on. I might not be able to hold it off for long. By the way, in case you guys don't know, I'm actually a praying mantis with an awakened talent for combat. The great ancestor has a talent for fighting? Talents, all of which had a tiny chance of awakening after the 2nd rank, were never known to the queen for so many years because the great ancestor hadn't said anything about it either. My talent is strong. It's just a bit life-consuming. Take them away. Burning blood. The great ancestor's transmission was suddenly interrupted. And then its eyes instantly turned insect blood green. The roots of its blade feet appear bright green. The bright red color spread quickly. But in an instant the deep green blade foot turned blood green. The green blood kept rolling around the foot of the blade. And with each roll, the foot of the blade grew 1 point larger. A few breaths later, great ancestor's saber foot had reached about 5 meters. Combat talent, burning blood. The price of blood is to stimulate the full potential. After using it, the blood exhausts the mantle and dies. The queen took a few steps backwards in surprise. The great ancestor at this moment was so strong. It seemed to sense the same strength intensity as that of an 8th grade Lu Qing. The great ancestor's blood-green eyes looked at the queen. Pinky, my father will protect you for once. The queen was amazed beyond words. The mantis have no concept of fatherhood. They are kept in groups from birth. Might know the mother, but generally don't care who the father is. Powder was fetched by her mother, the former queen, and only the two of them knew about it. But now, off to the side, Whiteash pulled at the queen's blade foot as soon as he could. Come on, evacuate. It was too late to think much about it, as the white and gray organization with the hatchling mantis began to withdraw. As she withdrew from the lair, the queen couldn't help but look back at the great ancestor. That mighty figure, with the color of blood green bubbling all over his body, is really the father? The strength of the great ancestor whose talent was opened had already reached its peak state. The old mantis disease was instantly dispelled. It has the power of a once-in-a-lifetime power, and its confidence grows in tandem. The two swords crossed in front of his chest. The glory of the warriors of my ancestors shines on me, and I will protect the foundation of my people at the price of my life. The two swords separated, cutting out 2 streaks of green light. Fight to the death. The 100-footed centipede had already sensed the abnormality, and it spat out the mantis it had swallowed, coldly looking at the buff-stacked great ancestor. Peak of the 2nd order? That's a bit interesting. Its mouth parts opened and closed, a mouthful of venom sprayed out. The great ancestor's wings flashed and he had risen into the air while dodging. For a centipede with a body length of more than 20 meters, there was no advantage in the air within a resource point with a height of only a dozen meters in height. A blow missed it violently straightened up, and between shaking its 5 pairs of parapods, it stabbed at the great ancestor's body like a long spear. The great ancestor's twin swords began to resist with a green blow. However, the peak of the 9th grade was only a substage, so how could it possibly block the existence of an advanced form? In just 1 round, it already had 7 more holes in its body. The gift of burning blood was turned on, making it painless. The double blade is still solid. Not bad. You're the strongest out of all the subclasses, but it's not enough. The centipede spewed a mouthful of venom onto its own parapod. Not self-inflicted, but quenched. This time, just 1 hit and you're dead. Oh. The red eggshell cracked violently. A massive praying mantis stretched out. Lu Qing looked around at his blade foot. Proportionally, it's still as huge as ever. The barbs on the blade's feet from before had completely connected, becoming a saw-like attack structure. The previous red color had turned lavender. Lu Qing pulled up his panel. Race, high-ranking mantis. Form, primary, Void Reaper, 16730/500000. Skill, Void/Evolvable, 300% increase in power with Void Strike. Void Crossing, Evolvable, use the power of the Void to move at 300% movement speed. Talent, Concealment, hiding your form and scent from the environment. Void Power, has a shallow understanding of the power of the Void and is able to apply it in combat. Prompt, the system upgrade is complete, and the advancement energy will be fully obtained. Lu Qing read the description. Previously it was that differences of more than 3 grades would be unable to access flesh and blood energy, but after this upgrade, the drawback of not being able to access energy from grade differences was cancelled. That is to say, even absorbing a low-grade 1 fleshworm would gain experience, only that these low-grade energies, when converted into the energy needed by Lu Qing, might decay more severely. It's always good news. As long as it is devoured, it will be enhanced. Less is more, and it's always a slower path to advancement. Body size-wise, it had now skyrocketed to 10 meters. His greatsword foot is still as formidable as ever. Lu Qing flicked the foot of his blade, and the cave was cut out with a deep mark. Chapter 85, The Mantis Clan's Revenge. The Great Ancestor's Burning Blood. Having upgraded himself, and the system having been upgraded, it was time to go and say hello to those little mantises, and then leave this place, looking for a more suitable place to continue his upgrading spree. Lu Qing slashed lightly with his blade, and the boulder was then split apart. Only his own size had skyrocketed, and the previously generous passageway had become smaller. Lu Qing could only swing his blade and foot to cut down the rocks in his way. Now that he had more power and a sharper blade foot, there was little difference between chopping rocks and cutting weeds. The Great Ancestor was hit 5 times by the poisoned vice foot. However, its blood-burning talent was able to have some resistance to toxicity when it erupted, so it didn't kill it instantly. The 100-footed centipede, however, was enraged. One's venom can't poison a second-order mantis? That's okay? It swept its tail, and the centipede tail that was like a giant blade struck the Great Ancestor directly. If you get hit, your body will be separated. At this point, the Great Ancestor had already reported his determination to die. Burning Blood also had time on his hands, and there was no longer any extra time to just dodge. It didn't blink and the green color of its body peaked. Hardwired? Yeah, hard catch. Under the huge power difference and natural weapon difference, the double blade foot instantly broke, and the front chest was split open with a horrifying wound, and the pulsating energy core was clearly visible. A little tiny nick appeared in the tail of the 100-footed centipede. Insignificant, but it made the 100-footed centipede's angers reach its peak. The Great Ancestor fell to the ground. It can feel the dissipation of power and life. However, when it saw the empty nest, it instead flattened itself with ease. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that my Great Ancestor could also use his old body to chop out a little bit of an opening in the advanced form of a centipede. Worth it, worth it. The 100-footed centipede straightened up and stared grimly at the Great Ancestor on the ground. At this moment, it felt that it had been greatly humiliated in its advanced form. Go to hell. The centipede's parapods roamed the sky to zap it into a sieve. Follow in the back. White Ash breaks the back for the hatchling mantises, constantly pushing their speed. The queen on the side, however, flew forward mechanically as if she had lost her soul. Queen, the 100-foot centipede is coming in strong. The Great Ancestor won't be able to hold out much longer, I'm afraid. So go and urge the front to fly faster. The queen looked back as it turned to look in the direction it had fled, then quickly flew to the front of the group. All of you, hurry up. Don't let the Great Ancestor's blood flow in vain. The group of hatchling mantises were that fast. They couldn't go any faster if they wanted to. We've been flying hard, but we just can't fly fast enough. The group of hatchlings was also in a hurry. If only the great hero Lu Qing were here, he would have been able to fight off the great centipede. Yeah, great hero Lu Qing is so powerful. Isn't it easy to deal with a centipede? The stories of Lu Qing's valor were all over the Mantis clan, and these hatchlings idolized Lu Qing. In their eyes, Lu Qing was the most powerful mantis under the sky, second only to the mantis god they believed in. What little centipede in front of Lu Qing was just a delivery. The queen let out a bitter smile in her heart after hearing the transmissions of these hatchlings. Lu Qing was only in 9th grade even when he advanced. One must know that 100-footed centipede was in existence of a higher order form. One layer of difference makes a world of difference. They don't understand. The escorting White Ash caught up. Hey, this is the calamity of our Mantis clan. Lu Qing can't stop it even if he comes. As powerful as he is, he can't stand up to the advanced forms. Wait until you're older and you'll understand. Fly faster. The group of hatchlings, however, quit. Lu Qing was their idol, the most powerful being under the sky. A hatchling mantis held up its neck. Big hero Lu Qing can definitely defeat the big centipede. White Ash is also a straight shooter. Why don't you understand? That's the advanced form. Know the advanced form? I don't care. Big hero Lu Qing can just defeat the great centipede. By the looks of it, it's useless for it to talk big. The great hero Lu Qing is the best in the world. White Ash was helpless and was about to continue urging when a sound came from the front. It was the sound of gravel crashing. Something's up ahead. It quickly rushes forward and spreads its 2-blade feet out to stop all the hatchling mantises. These little guys fell to the ground in pieces. The stopped queen was also incredibly nervous. White Ash inquired. It can't be that the 100-footed centipede has circled around to the front, can it? A little sadness grew in the queen's heart. If it is true that the 100-footed centipede has come around to the front, then the great ancestor has. They looked nervously at the passage ahead. Suddenly, a huge purple object shattered the stone wall and poked out. Knife foot. It's a praying mantis? Then Lu Qing appeared. He had changed so much that the queen and the others actually didn't recognize him. They all went down as they looked at the 10-meter-tall mantis. Yo, what a coincidence. Or did you know I was coming out and came to greet me on purpose? The shape has changed. but the transmission hasn't. That languid transmission with a hint of teasing. They were all too familiar. White Ash came in uncertainly. Lu Qing? Lu Qing drilled over and looked down at the 4 meters of White Ash. It is you, Master Lu. Can't go wrong. Queen, it's really Lu Qing. It wasn't a secret that he had advanced to the 9th rank. Almost every mantis knew about it. But now a glimpse. 10 meters high, 13 meters of the big knife foot. This is 9 products? White Ash tilted his head to look at Lu Qing's red eyes. Master Lu, you are not a 9th grade, are you? It took you half a day to sort of come up with one. What 9th grade? After spending half a month, I'm promoted to a 9th grade? Who are you looking down on? Half a month of 9th grade. Or do I look down on you? White Ash, if I had this rate of advancement, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Okay. You wouldn't be senior. Senior. Lu Qing helplessly answered. Talking too much. Advanced form. How about it? Mighty? The queen's heart was a flurry of surprise and joy. I'm amazed at the rate of advancement. Don't be outrageous. A full month ago he was only the 8th rank. I didn't realize it was now in its advanced form. Joyfully, the mantis are saved. The heavens have blessed my mantis clan. Lu Qing has actually reached an advanced form. This time we are saved. Lu Qing was a little puzzled. What's the situation? White Ash has stumbled over the expression. The queen then said a couple of quick words. A 100-legged centipede has invaded the Holy Land, and the great ancestor is fending it off. A 100-legged centipede that can make the queen and White Ash run away. Can't it be some kind of 9th grade? The queen added. Advanced forms of centipedes. Lu Qing was instantly interested. You're just in your advanced form and you have an experience pack takeout delivered to your door? That's a good thing. Lu Qing quickly arrived at the resource point. Sure enough, I saw the centipede. This advanced form of 100 feet like a gun was stabbing frantically at the great ancestor. Chapter 86 100-Footed Centipede's Thunder and Fire Talent. The 100-footed centipede seemed to have sensed a truly powerful presence. It stopped moving and straightened its body to look in the direction where Lu Qing was. Upon seeing that Lu Qing was actually a mantis in advanced form, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. I didn't realize that a place as resource poor as the grasslands could actually raise advanced forms of mantis, but it surprises me. The insect grassland was definitely a resource-rich place for the insect race of the subclass, but it was almost impossible to advance to a higher form here. It thought Lu Qing was a native prairie mantis. It was looking at Lu Qing, and Lu Qing was looking at it. The difference was that Lu Qing was looking at its information. Race, centipede. Morphology, primary, thunderfire vermin. Talent, toxin enhancement, can unleash intense poison. Thunder and fire, awakening the thunder and fire talent. Requires a special channeling action. No skills, but dual talents. And it's still thunderfire. What's thunderfire? Lu Qing didn't know, but it felt like it should be very strong. The 2 blade feet popped apart, the purple color lingering, as if there was some sort of power traveling through the blade feet. The power of the void. The current Lu Qing could only utilize a little bit of the power of the void. It was this, but it allowed him to increase his speed drastically, leaping from a previously inept flying insect race to being able to crush the vast majority of good flying insect races. As soon as the flight skill was turned on, Lu Qing's shadow stayed in place while he ran straight towards the 100-footed centipede at an extremely terrifying speed. Lu Qing's intentions were simple. The Thunderfire talent felt like it should be powerful, but one could completely prevent it from being utilized. The 100-footed centipede was on guard. It was able to capture Lu Qing's superfast figure, but it was unable to make a drastic movement instantly. In this flash of lightning, the 3 pairs of parapods of the 100-footed centipede stabbed at Lu Qing's figure. Without hesitation, Lu Qing unleashed the attack skill Void Slash. Instantly the purple color of the blade's feet reached its peak, emitting a faint purple light like fluorite. The blade foot slashed up flat against the centipede's secondary foot. The Void Slash, plain and simple but extremely powerful. In addition to the increase of the Void Strike, made this plain and simple swing contain a huge amount of energy. The 100-footed centipede just assumed it would be a mediocre sparring match. He had even begun to calculate how he would make his next move. However, the moment the blade foot collided with its spear-like secondary foot, its sharp and sturdy secondary foot, however, was instantly severed from it like a weed being harvested. 3 pairs of parapods and 6 spears plunged into the ground. The pained centipede's body shook and fell back 100 meters. After temporarily disengaging, it looked to the wound. The wound is flat and shows the sharpness of the mantis blade and foot. It's fine. Only 6 were chopped off. I still have 94 legs. It relieved itself. Can't help it. Just lots of legs. After forcing back the 100-legged centipede, Lu Qing landed in front of the great ancestor. The great ancestor was covered in holes. Green blood flowed from the wound and then quickly burned. It looked like its entire body was on fire with green flames. It's the blood-burning talent, and even if you're not injured, your blood will burn out. The great ancestor was already lying on the ground dying. The moment it saw Lu Qing, its compound eyes seemed to shine with an inexplicable light. Lu Qing. Lu Cheng nodded. His blade foot stuck within the gravel on one side, and did not speak. The great ancestor chose to sacrifice himself in order to stall for the Mantis clan hatchlings. Once the blood-burning talent is turned on, there is no saving grace. What's more, its body had been stabbed beyond recognition. It proved with its own life that there are true heroes in the bug race. For a while Lu Qing had a lot of feelings. From the first meeting of the dismounted, knife foot to the neck of the other. If, for the sake of individual dignity, it turned on burning blood, the odds were that oneself at that time wouldn't be able to defeat it. But the great ancestor was a wimp. It even made Lu Qing think that this was the most egregious ninth pin in history. Also bullied each other a couple times in passing. But unexpectedly, when a truly unavoidable disaster came, it opened its once-in-a-lifetime talent without fear of death. Now that I think about it, I'm so damn inhuman, even though I wasn't human in the first place. The eyes of the great ancestor became incomparably bright as it stared tightly at Lu Qing. Its saber foot hooked onto Lu Qing's saber foot and asked the question it wanted to know the most. Lu Qing, you said am I fierce? Lu Qing murmured, taking on the advanced form with the second rank. Fierce batch. I've never seen such a courageous mantis. Ha, ahem, ha, I'm fierce. Its eyes dimmed a few points. I know you covet my energy cores, but you're going to be disappointed. Its transmission spoke much faster, and its blade feet tightened a few times. After burning blood, the energy core becomes waste. You'd better not eat it. Lu Qing, good. And, Mantis clan, Queen Mantis, the gleam in his eyes disappeared completely, and the fire burning in his body was all but extinguished. The blood ran out and it died. Lu Qing pulled his saber foot out of the ground and looked towards the 100-footed centipede that was quenching poison into the pyrapod. Bug law, the strongest eat all. There's nothing to say about Ojo's death, but, also, only the strong can pass through. Let's see, who's really strong? Purple color lingered on the feet of the blade, and Lu Qing launched a second wave of attack. The 100-footed centipede also danced its poison-hardened dozens of parapods and pounced ferociously. Its parapods were numerous, and the forest of spears struck between twists of its body. Lu Qing's nonchalantly scratched out a purple glow. In an instant, 12 parapods were cut off. The 100-footed centipede's waist twisted in pain, and its tail flung against the stone wall. Debris splattered. There are more than 800 feet left. Before it could catch a breath, Lu Qing had already attacked from the air. This time he opened a double skill. Under the power of the void, a dozen or so stumps appeared on the trajectory. The upright 100-legged centipede was ready to spew out venom to fend off the attacking Lu Qing. However, it still underestimated the speed of this mantis. The venom went through the stump before it could make another move again. Lu Qing's two large swords had already slashed down. The two slashes were headed for its head. The 100-footed centipede barely moved out of the way. Its head is dodged, but the parapods are not. Lu Qing's knife foot was like a peeler, deburring the centipede from top to bottom. This knife directly cut down half of its parapods, so that the centipede lost the ability to crawl. Unless it worshipped the snake as a teacher and learned how to walk on its stomach. The 100-footed centipede lost half of its feet, and its body twisted into a ball in pain. This mantis's blade foot is too sharp. If I don't use my own stance, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Little mantis, today I will let you die under my thunderfire. Chapter 87. No, you gave me food? Its body seemed to sense electricity and crackled. Then the body stood upright and bent into a question mark without a point. Is that the thunderfire's guided action? Lu Qing flew in the air and looked at his opponent warily. Originally, he had intended to end the opponent with a single slash, so that he would not have the chance to channel the lightning fire, but he did not expect to just cut half of his leg. It was also good to see for myself what kind of trick this thunderfire was. The 100-foot centipede's channeling was instantly complete, its mouthparts opening and closing to spit out energy cores. After reaching the advanced form, there are some talents that allow the energy core to detach from the body as a way to stimulate powerful might and achieve the effect of destroying the enemy. This was the case with the 100-footed centipede's lightning and fire talent. After its energy core was spat out, it spun rapidly, surrounded by a faint red flame, while the outer part of the flame was accompanied by small lightning bolts that constantly pulsed. The energy core bounced up and down, and the lightning gradually thickened. Ha ha ha, baptized by thunderfire. The outside is scorched and the inside is tender. Mantis, you can die under my thunderfire. Its voice came to an abrupt halt, because the energy core that was bouncing up and down was directly swallowed by Lu Qing. Lu Qing, I didn't realize that there were still bugs that could voluntarily offer up their energy cores while still alive. he couldn't say no to such a good thing. So Knifefoot fished it out and shoved it straight into his mouth. As long as it was energy, to Lu Qing, who had a system, it was melt in your mouth. What thunder? What fire? It's all the same after the entrance. It's indistinguishable from a regular, substandard one, except that it's a little numb and a little hot. No, the experience is worth more. Gained plus 9,986 points of flesh and blood value. 10,000 experience points. Needles don't poke. What a good centipede. Knowing that I needed experience value, I offered to deliver it. It's genuinely rare to see such a simple centipede. Lu Qing gave his thanks from the bottom of his heart. Burping. Thanks ha. The 100-footed centipede. Worthama is silly. No. What the hell? My energy core will explode with great energy when I spew it out. It only takes 3 seconds to spin to the extreme and then explode into a powerful thunderfire. No. I just turned and you ate it? Eat it? Definitely now. As it was cleanly disconnected from the energy core, not even a hint of it could be sensed. It was as if the energy core was completely digested as soon as it entered the mouthpiece of the mantis. Straight away. Ah, that's my energy core. It's an energy core that contains 90% of my power. Normally when fighting against the enemy, not to mention eating it raw, even touching it would be injured by the lightning fire. How did it get to him? Just like that. What a meltdown at Walt Disney. The kind that swallows energy cores alive and doesn't even leave a crumb. What kind of perversion is this? The point is to eat it and say thank you to me for nothing? Do I need you to thank me? The 100-footed centipede was tempted to break into a fit of rage. Curses to Mantis's 18 grandfathers. But, its blocky now is unchanged. But without its energy core, it can't utilize its power, much less the powerful energy of its advanced form. It was estimated that a subclass 8 insect could unilaterally abuse it. No more power for himself, no more weight against the enemy. No amount of rage could change the result of his great decline in strength. Live. The only way to recover is to live to renucleate the energy and nurse it for 100 or 80 years. So the centipede's eyes cleared instantly. Ah, no need to thank you. You don't need to be polite. It's just an energy core. It's not a good thing. It's good that you like it. It can't even hold its question mark shape without a strong energy boost. After falling limply to the ground, half straight. If you like energy cores, I'll bring them to you on my next visit. Flattering, too flattering. Still got it? Lu Qing's knife foot plunged into the ground, the blade resting on its head like a guillotine ready to fall. Actually, I still like the way you were bratty just now. Fake. It's my fake. I'm actually very honest. Lu Qing's blade foot stuck into its armor. Tell me why you came here. The 100-footed centipede was extremely cooperative. Relics. Ancient relics. As long as one can open the relics, one will be able to obtain heavenly resource benefits. Remains. It's also the 9 realms holy land. No wonder this place is so weird. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. How do you open a relic? I don't know. Bladefoot stuck a little deeper. It could already feel the sharp blade in death. I really don't know. The relics need to be cracked. I also heard about the legend about the relics only. As for how to break it, really don't know. The reason why it searched for ancient relics was also because it was difficult to advance after evolving to its advanced form, and the only way to advance further was to have more and better resources. Lu Qing let out an oh-so-quiet sound. Okay, no more questions. The 100-footed centipede carefully transmitted. So, can I go now? Want a fart to eat? I don't think I said anything about letting you leave, did I? But I am kind enough to let you go. As for them, it depends on your strength. Lu Qing's blade foot retracted, dodging his body and chopping off his poisonous glands in the process. Flying in were none other than the returning queen and white ash and other mantises. The 100-footed centipede twisted its body without hesitation in an attempt to escape the area. Only it was as slow as it could be with more than half of its legs cut off and its poison glands. Seeing the 100-footed centipede's breathless appearance, the queen and white ash and the others already knew that it had already been heavily injured by Lu Qing. The queen bristled and flashed her saber feet. Cut it down and avenge great ancestor. The praying mantises rose to the occasion and took a swipe at the 100-footed centipede. It has extremely thick armor, but nevertheless has soft flesh and soft armor. When the strength is strong, you can make the soft flesh and soft armor without any cracks. But now well, in roughly 10 minutes, the 100-footed centipede had been hacked into 100 sections by the chaotic sword, along with the few golden armored heavenly cows that were leading the way. They were also hacked to pieces. Some of the mantis have even opened their bites. The queen collected her sword and feet. Turning around, he came to the great ancestor's body. Deputy Foot caresses those wounds. Mantises don't shed tears, but the queen's eyes rise with moisture. Great ancestors. The opening of the Holy Land was to wait another 7 days. Lu Qing, who had nothing to do for these 7 days, then stayed in the nest every day, being revered and worshipped by those hatchlings. It's already the 6th day. The queen crouched down next to Lu Qing and drove the hatchling mantises aside. The energy core of the great ancestor. Do you want it? It held the dull, ninth grade energy core in its blade foot. It thought that Lu Qing loved energy cores and would take them without hesitation. Yet it didn't. Lu Qing shook his head. Don't want it. Keep it as a souvenir. The queen let out an oh-so-subtle sound and looked up at the tall Lu Qing. I would like to pass the throne to you, and I believe that it is under your leadership that we, the Mantis clan, can usher in a new era of glory. Chapter 88. Ancient Teleportation Formation. Lu Qing directly froze. How am I supposed to be queen when I'm 10 meters tall? No. Aren't we mantis only allowed to have queens? I'm a male. The queen said without surprise. Some things can change. We mantis clan is moving forward. Some old rules can be discarded. After all, many insect clans are males as kings. For real. Lu Qing immediately rejected it out of hand. I don't have the idea of occupying the land, or else I wouldn't have come to the Wormsong grassland. This place is just a node in my journey. That's all. He had come to the buggy grassland in search of a better place to upgrade, and if he really wanted to spend his days in leisure, the peach forest would be enough for him to dash around. Seeing Lu Qing such a decisive refusal, the queen hesitated and said, "You mean you're going to leave the Wormsong grassland?" "Yes." Lu Qing didn't hide it. "I'll leave when the secrets of the Holy Land are unlocked." "Where to?" "I don't know." "Head north. That's where the centipede came from. You should find a nice place there." The queen didn't continue to speak in a voice. It could see that Lu Qing was destined to leave. And soon. Some mantises are not destined to belong anywhere. They have their own quest. These are unstoppable. But, the queen lifted her triangular head and the pink wings on her back twitched slightly. "You know, Lu Qing, you're very good. Better than any mantis I've ever seen." Lu Qing had a bad feeling. When a female suddenly says you are very good, either she is flirting or she is going to flirt soon. Sure enough, the queen's pink wings gently leaned towards Lu Qing. "You are so excellent. It is really a great pity to walk away. Why don't you leave the seed behind? I will let our crystallization become the new king. I believe that it will also be able to bring a brighter future for our mantis clan." Lu Qing stood up and righteously said, "I treat you as a leader. And you actually want to me? It doesn't matter. We mantis clan don't care about that as long as we want to. Don't even think about it. Lu, have long since lost the ability to reproduce. You'd better go find another mantis." The queen was staggered for a moment, thinking, how big a deal? You're just a little happy. I'm volunteering to suffer the pain and toil of the future. Why are you reacting so strongly? Aren't all males horny? How else can we reproduce? How did it know that Lu Qing had not been good at mantis coloring for a long time? No, I see that you have a healthy crosstail. Not healthy at all. Not useful at all. It's just a decoration. Lu Qing's wings spread. Right. I'm going to run some errands. As soon as the transmission was finished, his wings flapped and immediately set off a gust of wind, and he also instantly left this place. The wind fanned out by his massive size made the queen nearly fall over. After stabilizing his stance, where was Lu Qing's figure? Helplessly transmitting voice. "Do you need to be like this? Hand over some goods. You can die. There are happy you still don't want to be happy. You are really sick. Can't die. Can't live. It's all psychologically twisted." Today is the time when the core area of the Holy Land opens. After Lu Qing waited for several hours, the stone wall began to move slowly. It took a while before a passage appeared. White Ash, who had already prepared for this, transmitted. After each change, the distance of the passageway is not fixed, but it's not too complicated. It will take some time to enter the real core area. Let's go. White Ash, the queen, Lu Qing, and a few 8th grade elites walked in. The passageway was spacious, and Lu Qing didn't feel cramped. Without the competition from other bugs, there are naturally no other surprises. After about 3 hours, it was finally the right way. The group of mantises made it to the core without incident. White Ash explained. Inside the Holy Land are some special symbols, and some strange stone pillars. Can't figure out what they mean, and it's very difficult to crack them. All of them had already entered the core area when he said that. As soon as Lu Qing entered, he instantly froze in place. What secret? Isn't it at least a formation? Lu Qing came from the high martial world, and that world also had ancient formations, but the level of research on them was not high. As one of the most outstanding talents of the martial academy at one time, Lu Qing had also had the opportunity to study ancient formations. There are very many categories of formations, and very many effects that can be invoked. It can be described as a variety of things, only can't think of. No array can't be involved. This formation character in front of him was very complex and arcane, more so than the ancient formations he had seen before. With the knowledge he had learned before, the only thing Lu Qing could do was to basically distinguish that this was a teleportation formation. A teleportation spell? A teleportation formation had actually appeared in the world occupied by the insect alien beasts? Could it be that once upon a time? The ancient insect race or foreign beasts were also very powerful, capable of making formations and utilizing them? Or is it that a super powerful and strong person has come here and left a formation? Lu Qing, were you also stunned by something so arcane? Normal. After all, we were more shocked than you were when we first met. Ha, what are you doing? Lu Qing didn't pay attention to the white ash, but instead came directly to a stone pillar. Knifefoot struck 3 times against the stone pillar. He was now immensely powerful, and with 3 gentle strokes, he made the stone pillar into rubble. A round stone, half a meter in diameter, also fell to the ground. The stone comes with a fluorescent effect, is delicate and rounded, and seems to have chi flowing through the stone. Formation stone. A stone specialized in providing great energy for the formation. As long as the formation stone was placed on the eye of the formation would be activated. The reason why it was wrapped around the stone was because there was a strange energy field inside the formation stone that was able to attract the rubble to gather. After a long day, it will be for the formation of stone pillars centered on the formation stone. White Ash and the Queen all looked at Lu Qing in amazement. The stone was so special that they instinctively guessed that there must be a huge connection between this stone and the secret of the Holy Land. This is too fast. We couldn't crack the secret for hundreds of years. And you just came in here and took out this magical-looking stone straight away? What is this? Lu Qing hooked his blade foot onto the formation stone. Formation stones? This is a formation. They had no concept of formations, so they all looked at Lu Qing with curiosity and admiration. What's a formation? It can simply be understood as an arcane spell formation that draws the energy of heaven and earth. Lu Qing saw the eye of the formation as he transmitted his voice. As long as the formation stone was placed on the eye of the formation, as long as the formation was not destroyed, then it would be activated. But he didn't do that. It's a teleportation array. But where to pass to? Whether it will be a suitable place for one to upgrade? Whether there is any danger? These are all uncertain. Chapter 89, Advancing and Wandering. Middle. Lu Qing thought for a moment that the unknown was the most dangerous. He still put the formation stone back. Principle plus credo, take no risks if you can. Just as Lu Qing was wondering if he should quit, White Ash had already come over. We're here, why don't we try it? Good idea. Lu Qing pulled the white ash to the formation stone. This is the formation stone. Just put it into that. Right over there, that's the groove. The formation can be activated, and then you will be transported to an unknown place. White Ash wondered. Why me? Nonsense. You suggested it. If it wasn't you, was it me? White Ash thought for a moment. I'd rather not. If I pass on to a place where there are no female mantises, I'll have to be a virgin mantis until I die. This awareness, it's really nifty. Lu Qing didn't pay any attention to it, but instead focused his gaze around the formation in order to look for any other new clues. After searching for a while, Lu Qing did find some special engravings on a stone wall. It looks like a painting. There are ripples that are supposed to represent water. Is there weird graphic that represents the island? If that's the case, then the big chunk in the very center would be a multitude of small islands centered around a giant island. So this picture, it's the destination of the teleportation? The other mantises gathered around. This picture, it should be the starry sky. So many stars. I have a feeling it's the ocean. After Lu Qing turned around and didn't find any other clues, he then said to the crowd of mantises, "Alright, let's leave." Where exactly the teleportation array would teleport to, Lu Qing still couldn't be sure, and to be on the safe side, he eventually decided to abandon this place for the time being and go to the north to take a look. After coming out of the Holy Land, Lu Qing then resigned. The Queen watched Lu Qing leave with fondness. Lu Qing's flying speed was very fast, more than 5 times faster than before at least. After lifting off, they had crossed the grasslands in less than a day. Beyond the prairie is a mountain range. He took a special look and realized that the mountain range was occupied by foreign beasts, and they were a bunch of substage 3rd or 4th grade foreign beasts, with no powerful existences. They needed to be swallowed whole to gain experience. So Lu Qing ate a few of them and then continued on his way with disinterest. After crossing the mountains, there is a grassy field which gradually thins out and turns into a desert. There is a sandworm within the desert, huge in size hidden in the sand, all with strength of the 2nd order. It was just passing by anyway. So Lu Qing casually harvested a wave and got 10,000 experience points. The desert was very vast, and Lu Qing flew for 10 days before discovering an oasis. Within the oasis lived a group of subclass exotic beasts. These Fae have a tougher time relying on a limited water supply. It was conceivable that Lu Qing needed to fly for 10 days at such a fast speed. And with this group of beasts on their legs, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out of the desert for a month. And that was without getting lost. When the water supply of this oasis dries up, the beasts will be buried in the sand no matter how tenacious their vitality is. Lu Qing ignored them and just dropped down to replenish some water. After the group of foreign beasts saw the existence of the higher-ranked forms, each one of them all hid, not daring to disturb them. After that, Lu Qing continued to fly north. Every day or two's journey there is an oasis of hardy fae or bugs living. After 5 or 6 oases, it was never encountered again. Half a month later, Lu Qing had crossed the desert. Mountains block the spread of the desert. This mountain range is ruled by the insect race's celestial venom bee. The queen of the heavenly poison bee was the peak of the 9th grade of the subclass. Because of resource limitations, it was doomed to not be able to reach a high level, and the queen bee dreamed of evolving to an advanced form. So Lu Qing absorbed it, indirectly helping it fulfill its lifelong dream. Continuing north, Lu Qing came to the beach. Rough seas are nothing. The problem was that a 100-meter giant that leapt out of the water made Lu Qing directly give up on the idea of crossing the sea. There was no choice but to continue flying along the seashore to see if he could find a suitable place for his upgrade. Upgrades were not found, but experience was not raked in. The seaside is very rich in resources. In particular, a 5-meter-sized giant chalid crab, a standard subclass 9, could provide 600 experience. The advanced forms require a completely different amount of energy than the sublevels, so it makes sense that the amount becomes less after the conversion. Besides, 600, that's a lot. Lu Qing turned on the mode of catching the sea, and was able to catch 3 or 5 of them every day. The experience bar wasn't going up too slowly. There is no end to the beach. After several months of catching the sea, Lu Qing finally pulled his experience bar full. Now that it's creatures that give experience, there's naturally no need to press for experience. Lu Qing chose to advance without hesitation. Race, high-ranking mantis. Form, medium void reaper, 6730/20000000. Skill, void slash, evolvable, 500% increase in power with void strike. Void crossing, evolvable, use the power of the void to move at 500% movement speed. Talent, concealment, hiding your form and scent from the environment. Void power, has a shallow understanding of the power of the void and is able to apply it in combat. The change in body size was not that big. The exaggeration was that the blade foot became bigger and had reached 15 meters. One can imagine a 10-meter mantis holding up a 15-meter machete, whose legs must not tremble. There was also a somewhat deeper comprehension of the power of the void. This was the main reason for the huge increase in strength and flight after advancing. The experience value had soared from 500,000 to 2 million. Even if you desperately catch crabs and get 3,000 or 5,000 experience a day, it would take a year or two to upgrade anyhow. A year or two. Isn't that a pure waste of time? And it's not always the case that a crab will crawl out. I wonder if the news of his advanced form being on the beach was relayed to each other by the crabs. And the harvest has plummeted in recent times. Lu Qing didn't know how to dive and didn't dare to fly recklessly over the sea. So much for getting out of here. 4 months later, the biggest gain for Lu Qing, who had been traveling around in circles, was that he ran into a large group of imperial tooth flying locusts. This group of flying locusts was stronger than the group of flying locusts in the insect grassland. More numerous, and more ferocious and brutal without fear of death. So he tearfully accepted the 300,000 experience that came crashing up on this head. It was worth mentioning that Lu Qing had sought out a swamp. The swamp is alive with foreign beasts. The beasts here not only looked strange, but their blood and flesh were also poisonous. And after eating a bite and being deducted a bit of experience, the angry Lu Qing threw away the corpse, cursed for 3 minutes, and then ran away without looking back. Finally, after the trek, it turns out that the sea is also at the end of this direction. Lu Qing sort of flew diagonally across the room. There are only rare advanced forms on this continent, and they are largely legendary. Or maybe it's not a continent, but a giant island. All the resources are laid out here, and if you want to go further you can only accumulate them day by day, or open the phalanx.